bathing in magma, slumbering amidst ancient slaughter fields, traversing alternate realms in a heavy armored vehicle, riding alongside Gundam warriors and Godzilla to vanquish seals. Tile beings. I devised a system of attribute values, henceforth allocating points solely to defense. Alas, the fear of pain looms large. The formidable beings of this world, the Daluo Jinxian, are truly terrifying. Each one possesses the ability to unleash the Great Weitenlong convenient. I lead to strategize how to breach my defenses. I remain perplexed as to their unwavering obsession. Chapter 1. Master, please refrain from slapping my face. Xinyu sect, enveloped by towering mountains, shrouded in ethereal mists. Within a cavern, Li Xiaobai lay despondently on his bed, gazing at the panel before him. Host, Li Xiaobai. Attack, 0. Speed, 0. Defense, 0. Attribute points, 10. Skills, none. Items, none. Shop, unavailable. Goodness gracious, what is this standard 3-no product? This is no way to treat a transmigrator. 3 days prior, Li Xiaobai unexpectedly found himself transported to this realm, becoming an inner disciple of the Xinyu sect. Accompanied by a system of attribute values, it took him a full 3 days to comprehend its function. This system lacks the capability to enhance cultivation. It merely allows for the increase of attribute points. Any damage incurred results in an augmentation of these points. In essence, this is a system with a clear inclination towards masochism. Just yesterday, he had a brief trial, receiving a resounding slap from his master, leaving the left side of his face still swollen. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial, as that single slap granted him a direct increase of 10 attribute points. Where should I add it? In the future, it is inevitable that I will endure some hardships, so to preserve my life, I shall temporarily invest in enhancing my defense. Defense, ordinary mortal 10,100 can be upgraded. I touch my face, although the swelling has not yet subsided. It feels considerably thicker. I can continue to venture out. With my defense heightened, my spirits lifted significantly. Li Xiaobai hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to another cave, that of Senior Sister Su. Senior Sister Su is a fervent practitioner, dedicating herself entirely to her cultivation, and it is said that at a young age, her strength has nearly matched that of many elders. Moreover, she possesses a fiery temperament, akin to a powder keg that ignites at the slightest spark. Knock, knock, knock. Senior Sister, Junior has come to visit. The door swung open, revealing a woman's vexed visage, her displeasure nearly palpable. Speak quickly. Li Xiaobai swallowed hard. Ahem, Senior Sister, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Huh, you do have an eye for beauty. Come in. Women cherish their allure, and upon receiving praise from her junior, Su Yunbing felt a flicker of joy. Upon entering the room, Li Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings. The Senior Sister's abode was stark and devoid of decoration, prompting him to exclaim, Senior Sister, why is your cave so barren, resembling a man's? I find Senior Sister Yes cave far more appealing. Among women, comparison is the most dreaded, especially when it involves the ethereal beauty of Yi Wuxuan. As this notion echoed in the room, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, and Li Xiaobai felt the weight of pressure upon him should his Senior Sister disregard him and deliver a stri. He feared it might spell his demise. Fortunately, Su Yunbing managed to rein in her emotions just in time. Junior brother, although you are now an inner disciple, you were merely specially recruited. Your abilities are significantly lacking compared to your peers, and you must strive to improve, she said, forcing a smile as she offered a cup of tea to Li Xiaobai. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Sister. Please also take care of your own well-being. If a woman practices day and night without rest, her skin will age rapidly, Li Xiaobai replied. IED earnestly. With a sharp crack, the teacup in Su Yunbing's hand shattered, causing Li Xiaobai's heart to tremble. Had he gone too far? Junior brother, is there something you wish to discuss today? She inquired, making a concerted effort to temper her emotions. Something felt amiss today. Ever since this young disciple had entered, she had nearly lost control of her feelings multiple times, sensing an undeniable conflict with him. Senior Sister, I seem to have committed a small error, and I am uncertain whether to voice it, Li Xiaobai said cautiously, observing her closely. Speak freely. My strength is unparalleled, and my heart is broad. I will not hold it against you, she replied. Actually, I accidentally spilled the rouge that senior sister Yi had prepared for you, Li Xiaobai confessed tentatively. The temperature in the room plummeted suddenly, and Li Xiaobai's heart raced as he sensed a chilling aura. Indeed, this task was far from trivial. Although my senior sister had a rather irritable temperament, she remains quite conscious of her appearance. Yi Wushuang, a master of medical arts, creates rouge that is not only visually appealing but also possesses beautifying properties. It took considerable persuasion for her to agree to assist in making a batch. Sister, could you refrain from hitting me? A minute later, Su Yunbing emerged, effortlessly dragging Li Xiaobai along with one hand, then casually tossing him aside. Junior brother, it is merely a box of rouge. It is of little consequence. Your sister forgives you. Li Xiaobai, expressionless, slowly rose from the ground, gingerly touching the swollen right side of his face. Ah, splendid. Now both sides are symmetrical. He checked his attribute panel. Attribute points, 100. Sister's strikes were rather severe. She knocked out 100 attribute points in one go. Personally, I prefer Master's method, one slap at a time. Slow and steady wins the race. Undoubtedly, I allocated all attribute points to defense, as the prospect of not doing so left me feeling vulnerable to being beaten senseless in the future. Defense level, Mortal Flesh 101000, eligible for advancement. Simultaneously, a notification resonated within his mind. Skill acquired, 100 hatred, 0.100 hatred. Acting boastfully is both a skill and an art. When performed, the target will harbor an infinite animosity towards you, attacking fervently. The more composed your act, the harder they strike. Note, there are risks involved in taking hits used with caution. Hiss! Upon witnessing this skill, Li Xiaobai inhaled sharply. This ability is quite formidable. On the surface, this may seem like a futile skill, yet upon deeper contemplation, it reveals itself as an exceptionally potent control technique. Imagine, by merely flaunting one's prowess, one can incite an opponent's enmity to its zenith, prompting them to launch frenzied assaults upon oneself. This equates to absolute contract. OL, does it not? Alas, one must endure the consequences of such a handsome visage. With a new skill at his disposal, Li Xiaobai resolved to seek out his master to test its efficacy. His master, with a gentle temperament, would only deliver a single slap, and not with excessive force. Each inner disciple possesses their own master. Typically, a master mentors around 10 disciples. Li Xiaobai's master, Feng Lingzi, has a total of 7 apprentices, all of whom, apart from Li Xiaobai, are fervent cultivators. The sect holds this group in high regard, having thus constructed a dedicated peak for Feng Lingzi and his disciples, which serves as a venue for instruction and the organization of cultivation materials. Such privileges are akin to those granted to true disciples, representing a considerable bonus. Upon entering the 2-story building, Li Xiaobai noted that Feng Lingzi favored napping in the small attic. This fellow is rather indolent, having arrived in this world 3 days prior. He had yet to engage in any form of cultivation. It seems that life has become excessively comfortable. Let me provide you with some excitement. Master, I have come. Well, you've arrived, but do refrain from shouting so loudly. Are you here to earnestly cultivate? Feng Lingzi's voice echoed as he busied himself by the bookshelf, meticulously organizing tomes, his demeanor one of deep-seated frustration. With a grand set competition looming, he needed to prepare materials for his disciples' reference. Ordinarily, he seldom attended to such matters, resulting in a considerable workload now. He casually picked up a small booklet and tossed it to Li Xiaobai. Master, as cultivators, should we not strive against the heavens? Shouldn't we practice more formidable techniques? Li Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not engage in cultivation, he could not help but inquire, feeling that his master's rhetoric diverged from a norm. Striving against the heavens. Do you think the heavens heed you? Feng Lingzi rolled his eyes, scoffing at the notion of contending with fate. Although he sensed something amiss, it mattered little. He was merely there to instigate, not to genuinely cultivate. With the system at his disposal, a mere increment would suffice. True cultivation was beyond his reach. With this thought, Li Xiaobai cleared his throat, preparing to activate his skill. Master, I am no ordinary individual. One cannot gauge me by conventional standards. From a moment of my birth, It has been predestined that I would contend against the forces of heaven and earth. I consider myself a prodigy, gathering myriad fortunes within me. Now, with your discerning eye, Master, guiding me into the realm of immortals, this genius seeks to learn the most powerful techniques in the world and tread the path of invincibility. Chapter 2. 100% Hatred. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gust of wind swept through. Feng Lingzi instantly appeared before Li Xiaobai, delivering a resounding slap to his head, sending him tumbling 720 degrees before landing face down. Is this what you call a genius? Not a trace of spiritual energy within you? You must be living in a dream. Feng Lingzi spat, fuming with indignation. This disciple, having just entered the fold, was already proving to be a source of great concern. Li Xiaobai dusted himself off, his face smudged with dirt, and departed in disarray. The recent incident imparted a profound lesson to him. While skills are indeed valuable, they must not be wielded recklessly. Employing such skills against ordinary disciples may yield satisfactory results. Yet when confronted with a master, one could easily find oneself undone in an instant. It appears that selecting appropriate targets for future endeavors requires careful consideration for now. This technique shall remain untouched by those of profound cultivation. Its potential is rather daunting. At this moment, the system granted him an additional 50 attribute points. His master's recent strike was notably more severe than the previous days, leaving his head thoroughly swollen, resembling that of a pig, that he allocated all of his attribute points to bolster his defense. Defense, mortal flesh 601000, eligible for advancement. After consuming some healing elixirs, Li Xiaobai resolved to explore the sect. This served a dual purpose, to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and, more important, to seek out suitable individuals upon whom to exact a measure of retribution. Several of his senior brothers and sisters possessed formidable strength, their assaults merciless, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Feng Lingzi and 7 disciples occupied a solitary peak, a privilege bestowed by the sect leader. His own mountain was named Qiamiao Peak. There were only the master and his 7 disciples, devoid of any servants or attendants. To interact with others, one must ascend the mountain. Ah, is that not junior brotherly? Have you been reprimanded by the master again? As he ventured down the mountain, he was greeted by a female cultivator clad in a green gauze dress, who smiled gently upon seeing Li Xiaobai. His eyes widened in admiration. She was the second senior sister of Qiamiao Peak, Yi Wushuang, renowned for her medical expertise, embodying grace and tenderness, a striking contrast to the eldest sister, Su Yuanbing. Yi Wushuang, a renowned beauty of a Xinyu sect, found herself in an unexpected encounter. Given this fortuitous meeting, it seemed only fitting to take advantage of the opportunity bestowed by her system. I have been reprimanded by my senior sister, with my master also having a hand in it. It is perhaps best not to dwell on such matters, Li Xiaobai lamented, a hint of melancholy shadowing his demeanor. Surely, if you diligently practice, your senior sister and master would not impose punishment upon you. Come here, let me take a look. Yi Wushuang offered, retrieving silver needles and medicinal alcohol, preparing to administer treatment. Observing her actions, Li Xiaobai could not help but exclaim, "Senior sister, your fingers are quite calloused. It must be due to your constant acupuncture practice without proper CA." Yi Wushuang exhibited no visible reaction, her lips curving into a sweet smile, yet for reasons unknown, Li Xiaobai felt a slight unease within him. He mused that he would not gain any advantage from her gentle disposition, assured him that she would not retaliate. Yet, despite his thoughts, his words took an unintended turn. "Senior sister, your scent is rather peculiar. The other senior sisters exude delightful floral fragrances, yet yours carries an odd odor," he remarked. While mastering one's craft is indeed vital, one must also uphold personal hygiene. Bathing is essential when the time calls for it, Li Xiaobai asserted, nodding with conviction, believing his argument to be sound. However, he sensed a brief pause in the pressure of the acupuncture needles above him, wondering if Yi Wushuang had taken offense. Yet, she merely chuckled, leaving Li Xiaobai's heart in a state of disarray. Sister Yi, with her gentle and charming demeanor, is a striking beauty it would be wise to avoid offending her and instead foster a good relationship moving forward. Resolving to keep silent, Li Xiaobai chose to follow this course of action. However, the situation proved to be far more complex than anticipated. Junior Li, do take care, she advised. Thank you, sister, he replied. A lingering sensation suggested that her words were not merely comforting. Something felt amiss. Nevertheless, the swelling on his face had indeed diminished considerably. Sister's skills were commendable, yet her aversion to bathing was concerning a rather poor habit. Humming a cheerful tune, Li Xiaobai continued his descent down the mountain. After a few steps, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Attribute points, 20. Attribute points, 20. The notifications persisted, one after another. He had not been attacked. From whence did these attribute points originate? Surveying his surroundings, he found the area deserted, and Sister Yi had already departed. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Wushuang. A chill crept over him as he remembered the unsettling sensation he had felt earlier. It was rumored that those skilled in medicine often possessed the knowledge of poisoning. Could it be that Yi Wushuang had orchestrated something? As he recalled her delicate features, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. The system's notifications of attribute points continued to accumulate, and in a state of alarm, he began to search frantically, ultimately discovering an anomaly at his ankle. A dark, unassuming spot had appeared at the edge of his ankle. Indeed, it was Yi Wushuang's handiwork. Administering a needle to the head had enabled the toxin to seep directly to the foot. Such a masterful technique was truly remarkable. Fortunately, the senior sister only imposed a slight punishment, sparing me from paralysis, and the system notifications ceased after a brief interval. Indeed, it is wise to avoid offending beautiful women. I proceeded to inspect the attributes panel. Attribute points, 100. Allocating all attribute points to defense seemed prudent, as I remain uncertain about the correlation between defensive capabilities and the strength of cultivators in this realm. Given the formidable individuals surrounding me, it is wise to exercise caution. Amidst this, the system panel underwent another transformation. Acquired skill, paralytic toxin. Detected ongoing damage, paralytic toxin upgraded, myasthenia. Myasthenia. All individuals within a 1-meter radius are rendered in a state of muscle weakness. The longer the duration, the more severe the symptoms become. It appears that I owe the acquisition of this skill to Yi Wushuang. Her toxin has granted me a wide-ranging ability. Li Xiaobai felt immense joy, for this was his first skill that resembled an authentic offensive technique. Myasthenia and hatred are undoubtedly a perfect match in future battles. As long as I can endure the attacks, my opponent will grow increasingly feeble. Thus, I would find myself in an advantageous position. At the foot of the mountain, as Li Xiaobai exited the mountain gate, the surrounding disciples instinctively halted their steps, gazing at him with a hint of trepidation. Whispers ensued. Did you see that? This person has descended from Misty Peak. I did see. I've rarely encountered him before. It goes without saying, he is yet another formidable individual. Esteemed seniors, may I inquire what the term Piao Peak signifies? As a newcomer, I find myself somewhat perplexed. My goodness, you are unaware of this? Allow me to enlighten you. Piao Peak is a distinguished summit, specially cultivated by our sect leader, housing merely 7 inner disciple. Yes, however, it is said that each disciple from Piao Peak is an absolute zealot of cultivation, their prowess rivaling that of the most esteemed disciples. I have heard that 6 months ago, the 4th disciple of Piao Peak, Yang Chun, clashed with a true disciple of the 3rd elder, leading to a tournament where he inflicted severe injuries upon his opponent, reportedly with a single strike. Such strength! Thus, should you encounter a disciple descending from Piao Peak whom you have not seen before, exercise caution. They may very well be a prodigy who has secluded themselves for an extended period. Moreover, with the grand ceremony currently underway, it is likely that the individuals from Piao Peak are seeking to gauge the true disciples' capabilities. One can anticipate fierce competition during this time, and it would be prudent for us to refrain from involving ourselves to avoid being inadvertently swept up in the fray. Chapter 3. The 4th senior brother is quite handsome. Upon seeing Li Xiaobai descend, the surrounding disciples promptly scattered like birds and beasts, clearly wishing to avoid any further interaction. Li Xiaobai rubbed his nose, his expression tinged with embarrassment. It appeared that these fellow disciples were particularly supportive of Piao Peak. However, he was merely a newcomer, an inexperienced fledgling, far from the esteemed closed-door practitioners they spoke of. Ah, is that not a disciple of Piao Peak? A fresh face indeed. What brings you here? Unable to remain seated as the grand sect competition approaches, a young gentleman, fanning himself with an ornate feather fan, parted the crowd and stepped forward. It was Lin Feng, an inner sect disciple. It was rumored that his brother, Lin Mang, was a true disciple of Elder Sun, an impressive feat indeed. Upon recognizing him, Lin Feng's pride swelled even further. With a casual flick of his fan and a composed smile, he exuded an air of superiority. Li Xiaobai, however, was utterly bewildered. Grand sect competition? Feng Lingzi had never mentioned such a thing. An unsettling premonition stirred within him. Listen closely, everyone. The disciples of Piao Peak are merely a group of nepotistic individuals, shamelessly monopolizing resources due to their connections with the sect master. This time, my brother will undoubtedly break into the top 10, securing the opportunity to enter the sacred demon sect for further training, and subsequently, one step at a time. He will trample over Piao Peak, revealing the true nature of these scoundrels to the sect master. Lin Feng stood tall, casually asserting his words, the atmosphere charged with tension. Li Xiaobai was left in a state of confusion. Your brother is so formidable that he can secure a spot in the top 10. But what does that have to do with you? He scratched his head, his face a canvas of perplexity. The onlookers were equally stunned. Indeed, how was his brother's prowess relevant to him? Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, frustration evident on his face. Haha, well said, junior brother. There will always be some petty individuals who take pleasure in boasting. Your name is Lin Feng, is it? Stop babbling there. If you truly possess any skill, let us have a duel. The crowd parted once more, revealing a young man clad in white, wielding a feather fan with a grace that eclipsed Lin Feng's by countless degrees. In comparison to this handsome gentleman, Lin Feng appeared rather rustic. Li Xiaobai recognized this individual. He was none other than his senior brother, the fourth disciple of the mysterious peak, named Yangchen, whom he had encountered upon entering the sect. Let us wait and see. What are you staring at? What is there to behold? Why are you all gathered here when you should be cultivating? The crowd jeered. And Lin Feng left in disgrace. Junior brother, what brings you down the mountain? Yangchen approached with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Lin Feng's words. Senior brother. I came down for a stroll to relax, Li Xiaobai replied. Relax? At these words, Yangchen's brows furrowed and his expression turned stern. Once a person passes away, there will be ample opportunities for relaxation. What we must do now is cultivate, tirelessly from dawn till dusk. The grand competition of the sect is imminent. You must not bring shame to the mysterious peak. Yet another cultivation fanatic. Here, junior brother, take these spirit stones. The competition is tomorrow. Cultivate diligently and do not disgrace our mysterious peak. Yangchen's voice echoed from afar. As Li Xiaobai collected his thoughts, he discerned several crucial pieces of information. Tomorrow marks the grand competition of the sect, where the clan will select 10 exceptionally talented disciples to enter the sacred demon sect for cultivation. The sacred demon sect is a prestigious and renowned institution, said to be led by a formidable master who has endured the trials of heavenly tribulations. Gaining entry into such a prominent sect for training would undoubtedly yield countless benefits. However, I find myself merely a weakling, having allocated all my attribute points to defense. Should a confrontation arise, I would only be a target for blows. Upon picking up a small pouch of spirit stones from the ground, the most commonly utilized and fundamental resource for cultivation, I felt a sudden jolt as my fingers brushed against the stones. In that instant, the system's notification chimed once more. Host has acquired spirit stones. System marketplace is now accessible. Currency, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai's expression brightened at the revelation of the marketplace, realizing that the currency for the system's shop was indeed spirit stones. As I opened the panel to explore the offerings within the marketplace, a dazzling array of items revealed themselves, categorized into 4 distinct types: equipment, mounts, talismans, and elixirs. The sheer variety was astonishing, and upon closer inspection, I was taken aback to find that the mounts consisted of luxurious vehicles such as Maseratis, Lamborghinis, and even armored vehicles. More astonishingly, there were models of robotic Gundams available. However, a glance at the prices plunged me into despair. The cost of these mounts was exorbitantly high, often reaching tens of thousands of high-grade and even premium spirit stones. The cheapest flying broomstick required a staggering sum of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed that for the time being, these luxuries were beyond my reach. As I surveyed the offerings, I discovered that the only items within my financial grasp were a few basic pieces of equipment and supplies. Less hasty helmet. Upon wearing, defense is slightly enhanced. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Bronze sword. Upon use, attack power is slightly enhanced. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Bronze boots. Upon wearing, speed is slightly enhanced. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, I decisively chose the helmet. This item harmonizes perfectly with my skill that undoubtedly invites hits to the face. After donning it, I felt an invincible assurance against any face slapping. Selection confirmed. Before me, the stars shimmered, coalescing into a rather grimy helmet. Its appearance left much to be desired. Appearing quite tattered and shabby, indeed, it seemed rather hasty. After giving it a gentle pat, I found its hardness satisfactory. Once placed upon my head, I sensed a significant augmentation in my physique, just as the description promised. This helmet indeed amplifies my capabilities. Excellent. Tomorrow's grand competition will proceed without the fear of being struck in the face. Meanwhile, at the Shenyu sect, within the grand hall of the sect, several elders were engaged in a fervent debate. Master, this matter is absolutely unacceptable. The advancement quotas from the Holy Demon sect are exceptionally precious. How can we allocate 4 of them directly to the mysterious peak? I contest this. I too contest this. How can the Master's actions disregard the true disciples? Even if favoritism is in play, we must adhere to the established protocols. I propose granting the mysterious peak no more than 1 quota. It cannot exceed that. Indeed. Fenglingzi, your mysterious peak should either directly designate a disciple or participate earnestly in the grand competition. Let strength be the arbiter. Numerous elders expressed considerable discontent. Each of them had disciples. Yet the sect leader displayed such blatant favoritism by intending to allow 4 disciples from the mysterious peak to enter the Holy Demon sect for cultivation. Well, I have no objections. In truth, the sect leader has his own struggles. You must understand. Fenglingzi sighed, perceiving the elders as rather muddled. The sect leader's actions subtly reduced the quota for disciples from Mysterious Peak. If strength were the sole criterion, aside from the recently admitted lad, the rest would likely rank among the top 10. Alas, if that is the case, let everything be determined by the disciple's abilities. However, I must state in advance that regardless of the outcome, you all must accept it without causing a disturbance. The sect leader, in his helplessness, felt his good intentions had been misconstrued, yet one cannot entirely blame these elders, for the disciples of Mysterious Peak seldom ventured beyond their doors, leaving few acquainted with their true prowess. One can only hope the elders do not come to regret their decisions later. Chapter 4. The competition commences on the following morning. Li Xiaobai sat anxiously upon his bed, scrutinizing the system panel before him. Host, Li Xiaobai. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Attribute points, 0. Skills, hatred 100, muscle weakness. Items, a helmet of modest quality. Store, opened. Today marks the day of the grand competition, and I remain uncertain whether my mortal physique can endure the trials ahead. I hope we do not face elimination in the first round, for I am a disciple of the Misty Peak, and I cannot bring shame upon myself. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock on the door reverberated, and outside was the voice of senior sister Su Yunbing. Little junior brother, the grand competition is about to begin. Prepare yourself. Today, the top 10 shall belong solely to our Misty Peak. Li Xiaobai's expression soured as he donned his helmet. Upon opening the door, he found 6 individuals standing in a neat formation, 4 men and 2 women, who appeared to have already made their preparations. He respectfully greeted several of his senior brothers and sisters. What is that hideous thing atop your head? Su Yunbing remarked with evident disdain. Li Xiaobai felt quite embarrassed. Indeed, the helmet's appearance left much to be desired. I do not know where Master has gone today. Senior sister is leading us. We shall set off at once to seize first place in the competition. Should anyone falter, I shall not hesitate to show my displeasure. Dressed in a striking crimson outfit, Su Yunbing exuded an aura of ferocity. Take my flying sword. When venturing out, we must maintain an impressive presence. Yang Chen chuckled heartily, flicking his wrist to shoot forth a small sword that expanded dramatically in the wind, transforming into a colossal blade, hovering majestically in the air, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Li Xiaobai looked on with envy, recalling that similar mounts existed in the marketplace, though he could not afford one at present. In comparison to his senior brother, he felt rather foolish traversing on foot. As they approached the arena, Yang Chen deliberately slowed the speed of his enchanted sword. intending to temper the enthusiasm of the younger disciples. This grand entrance rivaled even that of the elders. Observing the displeased expressions on the elders' faces, Li Xiaobai felt a surge of apprehension. His senior brother's actions were bound to incite considerable ire. Will one not become a target eventually? However, the truth reveals that it is his limited prowess that constrains his imagination. Beside him, Su Yunbing leapt from the heights before the celestial sword could even touch the ground. Today, we, from the floating mist peak, shall secure the top 7 positions in this grand competition. The proclamation echoed throughout the arena, resonating in every corner. The disciples listened intently, their expressions a tapestry of emotions: envy, dejection, resentment, and fury. Ah, the disciples of Floating Mist Peak certainly exude confidence. The vigor of youth is boundless. Indeed, their vitality is commendable, yet it is unfortunate that those who are merely half-filled with knowledge make the loudest noise. Elder Chen, I hear your phone Wuxia has recently made a breakthrough? Merely a half-step into the Golden Core stage, it's hardly worth mentioning. However, I have heard that under Elder Sun's tutelage, a disciple has mastered the demon-subduing staff technique? Hardly worth mentioning, hardly worth mentioning. Observing the scene below, the elders exchanged remarks. Indifferent to Su Yunbing's brazen claims, yet their indifference did not extend to the disciples. For the actions of Yang Qin and Su Yubing had ignited a fervor of animosity among them. The once timid disciples now seemed to have found their purpose. Their gazes towards the floating mist peaks, disciples brimming with newfound determination. Li Xiaobai inwardly lamented, cursing, isn't this merely bolstering the enemy's combat prowess? As the disciples gathered, the sect leader floated gracefully into the arena, descending slowly to the center stage, exuding an ethereal presence that spoke volumes of their mastery. Damn it. The sect leader is far better at this than I am, Yang Chen muttered quietly. Esteemed colleagues, you are the pillars of our sect. Today's grand competition serves 2 purposes: to select outstanding talent and to encourage each of you to persist diligently along your path of cultivation. The top 10 victors of this event will earn the privilege to further their studies in the sacred demon sect, which will also allocate resources in their favor. Now, allow me to elucidate the rules. We have established 108 arenas, divided into 11 groups. Shortly, you will draw lots in sequence. Those who draw the same number will be considered opponents. Do you understand? Understood. Excellent. During the matches, remember to engage in a spirit of friendly competition without causing any harm to life. Let us commence. A colossal lottery box materialized from thin air, distributing number plates to the disciples. Li Xiaobai anxiously regarded the number in his hand. Group 3, Arena 17, first match. This match is rather early. Does it mean it will soon be his turn? Little junior brother, do not be anxious. After participating, you will find that this competition is quite simple. It is not difficult to secure a spot in the top 10, so do not feel overly pressured, reassured his 5th senior brother, Ling Feng, who typically exudes an air of coolness, yet surprisingly possesses a flair for encouragement. The number plate was tampered with by the senior sister. Our group of brothers is not aligned, so you need not worry, chimed in 6th senior brother, Lu Jinxue, who spoke jovially. Being a portly individual, he epitomized the saying that a larger physique often accompanies a broader heart. Is that our concern? Our true worry is whether we can even pass the first round. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, feeling increasingly disinclined to engage in conversation with those who seemed to inhabit a different realm altogether, sensing an unspoken air of pretension. Holding up the number plate, I found the 17th arena, where disciples were already in position, and the referee began to announce the precautions. Both sides clasped their fists in salute. I am Chun Tao, a disciple of the inner sect, rank 271. Please offer your guidance. I am Li Xiaobai, a disciple of the inner sect, unranked. Please offer your guidance. Look at that person on stage, wearing such an ugly helmet. I just saw him. He is from the Misty Peak. Brother Chen, he is from the Misty Peak. Give him a good beating. Before the match even commenced, the disciples below erupted in indignation, fueled by Su Yunbing's previous remarks that had left them feeling humiliated. The audacity of Misty Peak to claim all top 7 spots without regard for their presence was intolerable. Juniorly, you must be the newly accepted disciple from Misty Peak. Though you speak eloquently, I regret to inform you that you have met your match in me. Rest assured, I will not let your defeat be too humiliating. Chen Tao chuckled lightly, dismissing Li Xiaobai entirely. He sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy from his opponent, indicating that the latter had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, likely here merely to experience life. However, Li Xiaobai's words struck a nerve. Rank 227? Such a lowly ranking hardly qualifies you to engage with me. I advise you, brother, to refrain from courting disaster. Li Xiaobai maintained his fade, knowing that only by allowing his opponent to close in would he have a chance to vanquish him. Enraged by the arrogance, Chen Tao drew his sword from his waist and began to wield it in the air. On stage, the glimmer of swords interwove in an instant. As Chen Tao wielded a low-grade spiritual weapon, a gift from his master specifically for the grand competition. Coupled with his swordsmanship, it unleashed formidable power. It was the Starry Sky Sword technique, a skill that Chen Tao had surprisingly mastered. This technique, left behind by the sword Saint-Avier, was said to possess the capacity to cleave mountains and part seas when perfected. The surrounding disciples gasped in recognition of Chen Tao's swordplay. Li Xiaobai, utterly bewildered, had no understanding of sword techniques, yet found himself too close when a gust of sword aura swept past him. Attribute points 2. What is this nonsense? Is this fellow's sword aura so feeble? He chuckled to himself. This technique took me countless efforts to master. You may leave now. With the Starry Sky Sword technique, Chen Tao's form blurred, vanishing from the arena as gusts of wind surged, leaving a myriad of sword scars across the stage. Remarkably, Chen Tao had reached this level. His perfected body technique, in conjunction with the Starry Sky Sword, had attained a state of true formlessness and imperceptibility. Moreover, the sword scars on the steps were perfectly aligned with the trajectory of his movements, indicating that senior brother Chen had gained mastery over his swordplay. Such a realm was scarcely inferior to the unity of man and sword. Other disciples were analyzing the scene with admiration. Li Xiaobai remained in utter confusion, struggling to grasp the concept of unity between man and sword, formlessness, and imperceptibility. Once again, Chen Tao's sword aura brushed against him, leaving him perplexed. Attribute points 5. It doesn't hurt or itch. Is this sword aura truly so formidable? Or does it conceal a lethal threat that I fail to perceive? Chapter 5, Senior Brother. Unable to comprehend the disparity in strength? Regardless, let the mockery commence. Hatred is a certainty. Those who merely skulk in the shadows are nothing but cowardly vermin. I am a disciple of the Misty Peak, a rare prodigy in cultivation, a talent that arises only once in a millennium. Your swordsmanship is trivial, mere trifles. Li Xiaobai stated with an air of indifference. Chen Tao's speed was astonishing. His eyes could scarcely keep pace with his opponent's movements, let alone evade them. He could only continue to taunt, hoping to provoke a close-range attack. May this helmet prove to be of some assistance. Such nonsense. Indeed, Li Xiaobai is a disciple of the Misty Peak. His arrogance is a perfect embodiment of hubris. How utterly presumptuous. Brother Chen, swiftly vanquish him, and let this brat receive a harsh lesson in reality. The audience below was equally incensed. How dare Li Xiaobai, who holds no ranking, exhibit such unwarranted arrogance? Inciting their fury. Junior brother, your bluster is impressive, but allow me to render you incapable and see if the Misty Peak still stands tall. Chen Tao's low mutterings reached Li Xiaobai's ears, revealing his anger, confirming that his taunts were hitting their mark. My strength wanes. Li Xiaobai's expression brightened. This was an opportunity he must seize. With Chen Tao close at hand, if he could merely prolong the encounter, victory would be his. Sword energy crisscrossed chaotically, sparks flying overhead. His garments were slashed, revealing numerous sword marks, with rivulets of blood seeping forth. Fortunately, his defenses held firm, resulting only in superficial wounds. Attribute points, 5. Attribute points, 5. Without hesitation, he continued to invest in defense. The longer he could endure, the greater his chances of triumph. Brother, you are woefully inadequate. Li Xiaobai resolutely closed his eyes. After all, he could not see his opponent, so it was better to refrain from looking. This gesture was far more scornful than mere words. Chen Tao's temples throbbed with veins, and a torrent of sword energy engulfed the arena, swirling densely around Li Xiaobai. However, he soon sensed an anomaly. His physical strength was swiftly dissipating. Although his dantian was still brimming with spiritual energy, he was overcome by a feeling of impending exhaustion. The audience below watched in confusion. Just moments ago, the situation appeared favorable, yet in the blink of an eye, Chen Tao had rapidly exited the combat zone. Could someone please explain this? Haha, do you not comprehend? In this battle, Senior Brother Chen has already claimed victory. The disciple from the Misty Peak is merely a fade, defenseless against Senior Brother Chen's swordsmanship. Senior Brother Chen, with his kind-hearted nature, wishes to impart the lesson that there are always greater individuals beyond oneself. One must not be overly arrogant. After all these years of cultivation, can you not perceive the disparity in strength? So that is it. You see Senior Brother Chen's relaxed demeanor, which indeed reflects the truth. Senior brother Chun is magnificent. Following a brief silence, the disciples in the audience once again erupted in applause. In their daily lives, Chen Tao may appear unremarkable, yet his character is truly commendable, distinguishing him as an outstanding disciple of the younger generation. However, Chen Tao had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of the crowd at that moment. Cold sweat poured from him, cramps seized his calves, and his limbs felt utterly weak. Had he not promptly vacated the combat zone moments ago, he would surely have collapsed by now. What a cursed and enigmatic technique this is. Merely a fleeting touch has rendered him so feeble, while inexplicably igniting a fervor within himself. Could it be poison? The sect does not shy away from the use of toxins, though they typically pride themselves on their righteousness, disdainful of such underhanded tactics. Yet here stands a disciple of the mysterious peak, so deviously cunning. Chen Tao's expression twisted in a grimace. Li Xiaobai remained composed, though a sense of trepidation stirred within him. The opponent had retreated voluntarily, indicating he hadn't completely succumbed to weakness. A strategy must be devised to inflict sustained damage from this muscular atrophy. Mockery would be essential. Brother Chun, your prowess is rather mediocre. You are no match for me. It is best you concede. Our disciples of the mysterious peak are invincible. I have refrained from striking out to spare you the humiliation of defeat. Can you not perceive the disparity in our strengths? Li Xiaobai declared, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. At his words, a brief silence enveloped the arena before an uproar erupted from the gathered disciples, their voices a cacophony of scorn. How shameless! You cannot even touch the hem of his garment, yet dare to speak so brazenly. Impudent child! Brother Chun, swiftly subdue him. Such a person is unworthy of your restraint. The mysterious peak is filled with arrogant fools. Bring him down. Chen Tao could no longer maintain his composure, his inner fury ignited. In his view, Li Xiaobai's weakness was akin to poison, and relying on such dubious methods to gain a slight advantage had led him to a state of reckless arrogance. He possessed a vial of detoxifying elixir, obtained during his earlier travels, crafted by a master alchemist. Until now, he had not found the opportunity to utilize it. But today proved to be fortuitous. With a swift tilt of his head, he consumed 2 pills of the antidote, capable of neutralizing the most extraordinary poisons, rendering mere mundane toxins that induce fatigue utterly trivial. The arrogant youth, unaware of his own limitations, unleashed the stellar sword technique, star transformation. As Chen Tao felt the ground beneath him shift, he forcibly summoned the spiritual energy within, causing his figure to vanish from the arena in an instant. A tempest of sword energy swiftly coalesced into a vast net, gradually enveloping Li Xiaobai. Sensing the encroaching sword net with a surge of exhilaration, Li Xiaobai activated his muscle paralysis once more, as the attributes on the system interface fluctuated incessantly. Although Chen Tao's attack could only yield a mere 5 attribute points per strike, his rapid assault and the sheer volume of sword energy proved overwhelming. In a fleeting moment, his attribute points soared beyond 100, all allocated to his defense, rendering Chen Tao's sword energy ineffective against him. Beep. Skill acquired. Sword energy. Beep. Continuous damage detected. Sword energy upgraded. Sword piercing rainbow. Sword piercing rainbow. When drawing the sword, one can unleash invisible sword energy to shatter opponents. Concurrently, the fluctuations in the system interface's attribute points diminished significantly, clearly indicating the efficacy of muscle paralysis. Chen Tao was exhausted. Attribute points 1. Chen Tao's form materialized, his body succumbing to an overwhelming state of fatigue. With a clang, his sword clattered to the ground, and he collapsed in a heap. Senior brother Chen, Li Xiaobai remarked with calm assurance, I have long asserted that you are no match for me, yet you refuse to believe it. With composed determination, he hoisted Chen Tao and cast him from the arena. In this bout, Li Xiaobai emerged victorious. The audience fell into a profound silence, devoid of applause or cheers. Each individual was petrified, mouths agape in disbelief. The events unfolding before them transcended their comprehension, and were it not for the watchful eyes of the judges overseeing the competition, they might have suspected that the 2 participants on stage were merely performing a charade. The abruptness of this defeat was staggering, devoid of any forewarning. At that moment, Chen Tao appeared vacant, carried off by others, his body utterly drained, requiring several days of recuperation to recover. Thank you all for your support. I am Li Xiaobai from the Misty Peak, and I speak on my own behalf. Li Xiaobai cheerfully navigated through the crowd, having secured victory in the first round. Feeling a sense of pride, at least having advanced past the initial stage, thus not tarnishing the reputation of Misty Peak. System interface, defense, mortal body, 325-1000, upgrade available. Skill, sword chi dominance. Having grasped another skill, Li Xiaobai's spirit soared, and he prepared to rendezvous with his senior sister. Junior brother, quite the audacious one. Aren't you? Senior brother, what insights do you offer? Chapter 6. The ostensible loyalty of senior brother Qintao is my junior brother, Lin Feng remarked. Lightly fanning himself, his tone calm. Li Xiaobai, perplexed, struggled to comprehend the insinuation, scratching his head and inquiring. So what? Your next opponent is none other than Lin himself. Ah. Surely you are aware of this? Lin Feng frowned. I'm not entirely certain, Li Xiaobai candidly admitted, having just completed his first match. He had no knowledge of who his next adversary would be, and he had devoted all his thoughts to figuring out how to endure the beating he anticipated. Leaving little room to contemplate the identity of his subsequent opponent, Lin Feng's expression resembled that of one who had consumed a fly. He disregarded his upcoming opponents entirely. Feeling a profound sense of humiliation, a fiery anger surged within him, obliterating his previously cultivated air of elegance. Indeed, you are a disciple of the mysterious peak. And your arrogance is commendable. My elder brother, Lin Mang, and I shall sweep through you pitiful rabble. He vowed that their next encounter would see his adversary kneeling before him. Lin Feng was excessively proud, hardly deigning to acknowledge Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai, scratching his head, found his opponent rather foolish. Never mind him, he thought. He had more pressing matters to attend to. As he fiddled with the spatial ring on his hand, a sly smile crept across his face. After defeating Qintao, he had casually taken the opponent's sword. According to the onlookers, it was a low-grade spiritual weapon, quite valuable. His own strength depended solely on enhancing his attributes. Lacking any cultivation, the spiritual weapon was of no use to him, but it could fetch a handsome price. The Celestial Feather Sect was not a major faction, possessing limited resources. Even a low-grade spiritual sword would incite fierce competition. Where could he sell it? Li Xiaobai scanned his surroundings, realizing that there was no safer place for such transactions than near his senior brothers and sisters. Due to Su Yunbing's underhanded tactics, nearly all disciples of the mysterious peak had easily triumphed in their first matches. At this moment, only sixth brother Lu Jinshui remained on the stage. It is settled then. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly made his way into the fray. The disciples here have completely sealed off the arena, transforming it into an excellent marketplace. With senior brothers and judges present, it is a secure environment. Swiftly setting up a stall in an open space, Li Xiaobai unveiled Chun Tao's spiritual sword. Step aside. Are you still troubled by your lack of strength? Are you in agony over your ranking? Don't miss this opportunity. Today, a divine sword is revealed. Those destined to possess it shall claim it. With the upcoming sect competition, friends wishing to elevate their sect's standing must act quickly. He who acquires the divine sword shall conquer the world. An extraordinary sword, available for merely 20 low-grade spirit stones. Truly, you deserve this. Li Xiaobai brandished the sword, his voice echoing as he called out, drawing the attention of numerous disciples nearby. It was their first encounter with someone selling items at the sect competition, and the singular sword on display was indeed peculiar. However, upon closer inspection, the sword shimmered with a lustrous glow, exuding an aura of divinity, unmistakably not an ordinary artifact. This is a low-grade spiritual weapon, one discerning disciple exclaimed. I've seen one before. My senior brother acquired a similar one during his travels. The radiance and spirit it emanates undoubtedly confirm its status as a spiritual weapon. More disciples gathered, intrigued. The majority being outer sect disciples who lacked masters and had meager resources. Upon hearing that a low-grade spiritual sword was up for sale, they flocked to witness the spectacle. While low-grade spiritual weapons existed within the sect, they were not for sale. Disciples had to complete tasks to earn contribution points for purchases, a privilege primarily enjoyed by inner sect disciples. This is an extraordinary sword, truly genuine and beyond reproach. Junior brother, I perceive the valor in your countenance. You are most fitting for this blade, Li Xiaobai cheerfully introduced to the gathered disciples. The crowd was envious, yet none stepped forth to make a purchase. It was not that they lacked desire, but rather the price of 20 low-grade spirit stones was somewhat daunting. Brother, could you possibly lower the price a bit? A female cultivator implored, adopting a pitiful demeanor. I could serve as your personal attendant. The male disciples gulped audibly. Indeed, the brother was admirable, even coaxing the usually haughty female cultivators to soften. Bah, shameless. Junior brother, how about 10 low-grade spirit stones? The other female cultivators expressed their disdain for such blatant bartering. 20 low-grade spirit stones is non-negotiable. You all can pool your resources together. This is undoubtedly a divine sword. Possessing it would allow you to sweep through the younger generation with ease, so grasp this opportunity well. Li Xiaobai remained calm, confident amidst the throng of potential buyers. Several female cultivators were in a quandary. They adored this spiritual sword. Its ethereal blue aura was nothing short of enchanting, yet the price was indeed steep. However, if they delayed any longer, it might be snatched away by others. Resolutely, one female cultivator produced her spirit stones. I'll take it. Wait, I want that sword. A familiar voice echoed once more. Li Xiaobai turned towards the sound, only to find it was Lin Feng again. What a serendipitous encounter. Having traversed several arenas only to meet once more. At this moment, Lin Feng was feeling quite vexed. Initially drawn by the throng of disciples gathered in the area, he intended to join the excitement, only to discover that it was Li Xiaobai who was orchestrating the commotion. To make matters worse, the item on sale was none other than the spirit sword belonging to his junior brother, Chen Tao. If it were to be purchased by someone else, it would be an embarrassment for their lineage in the future. Senior brother, did you not say that when we meet again, I should kneel at your feet? Li Xiaobai remarked with a grin. Lin Feng's expression turned awkward. Senior brother was merely jesting. If you desire this sword, I shall offer 30 low-grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai's eye sparkled at this, glancing towards the earlier female cultivator, clearly indicating whether she would raise her bid. If not, he would sell it to Lin Feng. The female cultivator, flustered, stomped her foot in frustration and departed, unable to bear the 30 low-grade spirit stones, thus sealing her fate away from the spirit sword. This is a top-tier item among low-grade spirit artifacts. Is 30 low-grade spirit stones truly insufficient? I shall bid 40. A voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to a hefty fellow. Li Xiaobai was taken aback to realize that it was his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui, who had silently dispatched his adversaries and blended into the crowd to partake in the excitement. Lu Jinshui blinked, and Li Xiaobai instantly understood. His senior brother was raising the stakes. What does this top-tier low-grade spirit artifact entail? Lu Jinshui elaborated. Behold this sword. It is a flawless creation, with an ethereal rhythm subtly flowing within, indicative of its approach to mid-grade spirit artifact status. Ordinary low-grade flying swords are no match for it. The two engaged in a harmonious exchange, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Lin Feng, too, was taken aback. How could he have been unaware that his junior disciple's sword was of exceptional quality? Yet, recognizing its rarity only intensified his resolve. I bid 50 inferior spirit stones, he declared. I offer 51. That is my utmost limit. For anything more would deplete my resources, Lu Jinshui remarked with a calm demeanor. 55. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, realizing this was about the maximum he could afford. Deal. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with delight. His senior brother's price hike had effectively doubled the bid. Lu Jinshui, who usually exuded a simple and honest aura, surprisingly harbored a cunning nature. How delightful. The transaction was swift, with 55 inferior spirit stones promptly transferred. In a swift motion, Li Xiaobai procured a talisman worth 10 inferior spirit stones from the marketplace and placed it gently upon the stall. Don't miss out, everyone. The grand sect competition is upon us, and today, this divine talisman makes its debut. May the fortunate soul claim it. Lu Jinshui chuckled, moving closer once more. This talisman is quite impressive. I shall take it. Chapter 7. The division of spoils. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He felt he had been outwitted. Just moments after relinquishing 55 inferior spirit stones, Li Xiaobai produced yet another item for auction. The pitch sounded all too familiar. Junior brother. This talisman of yours is remarkable. Its essence flows with the principles of the Tao. The strokes dance like dragons and serpents, executed with a singular fluidity, truly a masterpiece. Lu Jinshui reverted to his old tactic, elevating the value of the talisman yet again. Greetings, esteemed senior brother. Your keen discernment is impressive. This is indeed a talisman of immense power, and possessing it would surely secure victory in the grand competition. Li Xiaobai chimed in without hesitation. Do not speak frivolously. Your words mirror those you uttered regarding the spiritual sword mere moments ago. This corpulent fellow is evidently a pawn you summoned. Lin Feng's countenance contorted. His feather fan clenched tightly in his hand. I am no pawn. The quality of this rune is evident to all. Observe the strokes, the flow of the ink, and the faint golden glimmer. It is undoubtedly a low-grade spiritual talisman. With just a few strokes, it exudes the aura of a master, unmistakably crafted by a renowned artist. Seeing Lin Feng offer such commendation, Lu Jinshui's laughter grew even heartier. The onlooking disciples, influenced by his words, gazed intently at the runes displayed, scrutinizing them closely, and indeed, the talisman seemed to possess an extraordinary quality. Indeed, this is an authentic diamond talisman, which significantly enhances physical defense upon activation. Before its effects dissipate, it can withstand low-grade spiritual artifacts with ease, truly a remarkably practical ability. Clearly, this esteemed senior brother Lin aims to monopolize this treasure, hence his disparaging remarks. Li Xiaobai spoke slowly, unexpectedly elevating the value of the diamond talisman once again. Enough, junior brother. This rune is genuinely impressive, and I shall purchase it. With that, Lu Jinshui tossed out 20 low-grade spiritual stones, snatched up the talisman from the stall, and turned to leave, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. This series of events left Li Xiaobai bewildered. Was he not attempting to raise the price? Why had he purchased it outright? However, he soon realized that several dapper young gentlemen from the crowd had immediately followed him. These individuals clearly belonged to the affluent class, engaging in jovial conversation with Lu Jinshui, seamlessly integrating into the camaraderie. A dark expression crossed Li Xiaobai's face, for it was evident that Lu Jinshui intended to profit handsomely as a middleman. Given the earlier dealings, it was likely that he could resell at 4 or 5 times the original price. How despicable! His senior's heart was indeed quite merciless. The art of deception was far too profound. He would be better off conducting his modest business with integrity. With a swift motion, he produced several more golden talisman papers. Cheerfully inquiring, esteemed seniors, I have a few more golden talismans available for just 20 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Half an hour later, Li Xiaobai was in high spirits as he concluded his stall, having accrued an additional 300 low-grade spirit stones from this venture into the street market economy. If it weren't for the fear of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, he would have eagerly sought to amass a fortune in one fell swoop. Junior brother, you've made quite a profit this time, haven't you? Lu Jinshui emerged unexpectedly, his smile carrying an insidious undertone. Not at all, senior brother. This is merely a legitimate business transaction, essentially breaking even without any profit, Li Xiaobai replied with utmost seriousness. Lu Jinshui did not believe a word. Stop pretending. Can you truly conduct business with such honesty? When you deceive others, you grin wider than anyone else. Isn't it time to settle your senior brother's commission? Senior brother does not ask for much, just a few more of those talismans, and I shall reveal a secret to you for free. After some contemplation, Li Xiaobai extracted 5 golden talismans and handed them to Lu Jinshui. The person named Lin Feng is your next opponent, isn't he? His Shanjiang acupoint harbors a hidden ailment. In the upcoming match, a mere gentle press on that point will render him incapacitated. This is all I can assist you with, so do seize the opportunity. Lu Jinshui departed with a satisfied demeanor. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. As if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, his next adversary had such a conspicuous flaw, which suggested that he could easily triumph over him. The second round of the competition was about to commence, with matches arranged in a sequence, requiring all victors to emerge before proceeding to the next round. Li Xiaobai slowly ascended to the 17th arena, recalling the newly acquired skill of sword energy. To be cautious, he casually took a long sword from the weapons rack. A complimentary iron sword for participants. The expressions of the surrounding disciples were complex. His previous victory was shrouded in ambiguity, leaving the onlookers perplexed. At that moment, Lin Feng sat cross-legged at the center of the arena, exuding an air of confidence, having arrived well in advance. Junior brother, you have kept your senior brother waiting. Lin Feng sneered repeatedly, viewing Li Xiaobai as already defeated. He had conferred with Qin Tao and understood that Li Xiaobai lacked any comprehension of cultivation. Devoid of any genuine prowess, his victories were solely reliant on a mysterious poison that drained one's energy. Hence, prior to this encounter, he had specifically requested a water spirit pearl from his master, a gem capable of warding off all poisons, even those of a higher grade. With this pearl in hand, there was no need to fear the opponent's toxins. Is my senior brother so eager to be vanquished by me? In the presence of fellow disciples, the junior brother truly wished to spare the senior brother from an embarrassing defeat. Li Xiaobai swiftly entered the fray. Once the battle commenced, he had to exhibit his bravado, fueling the animosity to facilitate his subsequent maneuvers. The spectators below erupted in fervor. This scene was all too familiar the moment this fellow took the stage. He began his taunts, inciting widespread disdain. Go, brother Lin. Defeat this arrogant wretch. Teach him a lesson. The disciple of the Misty Peak is far too presumptuous. The audience was incensed, wishing they could personally confront Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of anxiety, genuinely fearing that the audience might rush the stage to confront him. Even he found his own audacity somewhat shameless. Yet, there was no turning back. Everything was for the sake of victory. At that moment, he clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. You mere mortals cannot comprehend the lofty aspirations of a swan. My ambition extends to the stars and the ocean. Achieving a mere top 10 in this grand competition was within easy reach. The wave of animosity surged to its peak, and Lin Feng's eyes reddened with fury. Drawing his sword from his waist, he charged at Li Xiaobai. The silver serpent danced wildly. In an instant, the arena was filled with a torrent of sword energy. Lin Feng wielded the sword with a unique style. Unlike Qin Tao, his techniques were cunning and intricate, with flashes of silver light piercing directly toward Li Xiaobai's forehead. It was proven that the quality of the helmet was exceptional, a product of the system. It was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Regardless of how devious or sinister Lin Feng's attacks might be, if they could not breach the defense, they were ultimately futile. As he observed the fluctuating numbers on the attribute panel, Li Xiaobai felt a sense of assurance. It seemed that Lin Feng's prowess was not significantly different from Qin Tao's. A smirk crossed his face, for this made matters considerably easier. Chapter 8. Defeating Lin Feng with a single finger. Lin Feng's techniques were visually spectacular, yet they lacked substance. Failing to breach Li Xiaobai's defenses. Seizing the rare opportunity to enhance his attributes, Li Xiaobai refrained from hastily activating his muscle weakness. Instead, he prepared to bolster his defenses first. Brother, I hail from the Miao Miao Peak, and I possess 100 methods to send you off the stage, while you, alas, are utterly helpless. With an expression of calmness, Li Xiaobai allowed the sword light to slash against him. No matter how furious Lin Feng became, he eventually recognized the peculiarity of the situation. His opponent displayed no fear of his onslaught, withstanding the ethereal sword's assault with sheer bodily fortitude. Yet, he still sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Li Xiaobai. A magical artifact. Your master has truly invested heavily to ensure your victory in this contest. Given the strength of your defenses, it must surely be a mid-grade defensive spirit artifact. However, brother, today I shall impart a lesson. When the disparity in strength is too great, possessing a spirit artifact will avail you nothing. With that, Lin Feng flicked his wrist, and dozens of sword lights materialized around him, hurtling toward Li Xiaobai. This was the sword control technique. Lin Feng had indeed mastered this formidable sword style. 13 sword lights in total. Lin Feng's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. The disciples below erupted in cheers, captivated by the dazzling display of sword light. Not only the disciples, but the elders also nodded slightly, acknowledging Lin Feng's swordsmanship. This young man is remarkable. His swordplay has reached the 3rd level. With just one more step, he will be able to manipulate the sword from a distance. Truly impressive, he already embodies the spirit of our Xianyu sect. The disciple across from him must be from the Miao Peak. I wonder what kind of protective artifact he has employed. However, when faced with the art of sword manipulation, he is likely to falter. Youngsters should focus on enhancing their own strength rather than relying on external tools. It is better to face setbacks today than to be defeated by others in the future over treasures. Indeed, the elders were engrossed in their spirited discussions, oblivious to Li Xiaobai, who was intently fixated on the attribute panel before him. Defense. Mortal body 600-1000 can be advanced. Detected continuous sword energy damage. Sword piercing the horizon upgraded. Sword breaking the void. Sword breaking the void. Upon drawing the sword energy surges forth, sweeping across all directions, delivering death without a trace. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that this bout would not only bolster his defense but also elevate his skill. The sword energy skill had risen 2 levels, making it his highest level skill at present. However, this was not the moment to employ it. As the ancients say, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Valuable resources must be preserved for crucial moments. Such prudence will significantly enhance the odds of victory in future encounters. Extending a hand, he thrust it towards Lin Feng's Danzhong acupoint. Recalling his senior brother's words, his opponent harbored a hidden ailment at that point, and a mere touch could conclude the match. Indeed, the strike bore little force, yet Lin Feng's assault abruptly ceased, and with a clatter, his sword slipped from his grasp. With a twisted visage, he lay prostrate on the arena, enveloped in agony. How did you know I was injured? He exclaimed, You despicable judge, I refuse to accept this. Lin Feng's hidden ailment was grave. At this moment, he could not rise, utterly bereft of the ability to continue the fight. Without hesitation, the referee proclaimed the result. If this were a battlefield, you would be a corpse by now. Being exposed by your opponent is a testament to your insufficient training. In this round, Li Xiaobai triumphs. Silence fell over the audience as they comprehended the situation. Unlike the previous encounter, this time, it appeared that Li Xiaobai had not resorted to any poison. Yet, to vanquish an opponent with merely a single finger was utterly astonishing. Could it be that they had misjudged him? Was Li Xiaobai truly a master? The elders were equally taken aback. How could Li Xiaobai discern his opponent's hidden affliction? Is that even conceivable? This Li Xiaobai exhibited no cultivation whatsoever. He had never practiced. Perhaps the old man, Feng Lingzi, had bestowed upon him a protective talisman and offered some guidance beforehand. This cunning old fellow, does he intend to allow an untrained disciple to enter the sacred demon sect for further training? Should that occur, our Xianyu sect would be utterly humiliated. Just watch. How could one relying on external artifacts possibly reach the top 10 in the competition? In the arena, Li Xiaobai swiftly retrieved Lin Feng's longsword, which appeared even superior to Qin Tao's. It would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. The disciples seated below gazed with wooden expressions as Li Xiaobai carelessly stowed Lin Feng's belongings into his spatial ring before sauntering away. Halt! A voice thundered from the crowd. Belonging to a brawny man, muscles rippling beneath his skin, his face a mask of ferocity. Beside him stood a young man, exuding an aura of gentility. You possess quite the audacity to injure my brother. Do you not know how to write the word death? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai comprehended the situation. The man before him was Lin Feng's elder brother, Lin Mang. Having bested his sibling, it was only natural that he had come seeking retribution. I merely gave him a gentle nudge. Who could have foreseen he would collapse? Li Xiaobai feigned innocence. Lin Mang, overcome with rage, raised his hand to strike, delivering a powerful blow to Li Xiaobai's shoulder. Attribute points, 10. Lin Mang's strength was indeed formidable. Cease this at once. The Xianyu sect forbids private duels. Should there be a recurrence, you shall forfeit your qualifications for the competition. An elder intervened, though he too harbored disdain for Li Xiaobai. He understood the importance of upholding the rules. You would do well to pray for your defeat in the next match. If we cross paths on the arena, I shall surely render you incapacitated. Lin Mang stormed off in a huff. The handsome young man beside him smiled warmly. You must be Li Xiaobai, indeed a prodigious talent. Lin Mang acted in haste. Do not take it to heart. Here, accept this vial of healing elixir as a token of goodwill. I hope you will not refuse. My name is Feng Wuxia, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, and I eagerly anticipate our encounter on the arena. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when it belongs to such a gentle senior brother. In an instant, the flicker of displeasure in Li Xiaobai's heart dissipated entirely. Senior brother, you are too kind. I greatly appreciate your goodwill, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to share the same stage with you. With delight, Li Xiaobai accepted the healing elixir. Although he had no use for it himself, he was certain there would be many willing to pay handsomely for it. Haha, then I shall not disturb you any longer. Please prepare well for the upcoming competition, Feng Wuxia replied with a smile before taking his leave. Li Xiaobai felt a wave of contentment wash over him. What a splendid senior brother. Kind and generous, he presented gifts upon their meeting. Truly commendable. He resolved to forge a friendship with him whenever the opportunity arose. Little did he realize, however, that in the very moment Feng Wuxia turned away, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Chapter 9. Truly masterful deception. Feng Wuxia had firmly etched Li Xiaobai's demeanor into his memory. He was convinced that the other possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Yet this seemingly unremarkable individual had managed to secure victory repeatedly, unperturbed by the onslaught of his opponents. The only explanation lay in the presence of a formidable treasure, a possession potent enough to withstand the attacks of cultivators, considering that Li Xiaobai's previous opponents wielded inferior spirit swords. Yet upon closer inspection, Feng Wuxia discovered that Li Xiaobai bore no injuries whatsoever, indicating that the treasure he possessed must be at least of medium-grade spirit artifact caliber, if not high-grade. Such an item could easily incite murderous intent for the sake of acquisition. However, before proceeding, he needed to investigate Li Xiaobai's background. If he truly was a disciple of no significant standing, it would be quite feasible to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Outside the arena, Li Xiaobai joyfully clutched Feng Wuxia's elixir as he began to search for the silhouette of his sixth senior brother. He realized that his sixth senior brother was indeed a marketing genius. Whenever he was present, the prices of the spirit swords and elixirs he sold could multiply several times over. At that moment, Lu Jinshui remained beside the arena, as he was scheduled to compete later in this round. Brother, are we about to strike it rich? Li Xiaobai inquired, approaching him with an air of mystery. What kind of riches? Upon hearing the term riches, Lu Jinshui's eyes sparkled with opportunity. He understood that the chance to profit from the middleman was once again at hand. Junior brother, you've just procured a divine sword and a vial of miraculous elixir. These are certainly treasures. Li Sibai discreetly removed the cork and sneakily offered Lu Jinshui a glimpse. Lu Jinshui comprehended the situation, yet he feigned hesitation. Rubbing his hands in a manner that suggested mild difficulty, Li Xiaobai's expression darkened as he grasped his sixth brother's thoughts. Brother, how about a modest partnership? Splitting the proceeds 3-7? 4-6? Deal. With an air of nonchalance, Li Sibai departed from Lu Jinshui's side and set up a stall in the vacant space beside the arena. Due to the elimination of many disciples in the first round, the number of competitors had significantly dwindled, yet those who remained were the elite, most of whom possessed substantial financial means as potential clients. With effective marketing, he could easily fill his pockets with their wealth. Today's grand competition, coinciding with the emergence of the divine sword, was truly a fortuitous occasion. As one traverses the bustling streets, do not merely pass by without engaging. Behold the divine sword and miraculous elixirs, all available for acquisition. The elixirs may be purchased in their entirety or in portions, priced at a mere 30 low-grade spirit stones. You shall neither suffer loss nor be deceived. These are unequivocally genuine treasures. Clearing his throat, Li Xiaobai began to call out, employing the same familiar tactics in the same location. With the same promotional phrases, addressing a crowd of familiar faces. Many disciples recognized Li Xiaobai from a previous market gathering, and upon witnessing the scene, they discerned that yet another spectacle was unfolding, prompting them to draw closer. How much for the sword? Someone inquired from the throng. Starting at 30 low-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder prevails. Li Xiaobai proclaimed confidently, assured that the low-grade spirit sword would find a buyer. This sword seems familiar. It resembles the one belonging to the Lin brothers. It truly does. The shape and patterns of the blade are strikingly identical. Some individuals recognized the sword's former owner with astonishment. Lin Feng and Lin Meng were both inner disciples, although Lin Feng's prowess was merely average. Lin Meng was known to be quite formidable. The brothers were notoriously overbearing, and while fellow disciples often bore their arrogance in silence, it was audacious for someone to peddle their sword. It seemed that an entertaining spectacle was on the horizon. Several disciples eager to curry favor with the Lin brothers discreetly slipped away from the crowd to inform Lin Meng. Junior brother, how much for this miraculous elixir? Lu Jinshui approached with a cheerful demeanor, fully aware that someone had gone to alert Lin Meng, and unhurriedly continued his efforts to market the spirit sword. Senior brother, you possess knowledge of elixirs. Indeed, this is a miraculous potion. Li Xiaobai beamed with joy. Each elixir costs 2 low-grade spirit stones, and there are a total of 30. Let me have one first. Lu Jinshui readily tossed out 2 low-grade spirit stones, accepted the elixir, and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy reverberated, illuminating his dantian with resplendent radiance. His formidable cultivation exerted an overwhelming pressure upon the surrounding disciples, leaving them gasping for breath. Lu Jinshui's face glowed with exhilaration as he laughed heartily. This elixir is indeed remarkable. It has enabled me to break through. Junior brother, I shall pay double for this elixir. I want them all. Li Xiaobai, brimming with admiration, thought to himself how impressive his senior brother was, masterfully orchestrating the performance. If this robust senior brother could achieve such a breakthrough with just one elixir, how many would it take for them to directly ascend to the foundation establishment stage and attain golden core status? Senior brother, that is rather unfair. You have already consumed one. Let the remaining ones be my task. Junior brother, give me one. I am willing to pay double the price. Don't listen to him. I will offer triple the price. I want to. In the distance, upon the high platform, the elders were visibly exasperated. Feng Lingzi, look at the good disciple you've taught. Instead of earnest cultivation, he is busy flaunting himself and deceiving others within the sect. That rotund fellow over there is also from your family, isn't he? Truly, what a fine act he puts on. Haha. The elders mocked. And Feng Lingzi felt a twinge of embarrassment. These rascals always cause trouble whenever they descend the mountain, never allowing for a moment of peace. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Feng Lingzi to make a hasty retreat. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaobai, the elders were engaged in conversation, while he was preoccupied with the influx of coins filling his hands. Following Lu Jinshui's impressive display, the elixir had gained immense popularity, skyrocketing in value to an astonishing 10 low-grade spirit stones per pill within a mere minute. They were sold out almost instantaneously. This venture yielded a remarkable profit of 300 spirit stones, transforming a mere healing elixir into one priced like a second-tier pill. Truly, his senior brother was his fortunate star. Tapping the low-grade spirit sword before him, he signaled Lu Jinshui to continue, but the latter gestured for patience, leaving Li Xiaobai somewhat puzzled, sensing that his senior brother was awaiting something. At that moment, a familiar roar echoed once more. What audacity! How dare you privately sell my brother's low-grade spirit sword without consulting me? Lin Meng. Chapter 10, Tang Ning, First Tier. Lin Meng was furious. He had not anticipated Li Xiaobai's audacity in openly trading Lin Feng's low-grade spirit sword, demonstrating a blatant disregard for him. For cultivators, reputation was paramount. Though the spirit sword was not a divine weapon, it could not simply be sold to outsiders. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Lu Jinshui and Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. The rightful owner had arrived, and it seemed today's transaction was secure. Brother Lin, you are mistaken. This is an unparalleled divine sword, not your brother's. Moreover, this esteemed senior has already purchased it at a premium. If you desire it, we could engage in a bidding process. Li Xiaobai, exhibiting his seasoned business acumen, deftly shifted the responsibility onto Lu Jinshui. Lin Meng yearned to take action in the competition, yet a fleeting glance revealed elder son observing him from a distance. Given the prohibition against disturbances during the tournament, he refrained from excessive boldness, opting instead to appease the situation with a mere 50 low-grade spirit stones. The price for a low-grade spirit sword remained the same. One ought not to be overly demanding. That senior just bid 50 low-grade spirit stones, Li Xiaobai stated earnestly. This is a golden opportunity for spirit stones, one must seize it. Indeed, although this was merely a low-grade spirit sword, its craftsmanship and quality rivaled that of a mid-grade spirit sword. Perhaps today, the senior would wish to contest the price further, 55 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Jinshui appeared quite exhilarated. I offer 60 stones. Lin Meng clenched his jaw, vowing in his heart that should he encounter these two on the arena, he would ensure their downfall. Deal. Li Xiaobai, recognizing a favorable outcome, swiftly accepted Lin Meng's pouch of coins and tossed the spirit sword to him. Best pray that we do not meet on the arena, otherwise I shall make your existence a living hell. Lin Meng uttered a threatening remark, venting his frustrations by kicking over several surrounding disciples before departing. Li Xiaobai, however, paid little mind to such menacing words, having heard them before. Lin Meng's attacks merely augmented the system's defense by a mere 10 points, clearly indicating he was not a worthy opponent. For now, accumulating spirit stones remained paramount. With a deft motion, he retrieved a selection of elixirs and talismans, arranging them neatly upon his stall. As the clock struck 1 hour later, at the entrance of the ethereal peak, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui clandestinely gathered to divide their spoils. Brother, here is your share. I am grateful for your assistance today, Li Xiaobai said, presenting a pouch of coins to Lu Jinshui. Well said, it is merely my duty as a senior. However, dear junior, your honesty leaves much to be desired. You have sold so many elixirs and talismans, yet are offering me such a meager portion. Is that not rather ungenerous? Lu Jinshui replied with a smile. Brother, we agreed on a 60-40 split, with your share reflecting the items you sold. The spirit swords and elixirs were indeed your sales, but the talismans and additional elixirs were sold solely by me, with no connection to you. You cannot be unreasonable, Li Xiaobai retorted dryly. Moreover, your competition is about to commence. You should make haste, he added. Lu Jinshui gazed at the pouch in his hand, his face filled with dismay, feeling deceived by his junior. In the confines of his cave, Li Xiaobai barred the door to prevent his sixth brother from causing any disruption. Today, he had truly amassed a fortune. After setting aside Lu Jinshui's portion, he had accumulated over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in just a brief hour, transforming from a penniless novice into a wealthy individual, which felt splendid. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Daily wealth accumulation. Reward. First-class bathing technique. First-class bathing technique. An extraordinary skill for bathing, which can slightly enhance attribute points post-use. Note: only the pools personally constructed by the host can possess this effect. This is indeed a remarkable find. Who would have thought that a simple bath could enhance attribute points? Truly, a product of the system must be of exquisite quality. After surveying the items in the shop, I decided to set aside the mounts for now. Their exorbitant cost renders them unnecessary at this moment. Among the various items, I discovered a golden silk vest priced at 500 inferior spirit stones. This is a defensive-grade medium-tier spiritual artifact, designed as a lightweight vest that allows for unimpeded movement, a perfect fit for me. After much deliberation, I selected this golden vest along with a dozen bottles of discarded elixirs. The discarded elixirs are failures that contain toxins. Consuming them can augment defensive capabilities. Such a non-ranked poison is most suitable for system cultivation. Once I donned my attire, I was eager to test the effects of the first-grade tonic. If soaking in a bath could enhance my strength, I would no longer be subject to beatings. Immersing myself daily would suffice. On the ethereal peak, there exists a competition stage that has long been neglected. Initially intended for the disciples of the ethereal peak to spar and practice their skills, it seems my senior brothers and sisters have little interest in such contests, opting instead to remain in their caves to cultivate. Over time, this stage has become mere decoration. Transforming this open space into a bathhouse would be ideal. The materials required for constructing a pool are readily available in the system shop. One spirit stone can procure a substantial amount of building materials. And given my current financial resources, constructing a bathhouse poses no challenge. The design of the bathhouse is quite straightforward. Simply encircle the competition stage with stone blocks and fill it with water. However, if I wish to enjoy a hot bath, it will require some effort to introduce heated water. Li Xiaobai moved swiftly, arranging the bricks to form a barrier approximately 1 meter high around the arena. This height was sufficient for an experiment. If proven effective, he could gradually construct a more elaborate structure in the future. He poured all the water from his storage ring into the simplified bathing area and eagerly jumped in. The instant his body made contact with the water's surface, the values on the system panel began to fluctuate. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. It was indeed effective, remarkably. He did not need to immerse himself completely. Merely touching the water's surface sufficed to accumulate attribute points. Li Xiaobai was exhilarated. He had discovered a path to becoming stronger. The attribute points surged every moment. If he soaked for an entire day, he could potentially amass thousands of points. After soaking for a while longer, he gained several hundred attribute points, all allocated to his defense. Defense, tough skin, and flesh 700-1000 can be advanced. He found a wooden board and inscribed the words Tangning Yi Pin, along with his name. Then placed it near the bathing area. In his leisure time, he would return to soak, which promised to be immensely refreshing. Back in his dwelling, Li Xiaobai organized the information for the upcoming 2 matches. His opponents were of average skill, relatively unknown within their sect, presenting little pressure. With his enhanced defense, ordinary disciples could no longer pose a challenge to him. Li Xiaobai began to entertain thoughts regarding the coveted top 10 advancement slots, if possible. He yearned to explore the splendid landscapes of the immortal cultivation world. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, causing Li Xiaobai's heart to race. Could it be his 6th senior brother seeking him? Chapter 11. Money can be taken, but matters cannot be accomplished. The individual outside the door appeared quite certain that someone was within and spoke directly. Senior brother Li, I am Yang Huan, a disciple from the outer sect. I wish to discuss some matters with you. The speaker was a woman, and Li Xiaobai's spirits lifted. A young lady had come to the Miao Peak seeking him. Could it be that she was captivated by his ethereal demeanor? Please enter, junior sister. What brings you to seek your senior brother? Li Xiaobai welcomed the female disciple into the room, a smile gracing his face. She possessed an appealing appearance and a fine figure, with a beauty mark upon her brow that added an air of grace and elegance. Senior brother, I have come to discuss a transaction. The female disciple regarded Li Xiaobai with a hint of caution, as intelligence indicated that he was not a man of lascivious inclinations. Please, do continue. I am aware that, given your capabilities, the upcoming 2 matches present little challenge. However, for the 5th match, I hope you will concede defeat. Should you agree, I can offer a price that will surely satisfy you. She articulated, revealing that this was a task assigned to her by a true disciple. If she succeeded, she would obtain a Foundation Establishment pill, thus elevating her to the ranks of Foundation Establishment practitioners. Li Xiaobai pondered the implications. The 5th match was a pivotal contest leading to the top 10. It seemed that someone feared his potential to claim a spot among the elite, resorting to monetary persuasion. Yet, the prospect of acquiring spirit stones without effort was enticing. A satisfactory price? That will depend on your sincerity. How much can you offer? He inquired, eyes glimmering with curiosity. 50 low-grade spirit stones, the female disciple replied. 50 stones to buy my defeat? You have a limited perspective, Li Xiaobai remarked indifferently. For he possessed a wealth of spirit stones exceeding 1,000, rendering such a trivial amount insignificant in his eyes. Senior brother, I am aware of your lack of cultivation. Your victories in the competitions rely solely on your poisons and defensive artifacts. Although the elders may turn a blind eye, should I escalate this matter? you would find yourself without the qualification to even step onto the arena. Moreover, 50 spirit stones represent the meager earnings of an ordinary disciple over half a year. It is not an insignificant sum. The female disciple maintained her beaming smile, holding leverage over him, utterly unconcerned that Li Xiaobai might refuse her. What connection do you have with my opponent in the third match? Did he send you? Li Xiaobai frowned, finding this transaction rather unpleasant. This matter does not concern you. You need only comply, the female disciple replied. Sister, your sword at your waist is quite remarkable. It appears to be a divine blade. If senior brother desires it, I shall gift it to him. She continued, is that pendant around your neck called a jade ornament? If senior brother fancies it, I shall offer it as well. That earring of yours is rather unique. I shall give it to senior brother too. And those shoes you wear are no ordinary footwear, are they? They shall be included as well. Minutes later, the female disciple departed, her face sorrowful and barefoot, with a few trinkets and the 50 low-grade spirit stones acquired. Li Xiaobai understood well the adage that even the smallest ant contributes meat. Accumulating wealth bit by bit was a principle he grasped thoroughly. The valuable items in the marketplace awaited his unlocking, and he could not afford to overlook any opportunity to amass spirit stones. After bidding farewell to his female disciple, Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. This disciple had the audacity to threaten him. She deserved a severe lesson. He could part with spirit stones, but the matter must not proceed as she wished. In one breath, he consumed all the remaining discarded elixirs, causing the system panel to flicker incessantly. Attribute points 1. Defense. Bronze skin and iron bones 05000. A faint layer of bronze patterns spread across his skin, and Li Xiaobai felt a warm surge enveloping him. An indescribable sense of elation. His defense had advanced once more. Those adversaries could no longer harm him. The subsequent 2 rounds of competition posed little challenge, as his opponents were merely fortunate souls who had evaded confrontation with formidable adversaries in the earlier rounds. With a series of taunts and the effects of muscle weakness, Li Xiaobai triumphed effortlessly, earning another 100 attribute points. Now, with his bronze skin and iron bones, the strikes from these disciples felt akin to mere tickles. Even if a few senior brothers and sisters were to join, they would likely prove ineffective. The third round of competition commenced swiftly, as the number of remaining disciples dwindled. Accelerating the pace of the matches, 3 or 4 rounds a day had become quite customary. His third opponent was a true disciple, Hao Jian. It was hard to fathom that even a true disciple would resort to match fixing. Li Xiaobai ascended the platform, brimming with murderous intent, determined to crush his opponent and vent his frustrations. The true disciple, Hao Jian, exuded an air of composure, unperturbed by the ebb and flow of fortune, embodying the demeanor of a true master. Before the match, the female disciple had already informed him that the arrangement was settled. Li Xiaobai would intentionally lose this bout, securing Hao Jian's place among the top 10 in the competition. The weak were unworthy of knowing this genius's name. Li Xiaobai immersed himself in the role in an instant, his animosity reaching its zenith. At Pamiao Peak, he admonished, do not resort to personal attacks. The referee, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, promptly revealed Li Xiaobai's name. It turned out he was a disciple of Pamiao Peak, which explained much. Hao Jian furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the tide of events was taking an unexpected turn. Yet he still felt compelled to engage in verbal sparring. However, he had never heard of Li Xiaobai before this moment. Li Xiaobai understood that his opponent, confident in his superior strength and lofty status, aimed to engage in verbal sparring before the confrontation commenced. Nevertheless, this played perfectly into Li Xiaobai's hands. After all, how could he incite animosity without some verbal jousting? With a single glance, he bested Chen Tao. With a mere gesture, he defeated Lin Feng. A single sentence compelled Lin Mang to willingly offer up his spirit stones. This is the genius cultivator, Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression equally unperturbed, reflecting a serene indifference as if recounting a trivial matter. Indeed, he relied on the protection of his treasured artifact, and he would ensure that senior brother Hao dealt him a severe lesson. It was infuriating. This individual must be punished severely. Meanwhile, Feng Wuxia concealed himself among the disciples. Having observed the previous rounds of competition, he was thoroughly convinced that Li Xiaobai possessed a protective artifact of considerable caliber. If he could acquire this treasure, his position as senior brother would be secured, and succeeding the sect leader would not be out of reach. Defeating the likes of Qin Tao and Lin Feng was hardly surprising. Without standing at my height, how could one truly comprehend the vistas I behold? Li Xiaobai sighed, shaking his head, filled with an overwhelming sense of grievance. Hao Jian's countenance darkened, as if he had sensed something amiss. He swiftly drew his long sword from his waist and thrust it fiercely towards Li Xiaobai, eager to test his capabilities. The weapon he wielded was a mid-grade spirit sword, capable of penetrating any protective artifact his opponent might possess. The sword's energy was contained, yet even before the tip reached its target, the fierce wind had already torn through Li Xiaobai's sleeve, eliciting a tingling sensation upon his skin. Li Xiaobai assessed the situation instantaneously. His opponent's strength was commendable, surpassing that of Lin Mang, yet he was still no match for him. He promptly activated his muscular paralysis technique. Hao Jian shuddered violently, retreating several meters, collapsing in a heap, drenched in sweat. Moments ago, he had experienced an inexplicable weakness, and had he not withdrawn at the opportune moment, he would have undoubtedly lost the match. Curse it. This fellow is collecting money without fulfilling his obligations. No wonder the disciples below speak of him as treacherous. He accepted my spirit stones, yet reneged on our agreement, which is utterly despicable. Moreover, this poison rendered him weak in an instant, robbing him of the strength to even raise his hand. Truly bizarre. You used poison. He managed to force out a few words, while consuming several antidotes. His heart was a tumult of shock and anger. Having just engaged in combat, he found himself in such a dire predicament against this obscure adversary. The strangeness of the poison was alarming, particularly as it had incapacitated him despite his cultivation being at the 10th level of foundation establishment. An embarrassment indeed. Chapter 12. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table regardless of the circumstances. He was resolute in his pursuit of the qualification to advance within the holy demon sect. The disciples watching from below were equally incensed. The arena competition was meant to test strength and cultivation. How could one repeatedly resort to the use of poison? We demand a fair contest. Esteemed elders, we implore you to discern the truth. Upon the elevated platform, the elders exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with amusement, for they awaited such an opportunity to suppress the disciples of the mysterious peak. The Grand Elder rose and declared, Master, do not shield them any longer. These youngsters have gone too far. With that, he leaped onto the arena. The grand competition was intended to assess the disciples' cultivation, to identify shortcomings rather than to compel them to secure victory. Li Xiaobai, you are forbidden from utilizing that debilitating poison again. Relying on such means to achieve victory signifies nothing of merit. The Grand Elder spoke with resolute authority, earning the unanimous support of the disciples. Understood, Li Xiaobai replied, his expression one of resignation. He was indeed prohibited from employing his strength-draining technique, yet he had already incited the ire of his peers. Slowly, he unsheathed the sword at his waist, a humble blade gifted by a female disciple. He had intended to interact with them as an ordinary individual. Yet he was met with skepticism. No longer would he conceal his identity. He was a swordsman, and it was time to reveal the truth. A mere jester, utterly oblivious. Hao Jian, filled with pent-up fury, felt an urgent need to unleash it. In his eyes, without the poison, Li Xiaobai was nothing. Clear wind sword. The sword's energy transformed into a gust of wind, slicing towards Li Xiaobai. The clear wind sword, formless and intangible, was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. It was a lethal strike. The disciples below could not help but hold their breath. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, prepared to intervene at a critical moment. The sword pierced through the heavens. Li Xiaobai effortlessly drew his sword from his waist, and in an instant, a dazzling display of light and shadow erupted in the arena. The air resonated with a piercing sound akin to the fraying of eardrums, as the ground beneath the stage cracked under the pressure. The clear wind sword was engulfed by the sword energy in a heartbeat, aimed directly at Hao Jian. Hao Jian, paralyzed by fear, realized that even 10 of him could not withstand such formidable sword energy. His mind went blank, and the mid-grade spiritual sword in his grasp was reduced to fragments in an instant, leaving him with several deep sword wounds on his body. The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. Such power warranted his utmost respect. He leaped into the fray to block the onslaught of sword energy, delivering a forceful palm strike that sent the dazed Hao Jian tumbling off the stage. Had I not intervened, Hao Jian would have been decimated. In this round, Li Xiaobai emerges victorious. The Grand Elder concealed his blood-streaked hands within his sleeves, his heart tumultuous with turmoil. He could not discern Li Xiaobai's cultivation level. Yet the authenticity of that sword energy was undeniable. How could a mere novice disciple wield such a sophisticated sword technique? Could it be that Li Xiaobai is indeed a prodigious talent? The disciples below watched in wide-eyed astonishment, who had claimed that Li Xiaobai possessed no cultivation. who had asserted that his victories were solely due to magical artifacts. The truth was laid bare before them. While many things could be fabricated, that sword energy was irrefutable. Li Xiaobai wielded nothing more than an ordinary longsword, not even a spiritual weapon, indicating that his prowess summoned that overwhelming sword energy purely through his own cultivation. Such strength was simply unfathomable. The disciples silently conferred upon Li Xiaobai the label of a clever underdog, concealing his true capabilities beneath a veneer of simplicity. If you possess such prowess, why not showcase it sooner? Instead of employing legitimate techniques, resorting to underhanded tactics raises questions about your intentions. Indeed, it seems that there are no ordinary individuals on Mount Plamiao. Amidst the crowd, Feng Wuxia's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Once again, Li Xiaobai's treasures had expanded his understanding of the world, revealing the existence of such extraordinary gems. He felt compelled to acquire them. Li Xiaobai remained composed. Having upgraded his skills twice in succession, it was no surprise that he could defeat a true disciple. Haha, brother, I concede, he said, bowing slightly to the dazed Hao Jian before departing with grace. Following this victory, it was likely that disciples throughout the sect would come to recognize the name Li Xiaobai of Mount Plamiao. Henceforth, he would carry the title of having defeated the true disciple Hao Jian with a single sword strike. This triumph ensured his position among the top 10 in the sect's grand competition and solidified his qualification for further training at the Sacred Demon Sect. Humming a cheerful tune, Li Xiaobai felt a sense of euphoria. In just a few short days, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable master. A pace that would be deemed genius in any realm. Young man, halt. How did you attain such cultivation? Came the voice of Feng Lingzi from behind. Accompanied by several senior brothers and sisters, all of whom had witnessed Li Xiaobai's earlier performance. Feng Lingzi knew Li Xiaobai all too well. How could others not see what he could? Since entering Mount Plamiao, this little disciple had not practiced even a single day. Despite being given a manual a couple of days ago, he showed no intention of training. How then had he suddenly become a swordsman of remarkable skill? The formidable power of that sword aura instilled a sense of trepidation even in him. Could it be that he would struggle against his newly acquired disciple? Enlightenment, master. Are you familiar with this concept? In ancient times, a single thought could lead one to Buddhahood. Today, we have Li Xiaobai, whose singular thought could elevate him to the status of a grandmaster. A sense of unease washed over Li Xiaobai, for he had never undergone any cultivation, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. What nonsense about grandmasters! Feng Lingzi was on the verge of expressing his disdain, but Yang Chun interrupted him. Let it be. Everyone has their own opportunities. Why should you, an old curmudgeon, be so bitter? Indeed, today our junior brother has successfully entered the top 10 of the grand competition, which is truly a cause for celebration. No doubt about it. Let's indulge in a little barbecue tonight. Lu Jinshui declared. Master, your disciple has made great strides. You should be elated, Su Yibing remarked, tugging Li Xiaobai towards the mountain peak. At Plamiao Peak, it is quite common for a master to be outshone by his disciple. Today, our junior brother has displayed remarkable prowess, preserving the esteemed reputation of Plamiao Peak. Tonight's celebration banquet shall be a jubilant affair. The banquet was set atop the mountain, where Lu Jinshui relished preparing game. Upon seeing the arena transformed into a bathhouse, the expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of peculiarity. Who would have thought that our junior brother had such a penchant? An open-air bathhouse, there's something intriguing about that. With the murmurs of his senior brothers, Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of embarrassment. These brothers of his were utterly ridiculous, letting their imaginations run wild over a mere bathhouse. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. Esteemed seniors, this bathhouse is intended for cultivation. Immersing oneself within it can lead to a slight enhancement of one's abilities. Upon hearing these words, several individuals were taken aback. Could there truly exist such a wondrous pool in the world? Junior brother, do not jest. Sister is well versed in pharmacology and has detected no anomalies in this water. Yu Wushuang stepped forward, dipping her fingers into the water. In an instant, a refreshing sensation enveloped her, and her mind became remarkably clear, unraveling the cultivation dilemmas that had long plagued her, causing her to become wholly immersed. Su Yibing found it peculiar and also reached out to touch the water's surface, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. What ails you? Is this pool genuinely effective? The others, too, were curious and touched the water. Oh my, junior brother. You are rather unfair, concealing such remarkable skills. Enough of this. We shall sleep in this pool tonight, come what may. Lu Jinshui disregarded his image entirely, not even shedding his clothes, and with a swift motion, plunged into the pool. The others followed suit. Su Yunbing and Yi Wuxuang also dove into the water, reclining comfortably, leaving Li Xiaobai utterly speechless. The water is a bit chilly, fourth brother, warm it up. Understood. Chapter 13. The limitations of bathing at home simultaneously. Within the Xinyu sect, furious roars echoed throughout various caves. Damn it, this elixir is utterly useless. 10 low-grade spirit stones were my entire fortune. I was counting on this breakthrough. That Li Xiaobai is truly despicable. Enough of this. From this day forth, I shall have an irreconcilable feud with Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai is doomed. Such elixirs are the most commonplace of trinkets, typically available at a mere pittance, requiring no spiritual stones for purchase. A few pieces of silver would suffice. Yet, this time, he was deceived into parting with a full 10 low-grade spiritual stones for an utterly worthless pill. This is absolutely intolerable. He must confront the individual responsible and seek an explanation. Atop the misty peak, 7 disciples leisurely soaked in a bath. Blissfully unaware of the clamor below, Li Xiaobai, oblivious to the fact that he had been blacklisted by numerous fellow disciples, was earnestly savoring a chicken leg. This dish, crafted by the 6th senior brother, was undeniably exquisite. Junior brother, this pool is still a tad small. Once we head to the sacred demon sect, I shall ensure a larger one is constructed for you, and your duty will be to prepare this delightful water, Su Yunbing remarked. After a brief soak, she could already feel her internal spiritual energy amplifying. The benefits were truly remarkable. The others echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the temperature of the water was somewhat lacking in finesse. Just look at how much more comfortable it became with the 4th senior brother's heating. Lu Jinshui chuckled, noting that Yang Qin's technique, characterized by its extreme yang energy, was perfectly suited for warming the water. Yang Qin, feeling somewhat disgruntled, sensed he was being treated as mere labor. Junior brother, what exactly is this bathing water made from? Why does it lack any herbal aroma that the senior sister would typically inquire about? Yi Wuxuang inquired, astounded by the water's extraordinary nature, devoid of any peculiar signs. That is a matter not to be disclosed, Li Xiaobai chuckled. Produced by the system, it naturally bypasses conventional methods. Indeed, the art of bathing entails a particular methodology. Simply achieving cleanliness is rather superficial, as stated by the 3rd senior brother, Lin Yin. Does my senior brother possess expertise in the nuances of bathing? Ling Feng inquired, astonished. The 3rd senior brother often led a rather enigmatic life, frequently wandering, making rare appearances. Bathing transcends the mere removal of filth. It embodies the intricacies of human relations. To infuse depth into this ritual, one must first master the ambience. Speak less, resonate more. Speaking less cultivates the atmosphere, while resonating more conveys one's innermost thoughts. In essence, the more thoroughly one bathes, the more steadfast one's persona becomes. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobai regarded the mysterious 3rd senior brother with newfound respect. The seemingly mundane act of bathing could indeed evoke profound reflections on life. His half-dead expression juxtaposed with an abundance of whimsical remarks showcased his mastery over the ambience. Yi Wuxuang, however, felt averse to delving into this topic, sensing an awkwardness in the air. The beast forest is in turmoil, Lin Yin remarked. The demonic beasts are restless, and it appears that a tide of beasts is imminent. What is a beast tide? Li Xiaobai astutely seized upon the pivotal phrase. Having yet to venture beyond the sect, he pondered whether the external environment might be more conducive for the system to accumulate attribute points. It is when the demonic beasts collectively go on a rampage. The beast tide will impact the surrounding towns and sections. The cause of this particular uprising among the demonic beasts remains uncertain. Lin Yin elaborated slightly. Should a beast tide truly erupt, we may be promptly dispatched to the vicinity of the divine beast mountains. If that is indeed the case, it would be splendid. I have been itching for a challenge, as there are no worthy opponents within the sect. Upon the mention of the beast uprising, Su Yunbing was quite exhilarated. She was a thrill-seeker, never missing an opportunity for conflict. It bore little relevance to us. Should a crisis arise, the holy demon sect would take the brunt of it, and we would merely assist. Lu Jinshui remained unfazed, for the beast uprising was a significant occurrence. As a prestigious sect, the holy demon sect would undoubtedly dispatch formidable experts to quell the turmoil, while lesser sects could merely capture the occasional straggler. Li Xiaobai listened quietly to the conversations of his seniors, diligently noting the crucial information. The beasts varied in strength. Those on the periphery of the divine beast mountains were generally comparable to foundation establishment cultivators, while more powerful beasts lurked deeper within, potentially at the golden core or even nascent soul stages. Li Xiaobai mused that golden core beasts would likely be unable to harm his copper-skinned, iron-boned physique and considered the possibility of witnessing them firsthand. The ferocity of the beasts surpassed that of humans, capable of augmenting various attributes. The more he listened, the more astonished Li Xiaobai became. He found himself in a realm known as the Immortal Spirit Continent, with the land beneath him referred to as the Northern Domain. Situated in a remote area of the continent's north, this minuscule territory was rather desolate, home only to the Holy Demon Sect and the Heavenly Martial Sect as major powers, with all other smaller sects serving as subordinates. Though these two factions appeared cordial on the surface, they engaged in constant covert strife, each vying for dominance. As for the internal affairs of the Holy Demon Sect, only upon obtaining the qualifications for further study and entering the sect for training could one truly understand them. Regardless, joining a major sect represented a superior platform, providing opportunities to engage with a far broader world. After conversing for a while, the group fell into a contemplative silence, each entering a serious state of cultivation to maximize the benefits of their bath. Li Xiaobai felt somewhat helpless. His senior brothers and sisters were exceedingly diligent, which made him feel a twinge of embarrassment. The time spent in the bath was fleeting, and before he knew it, dawn's light began to filter in. Li Xiaobai examined his system panel. Attribute points, 1100. Without hesitation, he allocated all points to defense. Defense, copper skin and iron bones, 1100 5000, can be upgraded. Remarkably, after just one night, his attribute points had increased by 1000. Indeed, this system was quite impressive and user-friendly. Meanwhile, the others gradually awakened, feeling rejuvenated. This bathhouse was exceptional, rivaling the spiritual springs of the outside world. Indeed, the speed of cultivation had more than doubled, proving to be quite beneficial. From now on, I shall cultivate here. Junior apprentice, let us change the bathwater tonight. Senior sister wishes to soak again. As the competition approached, everyone, having dried their clothes through cultivation, began to descend the mountain one by one. As they neared the base, the clamor below finally reached their ears. Upon discerning the ruckus from the disciples outside the mountain gate, both Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui exchanged worried glances. The matter regarding the elixirs had been exposed. The aggrieved parties had come seeking them. Chapter 14. Public enemy Li Xiaobai. The others, upon hearing the commotion from below, wore expressions of concern. Junior apprentice, perhaps you should go down first? Suggested Lu Jinshui. Senior brother, you are older and hold the title of senior. It is only right that you descend first, replied Li Xiaobai. Stop hesitating. It's merely a couple of spirit stones, nothing of great consequence. Yongchen, with an air of arrogance, boldly stepped out of the mountain gate, intent on driving away the raucous disciples nearby. Behold, the infamous Li Xiaobai is, to our astonishment, a fellow disciple of that rotund individual. How infuriating. That portly figure also hails from Piaomiao Peak. It appears we have been duped terribly. This matter demands an explanation. We must confront the elders at the arena. We shan't fear his escape. Upon witnessing their leader's appearance, the disciples, filled with indignation, trailed behind Li Xiaobai, seeking justice. Anxious and apprehensive, Li Xiaobai realized that they were advancing towards him, and it seemed this situation would not resolve amicably. While he may lack spirit stones, his life was certainly at stake. On the arena, the forthcoming matches would merely be friendly contests, devoid of competition. What has transpired over there? Aside from the few from Piaomiao Peak, what other incidents could it be that they have brought their grievances to me? I have heard from Wuxia that Li Xiaobai has indeed deceived his fellow disciples, which is utterly despicable. Enough of this. The several hundred low-grade spirit stones dispatched by the sect will serve as compensation for Li Xiaobai. Today is a significant occasion. Do not let trivial familial disputes cloud your judgment. The sect leader spoke with a grave expression. The elders, harboring their own grievances, silently scoffed. It was a pretty way of saying that the sect's funds would be deducted from their own stipends. It seems that Piaomiao Peak has stirred up trouble, and they expect us to clean up after them, while that old rogue Feng Lingzi has vanished without a trace. Their gazes towards Li Xiaobai grew increasingly hostile, as they contemplated administering a beating to the young man. Upon witnessing the gathering of disciples below, the sect leader raised a hand to signal for calm. I am fully aware of the discord between you and Li Xiaobai, he proclaimed. All disciples who have been deceived may proceed to the compensation hall to collect recompense, with each receiving 20 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the leader's words, the disciples fell silent. Many had lost no more than 10 spirit stones, and now, with the leader's promise of 20 low-grade spirit stones, they realized they were, in fact, profiting. Yet, the resentment still festered within their hearts. Li Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, reassured by the leader's intervention. The exceptional disciples would have the opportunity to identify their shortcomings through this competition and enhance their abilities. I hope that all of you can. After the leader and the elders shared some motivational words, they handed the stage over to the next 10 contenders. Su Yunbing proclaimed loudly, "Our Pyamyao Peak has secured a place in the top 10 of the competition. Do you have any objections?" "Absolutely secured," Yangchen echoed. "I have objections. I hold strong grievances against Li Xiaobai. Losing in the competition is acceptable, but Li Xiaobai must perish. Surrender Li Xiaobai. We demand a duel with him." The surrounding disciples showed no inclination to relent. Even though the sect leader had offered compensation, they were unwilling to let Li Xiaobai slip away easily. Only a few had witnessed Li Xiaobai's true strength, while the majority remained under the impression that he was merely a master of deceit. "Li Xiaobai, what do you have to say for yourself?" The elders watched with amusement, eager to see Li Xiaobai's moment of embarrassment. The elder hesitated to speak, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts, as some matters are best understood through personal experience. Li Xiaobai exemplifies a master of disguise, feigning weakness while harboring formidable strength. The sword energy emanating from him is so potent that even he struggles to fully defend against it. Any disciples who challenge him would merely be offering themselves as fodder. Observing the fervent disciples, Li Xiaobai felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that his triumph over the esteemed disciple Hao Jian had yet to circulate. "I have no objections. If they wish to challenge me, let them come forth together." With that, Li Xiaobai assumed a focused demeanor and ascended the arena gradually. The disciples erupted in outrage, incredulous at his audacity to confront them all single-handedly. Such arrogance was intolerable. "Li Xiaobai, you are excessively presumptuous. This first match is a duel between you and me. I have vowed that upon our next encounter, I shall make you wish for death." Lin Meng leapt onto the stage, his voice chilling as he declared his intent to incapacitate Li Xiaobai. "In my eyes, there is no distinction between true disciples and outer disciples. All of you may join forces against me. I harbor no animosity towards anyone. I merely wish to convey that all present are beneath contempt." Li Xiaobai, with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression of calm indifference, ignited the fury of the disciples below. Flames of anger blazed as dozens of them leapt onto the stage simultaneously. "Brother Lin, I mean no disrespect, but this fellow infuriates me. Today, we must draw blood." "Indeed. Brother Lin, this is not solely your affair. Li Xiaobai must perish today." Lin Meng's expression was one of derision. "Li Shidi, it is no small feat to reach your current state." "Brother, you flatter me. Let us commence." Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, his expression brimming with defiance and disdain. As animosity surged within him, his disciples, incensed, unleashed their attacks in unison, launching a kaleidoscope of colors upon the stage. The atmosphere transformed into a realm of ice and fire. Fireball technique. Lingyun sword art. Bixia sword technique. A formidable wave of spiritual energy swept across the arena. And as Li Xiaobai reveled in the onslaught, he anticipated the influx of attribute points soon to be his. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 5. Attribute point 10. Attribute point 30. The disciples' assaults were remarkably potent. In an instant, he accrued 100 attribute points. However, the origin of these additional 30 points puzzled him. The 10 points were undoubtedly from Lin Feng, yet none of the other disciples surpassed Lin Feng's prowess. Could it be that someone unseen was also targeting him? Nevertheless, even with the 30 extra attribute points, his defenses remained unbroken. He allocated all the attribute points to bolster his defense, bracing himself for the relentless barrage. Below the stage, several senior brothers and sisters wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated Li Xiaobai's resilience. Despite enduring assaults from so many, he remained unscathed. It seemed this junior disciple had indeed encountered some fortuitous circumstances. Lu Jishui mused. Meanwhile, in the distance, amidst the crowd, Feng Wuxia appeared even more astonished. Moments ago, seizing the opportunity while the crowd was distracted, he had stealthily launched a poison needle, hoping to severely injure Li Xiaobai amidst the chaos. Yet, to his utter disbelief, the needle failed to pierce Li Xiaobai's skin, shattering instead. It must be a magical artifact. He is undoubtedly employing a protective treasure. The fervor in Feng Wuxia's gaze intensified, a burning desire to swiftly vanquish Li Xiaobai and seize his treasures. "Oh, but fret not. You shall inevitably journey to the holy demon sect, and perishing in the desolate wilderness would hardly be surprising." Chapter 15. The duel of two women in the arena. The thoughts of the onlookers were varied. Yet the most astonished were the numerous disciples on the platform. After engaging in combat for an extended period, their arms ached. Yet Li Xiaobai appeared unfazed, still sporting a cheerful grin. Defense. Copper Skin Iron Bone, 2,305,000, can be upgraded. Indeed, the disciples performed admirably, as they directly augmented their defensive prowess by 1,000 points. The frequency of fluctuations in the system panel's values diminished, and the disciples atop the stage began to feel fatigue. Meanwhile, Lin Meng wore a grim expression. His eyes a fiery crimson, relentlessly attacking from various angles in a bid to breach his opponent's defenses. With a mocking smile, Li Xiaobai raised his hand to grasp Lin Meng's sword, abruptly halting its momentum. Applying a gentle yet firm pressure, he crushed the blade, leaving Lin Meng's eyes wide with disbelief. The physical body was more resilient than a low-grade spirit sword. What sorcery was this? Initially, he perceived his adversary as a mere pawn to be easily manipulated, yet he had unwittingly kicked a steel plate. This time, he was likely to face defeat. With a swift motion, Li Xiaobai unsheathed the sword at his waist, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that fractured the arena, reducing dozens of long swords to mere dust. The multitude of disciples was swept away, Lin Meng included. This is impossible. How could you possess such strength? Judge, I contest this. Li Xiaobai has undoubtedly resorted to cheating. Lin Meng exclaimed, his complexion flushed with a mixture of shock and rage. How could the opponent possibly possess such formidable strength? Was it not said that he was merely a cunning trickster? Silence. The sect leader was furious. The performance of the disciples had indeed been disappointing. Most critically, Li Xiaobai's recent move had destroyed dozens of longswords, many of which were spiritual artifacts, resulting in a substantial financial burden for compensation. The elders whispered among themselves, astonished that this mischievous Li Xiaobai could wield such overwhelming power, defeating dozens of disciples with a single strike, including the true disciple Lin Feng, which was truly a slap in the face. With a single sword, he had vanquished all the disciples present. This was the genius cultivator, Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai had yet to emerge from his state of fervor, as the atmosphere in the arena crackled with tension. Well said. The disciples of Piamiao Peak erupted in applause. For this battle had undoubtedly brought great honor to their sect. The competition continued, and it was reiterated that friendship came first. All of you are outstanding disciples of Xianyu sect, and the outcome of the match was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the insights gained from the encounter. The sect leader signaled for the competition to proceed. The earlier events were mere interludes. Now came the proper exchanges among disciples. In the second match, Su Yunbing of Piamiao Peak faced off against Yi Wushuang, also of Piamiao Peak. The judge announced the commencement of the duel. Out of the top 10, 7 were disciples from Piamiao Peak, which was entirely expected as they were grouped with fellow sect members. The disciples gathered below watched intently as the two took to the stage. Su Yunbing, adorned in fiery red attire, exuded a striking presence, while Yi Wushuang remained draped in a serene light green gown, embodying a tranquil indifference. When disciples from Piamiao Peak encountered opponents, they typically achieved swift victories, rendering their true strength nearly imperceptible. Now, the confrontation at the Misty Peak is destined to be a fierce battle of dragons and tigers. On the stage, neither of the two women made the first move. Junior sister, it has been 3 years since our last encounter, hasn't it? Su Yunbing glared fiercely, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Indeed, time has flown by, and it seems a few more lines have appeared at the corners of your eyes, senior sister. Yi Wushuang chuckled lightly, observing the male disciples below who were drooling in excitement. Su Yunbing immediately fumed. If there was one thing she lacked, it was femininity, standing in stark contrast to the gentle and tender Yi Wushuang. Although she believed her strength surpassed that of her opponent, she could not shake the feeling of inadequacy. Sister, with your sharp tongue, today I shall teach you the essence of propriety. In a flash of red light, Su Yunbing appeared behind Yi Wushuang, her palms crashing down with formidable force. Before her hands reached their target, the pressure of her fists had already arrived, causing the arena to crack and sending shards of stone flying. Yi Wushuang gracefully sidestepped, moving with the ease of a lotus flower, while a veil of faint green mist enveloped the entire arena. This was her technique, the green lotus scripture, a harmonious blend of healing and poison, capable of taking lives unseen with a mere gesture. The elders swiftly urged the disciples below to retreat. The poison in this arena was no ordinary toxin, and the slightest contact could result in severe injury or death. The crowd dispersed, wary of the encroaching green mist, fearing the calamity it might bring. Moments later, only the 7 from Misty Peak remained. alongside Feng Wuxia, the eldest disciple of the Xinyu sect. A wisp of green mist brushed against Li Xiaobai. Attribute points 100. Hiss. Merely grazing the mist resulted in a staggering increase of 100 attribute points. This second senior sister, who appeared amiable on ordinary days, proved to be ruthlessly fierce in combat. However, Li Xiaobai felt no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, he yearned to inhale more. It seemed that even when his senior sister was earnest in her efforts, he was still unperturbed. Once his defensive capabilities advanced further, it was likely that his senior brothers and sisters would find it impossible to contend with him. Stealthily drawing a deep breath, he sought to inhale a few more puffs of the verdant mist. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Feng Wuxia, who couldn't help but smile. He realized that the more he understood Li Xiaobai, the more secrets were revealed. No, Li Xiaobai was actively inhaling the toxic mist. Could it be that absorbing this noxious vapor was beneficial to his health? Feng Wuxia also surreptitiously took a couple of puffs, and an intense burning sensation surged through his organs, prompting him to circulate his spiritual energy to recover from the injury. His anticipation for the treasure in Li Xiaobai's possession grew ever stronger. At that moment, Li Xiaobai had already cleared the surrounding toxic mist. Defense, copper skin iron bones, 3,000 5,000, can be upgraded. With just 2,000 more points required for advancement, Li Xiaobai's heart raced with excitement. His senior sister's attacks were remarkably powerful, each inhalation augmenting his attributes by 100 points, and he wished to continue this indulgence indefinitely. On the stage, the duel between the two women had reached a fever pitch. The formidable energy swept across the arena as Yi Wuxuang moved with grace, evading danger at critical moments, while Su Yunbing adopted a straightforward and forceful approach, launching her attacks without any preliminary gestures. The arena was left in ruin, with the ground pockmarked as each fighter left their mark. After several rounds, the stage was nearly flattened. Observing the fierce clash between the two, Li Xiaobai felt perplexed and discreetly poked his companion, Lu Jinshui. Senior brother, while the two senior sisters are indeed performing admirably, why do they not unleash their ultimate techniques? What we are witnessing is a genuine exchange of skills between them. Their essence is restrained, eschewing arcane methods and secret techniques, engaging in combat through the purest form of cultivation. This serves as an opportunity for them to identify their weaknesses and address any deficiencies. Junior brother, take heed and learn well. Chapter 16. The innate spiritual treasure Li Xiaobai, lacking understanding of cultivation, could discern no peculiarities in the combat techniques beyond the fissures on the ground, left merely to observe in bewilderment. The toxic mist on the arena dissipated entirely, and the techniques exhibited lacked even the most fundamental effects of cultivation. The other disciples were equally perplexed. The elders, however, bore grave expressions, intently observing the confrontation. Such prowess had already elevated these individuals to a level of parity with them, though their cultivation may be slightly inferior. Their combat awareness and comprehension of techniques were equally commendable. Piao Miao Peak truly breeds prodigies. The two combatants on stage were absorbed in their duel. Oblivious to the awestruck murmurs from below, their focus solely on one another. Su Yunbing's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within them as she flicked her wrist, summoning an enormous hammer into her grasp. The hammer was astonishingly large, with a head at least 3 meters wide, and an excessively elongated handle adorned with primal totemic imprints that captivated the onlookers' imaginations. It was difficult to fathom that such a seemingly delicate and petite figure could wield such immense power. Junior sister, to have withstood the might of your senior sister for such an extended period is commendable. You may now withdraw. With a sudden surge of power, the wielder unleashed a radiant force, transforming the colossal hammer into a series of fleeting shadows that descended upon Yi Wuxuang. The hammerhead shimmered with an ominous glow, revealing the visage of an extraordinary beast, while the air around them resonated with the faint sound of sonic booms. Yi Wuxuang's expression shifted drastically. The overwhelming might of the hammer sent chills down her spine. Dark green mist coalesced around her as her internal cultivation surged in a desperate attempt to counter the impending strike. With a resounding impact, the hammer pierced through her defenses, colliding forcefully with her chest. The chaotic energy within her spiraled uncontrollably, and she coughed up a torrent of blood, her body propelled backward. Su Yunbing planted the hammer firmly into the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. Having triumphed over Yi Wuxuang, she felt a significant weight lifted from her heart, restoring her sense of equilibrium. Amidst the vibrations and reverberations from the ground, Li Xiaobai could not help but swallow hard. Marveling at his senior sister's terrifying prowess, she could wield such a massive hammer with ease. As he gazed at the exaggerated form of the hammer on stage, Feng Wuxia's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "That is a life-source spiritual treasure." "What exactly is a life-source spiritual treasure?" Li Xiaobai inquired. "It is a magical artifact cultivated with one's own essence blood. Those capable of possessing a life-source spiritual treasure are invariably invincible at their level. To think Su Yunbing has reached this stage, her cultivation must be at least at the 6th level of the Golden Core." Feng Wuxia was truly taken aback, realizing that he himself was merely at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, while he had foolishly believed himself to be a leading figure in the Xinyu sect. In the presence of Su Yunbing, he was nothing. "It has been a long time since we last sparred, and yet my senior sister has advanced so far ahead. It seems she has left us in her wake," Lu Jinshui murmured. "Third senior brother, if you were to face the senior sister, what would your chances of victory be?" Yang Chun furrowed his brow and inquired. "The intensity exhibited by Su Yunbing is truly formidable. Let us not speak foolishly. We are well aware of the prowess possessed by our senior sister. Should she unleash her techniques, we would be no match for her." Lin Yin maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by such an outcome. "I trust our second sister will be unharmed, won't she?" Li Xiaobai asked, gazing at the still fresh bloodstains on the stage. A sight both alarming and distressing. "Fear not, for this is merely a minor injury for Sister Yi. With a slight application of her techniques, she will swiftly recover," Lu Jinshui assured. In the second match, Su Yunbing emerges victorious. The disciples below were left in astonishment, the totemic imprints on the hammer exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that resonated deeply within each heart. "The disciples of Piaomiao Peak are truly terrifying." Su Yunbing laughed heartily, leisurely descending the stage while displaying an expression of triumph. "Ah, my senior sister has imparted valuable lessons." Yi Wushuang's complexion had improved considerably, though still somewhat pale, giving no indication of having sustained severe injuries. Li Xiaobai felt even more astonished. He had initially believed the senior sister to be extraordinary, yet the second sister surpassed her, recovering from such grave wounds in the blink of an eye, truly remarkable. In the third match, Lin Yin of Piaomiao Peak faced off against Ling Feng, also of Piaomiao Peak. The competition was set to continue, and the judge, trembling, uttered a brief announcement before hastily exiting the arena. Wary of standing too close as the disciples of Piaomiao Peak clashed. "Come forth, 5th junior brother." Lin Yin, appearing relaxed, swiftly ascended the stage. Ling Feng appeared somewhat anxious, more reticent than usual. "5th senior brother, there is no shame in losing to 3rd senior brother." Lu Jinshui gently patted Ling Feng's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Indeed, the 3rd senior brother has long been embroiled in battles, imbued with an aura of lethality. Losing is merely a part of the journey, devoid of any shame." Yang Chun, with a carefree demeanor, echoed the sentiment. Ling Feng nodded, and with a swift motion, he appeared on the arena. Li Xiaobai widened his eyes, observing the two on stage. Did Ling Feng seem apprehensive of Lin Yin? Could it be that something had transpired in the past? On the stage, Ling Feng clasped his hands together, imploring, "I ask for mercy, senior brother." "Of course," Lin Yin replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. "Then, I must offend you," Ling Feng declared, thrusting his palms forward as a blazing crimson light erupted skyward, a searing heat washing over the arena. Instantly, the stage was engulfed in darkness, the flames hinting at a melting point. Solar Palm. Unlike his battle with his senior sister, Ling Feng unleashed his ultimate technique without hesitation. The arena was enveloped in an overwhelming inferno, obscuring the situation within. Li Xiaobai, undeterred, cautiously absorbed the nearby flames, augmenting his attributes by several hundred points. Quite impressive. It was evident that the clash was ferocious, the temperature in the air rising steadily, causing many disciples to break into a sweat. The flames on the arena morphed from vivid red to a deep purple-black, their intensity multiplying exponentially, and the center of the stage was directly scorched through. It was unimaginable that Lin Yin could confront such an environment. Moments later, the ground trembled violently, and the flames gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of both combatants. Lin Yin effortlessly lifted Ling Feng with one hand and casually tossed him off the stage. Ling Feng coughed profusely, blood staining his lips, as a layer of frost enveloped his body, his form trembling uncontrollably. Yi Wushuang hurriedly stepped forward to render aid. Floating Mist Peak, Lin Yinsheng. The judge struggled to articulate, words barely escaping his lips. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the events unfolding on stage. The once fiery inferno was enough to instill fear. Yet it was Ling Feng who was unexpectedly vanquished in an instant. What just happened? Lu Jinshui inquired of Su Yunbing, his eyes wide with disbelief. One strike, and Ling Feng is defeated. Lin Yin's cultivation is nearly on par with mine. He merely lacks the refinement of his innate spiritual treasure, Su Yunbing replied. Taking a deep breath, her voice steady. Is that so? Has the third senior brother also reached this level? Chapter 17. The Formidable Floating Mist Peak. The innate spiritual treasure is often regarded as a standard for advanced cultivators. One can begin refining it upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Though ordinary cultivators face challenges due to their relatively weak internal spiritual energy at the onset of this stage. Thus, most opt to commence the nurturing of their innate spiritual treasures at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. However, from Su Yunbing's display, it was evident that she had begun this process immediately upon entering the Golden Core stage, showcasing remarkable determination. Below the stage, Ling Feng appeared disoriented, having suffered defeat in a single strike. The disparity between him and the third senior brother was staggering. Indeed, junior brother, you commenced your journey after Lin Yin. A fleeting moment of victory or defeat holds little significance, Yi Wushuang consoled him. Lin Yin descended the stage with deliberate steps, enveloped in silence, his demeanor unchanged. Embodying a state of near defeat, you are slightly stronger than before, akin to an oversized insect. Upon hearing these words, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if he had received validation, instantly regaining his spirit. Li Xiaobai found Ling Feng's reaction peculiar. The gentle words of his senior sisters had failed to uplift him. Yet the humiliation inflicted by the third senior brother seemed to invigorate him. Could he possibly be a masochist? Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I now comprehend. Ling Feng reverted to his aloof demeanor. Feng Wuxia had been fixated on the remnants of frost lingering on Ling Feng's hand. His expression darkened. Although he could not discern the scene within the arena moments ago, he sensed the events transpiring. Lin Yin's cultivation technique appeared to be imbued with a chilling, malevolent energy, exceedingly potent and formidable. Both Lin Yin and Ling Feng possessed a level of mastery that surpassed his own. Is the floating mysterious peak truly such a marvel? In the fourth match, Yang Chun from the floating mysterious peak faced off against the true disciple, Chen Ping. The referee announced the continuation of the contest. It is my turn. Yang Chun was brimming with excitement as he leaped onto the stage. Senior brother Yang. Chen Ping's gaze faltered. 3 years prior, he had suffered a brutal defeat at the hands of Yang Chun on this very platform. Now, he found it increasingly difficult to gauge his opponent's strength. Feeling a sense of trepidation and hesitance to engage. Junior brother Chen, do not hold back. Strike. Let me see if you have made any progress over the past 3 years. Yang Chen's demeanor was exceptionally arrogant, disregarding Chen Ping entirely. Chen Ping felt a flush of embarrassment, drawing his long sword from his waist and thrusting it towards Yang Chun. Spirit Serpent Sword Technique. His body transformed into a gleaming silver streak, weaving through the arena in search of any flaws in Yang Chen's defense. Amidst the chaos of demons, Chen Ping's figure flickered, and on the stage, silvery light sparkled, creating dozens of phantoms that lunged at Yang Chun from all directions, wielding long swords. The disciples below held their breath. Among the many clones, only one was the true body, and misidentifying it would result in a devastating blow. They believed that if they were on stage, they would undoubtedly succumb to this attack, facing an instant defeat. It had been a long time, yet you remain unchanged, Yang Chun chuckled heartily. His arm twisted at an incredible angle, effortlessly grasping the sword tip aimed at the back of his neck. With a gentle exertion of his fingers, the long sword shattered into fragments. He turned, delivering a palm strike to Chen Ping's chest, causing Chen Ping to spew blood and collapse, rendered unconscious. In just 2 moves, he vanquished a true disciple, shattering a spiritual sword with mere flesh. Yang Chen performed these feats as if they were trivial, evoking immense shock among the crowd. The disciples realized they had misjudged a crucial fact. They had always thought that the disciples of Piaomiao Peak enjoyed preferential treatment, which accounted for their superior strength compared to ordinary inner disciples. Piaomiao Peak, Yang Chen prevails. The judge carried Chen Ping off the stage. The fourth match featured Lu Jinshui against Feng Wuxia. Feng Wuxia approached with a courteous smile, greeting the others. Junior brother Xiaobai. Congratulations on making it into the top 10 and securing your qualification for further training. Do not neglect your cultivation. Junior brother Lu, please. I eagerly anticipate our duel with the disciples of Pyongyang Peak. Lu Jinshui's eyes darted as he sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Judge, I concede. Everyone has already made it to the top 10. It is pointless to continue this competition. Let us conclude it early. Lu the Fat's astonishing declaration left Feng Wuxia momentarily speechless, as did the other disciples. What manner of reasoning is this? Having secured a position in the top 10 grants one the qualification for further training. Does that render the competition unnecessary? Where is your ambition? In the distance. The elders were seething with indignation. What does this reckless youth take the grand competition for? Is it something he can choose to engage in or withdraw from at will? Regardless, he has openly conceded, and there is no rule against contestants doing so. Truly infuriating. The sect leader sighed, recognizing that the disciples of Pyongyang Peak had a penchant for creating disturbances. Nevertheless, he discerned that this rotund disciple possessed no fighting spirit at all. Perhaps his sole aim in participating was to secure a training slot. Once achieved, not even the King of Heaven could compel him to continue. A quintessential case of no profit. No effort. The judge, taken aback, inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well." Lu Jinshui of Pyongyang Peak concedes voluntarily, and Feng Wuxia is declared the victor. The competition concludes here for today. Tomorrow, we shall determine the top 3. After delivering these words, the sect leader departed with the elders. The disciples were engulfed in fervent discussion, for what they had witnessed today was nothing short of astonishing. As disciples of the same sect, how could some be so exceptional? It was only now that they realized the existence of such formidable talent among their peers, leaving them genuinely astounded. Feng Wuxia approached Li Xiaobai, chuckling softly. "Congratulations to all the brothers from the Misty Peak. In the future, as we journey together to the holy demonic sect, let us support one another and foster mutual assistance." Indeed, indeed. Once we enter the holy demonic sect, let us grow closer. Li Xiaobai responded with a warm smile. Unlike his senior brothers and sisters, he was not burdened by the demands of cultivation. He was a weakling in need of friendship. Moreover, he found Feng Wuxia quite agreeable, reminiscent of the charming neighborly youth. The fact that he had sold so many elixirs was indeed thanks to Feng Wuxia's support. I must make more effort to socialize. Feng Wuxia had ulterior motives. But Li Xiaobai remained blissfully unaware, his face alight with joy. "By the way, brother, do you enjoy taking baths?" Chapter 18. The beastly uprising. The scene was quite peculiar. While Feng Wuxia schemed to eliminate Li Xiaobai and seize his treasures, Li Xiaobai was preoccupied with nurturing his relationship with his seniors. For a moment, Feng Wuxia found himself at a loss. "Ahem, dear junior, perhaps another day. I must devote myself to my cultivation and prepare for tomorrow's competition. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, brother," Li Xiaobai called after him, watching Feng Wuxia's retreating figure with a smile. What a wonderful senior. His temperament is gentle, and he treats others with kindness, without the slightest hint of arrogance typical of a true disciple. In contrast, figures like Lin Meng and Hao Jian, who were also true disciples, showcased a stark disparity in character. How fortunate that he left. I was beginning to find that pool rather cramped. Lu Jinshui harbored significant reservations regarding Feng Wuxia's demeanor, perceiving him as a proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. It was perplexing that his junior disciple remained oblivious to such evident traits. "Come now, let us continue to indulge in our bath. Henceforth, this bathhouse shall be our sanctuary." Atop the mountain, a group of 7 disciples luxuriated in the warm embrace of the pool, shivering with pleasure. "Junior disciple, what is the composition of this water? In such a brief span, you have managed to conjure an entire pool," Yi Wushuang mused, captivated by the mysterious substance within the water. Being a medical practitioner, she felt an innate allure towards this remarkable liquid. Indescribable, indeed. Li Xiaobai nodded in agreement, finding the water increasingly delightful with each passing moment. Who cares about its composition? From now on, whenever we wish to bathe, we shall seek out our junior disciple. He won't be able to escape us. Yang Chun, in a state of semi-consciousness, remarked, "It is merely a pool of ordinary water, yet it brings such joy to the body and spirit, lulling us into a blissful stupor." Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted their reverie. "You little rascals! I've searched for you down the mountain for ages, only to find you here, indulging in leisure. Who is responsible for this bathhouse? Is this the conduct befitting cultivators?" Unbeknownst to them, Feng Lingzi had ascended the slope, having deduced that his disciples would surely seek refuge here. "Master, please lower your voice. We are indeed engaged in our cultivation," Su Yunbing retorted, her frustration palpable as she was jolted from the brink of slumber by his bellowing. If you doubt it, Master, why not join us in the bath? With the disruption caused by Feng Lingzi, the others were instantly devoid of sleepiness, their expressions filled with grievance. All of you, stand properly. Your behavior is utterly disgraceful. Have you all become so indolent since arriving at the sacred demon sect? Feng Lingzi exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. Reluctantly, the group rose from the pool, utilizing their cultivation to dry their clothes, forming a line. Li Xiaobai, why are your clothes still damp? Feng Lingzi frowned. Master, I do not know how to dry them. Li Xiaobai replied. Like your senior brothers and sisters, use your cultivation to dry your garments. Are you not a prodigy? Must I personally teach you such a trivial matter? Master, I have only comprehended the method to rapidly increase my strength, not the technique to swiftly dry clothing. Li Xiaobai spoke with audacity, infuriating Feng Lingzi once more, who huffed and puffed in exasperation. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze swept through, instantly rendering the damp garments clean and fresh. Delightful. I did not come here simply out of boredom. Significant events have transpired in the outside world recently, and I wonder if you are aware of them? Feng Lingzi composed himself and spoke slowly, for he had serious matters to discuss. Is it the beast uprising? Inquired the third senior brother, Lin. Indeed, it is the beast uprising. The creatures within the divine beast mountains have shown signs of unrest for the past 2 months, and today they have finally erupted. A messenger from the Jinyuan kingdom has come to inform our sect, and at this very moment, the sect master is conferring with several elders to devise a strategy. Feng Lingzi nodded, finally pleased to have a reliable disciple. Then why have you come here instead of discussing strategies with your master? Yangchen questioned, perplexed. Feng Lingzi's forehead twitched with suppressed irritation. He repeatedly reminded himself that these were his cherished disciples. He could neither strike nor scold them, and he was uncertain whether he could even best them in a contest. I have matters of great importance to convey. This incident bears significant implications. I will first proceed to other villages and towns, and tomorrow the sect leader will inform you to head to the state of Jinyuan to eliminate the beasts. The cause of this upheaval, I surmise, may very well be the emergence of a treasure. Otherwise, these beasts would not be so frenzied and agitated. On your expedition to the divine beast mountain range, in addition to slaying the beasts, you must also seek out treasures. The mountains are abundant with rare resources. Whether you can procure them will depend solely on your fortune. Exercise caution while venturing forth. Be wary of those who might resort to murder for treasure, and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Xiaobai is the junior disciple. Please look after him. That is all I have to say. Prepare yourselves diligently, and do not be careless. I shall take my leave. With that, Feng Lingzi turned and vanished into thin air. Li Xiaobai pondered how to address the beast uprising, but soon observed several senior brothers and sisters languidly soaking in the bathhouse, leaving him speechless at their carefree demeanor. The group settled once more, relaxing in the warm waters. Senior brothers and sisters, is the beast uprising truly dangerous? Li Xiaobai could not help but inquire. Not at all. In the remote corners of the divine beast mountain range, the most formidable beasts are at most at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Whether any are at the nascent soul stage is debatable. Once we enter, it will be a free-for-all. Lin spoke softly, having spent many years wandering the world. He possessed a profound understanding of such matters. While others might perceive the divine beast mountain range as a perilous locale, to him, it was of little consequence. Trust in your third senior brother. His extensive knowledge assures us that there is essentially no cause for concern. Su Yunbing replied calmly, expressing her confidence in her unmatched prowess among those of her rank. Indeed, when the time comes, we shall sweep through the divine beast mountain range, claiming every treasure in our path. At the mention of treasures, Lu Jinshui became animated. His enthusiasm for precious artifacts was palpable. Any item potent enough to incite a beastly uprising surely held immense value. What sort of place is the Jinyuan kingdom? Ah, the Jinyuan kingdom, a realm steeped in self-importance, where its inhabitants seem to harbor an innate sense of superiority. Each visit leaves me seething with indignation, Yangchen remarked. Indeed. I wish to remain as far removed from them as possible. These individuals possess no self-awareness whatsoever, Lu Jinshui concurred. They are merely a collection of bookworms, so lost in their studies that they perceive everyone else as foolish, Ling Feng commented nonchalantly. Our journey to the divine beast mountain range merely takes us past the Jinyuan kingdom. Our interactions will be minimal, Yi Wushuang mused, her brow furrowed. No matter how high and mighty they may feel, they will be brought low before me. Su Yubing declared fiercely. Li Xiaobai felt an incessant apprehension that his senior brothers seemed destined to cultivate enmity wherever they went. Even before their arrival, animosity loomed large. Accompanying his seniors and sisters proved to be quite the challenge. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect, the elders were once again embroiled in heated debate. It is absolutely inconceivable that the kingdom of Jinyuan would approach us with good intentions. It is likely that they merely seek to use our smaller sects as cannon fodder. Chapter 19. The Self-Satisfied National Master. However, this outbreak of demonic beasts must be indicative of the emergence of a significant treasure. Shall we simply sit idly by? Regardless, I am deeply dissatisfied. We are all too familiar with the ways of the kingdom of Jinyuan, and it seems they have forged an alliance with a major sect, relegating our role to mere expendability. The elders were embroiled in a heated discussion, as most were unwilling to offer assistance to the kingdom of Jinyuan amidst the chaos of the demonic beasts. Ultimately, the poor reputation of the kingdom of Jinyuan is to blame. Their arrogance and self-serving nature, coupled with a self-centered approach to every matter, have rendered them undesirable companions. Although the kingdom of Jinyuan possesses a disreputable character, their strength is formidable, boasting a plethora of golden core cultivators, even if they lack those in the nascent soul stage. The fact that they have sent a national master to our doorstep likely indicates that they have uncovered something significant and seek a group of expendables to pave the way for them. We must not disregard this opportunity. The Grand Elder spoke with authority on such matters. It is well known that the kingdom of Jinyuan has exploited smaller sects on numerous occasions. Nonetheless, this also signifies that a treasure indeed awaits us, presenting a chance worth seizing. Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent, contemplating the potential benefits. I have made my decision. Elder Sun shall lead the expedition. Accompanied by several inner disciples alongside the top 10 competitors from the recent tournament, allowing them to gain experience and broaden their horizons. The Grand Elder spoke wisely. This situation is far from a mere rescue mission. The rampage of the demonic beasts must have an underlying cause, and if we uncover it, we might seize an opportunity for ourselves. The sect leader decisively stated that he harbored a disdain for the character of Jinyuan country. Yet the gravity of this matter compelled him to acknowledge that, as the nation closest to the divine beast mountain range, various factions would inevitably dispatch representatives to establish a presence there. Should the Xinyu sect remain passive, it would undoubtedly invite gossip and scrutiny. Moreover, he genuinely wished to ascertain whether any benefits could be gleaned from this incident. Very well, it is settled then. With that bunch of miscreants from Piamiao Peak around, should we fear that our subordinates will be bullied by Jinyuan country? Indeed, it is plausible that we might even snatch this treasure for ourselves. Since we have reached a consensus, let us go meet the envoy from Jinyuan country. We must not keep them waiting for too long. The following morning, Li Xiaobai awoke to find himself still immersed in the water pool, surrounded by several senior brothers and sisters. It seemed everyone had grown accustomed to sleeping in the pool. He examined the system panel before him. Defensive power, copper skin, and iron bones for 1,000-5,000 can be upgraded. Having soaked for an entire night, his attribute points had increased by another 1,000, all allocated to his defensive power. The sensation was exhilarating. This ability to grow stronger simply by bathing was indeed a privilege of a transmigrator. This system was undoubtedly well-suited to him. According to Fenglingzi, today the sect leader would announce the expedition to Jinyuan country, and Li Xiaobai was quite eager about the prospect of subduing the demonic beasts. Venturing outside, with fewer watchful eyes upon him, he felt emboldened to seize attribute points without hesitation. He exchanged for several bottles of discarded elixirs and consumed them all at once. His attribute points steadily rising, Li Xiaobai rose to his feet, declaring, "Senior brothers and sisters, it is time to set off." The fleeting moments of joyful bathing were always too brief. Today's task was the grand competition, coupled with the necessity of listening to the sect leader's instructions. The group leisurely roused themselves and, upon noticing the brightening skies, unceremoniously pulled Li Xiaobai down the mountain. The sect leader was to discuss matters concerning the Beast Mountain range, a significant event that warranted their utmost attention. Beside the arena, the sect leader and the elders awaited their arrival, while the disciples of Piamiao Peak arrived fashionably late, blending into the throng. Upon seeing that all disciples had gathered, the sect leader's expression turned grave as he began to recount the events surrounding the divine Beast Mountain range. Esteemed members, a momentous event has transpired in our northern domain, and I trust that the well-informed disciples have already caught wind of the news. There has been an outbreak of rampaging beasts in the divine Beast Mountain range. Numerous nearby nations and villages have suffered severe incursions from these beasts, prompting our neighboring country, Jin Yuan, to dispatch an envoy yesterday to address this matter, in order to fortify the amicable relations between our two factions. The Xinyu sect has decided to send Elder Sun to lead a contingent of the top 10 from the Grand Competition and the top 20 from the Inner Sect to the Divine Beast Mountain Range to eradicate the beasts. This esteemed individual beside me is the National Master of Jin Yuan, Li Shijin. The sect leader introduced with great solemnity, affording Li Shijin due respect. However, the latter offered no acknowledgement in return, merely snorting softly, waving his feather duster, and taking a couple of steps forward with an air of grandeur. Below the stage, Li Xiaobai wore a peculiar expression. Li Shijin? Is there truly someone bearing this name? Indeed, the world is full of wonders. Today, I have gained new insights. Li Shijin is a gaunt middle-aged man, his visage haggard, with sunken eyes, exuding an aura of profound depletion. He unmistakably appears to be a hedonist, one who indulges excessively in wine and pleasure, a quintessential wastrel. His haughty demeanor alone has stirred disdain among countless disciples. The words of my senior brothers and sisters ring true. The people of Jinyuan Nation indeed hold themselves in high esteem, overflowing with superiority. How can one who seeks the aid of Xinyu sect display such an arrogant attitude? It is the epitome of hubris. I am the National Master of Jinyuan, Li Shijin. You may address me as lordly. I am at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. He continued, you disciples, who have never ventured far, ought to express gratitude towards me. Initially, I merely intended to inform you. Yet your sect leader's hospitality was hard to decline. This time, I shall guide you through the true realm of cultivation, allowing you sheltered flowers to witness the bloodshed of reality. Li Shijin stood tall, brimming with arrogance. However, his sharp, elongated voice was quite grating, causing discomfort to those who heard it. The crowd's expressions darkened. Such behavior from the National Master of Jinyuan clearly indicated his disregard for Xinyu sect, igniting fierce anger within. Beside them, Su Yibing could no longer contain herself and was about to unleash a torrent of insults when Yi Wushuang swiftly covered her mouth. Senior sister, we are within the sect. It would be unwise to provoke unnecessary conflicts. Once we are outside, we shall show him who truly belongs to the sheltered realm. Yi Wushuang's eyes gleamed with cold determination, clearly sharing the sentiment of deep discontent. Higi, quite amusing. This fellow seems accustomed to wielding power and has yet to grasp the situation. Once he steps outside, let him experience a taste of reality. Lu Jinshui chuckled. Li Xiaobai gazed at the incessantly chattering Li Shijin on the stage, silently mourning for him for 3 minutes. This individual remains blissfully unaware that his upcoming hours have been meticulously orchestrated by others. Li Shijin, oblivious to the reactions of his disciples, continued to revel in his own self-importance, eloquently spewing forth his theories, much to the chagrin of the sect leader and the elders behind him, whose faces turned green with indignation. After all, they belonged to a sect that had once endured such humiliation. Never before had they faced such disgrace. Even in the presence of major sections, a mere national master from the Jinyuan kingdom now assumed an air of superiority, directing their disciples as if he were their superior. Haha, dear national master, the beastly turmoil requires immediate suppression. It appears I must trouble you to escort these unworthy disciples of mine to Jinyuan kingdom to broaden their horizons. Chapter 20. The bathhouse must be taken away. Haha, I have my own plans in mind. Your disciples from the Xinyu sect appear utterly inexperienced, and I fear for their safety in the outside world. Thus, I am merely providing a precautionary measure. The speech was interrupted, and the National Master clearly displayed his displeasure. Fear not, National Master, we have already advised them on these matters. Life and death are predestined, and these experiences are essential for their growth. This time, I must trouble you, National Master. The sect leader clasped his hands in salute, smiling as he spoke. Rest assured, which disciples will accompany me to the kingdom of Jinyuan? Those with insufficient strength need not apply, Li Shijin said leisurely, his eyes darting around. He soon spotted several individuals from Piaomiao Peak. Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang were both beauties, exuding an ethereal charm. The spark of excitement flickered in Li Shijin's small eyes as he pointed towards the disciples of Piaomiao Peak, declaring, those disciples over there are quite impressive. I shall take them. At this proclamation, the entire assembly fell into a solemn silence. The National Master displayed his lecherous intentions without a hint of restraint, evidently planning to set his sights on the 2 senior sisters from Piaomiao Peak, which foretold a tumultuous journey ahead. The sect leader beside him was drenched in cold sweat. fearing that the moment these Piao Miao Peak disciples stepped out of their mountain abode, they would swiftly eliminate this national master. His instincts warned him that such an act was well within the capabilities of those from Piao Miao Peak. "Ah, we are honored by your esteemed favor, national master. The young lady shall comply with your wishes. We, the 7 brothers and sisters, will accompany you," Su Yinbing replied, her demeanor unusually cheerful, making Li Shijin's mouth water with anticipation. The kingdom of Jinyuan rarely missed its targets. However, he was oblivious to the subtle, chilling glint in the eyes of the disciples from Piao Miao Peak. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of trepidation. These reckless seniors could unleash chaos. If set loose, the national master might not survive even 5 seconds. The sect leader and the elders shared similar sentiments, while they all yearned to teach this national master a lesson. He was, after all, a cultivator from a powerful nation, and the repercussions of his demise would be severe. This time, we must uphold an attitude of friendly cooperation and fully assist the kingdom of Jinyuan in eliminating the beastly threats, the sect leader reiterated, unable to resist emphasizing the point once more. Understood. The demeanor of the people on Miao Miao Peak was surprisingly amiable, a stark deviation from the norm. The words of the sect leader were regarded as absolute. However, this very demeanor only heightened the leader's apprehensions. At that moment, there was little else to be said, and all that could be done was to wish Li Shijin good fortune in his reckless pursuits. His greasy exterior, paired with his lascivious gaze, was truly off-putting. Li Xiaobai harbored a lingering curiosity. Why did Li Shijin, who did not appear particularly formidable, exhibit such an arrogant demeanor? Could it be that the power of the Jinyuan kingdom was substantial? He discreetly approached Lu Jinshui, who seemed well-informed about many matters. 6th senior brother. Do you know why that national master is so haughty? His strength does not seem particularly impressive, Li Xiaobai inquired. Hiki, well, that is a long story, and it involves quite a bit of historical context. The origins of the Jinyuan kingdom can be traced back to one individual. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a person on our Skinling continent who transcended to the Ascension realm and ascended to a higher plane. This individual, known as the Great Immortal Jinyuan, was born in a nation called the Deyuan Kingdom. After his ascension, the Deyuan Kingdom was renamed the Jinyuan Kingdom. Since the Great Immortal Jinyuan initially followed the path of Confucianism, using righteous spirit to attain enlightenment, he embodied the essence of a scholar. Consequently, the inhabitants of the Jinyuan Kingdom, though lacking in substantial martial prowess, excelled in scholarly demeanor, often adopting a condescending attitude towards others. Moreover, it is said that the state of Jinyuan has certain connections with forces from Zhangzhou. Although they remain tight-lipped about this matter, it is quite apparent. Given that they possess hundreds of cultivators at the Golden Core stage, this is a truth universally acknowledged. It is precisely for this reason that they command respect. Lu Jinshui elucidated this point, and Li Xiaobai comprehended that this was a realm that had once produced immortals and was entwined with the powers of Zhongzhou, which accounted for their brazen demeanor. Indeed, in this world, strength speaks volumes. However, the fact that the state of Jinyuan, with its hundreds of Golden Core cultivators, was dismissed as inconsequential by his senior brother felt even more audacious than Li Shijin. Yet, the anger of his senior sister towards Li Shijin spelled doom for him. Her temper showed little regard for the allegiances they might have, and she would wield her hammer without hesitation. Li Xiaobai wholeheartedly agreed, finding his senior sister's behavior peculiar. As it was evident she was intent on stirring trouble. Just as he suspected, it seemed that before they even set foot in the state of Jinyuan, they were already on the brink of inciting enmity. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Li Xiaobai swiftly examined his system panel. As he was about to venture out to confront the beasts, hoping to find something useful at the last moment. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, Copper Skin Iron Bones, 4,200 5,000. Skills, 100 Hatred, Muscle Weakness, Sword Breaking the Void. Items, a not-so-cursory helmet, Golden Thread Soft Armor. Attribute points, 0, Shop, opened. After browsing through the marketplace, Li Xiaobai was acutely aware of his own limitations. He possessed no offensive capabilities. To vanquish his adversaries, he would have to rely solely on skills and items. Acquiring skills depended on chance, leaving him with only the items available in the marketplace to control. Despite having over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the meager sum was insufficient against the prices displayed in the marketplace, preventing him from making arbitrary purchases. After a period of deliberation, he identified several commendable items. Teleportation Talisman. By utilizing this talisman, one can instantaneously transport to a location 1,000 miles away. with the destination being random. Price: 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Flying broom, a flying mount that allows one to traverse the skies. It requires spirit stones to sustain its energy, with one low-grade spirit stone permitting an hour of flight. Price: 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Golden body talisman upon activation. It can withstand a single strike from a Yuanying stage cultivator. Price: 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. These items were life-saving artifacts, and coincidentally, their prices equated to his entire fortune. He decided to take note of these items for future purchase when the occasion arose. At that moment, the sounds of a heated argument between several senior brothers and sisters reached his ears. This bathing house must be taken away. Chapter 21. The enchanted national master Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. It seemed that his seniors were locked in a stalemate over the bathing house. Indeed, these individuals were perpetually so disorganized. Senior sister, this is unnecessary. The junior brother is still here. If you wish to bathe, simply seek him out. Lu Jinshui smiled wryly. His senior sister, despite her many admirable qualities, had a rather stubborn nature. It would do, when venturing into the outside world, unforeseen circumstances abound. It was possible that upon arrival, they would be thrust into battle, leaving no time for the junior disciple to construct a bathhouse. Hence, it was imperative to bring one along. Su Yunbing was resolute, wishing to utilize her formidable powers to summon a simplified version of the bathhouse. The ground trembled ominously, and a web of cracks spread, with the sudden release of energy severing nearby trees, causing Li Xiaobai to wave his hands in alarm. Senior sister, this is truly unnecessary. The water for bathing has been prepared by the junior disciple. Upon our arrival, we only need to create a reservoir. There is no need for such complications. The bathhouse was a product of the system, requiring no elaborate preparations. Merely a space for a simple reservoir would suffice. Hearing this, Su Yunbing's expression softened considerably. Very well. We shall heed the junior disciple's advice. At the mountain gate, numerous disciples had assembled, while Li Xiaobai and the others arrived fashionably late. However, the national teacher bore no trace of displeasure. On the contrary, upon seeing Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang, his face brightened with an exuberant smile. Elder Sun from the punishment hall led the group, standing at the forefront, reciting incantations as he conferred with Li Shijin. This outing weighed heavily on him, for he was utterly convinced that the individuals from Piaomiao Peak would not let Li Shijin off lightly. Not only that, but even the gaze of Feng Wuxia, the senior brother from Xinyu sect, seemed rather unsettling. It appeared that events might unfold in the very direction he dreaded most. The disciples in this group are not inclined to suffer losses. Should Li Shijin act recklessly, there would be no way to deter him, leaving it all to fate. Behind Li Shijin rests an immense vessel, constructed of wood, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur. Adorned with dragon carvings at the prow and faint divine patterns swirling along the hull. The bow bears the inscription Jinyuan, signifying an extraordinary stature. This form of vessel is something Li Xiaobai encounters for the first time. Can one truly navigate a ship upon land? Senior brother, what purpose does the ship serve? Can it really sail on the ground? Li Xiaobai nudged Lu Jinshui beside him. Junior brother, this contraption is known as a warship, a plaything for the affluent. A flying apparatus that allows one to soar through the skies, albeit with spirit stones as fuel, which can be quite costly, Lu Jinshui elucidated. Li Xiaobai's understanding dawned. The national master certainly possesses a high status, indeed commanding such a lavish vehicle. You disciples have likely never encountered such an exquisite magical artifact in your lives. Allow me to inform you that this is a warship, a treasure of our Jinyuan kingdom. Today marks a stroke of good fortune for you, as you have the opportunity to board such a remarkable vessel. This warship is capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. It is a gem of our Jinyuan kingdom. You will encounter even more marvels when you reach your destination. So do come aboard. Li Shijin's gaze, somewhat hazy, swept over Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang, as if calculating something. One by one, the group boarded the ship, which was spacious, even featuring rooms equipped with all necessary furnishings, exuding luxury. Hiki, the two female disciples from Piaomiao Peak may enter the rooms to rest. The rest of you shall remain on the ship for the time being. Li Shijin, convinced of his gentlemanly demeanor, extended a gesture of invitation. Yi Wushuang covered her face with a light laugh and, accompanied by Su Yunbing, gracefully stepped into the room. Master Li, what is your intention? At this juncture, Elder Sun could discern the ulterior motives of Li Shijin. Elder Sun, focus on your responsibilities. I merely wish to attend to the delicate and fragile forms of the two female disciples from Piao Peak, fearing their excessive toil may harm their health. I kindly urge you to manage the words of your disciples from Xinyu sect. Once we arrive in Jinyuan Nation, let there be no reckless talk, Li Shijin stated coolly, huffing softly as he turned and entered the cabin. Once he departed, the members of Piao Peak could no longer suppress their amusement and erupted into hearty laughter. Feng Wuxia's expression also relaxed. It was evident to all that the National Master was doomed. As Li Shijin activated the ship's engine, it hummed with a resonant sound, sending tremors through the air, and a thunderous roar filled the atmosphere. The current swirled, and the vessel gradually ascended, accelerating smoothly forward in a straight line, unhindered by obstacles. Li Xiaobai leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the scenery outside with deep envy. Such is the life of the affluent, even flying exudes an air of grandeur. He wondered if the marketplace offered similar aerial contraptions. Once he had amassed enough spirit stones, he too would procure a set for himself. Most disciples of Xianyu sect were embarking on a ship for the first time, appearing utterly astonished, bustling about the deck, eager to explore the vessel's structure. In a secluded corner, Lin Meng and Hao Jian whispered to each other, their expressions shadowed, occasionally casting furtive glances toward Li Xiaobai in the distance. It was clear that these two were up to no good. Are you two discussing strategies to deal with Li Xiaobai? Feng Wuxia inquired with a smile as he took a seat. Senior brother, this is a matter between Li Xiaobai and myself. It must be resolved independently. So I kindly ask you not to interfere, Lin Meng replied solemnly, feeling the necessity to assert himself. No worries. If you wish to confront Li Xiaobai, I am willing to assist you, Feng Wuxia responded. Both Lin Meng and Hao Jian were taken aback. On the surface, it seemed that Feng Wuxia had little to no connection with Li Xiaobai. Senior brother, what is your motivation behind this? The reasons are not for you to comprehend. You merely need to acknowledge that Li Xiaobai's strength has surpassed yours. To take action against him, you must leverage circumstances. How do we leverage these circumstances? Lin Meng inquired, clearly perplexed, as his mind was rather straightforward. The entrance to the Divine Beast Mountain Range presents our optimal opportunity for action. With numerous demonic beasts within, the loss of a disciple or two is quite ordinary. Striking there would ensure success, provided you follow my guidance. I shall guarantee your satisfaction. For now, it is prudent for you to keep a low profile and avoid raising suspicion. Feng Wuxia's expression remained calm. With two fools at his side, there was no need for him to act personally. They could serve as shields if necessary, achieving a dual purpose. Lin Meng and Hao Jian exchanged glances and nodded. They shared a common foe and could collaborate effectively. At that moment, Li Shijin emerged, once again seeking out Elder Sun for a brief conversation before cheerfully making his way toward the room where Su Yunbing resided. Elder Sun's countenance displayed evident distress as he incessantly attempted to elucidate matters to Li Shijin. Yet, to no avail, for the latter was impervious to any words of reason. Ultimately, his expression hardened, and he became quite severe, leaving Elder Sun with no choice but to relent. It appeared that he was apprehensive about any potential interruptions to his favorable endeavors, unaware that what truly awaited him was a veritable nightmare. At this moment, Li Shijin was in high spirits, his gait almost buoyant. To be frank, he had initially harbored a disdain for the disciples of the Xinyu sect, perceiving it as a mere trifling sect, with its leader merely at the peak of the Golden Core stage, vastly inferior when compared to the grand sections. However, he had not anticipated that within this humble abode, two exquisite beauties, as radiant as jade, would emerge. Indeed, the heavens had not forsaken him. The mere thought of the two ladies soon sharing in his tumultuous escapades sent ripples of elation through his heart. With a push, he opened the door before him. Hee. Lovely maidens, I am here. Chapter 22. National Master, shall we be friends? After toying with the ship for a while, Li Xiaobai soon lost interest. While it appeared quite imposing, its size rendered it a cumbersome target. Should it encounter an enemy assault, escape would be nearly impossible. Junior brother, how long do you reckon the National Master can endure within? Yang Chun remarked with a mocking gaze fixed on the cabin. Let us hope he can muster the fortitude of a true man for at least 5 seconds. Lu Jinshui chuckled in response. This National Master is indeed a specimen, so egotistical and dismissive that being flayed alive would be a fitting fate. As their banter continued, Li Shijin had already pushed open the cabin door and stepped inside, casually securing the door behind him. This is akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, searching for something undesirable. Li Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. Acknowledging the inevitability of the situation, They were rushing towards their demise, and no intervention could halt their course. At that moment, Elder Sun was also leaning against the bow of the boat, admiring the scenery, allowing events to unfold as they would. The earlier conversation had left his face ashen with anger. What prestigious lineage! Had it not been for the ties between the town of Yuan and the central continent, he would have long since sent them to their end. Inside the room, Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang wore grim expressions, astonished that Li Shijin had the audacity to enter. As they sat gracefully at the head of the bed, Li Shijin felt a surge of heat rising within him. "Ah, ladies, are you satisfied with your accommodations?" He struggled to suppress his excitement, attempting to project an air of sophistication. "Quite satisfied," Yi Wushuang replied with a light laugh. "That's splendid. We are soon to enter the town of Yuan. If you have any needs, feel free to express them. Should anyone dare to bully you, I'll ensure justice is served. You must understand, I am a formidable practitioner of the third layer of the Golden Core realm, while your elder son has barely attained this level. In the entire Xinyu sect, only the sect master can truly rival me." "Well, thank you, National Master," she replied graciously. "Of course, to be honest, I have quite a fondness for you sisters. If..." Li Shijin took the opportunity to sit beside them, his words becoming increasingly audacious as he instinctively wrapped an arm around Yi Wushuang's waist. Noticing her lack of resistance, his smile widened and his actions grew bolder. Eager to explore further, in a fleeting moment, he sensed something amiss. The delicate, boneless sensation of comfort was gradually dissipating, replaced by rigidity akin to that of unyielding stone. Glancing down, he noticed that the large hand encircling Yi Wushuang's waist had inexplicably transformed into a deep shade of green. "Ah, what is this? Wretched scoundrel! Do you dare to harm me? Do you know who I am? Never before has anyone dared to treat the subjects of Jinyuan Kingdom in such a manner. Quickly hand over the antidote, and I might spare you this once." Li Shijin's countenance twisted in a grimace, his eyes betraying a mix of terror and unease. The verdant toxin was swiftly coursing up their palms and spreading toward their arms. In the briefest of moments, his entire arm had succumbed to the green hue. As his body gradually lost sensation, Li Shijin's fear intensified, and he sought to call out for Elder Sunday. How infuriating it was to be so cowardly and verbose. What kind of life was this? Su Yunbing, already exasperated, swiftly struck him with a resounding slap, sending Li Shijin hurtling to the ground, his mouth shattered, blood spilling forth. How could this be? A mere disciple of the immortal spirit sect possessing such formidable power. It was then that he realized these two were far from ordinary female disciples. Their cultivation was vastly superior to his own. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. A trifling Jinyuan kingdom, still daring to stir trouble in the presence of the esteemed. Su Yubing wore a disdainful expression as she grasped Li Shijin's chin, and with a sharp crack, his jaw was dislocated, leaving his mouth immobile, unable to utter a word. Li Shijin could only emit incoherent sounds, his face a mask of terror. "Li Shijin, the National Master, is it? Do not fret. My sisters and I are here to provide you with a complete service." Yi Wushuang maintained her radiant smile. "The poison coursing through your veins will not claim your life. It merely renders you unconscious, while your awareness remains acutely intact. Why waste words on him, junior sister? Simply pour the poison down his throat, if he survives. It will be his good fortune. If he perishes, so be it." Su Yunbing blocked the door, preventing Li Shijin from escaping. The cuffs of his trousers betrayed him. Becoming damp, and a metallic scent wafted through the air, this wretch had soiled himself in fear. "National Master, did you not claim to hold us in high regard? Drink this, and we shall become good friends." Yi Wushuang produced a small vial and forcefully poured its contents into Li Shijin's mouth. "The Xingtian sect will not let you escape." Li Shijin's pupils contracted, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. On the deck, the disciples were intently attuned to the sounds emanating from the room. Barely 5 seconds after Li Shijin entered, his piercing scream shattered the silence. Yet now an eerie stillness enveloped the chamber, foreboding an impending horror. Elder Sun felt a pang of regret at that moment, lamenting his stubbornness. Had he intervened when Li Shijin first entered, although he would have faced harsh rebuke, he might have preserved the man's life. Now, it was too late for any words of consolation. Surely, the National Master must be dead by now. One of the disciples could not restrain himself from asking, "Is there any need to say? He is utterly finished, likely being dismembered at this very moment." Yang Chen laughed heartily, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction at the thought of punishing the National Master. The door opened. They emerged. Moments later, to everyone's astonishment, Li Shijin walked out unscathed, followed closely by Su Yubing and Yi Wushuang. The disciples were somewhat perplexed. Those previous anguished cries had been undeniably real. So how were these three now emerging in such amiable spirits? Li Xiaobai was equally bewildered, though he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss with the national master. Yet he could not quite pinpoint the exact nature of the anomaly. Upon witnessing Li Shijin's intact form, Elder Sun let out a long sigh of relief. After all, the fact that he was alive was reassuring. However, his brow soon furrowed, as he keenly sensed that there was something peculiar about Li Shijin now. Ahem, National Master. Has my disciple caused you any trouble? Elder Sun inquired cautiously. How could that be? Your disciple is remarkably exceptional. I truly wish to engage in a heartfelt discussion with them for an entire night, to freely explore our aspirations. Upon hearing Elder Sun's question, Li Shijin seemed to regain a semblance of his former vigor, though a hint of dazedness lingered in his gaze. Observing this demeanor, Elder Sun felt a chill settle in his heart. While his behavior might appear normal on the surface, it would shift dramatically when matters concerning his master arose, becoming fervently intense. If this were to be discovered, it could escalate into a diplomatic issue between the Xinyu sect and the Jinyuan kingdom. One might even say it would suggest that the Xinyu sect sought to steal the secrets of the Jinyuan kingdom. Grandmother, it would be better to eliminate the opponent. Chapter 23. The puppet national master Li Xiaobai recognized the symptoms of this national master. In this vast world, wonders abound. It was evident that the national master was of dubious character, and his current predicament could be considered a form of retribution, given his lecherous demeanor. It was likely that he harbored numerous beauties within his household. Except for a few astute individuals, the majority failed to discern any irregularities in the national master. Perceiving him as no different from his usual self, albeit puzzled by his ability to exit the room unscathed. Gradually, the ship fell into a tranquil hush. In the distance, intermittent rumbling sounds could be heard, signaling the presence of various factions navigating their warships, all seemingly destined for the Jinyuan kingdom. Each vessel bore unique insignias representing their respective powers, which Li Xiaobai could not recognize, leaving him to observe with keen interest. These warships not only soared through the skies, but also featured several cannon ports along their hulls for offensive purposes. In comparison, his own vessel appeared rather rudimentary. On the adjacent warship, a middle-aged man noticed Li Xiaobai's gaze and inclined his head slightly, smiling as he inquired, "Are you also heading to the Divine Beast Mountain Range to exterminate the demon beasts?" "Indeed, as cultivators. It is our duty to stand against injustice and lend a helping hand," Li Xiaobai replied. A true hero of youth, filled with ambition. "I am Lei Wu of the Yunshinzong. May I ask how to address you, young brother?" The middle-aged man exuded an air of righteousness, unmistakably a man of integrity. "I am Li Xiaobai from the Piaomiao Peak," he responded candidly. Elder Sun pressed him down and hastily explained, "We are disciples of the Xinyu sect. Our purpose in leading this expedition is twofold, to broaden our horizons and to lend our modest assistance." The Yuntian sect, being a mid-tier sect, undoubtedly surpassed the Xinyu sect by a considerable margin, and Lei Wu was renowned as a formidable and iron-willed elder. It was imperative to prevent Li Xiaobai from speaking recklessly. "In that case, let us proceed to Jinyuan country," Lei Wu said, cupping his hands in acknowledgement, as the vessel accelerated and vanished from sight. "Elder, how can their ship travel so swiftly? Can't we increase our speed?" Li Xiaobai inquired. "Having a warship is already a privilege. Refrain from making excessive demands. In a short while, we shall reach Jinyuan country. Do not cause any disturbances. We must remain discreet in the presence of a major sect." He understood. Li Xiaobai nodded, glancing around, only to discover that several senior brothers and sisters had vanished. Upon entering the cabin, he was taken aback to find that it had been transformed into a pool. Several senior brothers were lounging within. "Junior brother, come join us." This water was brought down by senior sister from the mountains, possessing the same benefits. Su Yubing had indeed managed to set up a bathing area. "No. You all enjoy yourselves," Li Xiaobai replied with a peculiar expression, shutting the door behind him as he stepped out. It seemed that, unknowingly, he had transformed his diligent senior brothers and sisters into indolent individuals who spent their days indulging in baths. However, it appeared that he had not instigated this change. It was entirely their own decision. "Indeed, this is certainly not my fault. Jinyuan Kingdom and Xinyu sect are neighboring realms, not far apart." And the warship swiftly arrived at its destination. Li Shijin skillfully maneuvered the vessel to a gentle descent. and Li Xiaobai observed that the area below was densely populated with warships, creating a dazzling spectacle. It appeared that the number of individuals and factions journeying to Jinyuan Kingdom far exceeded his expectations. Ground personnel responsible for reception awaited their arrival. Once the ship was docked, Li Shijin was the first to disembark, clearly indicating the high status he held as the national master in Jinyuan Kingdom. After exchanging a few words, a designated representative approached to facilitate their entry, guiding the disciples of Xinyu sect to settle in Jinyuan Kingdom. The matter of combating the demonic beast required the attendance of representatives from various sects to convene and deliberate before reaching a resolution. Compared to before, Li Shijin now appeared no different from an ordinary person, with the slightest stiffness having vanished entirely. Under Yi Wushuang's directive, the national master departed alongside several attendants. "Please follow me," the attendants said calmly, betraying no hint of the chaos instigated by the rampaging beasts. "Surely, the feral creatures have not encroached upon Jinyuan Kingdom, have they?" Li Xiaobai inquired, as he sensed an unusual tranquility in the surroundings, which did not resemble a region that had suffered devastation. Naturally, the attendants replied, "Our Jinyuan Kingdom is under the divine protection of the great immortal Jinyuan. How could it possibly be disturbed by mere beasts? Only the most peripheral villages occasionally fall prey to their attacks." The haughty demeanor of these attendants mirrored that of the esteemed national master. Truly befitting individuals from such a grand kingdom. Li Xiaobai yearned to extract further information, yet it was evident that they were disinclined to engage with him any longer. After escorting everyone to a grand hall, the attendants took their leave. The hall was astonishingly vast, nearly rivaling the size of a football field, where disciples from various powerful factions congregated to discuss matters concerning the divine Beast Mountain range. Esteemed colleagues, let us secure a spot and strive to avoid any conflicts with the surrounding disciples. It is imperative that we enter the divine Beast Mountain range promptly to seek opportunities. Wind Wuxia, the leader, suggested as he sought a vacant area for the disciples of the Xinyu sect to rest. "This desolate place holds no promise of fortune." Lin Yin muttered discontentedly. Li Xiaobai, feeling helpless, recognized the immense strength of his senior brother. While the divine Beast Mountain range was perceived as an exceedingly perilous location by many disciples, his senior brother seemed utterly unfazed, highlighting the vast disparity in their strengths. Nevertheless, he wholeheartedly agreed with Wind Wuxia's sentiments, believing that Wind Wuxia embodied the essence of a true elder brother, gentle in temperament, formidable in strength, and always considering the perspective of the common disciples. The Xinyu sect set up camp within the hall. "Servant, bring forth some tea. I am parched," Lu Jinshui boisterously exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, a servant responsible for hospitality approached to take note. "Which faction do you disciples hail from?" "Xinyu sect," Wind Wuxia replied, stating their affiliation. The servant shook his head, retracting his pen and paper, preparing to depart. "What do you mean by that?" Wind Wuxia frowned, reflecting that while the Xinyu sect may not be a large sect, it should not be treated with such disregard. Small sects are not required to register and do not receive tea service, the servant replied indifferently. "We have come to assist your national master in exterminating the beast horde. Is this the manner in which the state of Jinyuan treats its guests?" Feng Wuxia was filled with indignation. As the senior disciple of the Xinyu sect, he felt deeply humiliated by the affront to his sect. Moreover, he was perplexed by the audacity of the Jinyuan kingdom. Their arrival was so abrupt that he had yet to converse meaningfully with his master. If they regarded small sects with such disdain, why then? Did they send envoys to convey their message? Were there hidden motives at play? The title of national master could be conferred upon anyone who achieved the golden core stage, and Jinyuan kingdom had countless such masters. He pondered which one was being referenced. The attendant smirked, clearly amused. Chapter 24. Who is arrogant? Li Shijin, Li Guoshi. Feng Wuxia's expression darkened entirely as many disciples from various sects began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. Enough with the shouting over there. We are all summoned here by the national masters of Jinyuan Kingdom. Here, the title of national master holds little value. A disciple laughed heartily, finding the scene quite entertaining. "Ah, it seems we have yet another group of unsophisticated bumpkins," he continued. "Let us expand their horizons." Feng Wuxia was rendered speechless, and the attendant sneered before turning away. "Isn't that the one who lost a hand to me before? Have you managed to reattach it?" Yongchen could no longer tolerate the mockery and pointed at a particularly boisterous disciple. Although the Xianyu sect was a smaller faction, many of its disciples had ventured into the world. When the Miao Miao Peak had stirred up trouble, they had not invoked the name of the Xianyu sect, allowing them to remain unrecognized among the crowd. At that moment, Yangchen spoke, immediately capturing the attention of the surrounding disciples, many of whom recognized a few familiar faces. It's you. So you belong to this sect. The disciple who was singled out felt a mix of shock and anger. 2 years prior, while he was bullying others, Yangchen had broken one of his arms. Look over there at those few. They were the ones who set a trap to eliminate their opponents during our last treasure hunt. It's them. I would recognize that fat man even if he turned to ashes. Damn it. So these individuals are disciples of a minor sect. I initially thought I had encountered a prominent faction. Truly, it is a case of fated rivals meeting, and without any backing. I shall see what you have to contend with this time. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, with numerous disciples from various sects rising, eager to seek trouble with the members of Pyamyao Peak. However, they forgot that although they were accompanied by their elders, those elders had gone to attend a meeting, leaving only the younger generation behind. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Su Yunbing raised her brows, her aura resonating powerfully, casting a knowing smile at the crowd. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Su Yunbing, the surrounding disciples turned pale. The highest among them had barely reached the golden core stage, and they were significantly outmatched by the monsters from Pyamyao Peak. Such oppressive force could rival that of elders from some mid-tier factions. Many disciples from larger powers cast astonished glances at the members of Pyamyao Peak. It was indeed remarkable for disciples of a minor sect to possess such a robust foundation and profound cultivation. Several individuals. We have come to assist the state of Jinyuan through its tribulations. Let us reserve our strength for battling the demonic beasts. For the sake of Zhang Rui, a true disciple of the heavenly martial sect, let us all take a step back and resolve our past grievances, shall we? He possesses remarkable prowess, being at the half-step nascent soul stage, distinguishing himself among the younger generation. With the representative of the heavenly martial sect having spoken, the surrounding disciples fell silent, recognizing the necessity of extending this courtesy. Now that we have set aside our differences, shall the attendants not hastily inscribe the name of the Celestial Feather Sect? Are we truly to disregard the face of Zhang Rui, a true disciple of the heavenly martial sect? A man clad in black robes interjected with a tone of sarcasm. He was a true disciple of the sacred demon sect, one of the few daring enough to challenge the heavenly martial sect's assertions. The sacred demon sect constantly engaged in covert rivalry with the heavenly martial sect, and any opportunity to undermine them was seized with fervor. Come forth, then. Had this been the approach from the outset, it would have been far better. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Your state of Jinyuan lacks even a formidable figure in the tribulation transcendent stage, and yet you flaunt such arrogance. Lu Jishui grumbled in disdain. In his view, although Jinyuan possessed numerous golden core practitioners, their overall competence was quite mediocre, most lingering at the initial stages of the golden core realm, with perhaps only a handful at higher levels. They might intimidate the uninformed, but against those knowledgeable, they were merely average. As for those at the nascent soul stage, they were precious and would not emerge easily. Upon hearing these words, the attendants of Jinyuan's complexion shifted dramatically. Even Zhang Rui was taken aback, unable to fathom how the Celestial Feather Sect could show such blatant disregard, lacking any semblance of humility expected of a lesser sect. The man in the black robe laughed heartily, expressing great appreciation for the demeanor of the disciples from the floating immortal peak. He remarked, "Indeed, I have long been displeased with the conduct of the Jinyuan kingdom. Only certain hypocrites would associate with such behavior." Li Xiaobai felt a surge of trepidation, as it appeared that all present were disciples from major sects and mid-tier forces. To his dismay, his own senior brothers and sisters had offended them all, and judging by their tone, a significant rift had been formed. He worried that, upon entering the sacred Beast Mountain range, he might fall victim to an ambush. It seemed prudent to refrain from accompanying his senior siblings in the future, as being discovered could lead to targeted hostility. The reluctant attendant approached, beginning to serve tea. Feng Wuxia maintained an air of nonchalance. After all, they had managed to save face. However, he was genuinely surprised that the floating immortal peak had antagonized so many sect disciples. It appeared that the Xinyu sect would need to distance itself from them during their operations to avoid potential attacks. Elder Sun appeared somewhat anxious, clearly aware of certain clandestine matters. Gathering the disciples in a secluded corner, he advised them with a grave expression, "Listen carefully. This incident bears significant consequences. It is likely that major events will unfold within the sacred Beast Mountain range. As an elder of our sect, I have been dispatched to provide support on another front, and thus we must separate our actions. Once you enter the mountain range, Focus on eliminating the demonic beasts at the periphery. Do not venture too deep, for that realm is beyond your capacity to engage with. Do not travel alone. Strive to move in pairs. Furthermore, exercise caution around the Tianwu sect's members. Do not heed their commands. This is all I shall say. Do not aspire to greatness beyond your means. Elder Sun admonished, particularly addressing the disciples of Miao Peak. With a tone of caution, the exchanges among the prominent figures during the meeting had left him quite startled. He had not anticipated that such treasures could incite a riot among the demonic beasts. This was a conflict among the Yuaning powerhouses, and they, being mere minor factions, were nothing more than cannon fodder. Intervening in such matters was tantamount to certain death. May I inquire, Elder, what exactly lies within the Divine Beast mountain range? Feng Wuxie asked. A question that resonated with the curiosity of all present. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Sometimes, knowing too much is not in your favor. You should focus on hunting the demonic beasts from the periphery and procure some materials. Elder Sun replied cryptically, choosing not to entertain any further inquiries from the disciples. Li Xiaobai pondered to himself. Clearly, the treasures within the mountains must be immensely valuable. Otherwise, the powerhouses would not engage in such fierce competition. Moreover, there were several life-saving artifacts available in the marketplace, ensuring that safety would not pose a significant issue. The elders were actively discussing the situation with their disciples, and it was evident that they all harbored their own plans, aiming for independent action. Soon, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful visage stepped forward. Esteemed colleagues, I shall take the lead in this endeavor. Let us depart immediately for the Divine Beast mountain range. Chapter 25. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? This venerable elder was a formidable expert from the Tianwu sect, exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn blade. Even a mere glance from an ordinary disciple felt like a piercing sting. His strength was unfathomable. Indeed, he was at the helm of this mission, and aside from the disgruntled gray-clad elder from the sacred demon sect, there were no objections from the others present. This is a rescue token, one designated for each sect. In times of peril, it serves as a means to summon aid. Nearby teams will hasten to the call. The rescue token for the Xinyu sect has been entrusted to Feng Wuxie. Additionally, Elder Sun has distributed the disciple tokens of the sacred demon sect to the top 10 disciples of the competition. These tokens were bestowed by the elder of the sacred demon sect during the recent meeting, allowing one to directly access the sacred demon sect. The token is entirely black, featuring the 3 prominent characters of the sacred demon sect on the front, while the reverse bears inscriptions indicating it is for training disciples. It is evident that this token is specially crafted and does not denote a genuine disciple of the sacred demon sect. As time is of the essence, we must set forth immediately. The Divine Beast mountain range is fraught with peril, teeming with golden core stage demon beasts, and even those of the nascent soul stage are not absent. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. The elder clad in white led his disciples away first. A group of hypocrites, feigning concern, are merely intent on using smaller sects as scouts or cannon fodder. I am aware that many present aspire to align themselves with the formidable Tianwu sect. However, do not blame me for the warning. The collaboration with Tianwu sect is akin to courting death. Tread carefully, lest you meet a grim fate. The elder in gray snorted derisively before also departing with his team. The remaining sects exchanged glances, hastily following suit. Although the words of the sacred demon sect elder were somewhat intimidating, a considerable number still sought to seize this opportunity to draw closer to the Tianwu sect. While the sacred demon sect holds equal renown with the Tianwu sect, its stringent requirements for recruiting disciples have resulted in a sparse population. Out of 1,000 aspirants, merely a handful typically succeed in passing the entrance examination. In contrast, the requirements for disciples at the Tianwu gate are considerably more relaxed. Those within the inner sect can merely sit for examinations to join the outer sect, or, at worst, serve as auxiliaries. In summary, as long as one can infiltrate a prestigious sect, even as a menial disciple, one is regarded as superior. And it is not uncommon for a skilled master within the sect to take notice, potentially leading to a meteoric rise in fortune. With such a rare opportunity to interact closely with the formidable figures of Tianwu Gate, various factions are naturally eager to seize the moment. Junior brother, would you like to accompany me to the mountains for some fun? Su Yubing inquired. No, Elder Sun instructed me to remain on the periphery. So I shall refrain from joining the excitement, Li Xiaobai replied, retracting his neck and waving his hands dismissively. It's no jest. Those individuals just amassed a considerable enmity. If I were to follow them, I might not survive more than a few steps. I should focus on accumulating attribute points instead. What a pity. For I have just received news that treasures lie deep within the mountains. Acquiring them would yield immeasurable benefits, Yi Wushuang remarked. With my meager abilities, I shall not partake in the commotion, Li Xiaobai replied. The Divine Beast Mountain Range, one of the prominent mountain ranges in the northern region, is a haven for demonic beasts. It is rumored to harbor formidable creatures at the nascent soul stage, yet none have ever laid eyes upon them. Typically, disciples from various sects favor this location as a testing ground, slaying demonic beasts to hone their skills, and the materials they obtain can be exchanged for spirit stones, thus reaping multiple rewards. Li Xiaobai, alongside the group, ventured into the depths of the mountain range, where the number of demonic beasts was sparse and their strength rather ordinary. With more disciples than prey, they instinctively formed small groups of 3 or 5 to begin their dispersed hunting. Observing the throngs of cultivators surrounding him, Li Xiaobai found himself momentarily bewildered. He had never witnessed such camaraderie among these individuals before. How had they formed a cohesive group so swiftly? Nearby, Feng Wuxie and his companions regarded Li Xiaobai's solitary figure with an icy glint in their eyes. After such a prolonged wait, an opportunity had finally presented itself. In this realm, the act of killing for treasures was commonplace. Even if Li Xiaobai's lifeless body were to be discovered later, it would merely elicit a few words of lament. No one would squander time on a deceased individual. Let us proceed. In the depths of the forest, Li Xiaobai searched for traces of demonic beasts. After wandering for a considerable while, he encountered numerous carcasses, yet no living creatures were in sight. The disciples of various sects had been exceedingly swift in their actions. After rummaging through the remains, he found that all valuable items had already been taken. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in Li Xiaobai's eyes. He had finally come under attack. However, the attribute points gained were disappointingly meager. The surrounding area remained devoid of demonic beasts, shrouded instead in a hazy, toxic mist that inflicted continuous harm upon him. Before he could take more than a few steps, the ground trembled violently. Ahead, a cloud of dust billowed as a large pack of demonic beasts charged towards his direction. Led by 2 figures. Junior brother, please save us. Li Xiaobai focused his gaze and was astonished to see Lin Meng and Hao Jian. These two had barely entered the forest for a few minutes, and had already encountered such a multitude of demonic beasts. What remarkable fortune. He hastened towards them. Brother, do not worry. I am here to assist you. Haha, thank you, junior brother. In Lin Meng's eyes, a cold glimmer flashed as he suddenly lowered his body, executing a sweeping kick that destabilized Li Xiaobai's center of gravity. Simultaneously, Hao Jian swiftly moved his palms, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy that propelled Li Xiaobai toward the thronging horde of ferocious beasts behind him. Li Xiaobai cursed under his breath, realizing that mere minutes after entering the mountains, he had been ensnared, betrayed by his own comrades. Junior brother, when venturing outside, it is wise to remain vigilant. Hao Jian remarked with a sense of satisfaction. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, though regrettably, you shall not live to validate it. Haha. Hao Jian reveled in the moment, observing as the monstrous beasts halted their advance, engulfing Li Xiaobai entirely. These creatures were all in the foundation establishment stage, with 2 having recently entered the golden core stage, ensnared within their grasp. Even a deity could not offer salvation. A sense of relief washed over him as the tension he had harbored dissipated. The beasts had indeed been lured by them, a scheme devised by the trio. Feng Wuxie had promised each of them a breakthrough pill to facilitate a swift ascent to the golden core stage, contingent upon their role in enticing the beasts toward Li Xiaobai. The creatures formed a writhing mass, evidently feasting upon Li Xiaobai's flesh. Excellent work, you have earned this. Feng Wuxie emerged from the shadows, his face beaming with delight. He presented the 2 with a small box, astonished at how effortlessly Li Xiaobai had been dealt with. Originally, he had prepared a series of contingency plans, but now it seemed they were unnecessary. Thank you very much. The demise of Li Xiaobai is entirely due to the Master Brother-esque stratagem. At this moment, the heavens and the earth bore witness. As did the 3 of them, none other knew of the unfolding events. Lin Meng, with a cheerful smile, took the box and, upon opening it, was immediately struck with terror as dozens of poison needles shot forth, aimed directly at the 2. His pupils constricted rapidly, and he narrowly avoided the onslaught of needles. In contrast, Hao Jian was caught off guard, and the myriad of needles pierced through his body. With a swift motion, Feng Wuxie redirected his energy and unleashed a powerful palm strike into the air, causing Lin Meng's chest to cave in, blood gushing forth from his mouth. Grasping the wrists of the two, he exerted force and hurled them directly into the midst of the beast horde. No. Feng Wuxia. May you meet a terrible fate. Chapter 26. The immortal golden body of 9 transformations. Do you truly believe you can gain anything from me? Feng Wuxia chuckled lightly, dismissing Lin Meng's curses with indifference. Lin Meng attempted to utter more, but alas, after a few futile movements of his lips, he was torn asunder by a massive brown bear. Once more, Feng Wuxia concealed himself, waiting for the beast to depart before approaching the remains. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai found himself comfortably nestled amidst the pile of beasts. The creatures he encountered were predominantly of lesser power, below the golden core stage, posing no threat to him. However, he was taken aback by the treachery of Lin Meng and Hao Jian, who, despite his good intentions to assist, had callously thrust him into the midst of the beastly horde. Let me not encounter you again. Otherwise, I shall surely bind you and feed you to the beasts. Li Xiaobai's spirits were dampened by this unfortunate turn of events. The brown bear gnaws at its own head, while its limbs are being torn by 2 ferocious tigers. And numerous wild boars incessantly charge at its calves. Countless minor demonic beasts incessantly bite at various parts of its body. The system panel attributes fluctuate rapidly. Attribute points 10. Attribute points 30. Attribute points 50. All points allocated to defense. Defense, 9 transformations of the indestructible golden body. First transformation, 0-10,000. Can be advanced. Goodness, the name 9 transformations of the indestructible golden body sounds celestial. And it feels several notches above the previous level. It seems I am about to soar. Li Xiaobai felt exhilarated with the advancement of his defense. An ancient and enigmatic totem manifested upon his skin, enveloped in a faint golden hue. This form resembled some kind of divine beast, albeit one he did not recognize. A layer of soft golden light also covered his eyes, though it remained rather faint and could only be discerned upon closer inspection. Li Xiaobai was quite pleased with his current appearance, exuding a distinctly masculine charm. Meanwhile, 2 anguished cries echoed, and a round head rolled to Li Xiaobai's feet. Upon closer inspection, it was unexpectedly the head of Lin Meng. It seemed that even as he played the role of bait, these 2 individuals still could not escape the clutches of the demonic beasts and were devoured. This could be considered a case of poetic justice. Stretching lazily, he realized that these demonic beasts had completely lost their ability to inflict harm upon him. Previously, he had experienced some discomfort, but after the advancement of his defense, he felt absolutely nothing. Ding. Detecting continuous attacks from the brown bear. Skill acquired. Bear paw impact. The bear's paw struck fiercely, creating a tremendous impact. A notification sounded. Detection of the host under continuous assault by a wild boar. Skill acquired. Reflection. Reflection. A passive skill that rebounds a certain amount of damage. Another alert followed. Detection of the host under continuous assault by a spotted tiger. Skill acquired. Bite. Bite. The strength of gnawing is enhanced, capable of crushing even the hardest substances. Yet another notification. Detection of the host under continuous assault by a mammoth. Skill acquired. Super abs. Super abs, a passive skill that doubles defense when muscles are tensed seriously. Li Xiaobai felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. The ability to acquire skills through sustained attacks made the divine beast forest a veritable paradise for him. He resolved to seek out various beasts to endure their bites. Not only could he accumulate attribute points, but he could also gain additional skills, which was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, venturing out for training was the most prudent choice. His defense had already ascended to the 9-turn indestructible golden body. It was time to delve deeper into the divine beast mountains for further exploits. Dragging along the beast that relentlessly gnawed at him, Li Xiaobai ambled into the depths of the forest. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows, a figure observed him intently, witnessing the entire process of the beast's gnawing. As expected, Li Xiaobai is not so easily dispatched. My earlier thoughts were too simplistic. I should not have attempted to eliminate these 2 fools so soon, murmured Feng Wuxia. He had not anticipated the immense strength of Li Xiaobai's treasure. An entire horde of beasts was unable to inflict any harm upon him. Yet, the more he desired it, the more determined he became to possess it. Observing the demeanor of his opponent, it seemed they were unconcerned about the potential damage the demon beast might inflict upon that treasure, which further illuminated the gravity of the situation. A mere demon beast at the golden core stage would hardly pose a threat to Li Xiaobai's artifact, suggesting that the treasure in question must be of at least the nascent soul level. Earlier, he had speculated it to be a mid-grade spiritual weapon, but it now appeared that his poverty had constrained his imagination. Stepping lightly, Feng Wuxie silently followed, seeking another opportunity to eliminate Li Xiaobai. In the depths of the jungle, Li Xiaobai hummed a cheerful tune, embarking on a new quest to hunt demon beasts. This was his first venture into such perilous terrain, and he had no knowledge of where demon beasts might be abundant. Thus, he could only search aimlessly, darting about haphazardly. Behind him, Feng Wuxie was quite distressed. On numerous occasions, they had managed to approach the territory of demon beasts, yet Li Xiaobai consistently chose unconventional paths, narrowly missing encounters with them. As a result, they ventured deeper without encountering any dangers. Feng Wuxie's heart raced with anxiety. If they continued deeper, it was likely that a demon beast might suddenly appear, and he might not be able to fend it off. He was merely a third-layer cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Although he might achieve a breakthrough in a moment of desperation, the demon beasts in this jungle often appeared in swarms. He needed to find a chance to dispose of Li Xiaobai swiftly. Just then, faint voices drifted through the air. "Hey there, little sister, hand over the linglong grass, and I might let you go." Indeed, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. No, this herb was discovered by my holy demon sect. You cannot take it. Is someone speaking? Li Xiaobai also heard the sounds of the quarrel, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he hurried towards the source of the noise. Being a novice in this place, he found it challenging to locate any magical beasts. However, if he could find companions to form a team, it might save him from taking unnecessary detours. Yet, as he ran, he inadvertently stirred up quite a commotion. A horde of magical beasts trailing closely behind him, the ground trembling beneath their feet, and their ferocious roars filling the air, raising clouds of dust. In the thicket, 5 young men and women were encircling a little girl, who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, her demeanor innocent and delicate, clutching a precious spiritual herb tightly in her arms. Upon sensing the tremors beneath their feet, the expressions of the youths changed dramatically. "Oh no, it's a pack of magical beasts. Why are they charging towards us in such numbers?" One exclaimed in panic. "We haven't done anything. We must flee. This horde is beyond our capabilities. This exquisite linglong grass. We must take her with us. If the holy demon sect learns that we neglected their disciple, we will be in dire trouble." The young men and women, now in a state of frenzy, retrieved their magical artifacts, preparing to escape. However, at that moment, through the thickening dust, a furious voice echoed. "Damn it, you fools have scared them away. How am I supposed to find allies now? Get lost." Chapter 27. Little Girl, Chu Xiao Xiao. Li Xiaobai was now infuriated. A massive swarm of magical beasts was in pursuit, nearly frightening the cultivators before him into retreat. Turning to face the group of demonic beasts, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued. However, without the use of skills, it was futile against the creatures. Employing skills would sever the source of one's attribute points, and the thought of relying on these beasts for personal advancement was laughable. The young men and women, drenched in cold sweat, could hardly fathom such mastery. How could one allow demonic beasts to gnaw upon them with such nonchalance? This level of strength, coupled with such peculiar habits, undoubtedly indicated a seasoned expert. Could it be an esteemed elder? Meanwhile, a young girl, undeterred by the chaos, seized the opportunity to dash towards Li Xiaobai, clinging to his leg with unwavering resolve. "Great One, please save me. They wish to seize my spiritual herbs. I hail from the Holy Demon Sect, and Master Ouyang is my mentor. If you assist me in dealing with them, my master will reward you handsomely." The girl, possessing a clever and whimsical nature, caught Li Xiaobai's attention. He scrutinized the spiritual herb in her possession for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment. It held no value for him, as he had no need for cultivation. Realizing Li Xiaobai's disinterest, the little girl felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed her gamble had paid off. This formidable individual would not covet her linglong grass. Shifting his gaze to the older disciples before him, Li Xiaobai hesitated. The young girl appeared rather untrustworthy, and if he wished to swiftly locate the demonic beasts, he might need to rely on these more experienced disciples. The young men and women stared in shock at the ferocious beast relentlessly tearing into Li Xiaobai, their calves cramping in fear as cold sweat streamed down their brows. "Esteemed elder, we recognize our folly. We should not have bullied the weak and attempted to seize this young lady's spiritual herbs. We shall take our leave at once." At the forefront, a young man bowed under pressure. "Wait, no one is allowed to leave." Seeing a few individuals attempting to depart, Li Xiaobai felt a surge of urgency. It was not easy to encounter a group like this, and he was determined not to let them slip away. "Do you have any advice for us, esteemed senior?" The young man was on edge, contemplating potential escape routes. His spatial ring contained several explosive talismans. He wondered if they would be effective. The others, too, wore solemn expressions, as if facing a formidable foe. No particular advice. The journey is lonely. Would you care to accompany me? Li Xiaobai's demeanor shifted instantly, his face breaking into a cheerful smile. The group was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such a request from this senior figure. Of course. If the esteemed senior does not mind our presence, it would be splendid to explore the Divine Beast mountain range together. The young man introduced himself with respect. I am Ouyang Feng. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am called Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai found it amusing that he, a mere novice, was being addressed as a senior. You cannot team up with them. They were just plotting to seize the spiritual herbs I painstakingly unearthed. The little girl exclaimed, her voice rising in protest, utterly unwilling to join forces with them. Ouyang Feng's expression turned awkward. No one had expected that within a mere minute. Their relationship had shifted from adversaries to companions. Do you not wish to travel with them? Li Xiaobai inquired. Indeed, they are not good people. The little girl saw a glimmer of hope. Then you may proceed alone. I took that route earlier and did not encounter any beasts. Li Xiaobai, with remarkable understanding, gently set the little girl aside and indicated the direction from whence he came. The little girl was taken aback. She never imagined that this would be the response she received. Did she not think that this esteemed figure had come specifically to rescue her? After all, how could he bear to let someone as adorable as her wander alone? Surely, he must not be fond of her. Indeed, that must be the case. After a brief internal struggle, the little girl promptly rushed forward once more to cling to Li Xiaobai's leg. To her, staying close to this influential figure was the only path to safety, and perhaps even a chance to acquire some wealth. Esteemed one, upon further reflection, these individuals are not so malevolent. They merely wish to seize the elixir and harbor no intentions of violence. They are rather decent folk. The surrounding crowd was left speechless. The little girl changed her stance quicker than one could turn a page, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. What is your name? Is the leader of the Holy Demon Sect your master? Li Xiaobai inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the Holy Demon Sect. My name is Chu Xiaoxiao, and I am the beloved disciple of the sect leader. Among the disciples, the leader is particularly fond of me, Chu Xiaoxiao declared with pride. Then why are you so inept? Li Xiaobai queried, perplexed as to how a true disciple of the Holy Demon Sect could be bullied by those who appeared to be mere novices. At this remark, an awkward silence enveloped the group. There was no recourse. Whatever the esteemed figure said was irrefutable, and being looked down upon was merely an inconvenience, not a disgrace. I merely sought harmony. If I had intervened, it would have resulted in either death or injury. Chu Xiaoxiao's voice wavered slightly. Li Xiaobai shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Ouyang Feng promptly interjected, Senior, which direction shall we proceed? Upon hearing Ouyang Feng's inquiry, Li Xiaobai recalled that he had come in search of magical beasts. Whichever direction harbored more beasts, that is where we shall venture. And what of those? Ouyang Feng indicated the fierce tiger that was relentlessly gnawing at Li Xiaobai's shoulder. The ferocious creature seemed to sense Ouyang Feng's intent, baring its teeth in a menacing display, causing Ouyang Feng to retreat in trepidation. No need for concern. Let it remain, Li Xiaobai chuckled, patting the tiger's head. With a sudden crack, a crisp sound echoed as the tiger's teeth shattered upon impact, its head reduced to a gruesome mess, tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, the porcupine that had been incessantly battering against him also collapsed, a testament to the activation of his passive skill, reflective damage. Though these magical beasts had been incessantly gnawing at him, they too had been enduring continuous harm. Now, having reached a critical threshold, they could no longer withstand the backlash and succumb to their own inflicted injuries. Boss, allow me to assist. The quick-witted little girl, Chu Xiaoxiao, swiftly produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and began to carve through the fallen beasts, extracting a considerable haul of magical beast materials. The others, eager to partake, hesitated in the presence of their superior, merely gazing enviously. Indeed, those with influence possess an undeniable advantage, backed by the formidable Holy Demon Sect. Even the materials from a senior's magical beast were within reach. Truly, this realm is one where strength dictates status. Higi, esteemed one. These are merely materials from foundational and golden core stage demon beasts. Surely, with your boundless prowess, you would find them beneath your notice. Why not bestow them upon me? As she spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao attempted to stuff the demon beast materials into her pocket. Wait. Chapter 28. The backlash begins. No one is lovely Xiaobai, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly stored all the materials within his spatial ring. These are treasures of true worth, capable of being exchanged for spirit stones. They cannot simply be given to the little girl. Esteemed one, surely you have no use for these materials. Shushasha said, her eyes brimming with innocence. I have grand purposes for them, Li Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, casually retrieving a demon beast's inner core and swallowing it whole. As the inner core entered his body, a wave of heat surged within his dantian, the ferocious aura of the beast enveloping him, while thunderous sounds echoed from his belly, causing those around him to tremble in fear. Li Xiaobai's complexion flushed, a look of utter bliss adorning his face as he exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Refreshing. Attribute points, 200. The effects were remarkable. He had long heard tales of the wildly violent energy contained within these demon beast inner cores. For an ordinary person, consumption would spell certain doom. Today, he witnessed firsthand the explosive energy they contained. However, while he reveled in this experience, the others stood aghast. Demon beasts capable of condensing inner cores were all entities of the Golden Core stage. Typically, they would flee at the mere sight of such creatures. Yet today, they witnessed an audacious individual consuming a demon beast's inner core. What confidence and strength must this person possess? Unbeknownst to Li Xiaobai, in the eyes of the young men and women around him, he had transformed into an ancient demon comparable to the legendary ferocious beasts of yore. Li Ruojuan was so frightened that her face turned as pale as a sheet, nearly losing control of herself. As the sole female in the 5-member team, her capacity to endure such a sight was the weakest. She was almost paralyzed by the ferocity of the scene before her. Li Xiaobai let out a hearty burp, still feeling unsatisfied, and proceeded to extract the remaining inner cores of the demon beasts, swallowing them whole. The sounds of explosions reverberated within his dantian, accompanied by a thunderous resonance, as the overwhelming aura of the demon beast surged forth, startling the little girl into exclamations of awe. Big shot, you are incredible. You even dared to consume the inner cores of demon beasts raw. You are far superior to those young talents in our sect. You are the most formidable person I have ever encountered, without exception. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Li Xiaobai. Truly, seniors are extraordinary. Such cultivation is something we cultivators can only aspire to. Ouyang Feng wore a bitter expression, realizing that the gap in their abilities was vast enough to occupy him for a lifetime of pursuit. It's merely standard procedure, nothing to fuss about. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue forward. With the ferocious beasts vanquished, they needed to hasten their search for fresh sources of blood to replenish their attribute points. They were now situated in the inner region of the divine Beast Mountain range, where even the weakest demon beasts reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, with those at the Golden Core stage roaming abundantly. Ouyang Feng led the group to a marshy area. Senior, this is the Yunwu Marsh, home to a Golden Core stage devouring sky python, which should suit your taste perfectly. Ouyang Feng had a personal motive for choosing this area, as the marsh was rich with spirit herbs, having matured under the nurturing aura of demon beasts for many years. Regrettably, their capabilities are rather feeble. Attempting to procure these medicinal herbs is akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Should they manage to slay the python, however, they could indeed harvest a bountiful yield. Even if it amounts to a mere 10%, it would still represent a substantial gain. The Golden Core stage, indeed. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement, for the Golden Core stage signifies the presence of an inner core to obtain, thereby allowing for an enhancement of attributes. Go for it. Big shot, cheered the little lowly from behind. Li Xiaobai's countenance darkened. While her verbal bravado was abundant, her body betrayed her, retreating far away, clearly fearful of being caught in the fray. Such timidity is hardly suitable for a life of adventure. After stretching his muscles, he had little to say and promptly entered the marshland. As soon as he made contact with the marsh, the attribute panel began to fluctuate. This mire was toxic. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. Ding. Continuous toxic damage detected. Skill upgraded. Muscle weakness. Muscle weakness, when activated, a 2-meter radius around the user falls into a state of muscle weakness. The longer the duration, the more pronounced the symptoms. This toxic brew has actually enhanced the muscle weakness skill. Though the name remains unchanged, its range has expanded to 2 meters, allowing for greater flexibility in its application. The marshland was eerily quiet, devoid of any thunderous roars. Only an unsettling tranquility prevailed. Li Xiaobai understood that this was the calm before the storm. Snakes are notoriously treacherous and may very well be seeking the perfect moment to strike with lethal precision. True to his instincts, a sudden chill enveloped his feet, as though something had licked him. Attribute point 30. Hiss. What manner of tongue is this, that with but a single lick can bestow such a multitude of attribute points? This is indeed far superior to those previous beasts. At this moment, Li Xiaobai, unwilling to delay any further, bent down and began to rummage through the marshland, intent on retrieving the devourer python. Ouyang Feng and the others, terrified, instinctively recoiled. Such provocative actions were tantamount to courting death. Should the devourer python become enraged, they would be unable to withstand its wrath. So it was prudent to retreat to a safer distance. With a roar, Li Xiaobai's disturbance provoked the devourer python, which lay concealed at the marsh's depths, into a furious rage, feeling gravely affronted. Its roar was deafening, resounding through heaven and earth, and an overwhelming aura of terror instantly enveloped the area. It is often said that serpents carry a trace of dragon blood, and this assertion rings true. The marsh erupted as the devourer python soared skyward, its maw agape, lunging towards Li Xiaobai. Before him loomed a colossal serpent, measuring no less than several dozen meters in length, its scales glimmering with an icy sheen akin to armor. Yet, despite its fearsome appearance, it was merely at the golden core stage of cultivation, incapable of truly posing a threat to him. As the serpent struck, Li Xiaobai emerged unscathed, while the beast's fangs shattered upon impact, showering it with its own venom, thus causing another surge in attribute points. In a swift motion, the python coiled around Li Xiaobai's waist, showcasing the innate talent of serpent's constriction. The serpent tightened its grip, causing the veins on Li Xiaobai's temples to bulge. Attribute points surged once more, a testament to the relentless nature of this constriction, revealing that the devourer python was exerting its full strength. Li Xiaobai experienced a blend of pain and pleasure. The attributes bestowed by the python were exceedingly generous. He yearned for it to continue its constriction, yet lamentably, the retaliatory damage was a passive skill, perpetually in effect. Once the counterattack initiated, affection was of no consequence. The greater the python's strength, the more severe the harm it inflicted upon itself. Soon, its scales shattered, and streams of crimson blood wafted into the air. Roar. The colossal python let out a frenzied bellow. Its intellect was limited, and once it ensnared an adversary, it would not relent. It was precisely this tenacity that led to its own downfall. After a prolonged roar, the sound abruptly ceased. The overwhelming sense of restraint vanished, and Li Xiaobai felt his body loosen. The sky-devouring python collapsed lifelessly into the marsh, its vitality extinguished. It had perished under the weight of its own might. Alas, it was a rare encounter with a capable foe. What a pity. Chapter 29. The sacred demon sects in Susu. The onlookers, hidden from afar, finally comprehended why this elder sought the beasts. If their conjectures were correct, this elder undoubtedly harbored peculiar inclinations. Otherwise, such behavior would be inexplicable. When the sky-devouring python was in the throes of constriction, they distinctly observed the elder's expression of enjoyment. This was a secret of the elder's formidable prowess, one that must remain concealed, lest it invite peril. The group swiftly reached a consensus to selectively forget what they had witnessed. With the demise of the sky-devouring python, tranquility once again enveloped the marsh. Li Xiaobai gazed at the system panel before him, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, unable to contain his joy. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense. First transformation of the 9 turns immortal body, 2,000 10,000, can be upgraded. Attribute points, 7,000. Allocate all points to defense. Defense. First transformation of the 9 turns immortal body, 9,000 10,000, can be upgraded. The devouring python has generously bestowed upon itself over 7,000 attribute points. Truly, as a beast of the golden core stage, it is remarkably powerful. The petite girl behind him, with an astute sense of timing, rushed forward, brandishing a dagger to deftly detach all the valuable parts from the devouring python. She presented them with both hands, wearing a pleasing expression. Senior, there are numerous rare spiritual herbs in this marshland. Shall we harvest them together? Ouyang Feng, wary of the petite girl preempting him again, hurriedly interjected. Then let us excavate them all, Li Xiaobai responded. The group swiftly began to forage in the marsh. The herbs here were nearly all fully matured spiritual plants. Just one could significantly enhance their spiritual energy, but alas, the formidable figure was watching closely, and they dared not hoard them. Soon, dozens of precious herbs were laid before Li Xiaobai. Observing the radiant spiritual herbs, Li Xiaobai frowned. Though he lacked knowledge of herbalism and alchemy, it was evident that these herbs were beneficial to the human body, yet they would not provide him with attribute points. They belonged to the category of visually appealing but practically useless. However, they could be exchanged for spirit stones later. With a wave of his hand, disregarding the hopeful expressions of the others, he collected all the herbs into his spatial ring. Senior, this Wealth is but an external possession, for one cannot bring it into this world at birth nor carry it away in death. Furthermore, I express this concern for your sake. These precious elixirs, if left in your hands, would only incite discord and lead to needless sacrifices. As the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? I am willing to bear the brunt of this suffering alone. Li Xiaobai, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of nonchalance, unwittingly falling into his habit of ostentation. Ouyang Feng finally grasped the situation. It seemed that this elder, despite his formidable cultivation, lacked the wisdom befitting a senior. He would not relinquish anything worth taking. It appeared that they had no chance of sharing in the spoils. Master, you are truly formidable. We shall follow your lead from now on, exclaimed Chu Shishao, her eyes gleaming with admiration, for in her eyes, Li Xiaobai was akin to a moving treasure trove. With laughter resonating in the air, Li Xiaobai led the group onward. The journey had proven immensely rewarding, and their defensive capabilities were rapidly escalating. Even when faced with a nascent soul cultivator, they would not be without the strength to contend. As they ventured deeper, the sighting of demonic beasts was scarce. Yet the corpses of human cultivators multiplied. The deeper they delved, the more bodies they encountered, clearly indicating that a brutal conflict had transpired here. Amidst the heap of remains, Li Xiaobai recognized several familiar faces, disciples of the inner sect of the Xinyu sect. Most had been cleaved in two, seemingly victims of some ferocious beast's assault. The jungle lay in an eerie stillness, and this time, Ouyang Feng seemed to have encountered a stroke of good fortune, no matter how he led. They encountered no demonic beasts. Ouyang Feng appeared perplexed, firmly convinced that he had traversed the territory of the demon clan. The awareness of territorial sovereignty among demon beasts is notably acute. Logically, if a human were to intrude upon their domain, these beasts would undoubtedly rush forth without hesitation to engage in a fierce battle. The unnerving silence around him was utterly inexplicable, a situation that was decidedly abnormal. Chu Xiaoxiao. A sudden exclamation of delight emanated from the shadowed recesses beside him, startling Li Xiaobai into a shiver. The speaker was a female cultivator, clad in a resplendent white battle dress, wielding a long sword with an air of elegance and valor, accompanied by several others. Among them, a bespectacled young man with a buzz cut exhibited a vigilant demeanor, fixating his gaze intently upon Li Xiaobai and his companions. Sister Susu, the little girl, upon spotting the newcomer, was instantly filled with exuberance and dashed forward. Sister Susu, the outside world is so terrifying. Xiao Xiao barely managed to excavate a linglong herb before someone nearly snatched it away. Thankfully, I encountered a formidable ally. Otherwise, my sister would never have seen me again. Tears welled in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes, presenting a heart-wrenching visage. Upon hearing her words, the female cultivator named Susu's brows furrowed in concern. Who dares to threaten my sister? I shall vanquish them. It's all right now, Sister Susu. With my esteemed protector by my side, no one dares to seize my spiritual herbs, Chu Xiaoxiao reassured her. Susu scrutinized Li Xiaobai from head to toe. As a true disciple of the holy demon sect, she had originally intended for this expedition without bringing Chu Xiaoxiao along. However, the little girl insisted on joining, and after encountering a wave of demon beasts, the group became scattered. Now, seeing Chu Xiaoxiao unharmed filled her with relief, and her gaze towards Li Xiaobai softened appreciably. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your assistance. I am Susu from the sacred demon sect. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Sister Susu, there's no need for your help. The esteemed one is exceptionally formidable, Chu Xiaoxiao remarked with a sly smile, eager to discern who among her invincible sister and the esteemed one was truly superior. Susu responded with politeness, though her gaze betrayed a hint of perplexity. For no matter how one assessed the situation, Li Xiaobai appeared to be a person devoid of cultivation. Why then did Chu Xiaoxiao refer to him as the esteemed one? Could it be that the other's strength vastly surpassed her own, eluding her perception? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. She was on the verge of stepping into the realm of the nascent soul, a distinguished figure among the younger generation. How could there possibly be someone whose prowess eclipsed her own? I am Li Xiaobai, a wandering cultivator. I am unaware of the events that have transpired here. Why is it that I have encountered naught but the corpses of cultivators along my path? Li Xiaobai inquired, intent on remaining incognito while engaging in his endeavors within the mountains. This matter is rather intricate. Let us converse as we proceed. Susu replied warmly. Recognizing that her sister had become thoroughly enamored with Li Xiaobai, she promptly extended an invitation to explore the Divine Beast mountain range together. Susu, This matter may not be suitable for outsiders. Perhaps we should offer him some compensation. What if his presence disrupts our plans? A discordant voice interjected. The speaker was a young man with a crew cut, his eyes resembling those of a serpent, a visage that elicited discomfort. Indeed, senior sister, do not forget our mission. It is not a task for mere triflers to partake in. The other young cultivators echoed, clearly dismissive of Li Xiaobai. What are you saying? The esteemed one is my savior. His powers are boundless. Collectively, you could not even match a single finger of his. The little girl, Chu Xiaoxiao, was immediately displeased. Brother Li has already shown kindness by escorting Xiaoxiao. Our undertaking is arduous, and having a master join us would be of great benefit with no detriment. In Susu frowned, feeling that her junior disciples were lacking in decorum. However, the crew-cut youth attempted to voice further objections, but In Susu raised her hand to silence him. I have made my decision on this matter. No further discussion is necessary. Li Xiaobai sensed an odd tension in the air. This youth seemed inexplicably hostile towards him. Had he inadvertently offended him in some manner? Then shall we? Ouyang Feng and the others, quite astutely, suggested departing. Let us go together. Li Xiaobai casually remarked, for they were acquaintances after all, and parting in such a manner felt rather inappropriate. Upon uttering these words, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. They did not anticipate that Li Xiaobai could be so oblivious to the atmosphere. In Susu was equally astonished. She found Li Xiaobai to be quite extraordinary. His demeanor entirely unlike that of a typical cultivator. It was not that she feared an increase in participants would lead to contention over treasures, but rather that they were situated within the perilous confines of the mountains. Should any of her companions encounter misfortune, it would be regrettable. These individuals were merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could they be permitted to join? However, Chu Xiaoxiao remained indifferent to these matters. To her, whatever the esteemed ones declared was absolute. She frequently nodded, taking charge, and gestured for Ouyang Feng and the others to follow. In Susu and the others, resigned, could only acquiesce. Young Master Li, the demonic beasts here have been nearly exterminated by the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sect. As for the corpses, they are the handiwork of those from the Heavenly Martial Sect, who utilize the manpower from various small factions to pave the way, ruthlessly forging a path into the core of the Divine Beast mountain range. We are here to seek the remaining treasures of heaven and earth within. In Susu narrated the actions of the Heavenly Martial Sect, leaving Li Xiaobai astounded. What lies within the mountains? A fully matured dragon serpent fruit tree. The dragon serpent fruit is a rare treasure. Consuming one can not only reshape one's foundation, but also significantly enhance one's physical strength and resilience. In Susu elucidated. What does the dragon serpent fruit look like? It is entirely a fiery red, resembling flames, making it easily recognizable, typically bearing 9 fruits. So, are we venturing deep into the mountains to search for the dragon serpent fruit? Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His heart raced at the prospect of acquiring the dragon serpent fruit, which would undoubtedly bolster his defenses immensely. Such a fruit, capable of enhancing one's physicality, was perfectly suited for him. Huh, what are you thinking? The dragon serpent fruit is a coveted treasure fiercely contested by the esteemed ones. We lack the qualifications to intervene. However, this time, with the Grand Elder of our sacred demon sect taking action, the dragon serpent fruit shall undoubtedly fall into our hands. The young man with a buzz cut scoffed, utterly unconvinced that Li Xiaobai could be considered a formidable figure. At best, he believed he had merely charmed Chu Xiaoxiao with sweet words. Hey, Xiaoli, how could you possibly speak to a big shot like that? With just a flick of a finger, they could crush you. Why shouldn't we contend for something? The little lowly, eager to ingratiate herself with the esteemed figure, spoke without restraint, inciting a deep frown upon the face of the buzz-cut youth. His expression darkened further. Xiaoxiao, do not be reckless. The inner region is fraught with peril. Many golden core stage beasts could easily overpower even me, and we must tread carefully in every step we take, In Susu remarked. She too did not believe Li Xiaobai was a master. Chu Xiaoxiao had always been mischievous, and it was entirely normal for her words to be laced with exaggeration. Moreover, her enthusiasm was likely fleeting. Perhaps she was simply infatuated at the moment, but would soon tire of Li Xiaobai. Indeed, the Divine Beast mountain range is exceedingly dangerous. We must proceed with caution. Li Xiaobai wholeheartedly agreed, as he steadily sought the appropriate beasts to enhance his defenses, prioritizing safety above all. Ouyang Feng and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Are you certain this Divine Beast mountain range is perilous? You devoured a beast's inner core without even batting an eye. How is it that we find you more formidable than the beasts themselves? The big shot's words silenced Chu Xiaoxiao. In Susu appeared astonished. It was rather unusual for the little girl to become so docile merely due to a single remark. Brotherly, Yin Susu remarked. We have discovered a treasure trove in the outskirts. That area is suffused with spiritual energy, and it is evident that extraordinary treasures are on the verge of emerging. Our objective is to secure this treasure, while the core of the mountain range is beyond our reach. I see. But may I inquire about the exact location of this treasure? Li Xiaobai asked. It lies to the northeast. We must traverse several territories inhabited by ferocious beasts. So we must remain vigilant, Yin Susu replied. That is only natural. Unbeknownst to the group, a figure lingered in the distant thicket behind them. Feng Wuxia's eyes sparkled with intensity as he overheard several significant secrets. To his astonishment, the treasure within the mountain range was none other than the legendary dragon snake fruit, one of the rarest celestial fruits. Fortune seemed to favor him. If he could acquire even a single fruit, his foundation would become 100 times more solid, and he would no longer have to worry about ascending to the yuaning stage. However, Li Xiaobai truly was fortunate. Having allied himself with the little demoness of the sacred demon sect and garnered the favor of Yin Susu, it would not be easy to deal with him now. Nevertheless, I have already received word and can set out ahead to seek other treasures within the mountain range. Although numerous elite disciples from various sects have gathered here, I am not without my own opportunities. With a swift motion, Feng Wuxia vanished from sight. The journey was marked by silence, and the atmosphere was heavy. Li Xiaobai sensed that the disciples of the sacred demon sect were not particularly friendly, apart from Yin Susu and the little girl. The rest of the disciples regarded him with hostility. He pondered, what have I done to deserve such treatment? Ouyang Feng and the others felt an immense discomfort. They had merely come to observe, yet inexplicably found themselves taken away by a formidable figure, leaving them in a state of utter bewilderment. Gentlemen, ahead lies the territory inhabited by demonic beasts. Although the Tianwu sect has cleared this area, we cannot guarantee that there are no remnants lurking about. We must proceed with utmost caution, In Susu advised. Chapter 31. The ambush of the Tianwu sect. Li Xiaobai could discern no abnormalities in his surroundings. The forest remained unchanged, desolate and eerily silent. However, the members of the holy demon sect appeared to be on high alert, seemingly perplexed by the actions of these elite players. Indeed, they were suffering the consequences of their lack of cultivation. Li Xiaobai mused silently. Alas, there was little he could do, as he did not require training. Master, do you think there are demonic beasts in this forest? Chu Xiaoxiao inquired, walking beside Li Xiaobai, her demeanor untroubled. It's so quiet here. Surely there aren't any. Li Xiaobai was uncertain. Quiet. If you don't understand, keep your silence. The crew-cut youth retorted angrily, suppressing his voice. If we disturb the beasts, we will face a grueling battle. Instantly, Li Xiaobai fell silent. These individuals were indeed experienced. They not only recognized the presence of demonic beasts in the forest, but also prevented any potential disturbances. Their professionalism was commendable. After a brief exploration through the underbrush, In Susu suddenly appeared relieved. There are no demonic beasts here. They must have been exterminated by the Tianwu sect. Humph. The master has long asserted that there are no demonic beasts here, yet you refuse to believe it. The little lowly expressed her frustration. That was merely luck on his part. Xiao, do not let this fellow deceive you. The crew-cut youth cautioned. How should one address you, senior sister? Little Li remarked. When conversing with elders, one must employ honorifics. As a true disciple of the sect leader, I stand several generations above you. Yet you dare to call me by my name. What of propriety? Chu Xiaoxiao declared, hands on her hips, her anger palpable. Let us rest here for a moment. We must first regain our composure before we embark on our journey. Senior Sisterine, would you care for a sip of water? Several disciples of the sacred demon sect promptly approached, offering tea and water to In Susu. There's no need, In Susu replied, disregarding the disciples' attentiveness and instead walking toward Li Xiaobai. Young Master Li, may I inquire from whom you received your teachings? Self-taught, Li Xiaobai replied, instantly grasping that she sought to probe his background. And what of your cultivation? I sense no trace of spiritual energy emanating from you. With a single thought, one can achieve mastery. True talent is a rarity in this world, and I happen to be one of them. Li Xiaobai remained composed, his gaze fixed in a meditative posture, showing no signs of embarrassment. May I ask if your entrance into the Divine Beast Mountains was also at the invitation of the Jinyuan Kingdom? It was not an invitation. The Jinyuan Kingdom, in distress and fear, dispatched a national force to implore my assistance. Concerned for the welfare of the people, I chose to come. In Susu fell silent. Her gaze locked onto Li Xiaobai, an instinctual sense informing her that he was far from ordinary. After a moment of stalemate, she found herself at a loss. Still unable to perceive any spiritual energy fluctuation within him, a curiosity piqued. Could he truly be a master? In the distance, a crew-cut youth glared at the lively exchange between Li Xiaobai and In Susu, his heart ablaze with resentment. The remaining disciples of the sacred demon sect harbored an increasing dissatisfaction towards Li Xiaobai. Sister In was akin to a celestial being, an ethereal existence untouched by the mundane world. How could she possibly associate with such a rustic cultivator, thus diminishing her own stature? Sister Susu, there lies a spiritual lurk. The voice of the little girl, Chu Xiao Xiao, suddenly echoed, revealing that the young sprite had wandered off to an unknown distance. A surge of alarm coursed through In Susu's heart. The divine beast mountain range was no safe haven akin to home, and straying about could lead to dire consequences. The elder had previously asserted that there were no demonic beasts prowling in this vicinity, so what peril could there be? The little girl remained undeterred, her innate greed manifesting as she began to excavate the surface where the spiritual herb thrived. Yet, at that very moment, several beams of sword light erupted from the ground, aiming directly at the engrossed young girl. "Shush out, be careful," In Susu exclaimed in alarm, dashing forward. It was a grave oversight that she had not detected the ambush, however. It was already too late, for it was evident that these individuals had been lying in wait for quite some time. Ha ha ha, behold what I have captured today. The precious disciple of the sacred demon sect. Fortune truly favors me. The leader, a man clad in white, laughed heartily as he seized Chu Xiao Xiao with a swift motion. She was the cherished jewel of the sect leader, now captured alive by him. Recently, the heavenly martial sect and the sacred demon sect had been vying for a position to enter the central continent. Possessing Chu Xiao Xiao would significantly tilt the odds in their favor. "It's you." In Susu's eyes widened in fury. Li Xiaobai also recognized the assailant. He had encountered him once within the Grand Hall of Jinyuan Kingdom, a direct disciple of the heavenly martial sect, who appeared to be named Zhang Rui. At that moment, the true disciple of the sacred demon sect had exchanged a few sharp words with him, leaving a profound impression on Li Xiaobai. He had not anticipated that a disciple from such a prestigious sect would resort to such conduct, which was rather distasteful. "From the heavenly martial sect. You would do well to release me at once. I must inform you that I have influential patrons. Release this lady immediately, and I shall spare you." The little girl continued to struggle. In Susu felt a surge of anger within her. It was indeed disgraceful that the disciples of the heavenly martial sect would debase themselves by engaging in such insidious acts. "It is you, Li, who caused Xiao Xiao's capture. Had you not deceived her, she would not have fallen into the trap laid by our enemies." A glimmer of mockery flickered in the eyes of the buzzcut youth as he seized every opportunity to ridicule Li Xiaobai. He cared little for Chu Xiaoxiao's fate. His sole aim was to alter In Susu's perception of Li Xiaobai. "Indeed, you are responsible for the capture of Sister Chu. What punishment do you deserve?" The other disciples echoed his sentiments. "Enough, Zhang Rui. As a true disciple of the heavenly martial sect, do you not fear retribution from the sacred demon sect for your actions?" In Susu furrowed her brow. "If you all perish, who would dare to file a complaint?" Zhang Rui's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement dancing within them. A shock coursed through In Susu. The other party appeared unfazed, perhaps possessing some form of leverage. Or had Zhang Rui already transcended and surpassed her in cultivation? That seemed implausible. The Yuanshan could not simply be condensed at will. "In a moment, I will engage Zhang Rui. You must take the opportunity to rescue Xiao Xiao and flee immediately. Do you understand?" "Understood." Li Xiaobai also wished to partake in the rescue. But alas, the members of the sacred demon sect paid him no heed. After a brief allocation of tasks, several beams of sword light shot forth, hurtling towards Zhang Rui with remarkable speed. Ouyang Feng and the others wore peculiar expressions, perplexed as to why the formidable strength of their senior could not be perceived by the disciples of the holy demon sect. Several young men clad in white brandished their long swords, the glimmers of their blades intertwining as they advanced toward In Susu and her companions. The atmosphere crackled with energy. Every disciple engaged in combat was at least at the golden core stage. Numerous flying sands and stones struck Li Xiaobai. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 100. Chapter 32. Truly a Colossus. Defense. 9-turn indestructible golden body. First turn, 9,000, 210,000. Can be upgraded. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement within. Indeed, one could rapidly enhance their strength through external training. After merely 2 days of wandering, his defensive capabilities soared as if propelled by a rocket. He advanced a few steps, observing the intense battle around him, where the energy waves surged and the fluctuations of spiritual energy reverberated. The values on his attribute panel fluctuated continuously. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 100. Ding. Detecting that the host is continuously subjected to sword energy attacks. Skill upgraded. 9-turn indestructible sword intent. First turn. 9-turn indestructible sword intent. First turn. The lifelong pursuit of a sword cultivator, merging one's will into the blade, allowing the wielder to unleash sword intent to vanquish adversaries upon drawing the sword. In the arena, the conflict between the two sides had escalated to a fever pitch. Insusu sensed that something was amiss. The opponent was not as formidable as she had envisioned, although their strength surpassed hers by a margin. It was evident they had yet to reach the point of being able to slay her. From where, then, did their confidence stem? Could it be that they possessed some hidden trump card? Haha, the disciples of the sacred demon sect indeed possess remarkable skills. However, it is unfortunate that today, all of you shall perish here. Zhang Rui unleashed a palm strike from midair, retreating from the circle of battle, and with a flick of his wrist, he produced a blood-red orb. The blood spirit pearl. Insusu exclaimed in horror, and the expressions of the others changed drastically, judging by the size of the orb. It likely contained the souls of thousands. If this were to be discovered by others, even the heavenly martial sect would be unable to protect you. The young man with the buzz cut was filled with dread. With the emergence of the blood spirit pearl, they were indeed likely to meet their demise here. Zhang had previously stated that once you were all dead, there would naturally be no one to leak any information. Zhang Rui remained composed, emboldened by the presence of the blood spirit pearl. Surround them, let not a single one escape, kill them all. The great thousand-leaf hand. The falling sword technique. The starry finger. The techniques of the 5-8 sect surged forth, yet Li Xiaobai felt no pain, and his attribute points surged once again. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 100. Defense. 9 turns indestructible golden body second turn, 0-20,000, can be advanced. At last, he leveled up. Li Xiaobai's countenance brightened with joy. It seemed that with each turn, the required attribute points would increase by 10,000. His journey was still long. At this moment, the disciples of the heavenly martial sect were visibly shaken. They had just exerted their full strength, yet their opponent had not even sustained a scratch. Such strength was truly astounding. This is bad. There is a master among them. Quickly retreat. Senior brother, there is a master on the opposite side. The situation has changed. Zhang Rui narrowed his eyes, having recognized the extraordinary nature of Li Xiaobai, who had withstood the full force of a golden core practitioner's strike unharmed. Indeed, he was remarkable. The words of the little girl were true. It turned out that this individual was indeed a formidable figure. Esteemed senior, we have previously committed numerous offenses. I humbly beseech you to overlook past grievances and lend us your assistance. Insusu performed a respectful bow, her gaze towards Li Xiaobai now infused with complexity. The young man with a buzz cut hesitated, reluctant to approach, having been the most vocal in criticizing Li Xiaobai earlier. Is that orb in his possession truly powerful? In an instant, Li Xiaobai fell into a state of readiness, instinctively seeking to provoke enmity. It had become second nature. That was the blood spirit orb. Forged from the blood sacrifice of thousands, an artifact of sinister origins, possessing unparalleled might. How formidable is it? Sufficiently powerful to rival a strike from a nascent soul expert. Mediocre, at best. Li Xiaobai maintained his composure as he strode towards Zhang Rui, contemplating how many attribute points he might gain by consuming the blood spirit orb. With his defenses now further enhanced, he believed he could withstand attacks from a nascent soul practitioner. He hoped the orb would prove beneficial. If I am not mistaken, you must be a physical cultivator, aspiring to emulate the ancient divine beings and achieve sanctity through the corporeal form, Zhang Rui remarked casually. Since you recognize me, it would be best for you to kneel and depart. Li Xiaobai, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of dominance. How audacious. However, you physical cultivators prioritize the corporeal, while my blood spirit orb is precisely tailored to target the spiritual consciousness. If you wish to avoid descending into madness, I suggest you take your leave. I am a rare talent, endowed with boundless fortune. Such trifling, evil spirits pose no threat. Li Xiaobai exerted himself to flaunt his prowess, inciting animosity. With a sharp tongue and a keen wit, he initially intended to show leniency, recognizing the difficulty of one's cultivation. However, given your blatant disregard for boundaries, you shall join them in their demise. Zhang Rui's eyes glinted with ferocity as he abruptly activated his technique, propelling the blood spirit pearl towards Li Xiaobai and his companions. Most body-refining practitioners are bound by their lineage, and even Zhang Rui would prefer not to offend these sects lightly. Nevertheless, as the other party obstinately meddled, he was unperturbed by the prospect of sending them on their way. The blood spirit pearl hovered in the air, emanating a crimson glow, its thick, sanguine aura enveloping all present, reeking of blood. Zhang Rui and several other practitioners simultaneously urged the blood spirit pearl, causing the heavens to darken and the winds to churn ominously, a malevolent energy roiling about. Li Xiaobai frowned. The scent of the pearl was unbearable. Yet his attribute points were ceaselessly fluctuating, indicating the toxicity of this blood energy. Behind him, In Susu and others faltered upon encountering the crimson aura, their golden core cultivation insufficient to withstand the pearl's power. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 100. Assessing his physical condition revealed no significant issues. The Yuan Ying's attack was merely average. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward the blood spirit pearl. In the midst of Zhang Rui's astonished gaze, Li Xiaobai slowly extended a hand, plucking the blood spirit pearl from the air, then opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. As the blood spirit pearl entered his body, a chaotic crimson radiance coursed over his skin, and the potent spiritual energy surged violently within him, causing his blood to churn. Li Xiaobai let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, multiple passive skills have fortified the physical form, allowing the blood spirit pearl to create minimal turbulence. After allowing the frenzied blood energy to surge within for a brief moment, the blood spirit pearl was completely transformed into attribute points. Attribute points, 1100. Attribute points, 1000. Attribute points, 12,000. All allocated to defense. Defense, 9 transformations, indestructible golden body, second transformation, 12000, 20000, can be advanced. Hehehe, thank you for the hospitality. Chapter 33. Devouring the blood spirit pearl. Li Xiaobai patted his belly and let out a satisfied belch, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. You actually consumed it? To devour the blood spirit pearl, what kind of audacity was this? Zhang Rui was struck with terror, for this blood spirit pearl was a gift from a master of a sinister cult, crafted before his very eyes at the cost of countless lives. He knew all too well the magnitude of its power. Not even a mid-grade spirit treasure could rival the might of this blood spirit pearl. Once the blood energy was unleashed, even a master in the nascent soul stage would hesitate to confront its formidable edge directly. Yet, here was Li Xiaobai, who had swallowed the pearl whole without a hint of consequence. How could this be possible? Well, it has a bit of a metallic taste, and the texture isn't particularly pleasant, but the quantity is quite substantial. One blood spirit pearl could yield over 10,000 contribution points. If only a few more were to come my way, I would surely ascend to the heavens. Do you have any more of such pearls? Once again, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. In Susu gazed blankly at the unfolding events before her. This man was excessively formidable, and she regretted not recognizing his true nature sooner. An expert of such caliber, if befriended, could bring immense benefits to their sect without any detriment. Fortunately, there was still the presence of the young girl, Chu Xiaoxiao, on their side. As long as she remained closely attached to Li Xiaobai, a means to bridge their relationship would inevitably present itself. The plain-looking youth's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light, revealing his inscrutable thoughts. Ouyang Feng and the others sighed in relief. Their senior had taken action, ensuring their safety. Such a powerhouse. Please, eliminate these rogues. The little lowly, Chu Xiaoxiao, cheered incessantly. Her excitement mirrored that of consuming the blood spirit pearl herself. This young girl is in my custody. I implore you, esteemed sir, to remain stationary. I am a true disciple of the Tianwu sect, and should you grant us mercy today, there shall be ample rewards in the future. Zhang Rui's complexion paled, as Chu Xiaoxiao was his only remaining bargaining chip. Haha, no problem, I shall not move. You may depart, Li Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, his fingers discreetly resting on the hilt of his sword. Zhang Rui's pupils contracted. The opponent intended to take a life. He abruptly hurled the little girl towards Li Xiaobai, and, with a series of quick steps, vanished from sight. There was no escape. Seizing the young girl with one hand, he drew the long sword from his waist. 9 revolutions of indestructible sword intent. His will fused with the blade, a metallic resonance filled the air. A golden pressure enveloping the scene, unyielding and eternal. A colossal golden sword projection emerged in the void, pointing ominously towards the fleeing figures. Li Xiaobai felt his consciousness extend 1,000 miles away, piercing into the brow of a disciple from the Tianwu sect. A gentle breeze swept by, causing several disciples to become momentarily dazed, while Zhang Rui, desperately escaping, had his entire left arm severed without uttering a sound. Li Xiaobai comprehended the essence of sword intent. It was formless yet powerful, capable of severing both the mind and the flesh. It was no wonder that so many chose to practice the sword. This art was indeed formidable. The esteemed master was truly remarkable. I had faith that he could save me. Oh, master, your prowess is unparalleled. I wish to be your disciple. The little girl gazed up at the dissipating sword intent in the air, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Li Xiaobai's extraordinary strength shattered her previous notions. That single display felt even more potent than her own master. In Susu and the others were utterly astonished. Not only was his physical strength unparalleled, but his sword intent was also exceptionally refined. Who could this venerable figure be? Among the skilled individuals they knew, none seemed to match his caliber. Could he possibly be a reclusive master playing in the mortal realm? How amusing, merely a conventional display of skill. Li Xiaobai himself was taken aback by the effectiveness of the sword intent. However, upon reflection, it made sense, considering it was a skill that had advanced several levels. The power was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, Zhang Rui managed to escape, although he had severed one of his arms. Such an injury could easily be healed with certain secret techniques and elixirs. Approaching the remaining disciples of the Tianwu sect, he waved his hand, and they stood there, expressions blank and eyes vacant. The earlier sword intent pierced directly into their brows, utterly annihilating their consciousness, rendering them into mere fools devoid of any wisdom. How do you feel? I knew the esteemed one would rescue me. Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed with great excitement. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. Previously, I was blind to the true worth of such a remarkable person. I hope you will not take offense. In Susu felt utterly weak and feeble, struggling to rise and perform a profound bow of gratitude. The others expressed their heartfelt thanks as well. Had it not been for the presence of such a formidable figure in their midst, they would likely have met their doom this time. No need for such gratitude. Vanquishing demons and dispelling evil is the duty of our kind. Li Xiaobai chuckled, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. In Susu wished to say more when a small token at her waist suddenly radiated a brilliant light. This was a distress signal issued by the masters of the Heavenly Martial Sect before their departure. By using this token, nearby cultivators would receive the message and rush to aid. Someone is in trouble, located in the northeast, seemingly in the very treasure land mentioned by the young lady earlier. In Susu remarked, it appears that the treasure land harbors danger. Li Xiaobai initially frowned, but then his expression relaxed. Danger is a good thing, for it signifies the presence of attribute points, and it is worth investigating. You all stay here and rest. I will go to the treasure land to provide assistance. Esteemed one, I want to accompany you. The little girl immediately chimed in. Xiao, do not be foolish. The elder is on an important mission and cannot take you along. In Susu admonished firmly. Chu Xiao clung tightly to Li Xiaobai's leg, refusing to let go, convinced that by following the esteemed leader, she would surely indulge in copious feasts and revel in abundant libations. Indeed, the treacherous terrain of the mountains posed significant dangers, and I can no longer accompany you. Li Xiaobai stated with a furrowed brow. Moreover, your senior brothers and sisters are currently incapacitated and require someone to watch over them. Should you abandon them? What would happen if they encountered peril? Throughout our journey, it seems the little girl has contributed little beyond excavating the inner cores of demon beasts. In times of danger, it would be more prudent for me to explore the mountains alone. With my current defensive capabilities, I am well equipped to navigate the perilous terrain. Realizing this, Chu Xiao refrained from further protest. She could not ignore the potential danger facing her senior brothers and sisters. I understand, esteemed leader. I will protect my seniors, she declared. Then you shall remain here and await rescue. With that, Li Xiaobai set off towards the direction of the distress signal, departing from the scene. The members of the sacred demon sect were merely experiencing temporary weakness after consuming some medicinal elixirs and resting for a while. They would soon be restored to their former vigor. Thus, Li Xiaobai harbored no concerns that In Susu and the others might encounter further danger. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, a small river suddenly erupted with golden radiance, accompanied by a resounding thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens. The nearby disciples were invigorated, their faces alight with avarice. A rare treasure has emerged. Chapter 34. A grand scene of murder and treasure seizing. Figures flickered through the forest. swiftly converging upon the source of the golden glow. Observing the fleeting figures around him, Li Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of envy. The ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth at will was undeniably practical. Unlike his own predicament of having to rely on his two legs to run slowly, even struggling to match the speed of an ordinary person. Fortunately, the treasure was not far from him, and the demonic beasts along the way had been cleared out by others long ago. He ambled to the edge of a dense forest, where a small river lay before him, its golden radiance emanating from the depths below. The water was murky, obscuring what lay beneath its surface. A multitude of cultivators had gathered around, waiting eagerly. At the riverbank, a corpulent man sat on the ground, weeping loudly, surrounded by several lifeless bodies, creating a scene of profound sorrow. Witnessing this, the crowd hesitated, momentarily abandoning their desires to seize the treasures within the river. Li Xiaobai instantly recognized the sobbing figure as his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui. There are treasures emerging from the river, and as we ventured in to seek them, we encountered a demonic beast. In a moment of desperation, my elder brothers managed to push me to safety, but they shall never awaken again. Lu Jinshui lamented, his heartfelt sorrow spilling forth once more. Nearby, a female cultivator cast a sympathetic glance, her heart stirred by the display of familial affection, a sentiment long absent from their lives entrenched in deceit and treachery. The cultivator engaging in conversation, however, displayed a duplicitous nature, feigning righteousness while harboring intentions to seize the treasures. Nonetheless, this concern was indeed shared among many cultivators. What level of power did the demonic beast lurking beneath the water possess? If it were merely at the golden core stage, they might stand a chance in a confrontation. Beneath lies an ancient dragon tortoise, aged a millennium, possessing limited strength, merely at the golden core stage. Its movements are sluggish, yet it has the capacity to exhale a toxic liquid, which caught my brothers unawares, as Lu Jinshui recounted. Ah, I see. Fear not, junior disciple. With so many of us here, we shall undoubtedly assist you in retrieving the treasure and vanquishing the beast, avenging our brave comrades. The conversing cultivator boasted with an air of grandiosity. The other cultivators felt reassured. A dragon tortoise at the golden core stage, while possessing formidable defenses and lethargic movements, could indeed unleash venom. Although it exhibited some degree of aggression, it was not insurmountable. As long as they exercised caution beneath the water, the treasure could be secured. Thank you, my friend. You must ensure the treasure is retrieved. It was earned at my brother's peril. Lu Jinshui lamented, his expression sorrowful. Understood, the conversing cultivator replied, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. With the precise information about the depths acquired, Lu Jinshui had become of little use to him. The others regarded Lu Jinshui's foolish demeanor with disdain, bemused that this rotund individual naively believed that they were genuinely offering their assistance. Clearly, he was still quite inexperienced in the ways of the world. Li Xiaobai, concealed at a distance, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. He discerned that the earlier distress signal had originated from Lu Jinshui, who had deliberately gathered the crowd and feigned distress, evidently with ulterior motives. Ah, my brother stirs the pot. Naturally, I too shall partake in the spoils. Around him, the cultivators clustered in small groups, engaging in discussions regarding strategies to seize the treasure. These cultivators, many of whom have reached the golden core stage, each belong to their own small factions. To them, the most perilous threat in the pursuit of treasures is not the aquatic beasts lurking beneath the surface, but rather the other cultivators surrounding them. The act of killing to seize treasures is a common occurrence within the realm of cultivation. For a moment, the cultivators found themselves in a stalemate, none daring to be the first to venture into the river to retrieve the treasures. At some point, Lu Jinshui had quietly departed from the riverbank and concealed himself within the thicket. Li Xiaobai hurriedly followed, keeping a safe distance behind Lu Jinshui, observing his every move. An instinct within him whispered that this portly figure was undoubtedly planning something significant. On the riverbank, the cultivators remained at an impasse. Esteemed fellows, it is not prudent for us to remain on guard against one another. Why not enter the water together? Whoever can retrieve the treasures shall rely on their own abilities, suggested the cultivator who had previously spoken with Lu Jinshui. I concur. Let us first ascertain what treasures await us, another chimed in. I have no objections. Very well. Since there seems to be a consensus, I shall count to 3, and we shall all plunge into the water together, the speaking cultivator continued. 1, 2, 3. Silence ensued. None of the gathered individuals moved, each sharing a tacit understanding that brought forth quiet laughter. Ha ha ha. It appears we cultivators share an exceptional camaraderie. However, merely waiting idly is not a solution. To assuage any doubts, I shall set an example and be the first to dive into the water. With a hearty laugh, the speaking cultivator leaped into the depths below. The remaining cultivators, as if suddenly awakening to the gravity of the situation, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Alas, this fellow is deliberately leading us astray, keeping us anchored on the shore while he seizes the opportunity to snatch treasures from beneath the water. We must hasten, for this river stretches long and narrow. Should he escape with the spoils from the depths, the prize will slip through our fingers. By heavens, I thought myself cunning. Yet this person surnamed you proves to be even more devious. The intricacies of his scheme are profound. Truly, he plays the game with finesse. At that moment, the other cultivators, no longer hesitating, plunged into the river with fervor. Beneath the surface lurked only a dragon tortoise, as long as they approached with caution. It posed no significant threat. Yet, no one noticed that the instigator of this affair had vanished without a trace. Nor did they consider that the rotund man might not be speaking the truth. The allure of wealth had blinded the cultivators, and in such a tense state, each was consumed by a singular thought: to find the treasure, seize it, and carry it away. On the shore, a rotund man emerged from the thicket. A smile plastered across his face as he observed the surging waves upon the water's surface, laughing heartily. He mused, "These simpletons, so eager to dive into a trap, truly make things effortless for me. Your spiritual artifacts and elixirs shall be claimed by me." The possessions of a dozen golden core cultivators thrilled him at the thought. A substantial influx of riches was imminent, and Lu Jinshui's complexion flushed with excitement. Yet, his expression suddenly stiffened as a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Senior brother, you certainly know how to play the game. The intricacies run deep." Chapter 35. The sixth senior brother sets a trap, and the willing step forward. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Li Xiaobai behind him, Lu Jinshui felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he had managed to ensnare someone, only to inadvertently draw in his junior brother as well. Haha, it was naturally the distress signal from the senior brother that summoned the junior brother, Li Xiaobai cheerfully remarked. "When did you arrive, junior brother? Why didn't you inform your senior brother in advance?" Lu Jinshui inquired. "Senior brother, you are a person of importance and busy with affairs. I, junior brother, intentionally remained silent to not disturb your endeavors, and I must say, I witnessed the entirety of your undertaking. One must commend your exceptional talent. Senior brother, such ingenuity is rare in this world," Li Xiaobai praised. "Junior brother, you flatter me. The world is replete with extraordinary wonders, yet alas, they reside in forbidden and perilous realms, tantalizingly out of reach. Senior brother, you are assisting them in realizing their treasure-hunting dreams," Lu Jinshui asserted with conviction. "Senior brother, with your broad-mindedness, I too wish to contribute, albeit in a modest capacity, to the aspirations of humanity." Li Xiaobai gazed eagerly at Lu Jinshui. "How great a contribution does junior brother wish to make? 50-50? 28%? 37%? A deal." Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. Alas, he had said too little. Indeed, the senior brother is more skilled, and I have much to learn. Accompanying Lu Jinshui to the riverbank, the surface of the water roiled in tumult, evidently reflecting a fierce battle unfolding beneath. "Senior brother, are there truly treasures beneath the water?" "Ah, behold." The enigmatic maze set forth by the senior brother, where the so-called golden radiance is but a mere illusion. How exquisite! Simultaneously, in the underwater realm, chaos reigns supreme. Upon descending into the depths, none have encountered the fabled beast, the dragon tortoise. Rather, they are immediately drawn to a resplendent golden formation resting upon the ocean floor. This array shimmers with a mesmerizing brilliance, casting an extraordinary spectacle upon the water's surface. At its very core lies a treasure chest, evidently the coveted prize. The cultivator, who had previously engaged in conversation with the rotund individual, now bore a flushed visage and labored breath. He was the first to plunge into the depths, with the treasure tantalizingly within reach. The chest seemed to possess a magnetic allure, irresistibly drawing his gaze, and his hand reached out involuntarily. In the instant of contact with the chest, a sound echoed, and the world around him spun wildly. He beheld a headless corpse collapsing to the ground. It was none other than his own form. Below the surface, numerous cultivators confirmed two critical points. First, the dragon tortoise was absent from the depths. Second, the formation surrounding the chest posed no threat, allowing anyone to enter without fear of attack. This signified that anyone could seize the treasure. For the moment, the matter of the dragon tortoise was set aside. The immediate concern was not the competition for the chest, but the prevention of anyone claiming it first. Thus, the underwater skirmish commenced. Golden Core cultivators unleashed their fury, engaging in rampant slaughter, unable to distinguish friend from foe. A barrage of diverse techniques and spells surged forth, and soon the ocean floor was littered with lifeless bodies. The waters stained a vivid crimson. Moments later, only a handful of Golden Core experts remained beneath the water, all gravely wounded. This reckless strategy of sacrificing oneself to vanquish foes had resulted in substantial self-inflicted losses. However, at that very moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The golden array at the bottom of the water suddenly quivered, and layers of pale yellow radiance began to emanate from it. A faint golden illusion enveloped the underwater realm. What could this be? The surviving experts sensed the ripples with a tinge of confusion, yet they felt no threat emanating from the array's undulations. It must merely be a manifestation of the formation, devoid of any offensive capability. No, why do I feel a bit dizzy? Do you feel it too? Damn, I've been feeling lightheaded since early on. It seems I am not alone in this affliction. No, it's the array that's at play here. It's a hypnotic formation. Cursed be it, we have fallen into a trap. That fat man from earlier, it must be him. No need to ask. This treasure is also a sham. We must hasten to the surface. The group became increasingly alert, attempting to swim upward, but alas, the more they struggled, the heavier their bodies felt, as if laden with lead. The harder they tried, the faster they sank. In a matter of moments, the remaining dozen Golden Core experts succumbed. Their gazes glazed as they fell into the underwater abyss. In their hazy state, they perceived two figures gradually approaching, one stout, the other slender. Brother, your skills are truly remarkable. I am in awe. However, this method is rather treacherous, isn't it? So many perished beneath the water. Will anyone hold us accountable afterward? Li Xiaobai observed the underwater scene, his heart pounding with trepidation. I had long heard that when a person dies underwater, they do not sink, but instead float with their head down and feet up. A sight that is indeed unsettling. What is there to say? These individuals perished due to their own avarice. Had they not been consumed by their greed for treasure, they would not have fallen into such an easily laid trap. Worry not, junior brother, for I am well versed in this kind of endeavor, and there will be no issues. Lu Jinshui said cheerfully as he began to feel for the bodies underwater. The treasure chest was utterly empty, had anyone dared to open it. The ruse would have been rendered transparent. Yet these cultivators insisted on outsmarting themselves, engaging in a senseless slaughter. It was truly the height of folly. Li Xiaobai hurriedly followed suit, methodically searching each body. I must say, the disciples of the sects capable of entering the inner circle are quite bountiful, merely from spirit stones alone. I have gathered no less than several thousand, including a fair share of mid-grade spirit stones. The number of spiritual artifacts and elixirs is simply beyond counting. Regrettably, I did not uncover any higher-grade spiritual treasures. If I could acquire one akin to what the senior sister possesses, it would be immensely gratifying. The Golden Core cultivators, deeply comatose, are akin to ripe fruit, their wealth contained within their spatial rings. Lu Jinshui swiftly collected their rings, harboring no intention of silencing anyone. In his words, he only seeks to swindle treasures, not lives. The two laid out their underwater spoils, preparing to divide the loot. Junior brother, you are not being forthright. I distinctly saw you search the bodies of 11 individuals, yet you present so few items. Brother, you haven't spoken the truth either. You have taken nearly all the rings belonging to the Golden Core stage cultivators, yet the items presented are fewer than what the junior brother possesses? Haha. I was momentarily confused. Do not hold it against me, junior brother. I too accidentally overlooked a few rings. Please take a look. After a brief inventory, both Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui were filled with astonishment, as their gains exceeded their expectations. Over 110 spirit herbs, more than 300 bottles of elixirs, over 70 beast inner cores, 21 low-grade spirit stones, and 5 medium-grade spiritual instruments. Junior brother, have we struck gold? Brother, indeed we have. Chapter 36, Another Heist, Split 3-7. Li Xiaobai instantly transformed into a little tycoon. The spirit herbs, spiritual instruments, and elixirs piled high in the spatial ring formed a veritable mountain. Once they were exchanged for spirit stones upon exiting, it would undoubtedly surpass 10,000. By then, the luxury items in his own shop would finally be within reach. Contentedly gathering all the resources, Li Xiaobai patted his backside, preparing to depart. Junior brother, do you wish to amass great wealth? Brother, lead me. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following his brother meant sustenance. There are still many disciples from other sects within the inner circle. We can undertake another venture. This time collaborating to capture them all in one fell swoop. Absolutely no problem. After tidying up, Li Xiaobai swiftly followed Lu Jinshui's lead, moving upstream along the river. Junior brother, how do you usually cultivate? Why is your speed so slow? Lu Jinshui looked back at Li Xiaobai, who was sweating profusely, feeling somewhat perplexed. Brother. The only advantage my junior possesses is physical strength. In all other aspects, he is no different from an ordinary person. Li Xiaobai lamented. This is the flaw of the system. All attribute points have been allocated to defense, leaving speed utterly lacking. Oh, I see. No matter. My brother shall take you on a flight, Lu Jinshui declared, placing a hand on Li Xiaobai's shoulder, and in an instant, both vanished from their location. Atop a mountain peak, which was once the domain of a golden-winged rock, an unusual absence of the majestic creature was noted. This conspicuous location was perfectly suited for ensnaring unsuspecting cultivators. Junior, manifesting miracles at this site will surely fulfill the treasure-seeking dreams of many cultivators. Lu Jinshui remarked with a sense of wonder. My brother, devoted to realizing the dreams of cultivators everywhere, inspires my confidence that one day we shall comprehend his benevolent intentions. Li Xiaobai responded. If only everyone possessed the insight of my junior, the world would see a significant reduction in conflict. My brother's concern for the well-being of all beings is indeed a model for us cultivators, Lu Jinshui said, retrieving a small array disc and placing it atop the mountain. As he meticulously gestured and chanted incantations, radiant light coursed through the disc, and intricate patterns glimmered brilliantly, coalescing into a magnificent purple totem that resembled a tree. As Lu Jinshui continuously infused spiritual energy into the array disc, the violet luminescence soared skyward, giving rise to a towering purple dead tree totem that exuded immense impact. The brilliance of this totem was so overwhelming that anyone who beheld it would instantly recognize the presence of treasures. All done. A great achievement. Lu Jinshui exhaled deeply as he placed a treasure chest at the center of the array's design. Junior brother, Lu Jinshui remarked, senior brother has offended quite a few individuals. This time, over half of the cultivators from within will be drawn here. If senior brother takes the stage, he may be recognized. It falls upon you to act. 60-40? 50-50. It's a deal. Li Xiaobai thought joyfully, envisioning himself as a prosperous magnate with a fair share of resources. Lu Jinshui's expression turned grave. His junior brother was adept at seizing opportunities. After handing Li Xiaobai a rescue token, Lu Jinshui vanished into the thicket, surveying the surroundings. Li Xiaobai realized that the performance his senior brother had executed by the river would no longer suffice. The treasure chest lay atop the mountain, easily visible, diminishing its allure. The old routine was unlikely to deceive the multitude of cultivators. Contemplating his next move, he retrieved a dozen inner cores from demon beasts from his spatial ring and placed them within the formation. He then activated the rescue token to signal for assistance. Subsequently, Li Xiaobai found a patch of ground at the periphery of the formation, lay flat, and gently closed his eyes. In the shadows, hidden among the foliage, Lu Jinshui observed this maneuver with a silent admiration, thinking to himself, goodness, my junior brother has surpassed me. This tactic is indeed more sophisticated. The mountain breeze danced through the air, enveloping the summit in tranquility, with only the enormous violet ethereal figure proclaiming the uniqueness of this place. Approximately half an hour later, several cautious figures emerged at the mountain's peak. It was evident that they were exceedingly wary, unwilling to tread lightly upon the summit. After thoroughly investigating their surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, they gradually made their ascent. If Li Xiaobai were to awaken at this moment, he would discover that the individuals before him are all acquaintances. Leading the group are none other than Zhang Rui, the true disciple of Tianwu sect who had previously lost an arm, and a young man in a black robe from the Holy Demon sect, with whom he had crossed paths before. Accompanying them are several other cultivators and disciples from various sections. Zhang Rui had originally intended to leave the mountain range, wishing to avoid any entanglements. However, to his astonishment, just a few steps away, a strange phenomenon erupted from a nearby peak. The enormous purple deadwood was unmistakably a manifestation heralding the emergence of a precious treasure. This reignited his aspirations, leading him to believe that fate still favored him. The young man in the black robe, having received a distress signal, became aware of the unusual occurrence. With the appearance of a treasured artifact, it rightfully belongs to the capable. I am a true disciple of Tianwu sect. I hope you esteemed individuals would show some consideration and allow me this convenience. Tianwu sect will undoubtedly repay your kindness in the future, Zhang Rui stated calmly. The young man in the black robe replied with a genial smile. Tianwu sect and our holy demon sect have enjoyed a harmonious relationship for generations. I, Xiang Tiandi, am willing to extend this courtesy to you. But I must insist that none shall be disturbed. He gestured invitingly toward Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui's expression shifted slightly. It was peculiar for Xiang Tiandi to be so amiable, given their usual discord. However, upon noticing the several demon beast cores within the formation and Li Xiaobai lying motionless before it, his pupils dilated in shock. This formation is indeed peculiar. In his haste to arrive, he had failed to scrutinize the surroundings, not realizing that Li Xiaobai was also present, and even more astonishingly, that such a powerful cultivator had fallen victim as well. Damn it, I almost walked into a trap. Those from the holy demon sect are truly cunning, making it difficult for him to extricate himself from this predicament. Zhang is actually here for the purpose of rescue. Obtaining treasures is but a secondary concern. The priority lies in saving lives. Zhang Rui approached Li Xiaobai's lifeless body with a cheerful demeanor. He crouched down slightly to examine the injuries on Li Xiaobai's form. It was truly regrettable that such a formidable predecessor had succumbed to this formation. Fear not, esteemed one, for I shall honor your legacy well. You have severed one of my arms, and I shall take your spatial ring. Is that too much to ask? Your possessions shall flourish in my hands. Zhang Rui murmured to himself as he discreetly removed the spatial ring from Li Xiaobai's hand. The moment he laid eyes upon Li Xiaobai's corpse, the thought of seizing the treasures within the formation had already fled from his mind. The predecessor's formidable prowess was firmly etched in his memory. Faced with such an overwhelming formation, he knew he had no chance. However, what he failed to notice was that the finger from which the ring was removed twitched ever so slightly. Chapter 37. Shaoqing Sect. Yuming Qing. Li Xiaobai was filled with rage, astonished to encounter an old acquaintance in such a place. Even more surprising was Zhang Rui's unabashed audacity in stealthily pilfering his spatial ring. He vowed to concoct a fitting retaliation, ensuring that Zhang would grasp the perils of society. The man in the black robe cast a disdainful glance at him. How shameful it is for a distinguished disciple of the Tianwu sect to engage in such disgraceful acts. I truly wonder how your elders have guided you. Zhang Rui's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, yet he refrained from uttering further words. Curious to discern the profound mysteries inherent in this formation, why had I not detected even a trace of perilous aura? It appeared to me that this formation was merely superficial in appearance. However, upon closer inspection, the several demon beast inner cores within the formation, along with the distress signal emitted by the cultivator on the brink of death, undeniably indicated a treacherous locale. It is indeed plausible that this formation has claimed the lives of numerous golden core stage demon beasts, a puzzle beyond our current capabilities to unravel. Fortune favors the bold. Perhaps luck may smile upon us. The multitude of disciples began to engage in animated discussions. The emergence of a rare treasure must entail danger. Years of cultivation experience have taught them that no treasure is easily attained, not to mention treasures. Even plucking a single spiritual herb from the mountainside could lead to unimaginable perils. Thus, the more serene the mountaintop appeared, the more agitated the crowd became. This formation undoubtedly harbors issues, yet everyone remained oblivious to the specific nature of those issues, leaving them momentarily perplexed. Is there a fellow adept in formations among us? Let us ponder this formation together. Should we succeed in deciphering it, whatever treasure we uncover shall be divided, with 3 parts granted to him, declared the Tiandi. I shall take on the challenge. From within the throng, a figure clad in white emerged, a female cultivator from the Xiaoqing sect, Yunme Qing. Indeed, it is said that she is wholly devoted to her cultivation, having severed all ties to worldly desires. Seeing her today, one cannot help but acknowledge the truth of this claim. With her intervention, success seems attainable. The celestial adversary gazed in astonishment, not anticipating that even the fairy from the minor Buddhist sect would partake in this endeavor. However, Yun Mingqing, possessing the legacy of the small vehicle Buddhism, has perused numerous tomes since her youth, mastering a plethora of knowledge. She may very well discern the crux of this formation. I appreciate your assistance, Fairy Yun. It is no trouble at all, Yun Mingqing replied softly, as she gracefully approached the array. First, she examined Li Xiaobai's injuries, only to furrow her brow in confusion. She detected not a trace of harm upon him. He appeared as though he were merely in slumber. Could it be a mental affliction? Yun Mengqing understood that the most insidious attacks are not aimed at the corporeal body, but rather strike directly at the primordial spirit. Should the sea of consciousness be obliterated, even the most profound mastery of magical arts would be in vain. Caution is imperative. Seating herself upon the ground, she began to weave the formation in the air with her hands, seeking to unravel the essence of the array before her. Faint traces of the Tao materialized in the void, intertwining continuously, as the resonance of the Tao echoed, leaving all present in awe. Remarkably, Yun Mengqing, nearly at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, had achieved such a profound understanding of the natural order. Her potential for invincibility was already manifesting. The array's patterns resonated with her dantian, and the sonorous tones of the Tao reverberated, akin to the murmurs of deities. This formation indeed possesses some intricacies. Yun Mengqing mused with a gentle smile. A radiant glow emerged from her dantian, and in the void, a golden Buddha apparition took shape, holding a scripture. With eyes deep and contemplative, as though engaged in quiet contemplation. Within this vast expanse, numerous cultivators found their spiritual awareness illuminated, leading to a profound enhancement in their understanding of their own techniques. The long-standing barriers of their realms exhibited signs of loosening. They were struck with astonishment. Merely the manifestation of an anomaly in the dantian could prompt those around them to achieve breakthroughs. Is it truly the case that those with a lineage of inheritance possess such terrifying capabilities? Li Stubai also felt a twinge of anxiety as the attribute points before him continued to fluctuate. Attribute point 10. Attribute point 10. The woman named Yun Mengqing made quite an impressive display, and her technique was undeniably extraordinary. Could it be that she could truly discern the essence of this formation? If that were the case, he would inevitably become a target of public scorn. However, at this juncture, he could only persist with his fade, hoping that his senior brother's formation was not of the commonplace variety. The situation turned out to be far more favorable than anticipated. Despite Yun Meng's having been evolving in the void for an extended period, her brow remained deeply furrowed, revealing her considerable frustration. She had iteratively deduced the formation dozens of times. Yet each iteration yielded a different outcome, as if the formation itself were a living entity, changing perpetually. It was no wonder that many cultivators regarded this formation as ineffective. Nor was it surprising that it could annihilate so many Golden Core stage beasts, or that this unknown cultivator met such an eerie demise. Such a formation was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was utterly astonishing. Rising to her feet, she casually picked up a stone and tossed it into the formation. But nothing transpired. She then retrieved a spirit stone and cast it in. Yet again, nothing occurred. What now? She inquired of her adversary. This formation possesses a certain profundity. However, I have discerned that it shifts continuously. Whether it transforms into a lethal array or a benign one is a matter of chance. As it stands, this formation exhibits no offensive capabilities, allowing free passage. Yun Mengqing remarked, since that is the case, why delay? Let us promptly retrieve the treasure chest, and we can discuss the allocation later. With that, Xiang Tiandi, unable to contain his eagerness, surged forward. At that very moment, a white figure darted past. Racing towards the treasure chest within the formation, it was none other than Zhang Rui, who had been waiting for this opportunity. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Xiang Tiandi's eyes. He was merely feigning interest to entice others into testing the formation. Little did he expect that Zhang Rui would indeed take the bait. Even if you obtain the treasure chest, what then? The peak of the mountain lies behind a sheer cliff. There exists but a single path for descent, and soon enough, you will be compelled to surrender the chest. Yet, few possess the acumen to perceive the situation clearly. Most cultivators, witnessing Zhang Rui boldly seize the treasure without facing any assault from the formation, immediately became envious. They hastily began to mobilize their energies, rushing towards his position, eager to claim the chest for themselves. As more and more cultivators surged forward, a chaotic scramble ensued, and reluctantly, a handful of elite individuals, including Xiang Tiandi, joined the fray. With only one path down the mountain and minimal chances of interception, the one who secures the treasure chest will undoubtedly claim it as their own. The air at the mountaintop roiled with energy, and the rocks shattered as vibrant energies clashed against one another. Yet, no one noticed that the corpse lying at the edge of the formation had vanished without a trace. Chapter 38. Laughter gone mad in the heart of the forest, Lu Jinshui was laughing uncontrollably. He truly had not anticipated that this group possessed such extraordinary powers of imagination. Particularly that young disciple of the minor sect, Yun Mengqing, who sat cross-legged on the ground, performing intricate calculations in the void. The spectacle was so bewildering that it led to an unfortunate conclusion. In reality, it was merely an ordinary special effect formation, concealing an illusionary array within. Entwined with the mountains and flora. As the mountain winds blew, the stones and vegetation shifted incessantly, and thus, the formation naturally evolved with them. Such a straightforward matter. Yet Yun Mingqing insisted on employing advanced techniques to deduce it from various angles. Lu Jinshui could scarcely contain his laughter. Indeed, possessing disciples with inherited knowledge was a terrifying prospect. Taking advantage of the distraction, Li Xiaobai stealthily slipped into the thicket, his expression equally peculiar. Senior brother, I almost thought we were done for. Junior brother. It was the assistance of Miss Yun Mengzi from the miners' sect that saved us. We must remember her kindness. Miss Yun is truly a benevolent soul. Li Xiaobai could not help but chuckle, still recalling the way Yun Mingqing had chanted her incantations. In the arena, the cultivators engaged in fierce combat once more. The familiar scene playing out repeatedly. Almost all the elites from the various sects had gathered here. After a brief skirmish, many were indeed injured, yet none had been eliminated. They were far superior to the previous batch of sect disciples. Xiang Tiandi, are you certain you wish to contend with me? Zhang Rui's countenance was dark as thunder. His solitary hand diminished his strength, rendering him somewhat incapable of contending with his adversaries. Treasures await the capable. Is this not a sentiment you espoused yourself? Xiang Tiandi sneered. Yun Mingqing of the Minor Ascension sect appeared poised to ally with him. And the intentions of the assembly were unmistakable. They would first eliminate Zhang Rui of the Tianwu sect before continuing their quest for the treasure chest. Very well. This grudge shall be remembered by the Tianwu sect. And as for you, Miss Yun, I had not anticipated such proximity between the Minor Ascension sect and the Sacred Demon sect. It seems their collaboration requires re-evaluation. Veins throbbed angrily on Zhang Rui's forehead. His fury palpable. The Minor Ascension sect does not rely upon any other. Our actions are guided solely by our own convictions, Yun Mingqing stated calmly. Splendid. The treasure chest is yours. You may contend for it amongst yourselves. Zhang shall take his leave. Yet, Xiang Tiandi and Yun Mingqing had no intention of letting Zhang Rui escape. They swiftly closed the distance, compelling him to halt, and launched a ferocious assault. The fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted with each movement, sending Zhang Rui reeling as his vitality surged tumultuously, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. What is the meaning of this? The treasure chest is yours. Why pursue me relentlessly? Zhang Rui exclaimed, a mix of shock and outrage evident in his voice. The treasure chest pales in comparison to your demise. Slaying you would significantly weaken the Tianwu sect, which is far more gratifying than merely seizing the chest. Xiang Tiandi laughed heartily. Indeed, to preserve the friendship between the Minor Ascension sect and the Tianwu sect, I kindly request that you perish here, senior brother, Yun Mingqing declared. Her dantian radiating with golden light as a spectral Buddha emerged behind her. Her hands transformed into fluttering scriptures, propelling Zhang Rui backward with tremendous force. With a painful gasp, Zhang Rui collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The Tianwu gate will not spare you. Zhang Rui's eyes were filled with venomous resentment. He possessed a life-saving treasure, yet using it could very well lead to his own demise. At that moment, an inexplicable wave of dizziness washed over everyone, and the tumultuous flow of spiritual energy within them gradually began to calm. The strength of their physical bodies continued to wane, and their minds became increasingly muddled. Unbeknownst to them, circles of faint yellow light began to emanate from the formation surrounding the treasure, enveloping them all. This is bad. It is a mesmerizing formation. Yun Mingqing's expression changed drastically as she leaped to escape, while the other cultivators also strained to redirect their inner energy in an attempt to break free from the formation's grasp. A thunderous roar echoed, and an overwhelming pressure descended from above, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Though his cultivation was not on par with several of the prodigies, the effects of the mesmerizing formation had already drained the strength of the crowd, rendering them unable to withstand Lu Jinshui's assault. How is this possible? How can such a master exist? Which sect does he belong to? How can someone at the Golden Core stage possess such power? At the center of the formation, Xiang Tian struggled to keep his eyes wide open, desperately trying to discern the identity of the newcomer, but his mind grew increasingly foggy, and his vision blurred. Yet, through the haze, he faintly heard the titles of senior brother and junior brother. What an extraordinarily powerful genius this is, this time. They have truly met their match. Li Xiaobai gazed at the numerous cultivators on the ground, his heart surging with excitement. His senior brother is formidable. He never expected such a domineering side to him. Ah, dear junior brother, as the saying goes, one must act decisively when the moment calls for it. Hesitation leads to defeat, while resolution is akin to a gift. Lu Jinshui stroked his smooth chin, wearing a triumphant expression. Clearly, his ability to turn the tide at the last moment had left him feeling somewhat elated. However, this also served as a reminder that frequent ventures near the water may lead to wet shoes. For instance, had he relied solely on the effects of the mesmerizing formation, he might have truly struggled against those cultivators. It seems that future endeavors must be approached with greater caution and prudence. Brother, your magical prowess is boundless. I'm in awe. Li Xiaobai swiftly commenced the collection of numerous cultivators' spatial rings, with his primary target being Zhang Rui. That scoundrel had dared to take his own spatial ring, and Li Xiaobai vowed to relieve him of all his valuables, leaving him with naught but a hair. After meticulously searching Zhang Rui, he seized everything of value, leaving him not even a pair of undergarments. Junior brother, what grievance have we? He has just pilfered my spatial ring. Let us take what is his. Lu Jinshui, too, was unrelenting, skillfully and adeptly relieving others of their rings. Not only rings, but also the shoes and garments worn by some disciples, which were also treasures, were packed away. Upon encountering the spatial rings of Yunmingzi and Xiang Tiandi, his breath suddenly hitched. Lu Jinshui's hands trembled with excitement, his complexion flushed. By heavens, this time, he had struck it rich. Simultaneously, Li Xiaobai examined Zhang Rui's spatial ring and, upon a mere glance, felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes widening and breath quickening. Within this ring lies a plethora of spiritual stones, an abundance of elixirs, and countless medicinal herbs. Most significantly, there are several blood spirit pearls, each comparable in size to the one previously utilized by Zhang Rui. This is a tremendous windfall, for it promises an influx of attribute points. Consuming them will allow for an advancement in my defenses. Discreetly, I pilfer the valuable treasures from Zhang Rui's ring, ensuring that my senior brother does not lay claim to them. Our gazes lock, each reflecting a mixture of ire and dismay. Senior brother, this is all mere refuse. Junior brother, this is nothing but waste. Chapter 39, A Fated Rivalry. Alas, as disciples of a prestigious sect, we are burdened with such subpar goods. Lu Jishui scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Truly, the moral fabric of society is unraveling. Li Xiaobai mirrored his lamentation. Junior brother, have you finished organizing? It's all set. Shall we divide the spoils? Indeed. With a hand upon Li Xiaobai's shoulder, Lu Jinshui conjured their disappearance from the scene. It felt rather guilty to divvy up the loot at the site of the incident. Such a significant affair surely warranted a more secluded venue for their dealings. In a secluded grove, the duo laid out their respective halls. The ground was adorned with a dazzling array of rare herbs, shimmering jewels, and a veritable mountain of spiritual stones. Senior brother, is this everything? Junior brother, it is all but lowly trinkets. Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. He realized he had been deceived by his senior. To suggest that this portly fellow would willingly relinquish all his treasures is something that even the most gullible would find hard to believe. Lu Jinshui's ability to present such an array of rare items without a flicker of hesitation indicates that he likely harbors even more valuable possessions. Regrettably, in his eagerness during the search for the ring, he inadvertently accepted Lu Jinshui's assertion about the inferior quality of the goods. Now, acquiring anything of true worth appears to be an impossibility. Thus, a division must be made. With a sigh, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui agreed to split the items between them. Though the collection lacked high-end goods, it still amounted to a considerable sum. Upon reflecting on his own savings, Li Xiaobai was astonished to discover that the low-grade spirit stones he currently possessed exceeded 10,000. Furthermore, should he sell off the various spirit tools and herbs he had, he would undoubtedly become quite affluent. The thought of indulging in luxury items at the marketplace filled him with excitement. The vision of a flashy steed brought an involuntary smile to his lips. A Lamborghini or a Gundam, after all, are the dreams of every man. Brother, do you think we might be discovered? Li Xiaobai inquired, aware that such matters could lead to dire consequences. Although the immediate thrill of the transaction was exhilarating, the prospect of repercussions when others came seeking retribution was daunting. Fear not. We entered only after the illusion spell took effect, and no one saw our faces. You can rest easy. Moreover, cultivators are typically concerned with their reputations. Should someone lose their spatial ring, they can only blame their own lack of skill, not us. They would never openly pursue us with threats. Lu Jinshui remained utterly unconcerned. He had engaged in such business no fewer than a dozen times, possessing a considerable degree of proficiency. Li Xiaobai's countenance darkened, outwardly. He would not resort to shouts of violence, yet the implication was clear. Privately, he might find himself pursued with malice. Indeed, his senior brother proved to be unreliable. Junior brother, are you specializing in physical cultivation? Lu Jinshui abruptly inquired, squeezing Li Xiaobai's muscles. How much force can you withstand? Reaching the nascent soul stage is not an issue. Go ahead and boast. Lu Jinshui scoffed, utterly incredulous. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai retrieved a beast's core from his spatial ring and consumed it whole, thunderous energy sparking around him as smoke enveloped his form. Moments later, he let out a contented belch, expelling a cloud of turbid breath. Lu Jinshui stood agape, astonished. Good heavens, junior brother, how have you cultivated? In less than a month since your initiation, how have you become so formidable? Lu Jinshui's heart raced with astonishment. It was common knowledge how fragile one's body could be internally, yet his little junior brother could audaciously devour a beast's core, allowing the wild spiritual energy to rampage within his dantian. At this level, even the nascent soul stage would likely struggle to harm him. Junior brother, your physical prowess is wasted on petty thievery. Would you consider undertaking a grand endeavor? Lu Jinshui proposed, his tone steeped in intrigue. Please, senior brother, enlighten me. Li Xiaobai recognized that a lucrative opportunity was presenting itself once more. Are you aware of why the major sects have gathered here? The dragon and snake fruit deep within the mountains? Li Xiaobai recalled the words previously spoken by Yin Susu. The junior brother is remarkably well informed, as he seems to be aware of the dragon snake fruit. Indeed, the recent tumult caused by the beastly upheaval stems from the maturation of a dragon snake fruit tree. Various powerful factions have gathered, ostensibly to exterminate the beasts and quell the unrest, yet their true intent is to stake a claim deep within the mountains. Lu Jinshui expressed his surprise, noting the secrecy surrounding the dragon snake fruit. He never anticipated that Li Xiaobai would also be privy to this information. Could it be that the senior brother wishes to partake in this venture as well? Certainly. The second senior sister had already manipulated the national master to ascertain the approximate location of the dragon snake fruit before our entry into the mountains. Currently, numerous sect experts are occupied with eliminating the beasts, and their progress into the core regions of the mountains is sluggish. We can easily take the initiative and retrieve the dragon snake fruit ahead of the other sections. Have you located it, senior brother? Indeed. I am the sole person aware of its whereabouts. It must be perilous near the dragon snake fruit, right? Li Xiaobai remarked dryly. Is that not why we have you? Junior brother? Lu Jinshui chuckled. 7-3? More like 6-4. Let us leave a share for our fellow senior brothers and sisters. It's a deal. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, deep within the Divine Beast Mountains, by the riverside, many cultivators entrapped in the mesmerizing array gradually regained their senses. After flailing beneath the water for a moment, they all managed to reach the shore. Damn it, that fat fool has led us astray. The treasure must surely be in his possession. However, if he had the ability to acquire the treasure, why would he ensnare us in this manner? Need one even ask? He likely intended for us to trigger the array first, allowing him to reap the benefits from the shadows. Have you ever felt that something is amiss within yourselves? My spatial ring has vanished. Mine too. Could it have fallen into the water? Impossible. The ring is securely fastened. It could not have come off naturally unless someone removed it. That damned glutton must have led us into the water to seize our rings. On a mountain peak, the same scene unfolded once more. After the illusion dissipated, everyone regained consciousness, the first instinct being to assess their injuries. Upon discovering they were largely unharmed, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, it was soon evident that something was amiss. Their hands were empty, the spatial rings had mysteriously disappeared. Curse be it. Someone has pilfered my spatial ring. Mine is also gone. My Hunyuan armor has been stripped away. It is a mid-grade spiritual item. This represents my life and livelihood. The cultivators wailed in despair, and the celestial enemy, upon touching his fingers, also turned pale, for his ring too had vanished. It was not only his. Even Yun Minqing from the Xiaochang sect wore an expression of shock, realizing that not only had her ring been stolen, but also a piece of soft armor she wore closely against her body, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet, the most unfortunate among them was Zhang Rui. He was completely stripped bare. Not only had his spatial ring been taken, but even his undergarments had been removed, leaving him quite literally embracing nature. Which wretched scoundrel is responsible for this? Zhang Rui swore an oath of vengeance. Chapter 40. Within the killing array, the cacophony of outrage from the outside world was lost on the instigator. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was wandering alongside Lu Jinshui on the periphery of a dense thicket. Before them lay a stretch of desolation, or more precisely, a barren patch of land dominated by a peculiar tree. This tree possessed an extraordinary shape, its branches twisted in a zigzag pattern and glowing with a fiery crimson hue, rendering it quite bizarre. Stripped of leaves, it bore 9 silver fruits that dangled precariously from its branches. The tree itself posed no inherent threat. However, beneath it lay a lethal array, pulsating with a sanguine radiance, and even from a considerable distance, one could discern the acrid scent of blood. The metallic clangor resonated from within, a sharp cacophony that sent tremors through the eardrums. Countless souls had undoubtedly perished within this formation. Li Stebai felt goosebumps cascade down his arms. Could this be the dragon snake fruit? Indeed, the tree bore 9 fruits. And consuming even one would not only fortify one's foundation but also facilitate a smoother path in future cultivation, significantly enhancing physical prowess, a perfect complement to your training, dear junior brother, Lu Jinshui exclaimed with glee. So, how shall we enter the array to procure the fruits? My elder brother never indicated that our purpose here was to obtain the fruits. Does that imply? Given your specialization in physical cultivation, you should be able to traverse the array with ease, right? Is it possible that you intend to? Heh, junior brother, you know me best. The dragon snake fruit is of little interest. If we are to engage, let us aim for something grand. Lu Jinshui chuckled mischievously. Remarkable. In the core region of the Divine Beast mountain range, several elders utilized their profound abilities to clear the surrounding demonic beasts. Feng Bo, a master from the Tianwu sect, had already set off for the heart of the mountain. Experts from the Holy Demon sect reported to the elder in gray. Humph. These individuals must have colluded with those from the Jinyuan kingdom long ago. They likely already know the precise location of the dragon and serpent fruit. There is no need for us to search aimlessly. We shall follow their lead. The elder in gray wore a grim expression. They had agreed to first eliminate the demonic beast before entering the core together. Now, the Tianwu sect had blatantly disregarded the rules, which was truly infuriating. In a flash, they vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Almost simultaneously, the esteemed experts from various sects made their way to the core region of the mountain. The dragon and serpent fruit, a rare treasure, should be shared among all. It must not be monopolized by the Tianwu sect and Jinyuan kingdom. However, at that moment, their small tokens began to emit a radiant glow. Was this a distress signal? This location is within the core area. Damn it, someone has arrived before us. Nonetheless, it appears that this individual has encountered considerable trouble. It seems that the location of this distress signal is near the dragon and serpent fruit tree. Let us follow the signal. The group swiftly navigated through the thicket. After a brief half-hour, the elders and masters from various sects gathered in a desolate area, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. The faces of the experts from Tianwomen and Zenyuangguo were etched with confusion and indignation. They had not anticipated that despite their head start, they would still be overtaken by the main force. Even more astonishing was the revelation that someone had arrived at the location of the dragon snake fruit tree long before them and had sent out a distress signal, attracting numerous cultivators. Who on earth is orchestrating this? Chen Kuan, while everyone was preoccupied with exterminating the demonic beasts, did you and your compatriots stealthily infiltrate the core area alongside the people from Zenyuangguo? Are you not obliged to provide an explanation? Wind Elder remarked coolly. Oh, you misunderstand us. Our two factions merely happened to converge here while pursuing the demonic beasts, as evidenced by the few beast corpses on the ground. The elder in white from Tianwomen casually stated. These demonic beasts are likely remnants of nearby beast kings, one of which has astonishingly reached the nascent soul stage, evidently drawn here by the allure of the dragon snake fruit tree. Indeed, our original intention was solely to eliminate the demonic beasts. Yet we inadvertently stumbled upon the dragon snake fruit tree. Life can be so wonderfully serendipitous, explained the expert from Zenyuangguo. Naturally, the crowd was thoroughly skeptical of their claims. Yet the most pressing matter at hand was to secure the dragon snake fruit. This was the ultimate goal of their expedition. I shall take the nascent soul demon beast core. Is there any objection? Wind Elder stated nonchalantly. Wind Elder was unfazed. How about we now discuss the distribution of the dragon snake fruit? Inquire the other experts. All of this is merely an afterthought. Prior to this, unraveling the formation is the crux of the matter. My humble sect possesses some insights regarding formations. Look, within this formation. Goodness, there is a person inside. Am I losing my sight? The elderly matron of the minor sect rubbed her eyes, her face a portrait of astonishment. To my surprise, there truly is a silhouette. I hadn't noticed it before. Good heavens, how bizarre this is. It was only at this moment that the others also realized that within the ruthless formation stood a motionless figure, an unsettling sight indeed. This must be the cultivator who had earlier cried for help. Having rashly intruded into the formation, he is surely doomed. Chun Kuan furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Let us not dwell on that for now. We shall continue our study of the formation. This is the Gung metal formation, primarily focused on slaughter. The metallic sounds emanating from it are the result of this Gung metal energy. On the surface, it appears as wisps of pale golden smoke. Yet each strand possesses immense power, a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, the blood energy surging within the formation clearly indicates that many lives have perished here. A blood sacrifice formation would likely amplify its power manifold. The elderly matron of the minor sect spoke with great authority regarding the formation. Unbeknownst to them, within the formation, a young man gazed at them with a look of sheer delight. Li Xiaobai felt an overwhelming urge to burst into song. The power of this formation is simply exquisite, as the formidable Gung metal energy relentlessly slices through his flesh, causing the attributes before him to surge wildly. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 100. Ding. Detecting that the host is continuously suffering damage from the essence of Gung metal. Skill upgraded. Second transition of the everlasting sword intent. Ding. Detecting. Skill upgraded. Third transition of the everlasting sword intent. Ding. Detecting. Skill upgraded. Super abs. Super abs. When I seriously tighten my abdominal muscles, even a great Luo Golden Immortal cannot affect me. Attribute points. 20,000. All points allocated to defense. Defense. Third transition of the everlasting golden body. 2,000 30,000. Hee. This formation truly is a natural paradise. Chapter 41. The performance begins. Thanks to the suggestion of my sixth senior brother, the sustained damage of this formation surpasses that of any beast attack. Attribute points are increasing by the moment. And Li Xiaobai feels an irresistible urge to reside here indefinitely, though such thoughts remain mere fantasies. At this moment, Lu Jinshui has silently blended into the crowd. He is ready to showcase his skills. It is said that the little has some connections with a certain force in the Western Desert, a region renowned for its Buddhist community, where the teachings are profound and extraordinary. This little has emerged as a faction that split from one of the sects, having acquired only a fragment of the legacy, yet it is sufficient to establish a foothold in the northern domain. Even if it is not a prestigious sect, its insights and depth are not to be underestimated. Everyone is attentively listening to the old woman's analysis of the formation before them. The elderly woman spoke with remarkable clarity, and the crowd nodded in agreement. The formation was evidently malevolent, pulsating with a fierce and aggressive energy. A palpable aura of slaughter evident in the air. Given the presence of cultivators at the transformation and nascent soul stages, attempting to breach it would likely prove challenging. It would be prudent to sit down and devise a strategy. Esteemed elders, our objective is to procure the dragon snake fruit. I possess a method that will allow us to retrieve it without disrupting the formation. A voice, honest and unassuming, broke the silence. It belonged to a portly man, whose earnest demeanor suggested a simplicity of character. Oh, pray, enlighten us with your wise counsel, inquired the elder Feng Bo from the Holy Demon sect. Have any of the esteemed elders noticed? The figures within this formation are not deceased, and they appear entirely unadorned. I conjecture that they are not cultivators. The stout man proclaimed. Hiss, the figures are indeed in motion, exclaimed one, realizing the oversight. Although they stood still, they were not entirely immobile. These were living beings. They could traverse the formation at will and showed no intent to claim the dragon snake fruit. Could it be? The gathered experts from various sects, upon considering the stout man's observations, swiftly grasped the potential truth. This was indeed a priceless treasure. It was rumored that when celestial anomalies appear, there exists a chance for rare treasures to manifest in humanoid form. To acquire such a treasure would yield boundless benefits. Indeed, it was said that 3 years prior, the leader of the Spirit Sword sect had discovered a transformative elixir within a hidden realm, propelling him to the pinnacle of his existence. To everyone's astonishment, one of the fruits from the dragon and serpent tree had transformed into a humanoid form. A treasure of the heavens and earth that could not be understood through conventional reasoning. From the rear of the crowd, several gasps echoed, clarifying the speculations that lingered in the minds of the onlookers. It was none other than a few senior disciples from the mysterious peak who had rushed over after receiving a distress signal. They immediately caught sight of Lu Jinshui, who was feigning innocence, and their junior brother ensconced within the array. Although they had not interacted much previously, their familiarity with Lu Jinshui allowed them to deduce that the two were likely scheming to deceive the esteemed figures present. Upon recognizing a few familiar faces within the throng, Li Xiaobai felt a wave of calm wash over him. The presence of a few allies amidst the multitude of influential figures provided him with a sense of security. It seemed that everyone shared the same thought as foam. There were not 9 dragon and serpent fruits, but rather 10. The dragon and serpent fruit itself was an extraordinary rarity. And now, with one fruit taking on a humanoid form, its grade had surely ascended further. Yet what does it matter? Without breaking the array. These are merely illusions, visible yet intangible, Chen Kuan from the Tianwu sect scoffed, foreseeing the intense competition that lay ahead. A fruit capable of transformation would be immensely beneficial. Not only to those in the spirit transformation stage, but even to those at the tribulation crossing stage. It seemed that today would indeed demand their utmost effort. Fear not. Esteemed seniors, as I mentioned earlier, I can allow this dragon and serpent fruit to emerge on its own, Lu Jinshui reiterated. Pray tell, my young friend. What ingenious method do you propose? The Wind Master observed the rotund figure with increasing fondness, noting his honest demeanor and meticulous nature. The fruit had taken on a humanoid form, signifying the awakening of its intelligence. However, at this moment, the sentience of the dragon snake fruit was likely limited. We could certainly employ a transactional approach to persuade this transformed fruit to willingly procure and present its own kind. A peculiar glint shimmered in Lu Jingshui's eyes. Yet his visage remained unassuming. A transaction, you suggest? Are you implying we could exchange resources for the dragon snake fruit? The Wind Master felt a surge of inspiration. This could indeed be a viable strategy. A dragon snake fruit capable of transformation is a true treasure of nature, worth any amount of resources in exchange. If we could resolve this matter through negotiation, it would be a boon for us all. Indeed. I dare to take the initiative and am willing to endeavor on behalf of esteemed seniors, Lu Jingshui proclaimed with unwavering resolve. His words resonating with authority that earned the nods of those present. The Wind Master smiled, appreciating this young man's boldness, careful thought, and consideration for his elders, a truly commendable spirit. The other masters from various sects regarded Lu Jingshui with benevolent expressions, their faces reflecting admiration. Indeed. Yet, I have yet to inquire your esteemed name and your sect of origin, the Wind Master inquired with a smile. I am merely a solitary cultivator of little consequence. Lu Jingshui humbly replied. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, young friend. Here is the token of our holy demon sect. Should you require anything in the future, you may visit our abode. The Wind Master tossed the token into Lu Jingshui's hands. Ah, and this is the token of my heavenly martial sect. I would also like to extend an invitation for you to visit my humble dwelling, he added with a chuckle. Chen Kuan, unwilling to be outdone, flicked his wrist and cast forth a token of his own. This is the token of my minor sect, which grants access to our scripture repository for half a day. While it may not rival the great sects, our lineage is profound, and our collection is vast, serving as a token of gratitude to my young friend. The elderly matron, equally undeterred, tossed forth the token as well. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your generous favor. I am truly humbled. Lu Jinshui was overwhelmed with joy, secretly reveling in the thought of how these esteemed figures would react upon discovering the truth of the situation. He was genuinely looking forward to it. Yet, he maintained a naive demeanor, feigning trepidation. The crowd was quite pleased with his display. Behind him, the members of Miao Miao Peak wore peculiar expressions, clearly bemused by the antics of these prominent figures, who seemed to be providing assistance even while being duped. It was immensely difficult to suppress their laughter. Their cheeks flushed with mirth. Within the array, Li Sibai kept a vigilant eye on Lu Jinshui's movements, meticulously observing every word and action. As he saw Lu Jinshui approach, he realized it was time for his performance. At that moment, Lu Jinshui cautiously edged towards the perimeter of the array, producing a mid-grade spirit stone and beckoning to Li Xiaobai. My dear brother, I invite you to partake of this mid-grade spirit stone. How dare he present a mere mid-grade spirit stone as an offering? Where is the high-grade spirit stone? Present it forthwith. Chapter 42. I shall feast upon you. Lu Jinshui exaggeratedly hurled the spirit stone into the array. Ah, splendid, a high-grade spirit stone. Li Xiaobai gleefully collected the spirit stone into his possession. Brother Gua, do you sell those dragon snake fruits behind you? No, I do not. 10 high-grade spirit stones? What are you thinking? How about 100? Are you dreaming? What about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? Deal. Lu Jinshui pretended to search and produced a spatial ring, handing it to Li Xiaobai. Junior brother, be cautious with the timing. Although these people are foolish and wealthy, the pitfalls can be severe and lead to backlash. Hiki, rest assured, senior brother, I have my measures. Upon lowering his gaze, Li Xiaobai discovered a fragment, crystal clear, with an inner radiance of deep crimson, surely not an ordinary item, growing beneath the dragon snake fruit tree. He bent down to pick it up. The fragment transformed into a streak of luminous light, vanishing into Li Xiaobai's third eye. Simultaneously, the attribute value panel shifted again. Attribute points, 10,000. What is this? Li Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. A mere fragment had increased his attribute points by 10,000. The sheer magnitude of power it contained was astonishing, and it had voluntarily entered his body. Would it cause any issues? He anxiously searched his body, but found nothing unusual. Li Xiaobai, lacking in cultivation knowledge, could not introspect to check his internal state. However, it seemed that this fragment was indeed a valuable item. He resolved not to overlook any other fragments he might encounter in the future. Woof woof. Just as Li Xiaobai prepared to turn and leave, he heard a few barks behind him. Once again at the spot where I had stumbled, I discovered a small pit beneath the fragments, within which lay a diminutive, palm-sized white dog. This little creature, entirely snow-white and fluffy, was struggling to open its large, dark eyes, appearing as though it had just recently been born. After the fragments vanished, it seemed to grow somewhat restless, beginning to kick and punch within the pit, while sniffing wildly at the surrounding scents. Apparently drawn to the scent emanating from Li Xiaobai, it scampered over on its short legs, persistently attempting to burrow into his clothing. Who are you? Li Xiaobai inquired as he extracted the little dog from his pant leg. What woof? The small dog continued to fervently dig into Li Xiaobai's trousers, as if something enticing resided there. Why are you here? What woof? What was that fragment? What woof? Can you speak human language? What woof? Li Xiaobai was at a loss for words. Wasn't it said that spiritually attuned beasts could speak? Why was this one so peculiar? Nevertheless, this little dog, residing alongside the enigmatic fragment, was evidently a treasure in its own right. Thus, it was prudent to take it along. Contemplating this, he carefully wrapped the small dog within his clothing and approached Lu Jixue, holding aloft a dragon snake fruit that he had just plucked. This dragon snake fruit appeared modest in size, but was remarkably weighty, akin to a small lead ball. He raised the fruit high and, in full view of the esteemed individuals present, boldly presented it to Lu Jixue, while discreetly handing over the remaining 5 fruits to him as well. This is for the senior brothers and sisters of Piao Miao Peak, 1 for each. Thank you for the fruits, my friend. Haha, well said. The 2 individuals engaged in an open and honest transaction, and the senior figures observed their contention with clarity. It was unexpected that the dragon and serpent fruit would possess such wisdom, demonstrating an understanding of negotiation. Its value likely surpasses their expectations. However, this does affirm that acquiring the dragon and serpent fruit through trade is indeed feasible. Esteemed seniors, I have successfully procured 1 fruit at the cost of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The remaining fruits may be distributed among you. I shall take my leave now. Holding the fruit in his hand, Lu Jixue bowed respectfully to the numerous elders of the sections. With a swift movement, he dashed away in an instant. It seems this young man is not as foolish as he appears. Haha, one does not reach the golden core stage without a measure of cunning. However, it is remarkable that he has achieved the 6th layer of the golden core stage at such a young age. It is a pity about my token. After Lu Jixue departed, several individuals from various sects immediately followed him in secret, clearly intent on pursuing him to seize the treasure. Such occurrences are commonplace in the realm of cultivation. An innocent man may find himself at fault simply by possessing something valuable. The elders understood that this well-meaning plump fellow may not survive. Among those following were the members of the mysterious peak, although they were also elite experts. They would likely struggle against the seniors of Mysterious Peak. Li Xiaobai took a deep breath. The stage was now his alone. Unconsciously, he brushed his hand against his chest, where his little dog remained obedient, neither barking nor causing a fuss. Ahem, young friend, may I inquire if you would be willing to converse? Chen Kuan of the Tianwu sect could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, expressing his urgent desire for the dragon snake fruit. With this fruit consumed, he stood a substantial chance of breaking through his current realm. It was imperative that he acquire it. Who are you? If you wish to speak, come in yourself. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and said coolly, harboring not a shred of fondness for the Tianwu sect. Chen Kuan, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, knowing he required the other's assistance, he begrudgingly suppressed his mounting fury. I wish to propose a transaction with you, young friend. What do you say? Speak your mind. I am willing to offer you 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for the dragon snake fruit behind you. You old scoundrel, do you intend to purchase my brother? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai erupted in anger, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Chen Kuan. Behind him, Feng Bo and the others roared with laughter. Relishing the misfortune of the Tianwu sect, they were in no rush to intervene, eager to witness just how much more of a fool Chen Kuan could make of himself. Chen Kuan was bewildered. This was not how the encounter was supposed to unfold. His approach mirrored that of the rotund man moments prior. Yet the reception he received was strikingly different. Was he not to be met with smiles and eager agreement? Why had the atmosphere shifted so drastically? Could it be that the money had not been sufficient? Surely, that must be the case. This transformative fruit was indeed quite insatiable. What about this? 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 50 low-grade spirit herbs. Chen Kuan proposed, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with cold light. In this world, no one dared to swindle him, nor could anyone lay claim to his wealth. Whatever he invested in the transformative fruit would surely be returned with interest. However, in the next moment, his smile faded. Are you attempting to sow discord between my brothers and me? For such a trifling sum. Do you aspire to play the role of a cunning strategist? How utterly absurd. Chapter 43. I am the dragon and serpent fruit. I speak for myself. Li Xiaobai entered a state of bravado, fully embracing the persona of a grand figure. A true master should exude the confidence befitting their stature. Should one act with undue caution, it would only arouse suspicion among the keen-witted. Indeed, as Li Xiaobai displayed an unguarded demeanor, the doubts within the hearts of the bystanders diminished. Having navigated the realm of cultivation for centuries, deceiving a newly awakened soul was child's play. Dear brother, do not take offense. This old fool is simply ignorant and lacks the art of conversation. Do not stoop to his level, Wind Elder interjected with a smile. Chen Kuan's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, his expression darkening with suppressed fury. Yet, given the gravity of the moment, he chose to endure in silence. You are quite eloquent, old man. Are you interested in purchasing the dragon and serpent fruit as well? Li Xiaobai inquired, his tone a stark contrast to before. Indeed. But what is the price? Wind Elder ventured cautiously. How much do you possess? 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, plus 50 mid-grade spiritual herbs, Wind Elder proposed, edging slightly above Chen Kuan's offer. These are all my brothers, Li Xiaobai retorted, his temper flaring. And then? It must be supplemented with more funds, Li Xiaobai responded, his demeanor fierce yet composed, his gaze fixed intently upon Wind Elder. Ah, it appears the funds are insufficient, a mere trifle, indeed. Feng Bo exhaled deeply, cursing under his breath. How unfortunate it was to discover that this individual was merely a greedy soul, nearly leading him to believe in a heartfelt display of brotherly affection. The transaction consisted of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 mid-grade spirit herbs. Deal. Li Xiaobai accepted Feng Bo's spatial ring, slipping it onto his finger. Yet he refrained from immediately handing over the fruits of their agreement. I have 7 brothers, and as the eldest, I wish for my siblings to find a worthy abode. This old man has already reserved one of my brothers. Is there anyone else who desires to take my brother away? Ignoring Feng Bo's astonished expression, Li Xiaobai began to call out. Feng Bo's complexion shifted. He instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He had relinquished his resources without receiving the promised fruits. Could there be treachery afoot? Beside him, Chen Kuan's expression turned contemplative. Fortunately, he had not surrendered his resources prematurely. Observing the situation, it seemed that even if payment were made, whether the goods would actually arrive remained uncertain. Fruit brother, I too wish to reserve one. However, I lack sufficient spirit herbs and stones. Could we perhaps engage in a barter? An elderly woman from the Xiaocheng sect approached as well. What do you have to offer? She inquired. I possess a copper mirror capable of reflecting the hearts of heaven and man. This mirror was crafted by a disciple of the venerable Tianji from Zhangzhou. Regardless of any visage, once illuminated by its light, one cannot escape its gaze. It is indeed extraordinary. The elderly woman remained calm and composed, evidently possessing great confidence in the mirror. Regrettably, she overestimated her worth. What Li Xiaobai truly requires are items that can enhance his defensive capabilities. This trinket holds no value for him whatsoever. It is mere refuse, garbage that cannot replace my brother. The old woman gasped, taken aback by Li Xiaobai's blatant disregard for her. It seemed this unfortunate object only acknowledged spirit stones and medicinal herbs. How could such a precious copper mirror be so callously dismissed as trash? It was clearly her own lack of discernment that led to such a judgment. Yet she dared to blame the mirror. Little did she know that Li Xiaobai's marketplace was replete with every conceivable item, lacking only spirit stones. I shall offer 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 100 medium-grade medicinal herbs. Your vision is limited. Such a paltry sum is fit only for beggars. Li Xiaobai scoffed, infuriating the old woman to the brink of fury. The price she proposed mirrored that of Feng Bo, yet now she found herself scorned. Nevertheless, this commotion enlightened the onlookers. Each of Li Xiaobai's offers had consistently surpassed the previous one by a considerable margin. Blast it. It's merely a dragon snake fruit. Yet such avarice is displayed. I wonder from whom he learned this. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 commercial-grade medicinal herbs. Deal. Wait. The old woman was poised to hand over the resources to Li Xiaobai when Feng Bo halted her movement. I have already presented a substantial offer. Yet I have not acquired the fruit. There must be some underlying trickery at play. Brother, regarding the fruit I just purchased earlier, might it be procured now? Feng Bo inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Why the haste? I shall first confirm the buyers, and then I will present the fruits to you all at once. Can I? The esteemed dragon snake fruit possibly default on my promise? Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. That is not my intention, Wind remarked. It is merely that the fruit brothers have been reluctant to relinquish the dragon snake fruit, leaving us in a state of unease. What unease? Winbo retorted. That ignorant old man and this aged woman have offered their bids without even a furrow of their brows. Yet here you are, incessantly complaining. Your pretended concern is but a fade. Your true desire is to monopolize all my brethren, isn't it? At this declaration, Winbo's countenance also shifted. This was a matter intertwined with the interests of many, making it a delicate topic to navigate. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. You seek to tarnish my reputation, thwart my dealings, and ultimately force me to sell to you. Li Xiaobai entered a fierce state, pressing forward with determination. Upon hearing this, not only Winbo, but also the other prominent figures present bore expressions of peculiar discomfort. Although the sacred demon sect typically treated others well and maintained amicable relations, those who had ascended to such heights were far from benevolent. They all recognized that the maneuver Li Xiaobai described was indeed within the capabilities of the sacred demon sect. Consequently, the elderly woman ceased her hesitations and directly presented her ring to Li Xiaobai. Fruit brothers, I am from the Cloud Dream Marsh. I request a reserved spot. Please remember me. Rest assured, you may stand aside. I shall contact you shortly, Li Xiaobai replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. The remaining experts immediately stepped forward, each presenting their spatial rings to Li Xiaobai, eager to ensure their bids were not delayed. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, 200 superior spirit herbs, 5 pounds of profound iron. How about 3 Tian Shan snow lotuses? I also have a batch of Tian Jiao horses. The original transaction gradually evolved into a bidding war. Chen Kuan from the Tianwu sect also rejoined the fray. The consensus among the crowd was clear. It was impossible to genuinely trade with Li Xiaobai. The resources were merely temporarily held in his possession. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaobai, a young man in white stood at the back of the crowd, observing everything with a cold gaze. Chapter 44. A rather simple-minded transformation stage master. This was a trap. Li Xiaobai was utilizing his treasure to traverse the formation at will, facilitating transactions with numerous prominent figures. And he was succeeding. The thought of Li Xiaobai's bulging spatial ring ignited a fierce desire within Feng Wuxia. He must devise a plan to eliminate him. If successful, not only would the cherished artifact be his, but all the resources would also belong to him. However, there was no opportunity at present. After leaving, on the way to the sacred demon sect, he would have ample time to deal with his opponent. This expedition into the mountains had been immensely fruitful. Reaching the great perfection of the Golden Core stage was entirely within reach, and with a stroke of luck, touching the threshold of the nascent soul stage was not beyond possibility. A cold glint flickered in Feng Wuxia's eyes as he turned and vanished into the forest. Before the formation, Li Xiaobai beamed with joy as he accepted the spatial rings offered by the crowd. These prominent figures exhibit remarkable acumen. Not only do they offer substantial incentives, but they also proceed without hesitation, promptly handing over the spatial rings. Li Xiaobai, upon reflection, mused that if he were to part with such resources, it would be more merciful to end his own life. Indeed, these titans possess an audacity and composure that he cannot hope to rival. As he diligently gathered all 8 spatial rings and meticulously counted them, his heart raced with exhilaration. The high-grade spirit stones exceeded 10,000, the mid-grade spirit stones surpassed 10,000, the low-grade spirit stones were countless, and there were over 1,000 spirit herbs. Along with a dazzling array of exquisite treasures, each a testament to wealth beyond measure. This was an unexpected windfall. The ease with which these spirit stones flowed into his possession left him in a state of disbelief. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned the Maul's steed, Godzilla, beckoning to him with a gleeful disposition. He stowed the spatial rings away and then turned to sit cross-legged beneath the dragon and snake fruit tree in the center of the formation, disregarding the crowd. Brother Fruit, what is your intent? We have presented the resources. May we now proceed with the transaction? Wind Elder inquired, sensing something amiss since he had begun to part with his spirit stones. Transaction? What do you mean? Li Xiaobai scratched his head. A look of confusion plastered across his face. At this utterance, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The worst fears had materialized. The individual before them had consumed everything yet intended to renege on the agreement. We have already entrusted you with the rare materials. Do you intend to go back on your word, Brother Fruit? Shun Kuan spoke solemnly. Indeed, Brother Fruit, let us not jest. Let us conduct this transaction properly. Indeed. The reason the crowd felt secure in relinquishing their rings was due to the fact that Li Xiaobai was confined within the formation. As long as the formation remained intact, both the fruits and the rings would inevitably return to their rightful owners, leaving them utterly unconcerned. Do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. You clearly aim to exploit these resources to lure both me and my brother out, only to ensnare us all at once. Am I right? My dragon snake fruit is a convergence of the essence of heaven and earth. Your petty schemes are transparent to me. Li Xiaobai's expression grew stern, revealing no hint of leniency. With his pockets now filled and an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal, he could unlock life-saving artifacts from the marketplace at any moment, rendering these so-called powerhouses insignificant. With a mere teleportation talisman, he could vanish without a trace. My dear fruit brethren, let us not speak in such terms. We are all men of our word. Provided you engage in earnest trade with us, once we obtain the fruits, we shall depart immediately, without delay. What say you? Feng Bo continued. Why waste breath on this fellow? It is evident he intends to cheat us without offering anything in return. A classic case of seeking to gain without giving. Let us simply break this formation and see how he can continue to be so arrogant. Shun Kuan, lacking the patience for such games, rallied the others to forcefully breach the formation. Then go ahead and break the formation. Stop your incessant prattling, if you truly possess the ability. Let us clash within the slaughter array. Li Xiaobai retorted with a dismissive gesture, his disdain palpable. Shen Kuan, infuriated, huffed and glared, as the leader of a sect. He had never been subjected to such humiliation. Stand aside, for I shall engage with this dragon snake fruit. With a sudden surge, Shun Kuan soared into the sky, the brilliance emanating from his dantian illuminating the surroundings, showcasing his formidable prowess at the transformation stage. He intended to confront the array head-on, to gauge its depths. With a swift motion, his hands transformed into two skeletal claws, imbued with a chilling aura, reaching towards the array encircling Li Xiaobai. In an instant, the sky dimmed, and Li Xiaobai, in a daze, faintly heard the piercing wails and mournful cries echoing in his ears, causing a tremor of unease within him. The old man before him wielded techniques that were undeniably impressive. Could it be that he could truly shatter the formation? Uncertain. He discreetly exchanged for a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in the marketplace. The talisman, inscribed with ancient runes, promised instant travel across vast distances, albeit to a random location. Price: 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Although somewhat costly, it was but a trifling sum for Li Xiaobai at this juncture. The resonant clangor pierced the heavens as the enormous skeletal hands bore down upon the array, an ominous energy seeping forth, hinting at a potential breach. The formation seemed to sense the provocation, gathering a substantial amount of metal chi, swiftly retaliating. Golden light cascaded in a dazzling display, the metal chi swirling violently within the array, utterly obliterating the skeletal hands. Shin Kuan let out a muffled grunt, his complexion slightly flushed as he was forced to retreat. The metal chi was far more potent than he had anticipated. Truly, it embodied the essence of destruction. Feng Bo observed Chun Kuan with a smirk, his words dripping with scorn. If you're so capable, why don't you take the lead? Chun Kuan rolled his eyes, silently channeling his energy to stabilize himself. This formation was quite formidable. Even a mere brush with the essence of metal caused his internal energy and blood to surge uncontrollably. Despite possessing the formidable strength of a sixth layer in the transformation stage, he found himself incapable of completely fending off the formation's onslaught. Feng Bo shook his head, acknowledging that brute force would not suffice to dismantle this array, at least not for those in the transformation stage. To breach the formation, one must rely on the prowess of the lesser vehicle sect. Within the formation, Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This killing array was indeed powerful, capable of thwarting even the adept of the transformation stage, truly deserving of its reputation for enhancing one's defensive capabilities. since the adversary could not break the formation. There was no rush for him to depart. The array could bestow numerous attribute points, and each additional second spent within it would yield further enhancements. Attribute points, 30,000. All allocated to defense. Defense, fourth transformation of the 9-turn indestructible golden body, 040,000, ready for advancement. Detected that the host continues to be assailed by the essence of metal, skill upgraded. Fourth transformation of the 9-turn indestructible sword intent. In Chapter 45, the formation was shattered. Both defense and skills advanced simultaneously as a mysterious pale golden totem re-emerged. In the void, a colossal golden totem contracted, taking the form of a gigantic visage, slowly imprinting itself upon Li Xiaobai's corporeal form, suffused with divine radiance. The golden light enveloped his body, and Li Xiaobai felt as if every pore was greedily inhaling the surrounding air. His physical form had become remarkably resilient. At this level of corporeal strength, even those in the nascent soul stage would find it difficult to contend with him. He pinched his skin. Indeed, it was quite firm. Truly, a real man must be unyielding. At the periphery of the formation, the esteemed experts from various sects were taken aback by Li Xiaobai's current demeanor. They had never encountered such a totem, which appeared to resemble a human face, albeit rendered in a faint and indistinct manner. Suddenly, a fruit that had already transformed into a humanoid form burst forth in radiance, enveloped in divine brilliance. The implications of this phenomenon were evident. Even to those unversed in cultivation, this dragon snake fruit had achieved a breakthrough. Such a rare treasure, an opportunity that occurs once in a century, would likely elevate its original grade to an even higher echelon. In that moment, even the most composed Feng Bo could not maintain his equanimity. Greed flickered in his eyes. This fruit was far too precious to be left unclaimed by the Holy Demon Sect. If the Holy Demon Sect could not obtain it, then neither could anyone else. In an instant, Feng Bo resolved that if he could not procure the transformed dragon snake fruit, he would go to any lengths, even risking the destruction of his magical artifacts, to eliminate Li Xiaobai. Such a fruit was beyond the reach of those in the nascent soul or divine transformation stages. Even a tribulation stage expert would be driven to madness. The consensus among all the prominent figures present was clear. The transformed dragon snake fruit must not fall into the hands of rival sections. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere shifted. Li Xiaobai suddenly sensed that these influential figures had inexplicably united against him, and he felt the weight of their collective intent. Are you truly unwilling to part with the dragon snake fruit? Feng Bo inquired amiably, though a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. This is my brother. In our world, we value loyalty above all. Betrayal can lead to dire consequences, Li Xiaobai replied coolly, while Chen Kuan's frustration was palpable. Loyalty, damn it. How on earth do you think you embody the essence of loyalty? Do you even know how to write the word? When you were engaged in deceit and trickery, where was your so-called loyalty? The others around him wore expressions of discontent, clearly understanding that this dragon and snake fruit was intent on deceiving them. The mask of civility had been cast aside, leaving no pretense left to uphold. I possess a fragmentary array-breaking talisman capable of dismantling any formation under heaven. Though the aura of metal is formidable, it can be momentarily disrupted for a few breaths, the elderly matron from the minor sect stated slowly. What are we waiting for? Hurry and break the formation. I wish to personally eliminate this scoundrel. Chen Kuan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Li Xiaobai felt a tightening in his chest. Though his defenses were robust, Chen Kuan's current demeanor was truly intimidating. Yet, he could not afford to lose his bravado. Higi, you frighten me. Go ahead. Break the formation and come here to deal with me. I, the dragon and snake fruit, declare today that if you do not eliminate me, you shall not leave this valley. I am not targeting anyone specifically. I simply wish to state that all present are worthless. I demand 2 dragon and snake fruits. The remainder can be divided among you. Should you agree, I shall immediately dismantle this formation. The matron, filled with fury, laid down her terms. The audacity of the dragon and snake fruit warranted a thorough lesson. Deal. No problem. Quickly, break the formation. Very well, step aside. Allow me to showcase my skills. The elderly woman advanced slowly, retrieving an array plate from her bosom. The plate was entirely obsidian, with several orbs seemingly rotating within its depths. This formation disc was also crafted by the disciple of the venerable elder Tianji, consisting of 2 discs, a primary and a secondary. The secondary disc has already been placed within my spatial ring at the time of the transaction. By activating the primary disc, the 2 can work in unison to penetrate a passage through this lethal array. The old woman let out a sinister chuckle, truly believing she had left no defenses in place. Since the Wind Sovereign had intervened, she had kept her guard up, and now it proved invaluable. Li Xiaobai was taken aback upon hearing this. He was unexpectedly infiltrated by the enemy. He hastily rummaged through several rings, attempting to cast out the secondary formation disk. But alas, it was too late. A small disk, as dark as ink, suddenly emerged from one of the spatial rings. Hovering in the air as it began to emit a soft glow. Qinkuan formation, arise. Yin-yang escape. The old woman chanted incantations, and the two formation disks swiftly linked together, unleashing a surge of primordial chaos energy that seemed to possess the might of 1,000 tons, forcefully blocking the relentless assault of the gung metal energy. Li Xiaobai felt a tightening in his chest. The aura emanating from the formation disk destabilized his internal energy. The artifact activated by a transcendental master was undoubtedly extraordinary. The disk radiated devastating starlight, and within the pitch-black disk, it appeared as if countless stars were swirling. This formation disk seemed to be a microcosm of the universe. Indeed remarkable. It appeared that his strategies were still insufficiently profound, and his counter-strategy awareness was not sufficiently keen. In the future, he would need to seek more insights from his senior brother Liu. Small Zhou Tian Micro Dust Restriction. Great Zhou Tian Celestial Revolutions. Open for me. The old woman bellowed. And two array plates shimmered in unison, their brilliance intensifying as they forcefully halted the incessant flow of the metallic energy surrounding them, thereby forging a pathway. Act swiftly within 3 breaths. Do not engage within the formation. Draw him out. Circle behind. Be wary of the metallic energy and maneuver accordingly. Heavenly Net. Bone Transforming Soft Palm. Pure Yang Sword Formation. Li Xiaobai was astonished to find that the formation had indeed been breached by the group. However, the assaults from the nascent soul and transformation stage experts appeared less daunting than anticipated. Perhaps the multitude of skilled practitioners were coveting his dragon snake fruit. Thus they had intentionally held back. Enduring Qinkuan's bone-transforming soft palm, the afflicted area of his body rapidly began to decay, the muscle withering away. Yet, soon after, mysterious patterns on his skin glimmered, and the injured region restored to its pristine state. This was the effect of the indestructible golden body. As long as he was not obliterated in a single blow, his corporeal wounds could mend. Attributes, 1000. Hiss. The strength of a transformation stage expert is truly formidable, however. My own defenses have significantly improved, enabling me to withstand such an attack. The system is quite impressive. Well done, young man. A mere dragon snake fruit indeed possesses some merit. Enough of the chatter. Extract him, as we have but 3 breaths remaining. Wind Master frowned, decisively interrupting Qinkuan's incessant boasting. For this fellow had a penchant for unwarranted bravado, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of their current situation. In a flash, he appeared behind Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai found himself momentarily dazed by the scenery before him, only to realize that he had suddenly appeared several hundred meters away. Oh, little one. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Care to show me that bravado again? Chapter 46. The main character arrives. Qinkuan's sinister smile revealed his malicious intent. Heh, weakling. Li Xiaobai responded with a dismissive gesture, expressing his disdain. Through their previous encounter, he had discerned that the 9 turns golden body corresponded to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Although this assembly included several formidable masters of the transformation stage, he believed that his fully defensive build could withstand their onslaught to some extent. His 4th turn of the 9 turns golden body was akin to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Yet his comprehensive focus on defense should grant him a significant advantage over practitioners at that level. Moreover, given his identity as a transformed dragon and serpent fruit, these individuals would refrain from resorting to lethal force unless absolutely necessary. With newfound confidence, he declared, "Come and strike me," gesturing provocatively at the crowd. "Do not interfere. This man has provoked me, and I shall face him alone." Qinkuan's expression twisted with rage as he lunged at Li Xiaobai with a swift motion of his hands. Hey, the old man still possesses his flair for theatrics. Feng Bo clapped his hands in the void, intercepting Qinkuan's advance. What is the meaning of this? Qinkuan's face darkened, his fury palpable. Stop pretending, we all know who you are. You didn't even flinch when your son was killed. The performance was quite impressive. Yet it seems you wish to claim the dragon snake fruits for yourself under the pretext of a duel. Let me assure you, such thoughts are futile. Feng Bo remarked with a slight curl of his lip. Upon hearing this, Qinkuan's expression suddenly settled into calmness, even revealing a hint of a faint smile. I have never harbored the intention of monopolizing. I merely wish to secure this transformative fruit first, and then we can deliberate on subsequent matters at our leisure. The distribution of the dragon snake fruits shall adhere to our previous agreement, and no one is permitted to take more than their share. Indeed, anyone who dares to take more shall face dire consequences. I am entitled to 2 dragon snake fruits, as we had previously arranged. Observing the adeptness with which the prominent figures shifted their expressions, Li Sibai felt a profound admiration. Truly, these immortals possess remarkable acting skills, had Feng Bo not exposed it. He would have remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Kuen's fury was merely a fade. The scheming nature of these individuals is profound. Those who have reached the nascent soul and transformation stages are certainly not to be underestimated. Li Sibai resolved to incite further animosity, thereby augmenting his attribute points before making his escape, for his own 9 turns golden body had only reached the 4th turn, and confronting such a multitude could lead to peril. At that moment, however, the sky became tumultuous, and a palpable aura of malice rolled in from afar. Visible to the naked eye, a figure materialized, wearing a conical hat and a raincoat, appearing before the crowd in an instant. The fierce winds whipped through the air, causing Li Sibai's face to sting painfully. Attribute points, 100. Hiss. Who might this formidable figure be? They seem even more extraordinary than a transformation stage expert. Merely the gust they conjured inflicted harm upon others. What incredible power is this? Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of guilt. The mere presence of a being at the transformation stage was already formidable, yet the enigmatic figure before him, clad in a raincoat and hat, clearly transcended that level. It seemed prudent to make a hasty retreat. Who has disturbed my formation? The voice of the raincoat figure was hoarse, as if he were conversing with himself, or perhaps posing a question. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. It became evident that the formation was deliberately set by this mysterious figure. This revelation was quite intriguing, indicating that the dragon and serpent fruit within the mountains was not merely a trivial matter. The situation was unmistakably clear. The original owner had discovered the breach in the formation and had come to confront them. Senior. It was that old woman who forcibly breached your formation. She intends to take the dragon and serpent fruit tree with her. You must stop her. Li Sibai interjected, gesturing towards the elderly woman from the small vehicle sect. The old woman's expression altered dramatically. The strength of the newcomer was far beyond her own, rendering her unable to gauge his depth of power. Offending such a venerable figure would undoubtedly be a grave misstep. Transformation fruits? The raincoat figure expressed confusion. It is indeed this young lad. He has transformed from the dragon and serpent fruit. Are you unaware, senior? The old woman inquired cautiously. It is laughable that you, despite being at the transformation stage, have lived long enough to resemble a dog. This is clearly a person. Where do you find the notion of transformation fruits? The figure continued. Moreover, this dragon and serpent fruit was sown by me. Do you think I lack knowledge of its appearance? Yet just now, the old woman wore a face of disbelief, wishing to articulate more. A bunch of useless gluttons, still coveting my dragon and serpent fruit. It is truly laughable. Had you been born under my tutelage, I would have sent you to the afterlife long ago. The figure clad in a raincoat let out a cold laugh and strode directly to the formation to examine it. Upon hearing this, the other experts were engulfed in a mix of shock and fury. They had been deceived, tricked by a mere human lad. The raincoat figure could not possibly have fooled them. The so-called transformation fruit was nothing but a fabrication conjured by this boy, utilizing an unknown method. He managed to navigate freely within the formation, masquerading as the transformation dragon snake fruit, and had swindled their resources in the process. Realizing the crux of the matter, their faces turned crimson, half in anger, half in humiliation. How foolish they had been to underestimate Li Xiaobai's intelligence, intending to dupe him, only to find themselves the victims of deception. Their gazes were fixed on Li Xiaobai, brimming with a desire to rend him limb from limb. Indeed, boy, your demise is imminent. When I declared that your entire family would perish, I meant it. Why waste words on him? He dared to swindle even our spirit stones. He must be dealt with. The prominent figures clamored, each seething with ire. Had it not been for the presence of the raincoat figure, they would have acted long ago. Li Xiaobai swallowed hard, realizing that the ruse had been uncovered. The dragon snake fruit tree indeed had an owner, a fact he had not been privy to before. Cursed be it. Once again he had been ensnared by his 6th senior brother. He mentally cursed Lu Jinshui while discreetly retrieving a long-distance teleportation talisman, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. The raincoat figure's origins were shrouded in mystery, and his cultivation unfathomable, should he become enraged. Even possessing a system would offer little protection. Moreover, a host of nascent soul and transformation stage experts lurked nearby, their eyes keen and predatory. At that moment, the raincoat figure was probing the formation, seemingly in search of something. After a moment of keen perception, his expression changed dramatically. This is the yin-yang escape technique. Who has tampered with my fragments? Who has wielded the Tai Chi? The figure in the raincoat roared, his overwhelming aura surging forth. And the malevolent energy in the arena once again roiled. The pure metal energy enveloping the dragon and snake fruit trees shattered inch by inch. The formation collapsing in an instant, leaving the onlookers in shock. Li Xiaobai felt a stir in his heart. It turned out that both the fruit and the fragments had been placed by the figure in the raincoat. However, the opponent had not mentioned the presence of the little broken dog. Could it be that the little creature had wandered in on its own? Senior. It was only this brat who has been moving freely within the formation. I shall assist you in capturing him. What an audacious lad, daring to seize my treasures. Today, I shall bring you to justice. Brat, prepare to pay with your life. Chapter 47. The figure in the raincoat feeling the overwhelming force before him. Li Xiaobai's countenance shifted dramatically. This was the full-force attack of numerous nascent soul and transformation stage cultivators, and his current defensive capabilities seemed inadequate. The esteemed figures charged forward recklessly, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Li Xiaobai clasped his head with both hands and crouched down. Super abs. His muscles tensed, activating his skill, thereby doubling his defensive power. The behavior of these prominent figures was rather peculiar. Just a moment ago, they had been bowing and scraping to the figure in the raincoat, and now they were launching a fierce assault. This was an unusual shift, reminiscent of the earlier actions of Chen Kuan. Yet, with the situation so dire, Li Xiaobai had no time for further contemplation as the onslaught from the esteemed figures commenced. 9 dragons ascend to heaven. Pure Yang sword technique. Stars shattered in the galaxy. Yin-yang escape. The formidable power of a transcendent being surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. In the void, strands of sword energy crisscrossed, manifesting dozens of ethereal projections of primordial spirits that seemed poised to engage in a life-or-death battle with Li Xiaobai. He felt a momentary constriction in his breath as the air rippled with an unseen force. Resolutely, he resolved to withstand this onslaught, amass a reserve of attribute points, and then promptly utilize a long-distance teleportation talisman to flee, for he surmised that should this confrontation continue, he might very well meet his demise. In an instant, the assault descended upon him, brimming with the potency of formidable techniques. Swords glimmered, ghostly claws emerged, blade auras surged, and starlight enveloped him. Numerous formidable figures charged toward Li Xiaobai. He fixated intently on the system panel before him, ready to depart as soon as the attribute points were accrued. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a tempestuous barrage, the esteemed figures merely brushed past him, retreating with astonishing speed. What was meant to be a fierce offensive dissipated almost as swiftly as it had arrived. A multitude of silhouettes transformed into streaks of light, vanishing in the distance in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaobai remained crouched in bewilderment, staring vacantly at the ground. The system panel flickered, displaying attribute points, 10. Attribute points, 10. Hiss. Was that all the attributes he had gained? Had the earlier display of grandeur been an illusion? Damn it. He lamented his lack of knowledge, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by this group of cunning elders. Only now did he awaken to the truth. The fury etched on those esteemed figures' faces mirrored the theatricality that Feng Bo had previously alluded to. The pressure exerted by the figure clad in a raincoat is profoundly overwhelming. An unfathomable strength. These powerful individuals, under the guise of assisting the raincoat figure in capturing their own identities, utilize themselves as shields to obscure the truth, all the while seeking the opportune moment to abscond. They have even discarded the precious resources they once possessed, displaying a remarkable decisiveness and an impeccable understanding amongst themselves. However, with their departure, only solitude remains. Ah, esteemed elder, they have absconded with your fruits and remnants. You should pursue them swiftly. Li Xiaobai chuckled innocently. They shall be dealt with by others. Not one shall escape. Yet you carry the scent of the dragon and serpent fruit, along with the fragrance of the remnants. Hand them over. The raincoat figure spoke ominously. Indeed, esteemed elder, your discernment is sharp. I have indeed come into possession of fruits and remnants. Though I exchanged them with those powerful individuals at the time, the fruits now reside with them, Li Xiaobai replied earnestly. I care not who has taken my belongings. For all who partake in this affair today shall meet their demise. The raincoat figure declared, hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Li Xiaobai's heart sank. It appears this raincoat figure possesses formidable abilities, as even those at the transformation stage fled without a second thought. Unable to contend, retreat seems the wisest course. Reflecting on my integrity, Zhang Rui, I stand upright and just, never engaging in deceitful acts. Should this item be taken by me, I would deserve to be struck by divine retribution. Even in death, I, Zhang Rui, shall leave behind a legacy of purity in this world. His words resounded with strength and righteousness. After all, the raincoat figure knows not who I am, whose name is not interchangeable. Cursing by the name of Zhang Rui is indeed the most fortuitous option. I shall swiftly utilize the teleportation talisman to make my escape. The figure clad in a straw cloak will undoubtedly focus his investigation on Zhang Rui, rather than on me. In the perilous world of martial arts, one must safeguard their life with a pseudonym. How amusing it is to speak so boldly, Zhang Rui. I do hope you can maintain such bravado in a moment. The cloaked figure sneered repeatedly, the underbrush concealing his visage, leaving Li Xiaobai unable to discern his features. Just as Li Xiaobai discreetly retrieved the teleportation talisman, preparing to flee, the figure abruptly rose, his eyes ablaze with intensity. He surveyed his surroundings with utmost vigilance. Who was there? Step forward. Li Xiaobai was startled. Were there indeed others in the vicinity? 1, 2, 3, 6. A total of 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, emerged. Do not compel me to take action. The cloaked figure stated coolly, his tone imbued with arrogance, dismissing the cultivation levels of his adversaries. In an instant, Li Xiaobai discerned the identities of the concealed 6. The numbers alone revealed them to be his fellow disciples. Still apprehensive for his safety, it became clear that genuine camaraderie is revealed in times of adversity. His seniors from Miao Miao Peak treated him rather well. Damn it, I've been discovered. Junior brother, the winds are fierce. Take heed. A furious roar echoed through the jungle as Lu Jinshui burst forth, charging towards Li Xiaobai's location. Clad in silver helmet and armor, wielding a hefty broadsword, his rotund figure added a touch of humor to the scene. Position yourself, position yourself. Be mindful of your spacing. Lu Jinshui chanted incantations under his breath, incessantly attempting to disrupt the judgment of the figure clad in a raincoat. Meanwhile, his hands were in constant motion, wielding a large cleaver that danced through the air, unleashing a flurry of silver blades directed at the raincoat-clad individual. Yet, it was evident that he had gravely underestimated the opponent's prowess. Faced with the relentless barrage of blade light, the figure showed no inclination to even glance at the onslaught, casually extending a few fingers to intercept several of the luminous strikes, effortlessly crushing them into scintillating stardust. Junior brother, hurry and flee. Lu Jinshui's expression shifted dramatically. The weapon in his grasp was a treasure of spiritual caliber, and even the most formidable of adversaries would hesitate to confront its radiance head-on. The opponent's strength was beyond his wildest imagination. No wonder those formidable beings in the transformation stage had retreated in haste. This level of power was undoubtedly that of the tribulation stage. Senior brother, you all go ahead. I have my own means of escape. Li Xiaobai's expression betrayed a hint of urgency. He possessed a long-distance teleportation talisman, but his senior brothers and sisters did not share this advantage. If they were to abandon the fight now, it would spell certain doom for them. He needed to devise a way to distribute a few of his teleportation talismans to his seniors. Do you think you can leave in my presence? The figure in the raincoat, hands clasped behind his back, slowly turned, his eyes radiating an otherworldly glow. The mere gaze from him caused Lu Jinshui to feel as if his internal energy had shattered, rendering his own techniques forcibly immobilized. His face blanched in terror. Encountering such a high-caliber expert here could only lead to death or severe injury today. What do you think you are? Suddenly, a tremendous golden warhammer materialized from the void, descending with ferocious intent toward the raincoat-clad figure, overwhelming the area with its formidable pressure and forcibly drawing the figure into the fray. This is the hammer of the esteemed master sister Su Yubing. Li Xiaobai's face brightened with joy as he seized the opportunity to discreetly hand Lu Jinshui a stack of long-distance teleportation talismans. Senior brother, with these talismans, you can instantly appear 1,000 miles away upon use. You must leave at once. Chapter 48. The remarkable Erguzi junior brother, you possess such a splendid treasure? Had you mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have to exert ourselves to rescue you. Lu Jinshui's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing his unquenchable thirst for wealth even in perilous circumstances. Senior brother, quickly find an opportunity to distribute the talismans to the other senior brothers and sisters. I will withstand a wave of attacks from the cloaked figures. Indeed. Junior brother, be cautious. Upon seeing the teleportation talismans, Lu Jinshui's expression transformed in an instant. His previously resolute demeanor shifted back to a lecherous grin as he swiftly darted into the dense forest. In the arena, Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang were fiercely attacking the cloaked figures. The prowess of these two was unparalleled among their peers, their strength unfathomable. Yet they still failed to inflict any damage upon the cloaked figures. In the void, the hammer danced with impenetrable ferocity, its surface emblazoned with the mysterious totem of a colossal beast, striking down upon the cloaked figures with reckless abandon. Yi Wushuang unleashed his full power, and a green ethereal projection of his primordial spirit rose from behind him, unleashing a torrent of toxic arts. In an instant, the ground beneath the cloaked figures transformed into a barren wasteland. Ah, two younglings, your skills are commendable. To have touched upon the realm of the nascent soul at such a tender age is truly the mark of a prodigious talent. Which sect do you belong to? And under whose tutelage do you train? Inquired the cloaked figure. None of your concern. Su Yunbing raised her hammer and struck without any hesitation, unwilling to engage in needless chatter with her opponent. Meanwhile, tendrils of smoke surged into the mouth of the cloaked figure as it opened and closed, presenting Yi Wushuang with an opportunity to inject poison into the adversary's body. The cloaked figure was infuriated. He had never been treated in such a manner before. Generally, others approached him with utmost reverence, hardly daring to breathe in his presence. Yet today, he found himself relentlessly pursued and attacked by a group of juniors. Were it not for the powerful forces backing them, he would have long since sent these individuals to their demise. Chaos unleashed. A surge of dark energy erupted, enveloping the cloaked figure in a shroud of gray spiritual essence as he forcefully swept the two women aside. This was the malevolent energy of a dark cultivator. He must be a practitioner from the evil sect of the Central Plains. Hidden in the shadows, the third senior brother, Lin Yin, suddenly exclaimed, recognizing the technique being employed. You possess some skill, being able to discern my cultivation method. Your vision is commendable. The cloaked figure raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter such talent in this remote region. Initially, he had merely intended to rest in these mountains and nurture the dragon snake fruit trees, but to his astonishment, upon his brief departure, the fruits had been plucked away. That was secondary. The most crucial fragments had also mysteriously vanished. With a hand outstretched towards the void, he grasped at the air, sending forth an invisible wave that immobilized Su Yunbing, rendering her unable to move. The cloaked figure was about to strike. Sister, do not panic. Your younger brother is here to assist you. Fourth senior brother Yangchen erupted from the ground, his Fang Tianhua halberd transforming into a golden dragon, piercing directly towards the cloaked figure's brow. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The figure clad in a raincoat narrowed his eyes slightly, extending two fingers to gently pinch the Fang Tianhua Ji, rendering the golden dragon's ethereal form into fragments. No matter how fiercely Yangchen exerted himself, he remained immovable. Third senior brother, make your move. At that moment, Ling Feng surged forth from the earth, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at the back of the raincoat figure's heart. This was indeed an opportune moment for a surprise attack, as the raincoat figure had one hand restraining Su Yunbing and the other gripping Yangchen. Simultaneously, in the distance, Lin Yin transformed into a swirling mass of gray smoke, hurtling towards the position of the raincoat figure. Despite bearing the oppressive aura of the master, he was able to act with composure, orchestrating an offensive, a truly remarkable feat observing his demeanor. It seemed unlikely that such an imposing presence could be cultivated in the northern territories. Recognizing the sect's unique martial arts, he pondered whether they hailed from the Central Plains. The raincoat figure grew increasingly alarmed, not due to the threat posed by the trio's strength, but rather because such indomitable spirit was not easily nurtured by ordinary sections. Though the 6 individuals before him exhibited varying levels of power, they collectively emanated an aura of invincibility. This was not something mere disciples of any sect could achieve. Only those who had long engaged in battles across regions, securing victories with unyielding belief in their own supremacy, could cultivate such a formidable presence. This sensation, even within the Central Plains, was a rarity among prodigies. I have established a favorable rapport with the Nalan family in the Central Plains and maintained good relations with other clans as well. Might I inquire your names? It would be unfortunate if a flood were to sweep through the Dragon King's temple. The raincoat figure sought to extract information from them. However, the members of Piao Miao Peak paid him no heed, relentlessly launching their assault. Be mindful of your positioning. He released his grip, and the senior sister departed from the area they had just occupied. Vanishing into the earth, he sought out vulnerabilities anew. The second sister, skilled in poison techniques, followed closely, seeking to hinder his movements. Observing this scene, the figure clad in a cloak of reeds darkened in countenance. The audacity of those with mere golden core and nascent soul cultivation to behave so brazenly before him was intolerable. Since they refused to reveal their identities, he resolved to eliminate them all. Surely, their sect would be unable to trace the blame back to him in the immediate future. The cloaked figure, having lost all patience, was enveloped once more by inky blackness emanating ghostly mists. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, swirling ominously, casting a pall over the ground. Waves of sinister energy surged forth, the air thick with a chilling aura. Day transformed into night in a heartbeat. And the air was filled with the haunting cries of spirits. In the void, energies erupted violently. In that fleeting moment, all present felt a chill run down their spines. Their breath caught in their throats, overwhelmed by the oppressive force before them. This was a malevolent technique. Even a mere brush with it would allow the poisonous essence to invade one's body, corrupting their very foundation. Lenin spoke once more. His familiarity with the dark arts evident. Your skills are commendable, but it seems you have chosen the wrong adversary. The cloaked figure cackled ominously, no longer inclined to hold back. There were numerous matters awaiting his attention, and he intended to eradicate everyone present in one fell swoop. His primary target was the senior sister, Su Yunbing. Her hammer posed a significant threat, an elusive force that, albeit faintly, held a measure of restraint over him. A fact that irked him deeply. A finger pointed into the void, and a wisp of black smoke sliced through the air, aiming directly at Su Yunbing's forehead. Su Yunbing's expression shifted. Her body seemed immobilized, unable to move even the slightest bit, for she could not withstand the power of this attack. Senior sister. Li Xiaobai yearned to rush forward to intercept this onslaught, but at that very moment, the little dog in his arms suddenly became agitated. Its body shimmered with a brilliant golden light as it leaped towards Su Yunbing's hammer. Simultaneously, the beast totem inscribed on the colossal hammer awakened once more. A roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, as an indistinct beast ambled forth in the void. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, fixated intently on the encroaching black smoke, which it gently prodded, causing the smoke to dissipate instantly. Wow, the little dog is impressive. Important note, regarding the launch of this work, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the patrons who have chosen to read my book. Some are new friends, while others are old acquaintances. I express my gratitude to you all. Allow me to briefly introduce this book. Fearing pain, I allocated all points to defense. The inspiration for this narrative stemmed from a particular anime. Indeed, from the title to the cover, it exudes an aura reminiscent of a two-dimensional novel. However, it is, in essence, a serious work of fantasy literature. The protagonist's focus on defense merely influenced the title. The storyline diverges entirely, as the initial idea was to equip the protagonist with various systems, attack, defense, and speed, but ultimately, writing about the theme of defense proved to be more fluid. A plethora of quirky abilities and skills are explored throughout the tale. My friends who are familiar with me might have noticed my penchant for infusing humorous elements into my writing. While my prose may not always be impeccable, my lighthearted spirit certainly shines through. I often employ contrasts, adopt a playful tone, and steer clear of overly sentimental themes. I enjoy incorporating aspects of societal realities into my narratives as comedic elements. Although my previous work may not have reached its full potential, I have consistently pursued this endeavor, with each trope reflecting a facet of contemporary societal issues. In this new book, I aspire to weave in similar elements. I have been diligently reading, aiming to gradually introduce concepts from Confucianism and Buddhism into my writing, alongside a narrative filled with love, hate, and complex emotions, all presented with a lighthearted, humorous touch, perhaps a form of dark humor. This marks my first attempt at such a blend. Yet I assure you that I will approach it with careful thought and earnest effort. Moreover, you may have noticed the protagonist's side venture, the upcoming launch of a bathhouse named Tangning Yi Pin in the city. I aim to establish it as the most formidable chain across the continent, reaping abundant resources and ensuring a lively atmosphere. The purpose of sharing all this is to convey to my readers that my writing is not whimsical. I possess a clear blueprint and direction for my work, with a well-defined main storyline rather than a random approach. Therefore, I invite you to anticipate what is to come. In my previous book, I maintained a consistent output of 8,000 words daily without interruption, and I aim to replicate that in this endeavor. As I embark on this new genre, I kindly ask for your support. Those with financial means are encouraged to contribute generously, while those without can still offer their goodwill. Witnessing the generous rewards others receive is truly enviable. Here's a gentle reminder. The Yumi Jixiang Reader Group, 110-610-6393. This week, I am offering free access, with additional content to come. Your support is greatly appreciated. The Xianyu sect is nestled among majestic mountains, shrouded in ethereal mist. In a secluded cave, Li Xiaobai lay on his bed with a furrowed brow, gazing at the panel before him. Host, Li Xiaobai, attack, 0, speed, 0, defense, 0, attribute points, 10, skills, none, items, none, shop, not open. What on earth is this abysmal 3-no product? Li Xiaobai lamented. Feeling thoroughly cheated by this world, he had suddenly entered 3 days ago, becoming an inner disciple of the Xianyu sect. Accompanying this transition was a perplexing attribute value system, which took him 3 arduous days to comprehend. This system did not enhance cultivation but merely allowed for the allocation of attribute points. The only way to increase these points was through enduring damage. Overall, it was a system that clearly leaned towards masochism. He had tested it yesterday by receiving a slap from his master, leaving the left side of his face swollen even now. However, the outcome was significant. That single slap had granted him 10 attribute points. Where should he allocate them? It was evident that to accumulate points, he would inevitably have to endure more punishment. So for the sake of self-preservation, he decided to invest them all into defense. Defense, commoner, 10-100, can be upgraded. He touched his face. Although the swelling had yet to subside, it felt considerably sturdier. He could venture out once more. With his defense bolstered, Li Xiaobai's spirits lifted, and he hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to another cave, that of Sister Su. Sister Su was a fervent cultivator, dedicated solely to her practice day in and day out. It was said that despite her youth, her strength was already rivaling that of many elders. Moreover, she possessed a fiery temperament, akin to a powder keg, easily ignited by the slightest provocation. Knock, knock, knock. Senior sister, your junior is here to visit. The door swung open, revealing a woman with an irritable countenance, her displeasure almost palpable. Speak swiftly. Li Xiaobai swallowed hard, clearing his throat. Ahem, senior sister. You look truly beautiful today. Ha, your eyes are commendable. Come in. Women are fond of beauty, and upon receiving praise from her junior, Su Yubing felt a flicker of delight. Upon entering the room, Li Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings, noting the stark emptiness of his senior sister's quarters. Senior sister, why is your abode so bare, resembling that of a man? I've seen senior sister Ye's quarters, and they are far more aesthetically pleasing. Comparisons among women are most taboo, especially against the ethereal beauty of Yi Wushuang. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the room thickened, and Li Xiaobai felt the weight of impending doom. A single careless gesture from his senior sister could spell his end. Fortunately, Su Yunbing managed to rein in her emotions in time. Junior, although you are now an inner disciple, your status is merely due to special recruitment. Your strength pales in comparison to your peers. You must strive harder. Su Yunbing forced a smile and offered a cup of tea to Li Xiaobai. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. You must also take care of yourself. If a woman neglects her well-being while cultivating day and night, her skin will age rapidly. Li Xiaobai remarked earnestly. With a sharp crack, the teacup in Su Yunbing's hand shattered. Li Xiaobai's heart raced. Had he gone too far? Junior, did you come today with something to discuss? Su Yunbing endeavored to suppress her emotions. Something felt amiss today. Ever since the arrival of the new junior disciple, she had nearly lost control of her feelings several times, sensing an inexplicable clash between them. Senior sister, I seem to have made a slight mistake. I am uncertain whether to speak of it, Li Xiaobai said cautiously, casting a wary glance at Su Yunbing. But fear not, senior sister. Your unparalleled strength and magnanimous heart will surely overlook this. It appears that I accidentally spilled the blush powder that sister Yi prepared for you. Li Xiaobai continued, his voice trembling. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned frigid, sending a shiver down Li Xiaobai's spine as he sensed a palpable aura of menace. Indeed, this task was beyond human endurance. Despite her notorious temper, his senior sister was quite mindful of her image. Yi Wushuang, well-versed in medicinal arts, crafted the blush not only for its beauty but also for its skin-nourishing properties. She had tirelessly persuaded Yi to assist in preparing it. Senior sister, must you resort to such violence? A minute later, Su Yunbing emerged, effortlessly dragging Li Xiaobai along, casually discarding him. Junior brother, it is merely a box of blush. It is of little consequence. I have forgiven you. Li Xiaobai, expressionless, slowly rose from the ground, gingerly touching the swollen side of his face. Ah, splendid. Now both sides are symmetrical. He checked his attribute panel. Attribute points, 100. His senior sister had indeed struck him rather harshly, extracting 100 attribute points in one blow. He preferred the method of his master, who would only deliver a single slap at a time, allowing for a more gradual accumulation. There is no doubt that all attribute points should be allocated to defense, for the fear of being annihilated in the future looms large. Defense level, mortal, 10,000, can be advanced. Simultaneously, a notification resonated within my mind. Skill acquired, hatred 100. Hatred 100. The art of pretense is not merely a skill, but an exquisite form of artistry. When one engages in pretentiousness, the targeted individual will harbor boundless animosity, relentlessly attacking. The more convincingly one acts, the fiercer the onslaught. Note, there are risks associated with incurring blows. Use with caution. Upon witnessing this skill, Li Xiaobai inhaled sharply, realizing its formidable potential. At first glance, it may appear to be a useless skill, yet upon deeper contemplation, it reveals itself as an extraordinarily powerful control technique. Just imagine. By simply acting ostentatiously, one can incite the opponent's hatred to its zenith, resulting in a frenzied assault directed at oneself. This equates to absolute control, albeit at the expense of one's handsome visage. With this new skill in hand, Li Xiaobai resolved to test its effectiveness with his master, who, known for his good-natured temperament, would only deliver a single slap at a time, and not particularly forceful. Each inner disciple has their respective master, typically. A master oversees about 10 disciples. Li Xiaobai's master is Feng Lingzi, who has a total of 7 disciples. Apart from Li Xiaobai, the others are all fervent practitioners. The sect holds this group in high regard, even going so far as to create a dedicated peak for Master Feng Lingzi and his disciples, primarily for instruction and the organization of cultivation materials. Such treatment is comparable to that of true disciples, serving as an additional benefit. As he entered the 2-story building, he found that Feng Lingzi favored napping in the small attic. This fellow was quite the sluggard, having been in this world for 3 days. He had yet to engage in any form of cultivation. It appears that life has grown excessively comfortable. I am here to seek some excitement. Master, I have arrived. No need to announce your presence so vociferously. Are you truly here to engage in earnest cultivation? The voice of Feng Lingzi echoed as he busily organized books beside the shelf, wearing an expression of profound distress. With the impending grand competition of the sect, he needed to compile materials for several disciples to peruse. Ordinarily, he seldom attended to such matters, resulting in a considerable workload now. He casually tossed a small booklet to Li Xiaobai. Master, should not we, as cultivators, strive against the heavens? Would it not be more fitting to cultivate a more formidable technique? Li Xiaobai paused for a moment. Although he did not practice any techniques, he could not suppress his curiosity, sensing that his master's perspective differed significantly from others. Strive against the heavens? Do you believe the heavens heed your existence? Feng Lingzi rolled his eyes, scoffing at the notion of contending with fate. Despite sensing something amiss, it mattered little. He was here to provoke, not genuinely to cultivate. With a system at his disposal, a mere enhancement would suffice. True cultivation was out of the question. With that thought, Li Xiaobai cleared his throat, preparing to unleash his abilities. Master, I am not an ordinary individual, nor can I be measured by conventional reasoning. From the moment of my birth, it was destined that I would contend with the grand forces of heaven and earth. I consider myself a prodigy, with the fortunes of the world converging upon me. Now, with your discerning eye recognizing my potential, guiding me into the realm of immortals, I, this genius, wish to learn the most powerful techniques of this world and tread the path of invincibility. As soon as his words fell, a gust of wind surged forth. In an instant, Feng Lingzi appeared before Li Xiaobai, delivering a resounding slap to his head, causing him to tumble a complete 720 degrees before landing face down. And you dare to call yourself a genius? Not a trace of spiritual energy within you. You must be living in a dream. Feng Lingzi spat disdainfully, puffing out his cheeks in frustration. This disciple, who had only just embarked on his journey, was proving to be quite the handful. Li Xiaobai dusted himself off and left, his face smeared with dirt. The recent encounter imparted a valuable lesson. While skills may be commendable, they should not be wielded recklessly. Against ordinary disciples, they might yield satisfactory results, but against a master, a mere glance could spell one's doom. It seemed prudent to reconsider whom to target in the future. This skill was far too formidable to be employed against those with profound cultivation. At that moment, the system granted him an additional 50 attribute points. His master's slap had been more severe than the previous days, leaving his head swollen to the size of a pig's. He allocated all his attribute points into defense. Defense, mortal flesh 61,000, can be upgraded. After consuming some healing elixirs, Li Xiaobai resolved to explore his sect. This served two purposes: to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and to seek out suitable targets for his own self-improvement. Several senior brothers and sisters were far too powerful. Their blows were delivered without hesitation, and he found it somewhat overwhelming. Feng Lingzi and the 7 disciples occupied a mountain peak, a privilege bestowed by the sect leader, while Li Xiaobai resided on a peak known as Floating Mist Peak. In total, there were just 7 of them, no servant or attendant in sight. To interact with others, he would need to descend the mountain. Ah, is that not Junior Brotherly? Have you been reprimanded by your master once again? A female disciple clad in a green gauze dress approached, smiling gently at Li Xiaobai. His eyes widened in astonishment. This was Yushuang, the second sister of the Misty Peak. Renowned for her medical skills and known for her gentle demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the sharpness of the eldest sister, Su Yubing. Yushuang was a celebrated beauty within the Xianyu sect, and since fate had brought them together, it seemed only fitting to seize the opportunity to engage with the system. I was reprimanded by the eldest sister, though my master shares some of the blame. It's best left unspoken, he replied, a hint of melancholy creeping into his tone. With your diligent practice, how could your sisters or master ever chastise you? Come here, let me have a look, Yushuang said, retrieving silver needles and medicinal alcohol. Preparing to administer treatment. Observing her actions, Li Xiaobai blurted out, Sister, your fingers are quite rough. It must be due to your frequent acupuncture sessions without proper care. Yushuang maintained her serene smile, showing no reaction, yet for some inexplicable reason, Li Xiaobai felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed unlikely that he would gain any advantage from her. Her kind-hearted nature suggested she would not lash out at him. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, he found himself speaking in a different tone. Sister, your scent is rather peculiar. While other sisters carry a delightful floral fragrance, yours has an oddly unpleasant note. Though mastering your craft is essential, it is equally important to maintain personal hygiene. One must not forget to bathe when the time calls for it. Li Xiaobai nodded earnestly, convinced of the wisdom in his own words. However, he sensed that the acupuncture pressure atop his head had momentarily ceased. Could it be that senior sister Yu was displeased? Yu Wuxuan giggled, leaving Li Xiaobai in a flustered state. Such a gentle and charming beauty as senior sister Yu is not someone he wished to offend. It would be wiser to cultivate a good relationship moving forward. Resolute in his decision, Li Xiaobai fell silent. Yet, the situation proved more complex than he had anticipated. Junior Brotherly, do take care, she cautioned. Thank you, senior sister. He felt as though her words were not entirely comforting, a strange sensation lingering in the air. Though the swelling on his face had indeed diminished significantly, her skills were commendable, though her aversion to bathing was rather concerning. Humming a cheerful tune, Li Xiaobai continued his descent down the mountain. After taking just a few steps, a system notification echoed in his mind. Attribute points, 20. Attribute points, 20. The notifications continued to resound, perplexing him as he had not been attacked. Where could these attribute points possibly stem from? Scanning his surroundings, he found himself utterly alone, with senior sister Yi already a distant figure. Then it struck him. Yi Wuxuan. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the unsettling thoughts that had surfaced earlier. It was said that those skilled in medicine often possessed knowledge of poisons. Could it be that Yi Wuxuan had done something to him? Reflecting on her exquisite visage, he shuddered inexplicably. The system notifications for attribute points persisted. And in a state of panic, he began to search frantically, finally noticing an anomaly around his ankle. A small, dark spot had appeared at the edge of his ankle. Indeed, it appears that Yi Wuxuan has employed a cunning technique, administering an injection to the head that allows the toxin to travel directly to the feet. Such skill is truly remarkable. Fortunately, my senior sister only inflicted a minor punishment, sparing me from paralysis. After a brief period, the system notification ceased. It is evident that one must never offend a beautiful woman. I examined the attributes panel. Attribute points, 100. I allocated all points to defense. As I remain uncertain about the correlation between defensive capabilities and the strength of cultivators in this realm, prudence is the wisest course of action. Especially given the extraordinary prowess of those around me, which leaves me without any standards for comparison. Simultaneously, the system panel underwent another transformation. Acquired skill, paralytic toxin. Detected continuous damage, paralytic toxin upgraded, myasthenia. Myasthenia, all individuals within a 1-meter radius are rendered in a state of muscle weakness. The longer the duration, the more severe the symptoms become. It seems this skill is a fortunate consequence of Yi Wuxuan's actions. as her poison has bestowed upon me a skill with a considerable area of effect. Li Xiaobai was filled with delight. This was his first skill that resembled a genuine offensive ability. Myasthenia paired with enmity is a perfect combination in future confrontations, as long as I can endure the attacks. My adversaries will grow increasingly feeble, thereby placing me in an advantageous position. As Li Xiaobai emerged from the mountain gate, the disciples surrounding him instinctively halted, gazing at him with a hint of trepidation. Whispers ensued. Did you see that? He descended from the peak of Miao Miao. Indeed, I noticed. He is seldom seen, undoubtedly. Another formidable individual. Two senior brothers, may I inquire about the significance of the renowned Miao Peak? As a newcomer, I find myself somewhat perplexed. To think you're unaware. Allow me to enlighten you. Miao Peak is a mountain specially cultivated by the sect leader, housing merely 7 inner disciples. Yet, it is said that each disciple here is a fervent practitioner, their abilities rivaling those of true disciples. I am aware that, 6 months prior, the 4th disciple of Miao Peak, Yangchen, clashed with a true disciple of the 3rd elder, engaging in a contest that left the latter gravely injured, purportedly with a single strike. Remarkable indeed. Hence, if you encounter any disciples descending from Miao Peak whom you do not recognize, exercise caution. For they may be prodigies who have secluded themselves for extensive periods of cultivation. Moreover, with the grand ceremony approaching, it is certain that the individuals from Miao Peak are descending to gauge the prowess of the true disciples, potentially igniting fierce competition. At this juncture, it would be prudent for us to refrain from mingling, lest we become collateral damage. Upon seeing Li Xiaobai emerge, the surrounding disciples promptly dispersed, clearly wishing to avoid further interaction. Li Xiaobai touched his nose, his expression slightly awkward. It appeared that his fellow disciples were particularly deferential towards Miao Peak. Alas, he was merely a newcomer, a novice unworthy of their esteemed regard. Ah, is that not a disciple of Miao Peak? A fresh face indeed. What brings you here? Are you unable to contain yourself with the impending sect competition? A young gentleman wielding a feather fan stepped forth from the crowd. It was Lin Feng, an inner disciple. It is said that his brother, Lin Mang, is a true disciple of Elder's son, which is quite remarkable. Upon noticing that some disciples recognized him, Lin Feng swelled with pride, gently waving his feather fan with a smile that exuded an air of superiority. Li Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. A sect competition? Feng Lingzi had never mentioned such a thing. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. Listen closely, everyone. The members of Miao Peak are merely a group of well-connected individuals who brazenly monopolize resources, relying on their close ties with the sect leader. This time, my brother will undoubtedly break into the top 10, securing the opportunity to advance in the sacred demon sect, and then he will systematically trample over Miao Peak, revealing the true colors of these scoundrels to the sect leader. Lin Feng declared, chest held high, his demeanor imposing, while the atmosphere in the arena was charged with tension. Li Xiaobai, however, was utterly perplexed. Your brother is so formidable that he can make it into the top 10. But what does that have to do with you? He scratched his head, confusion etched on his face. The onlookers were equally astonished, indeed. What did his brother's prowess have to do with him? Lin Feng stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, well said, little junior brother. There are always some petty individuals who relish in verbal sparring. Your name is Lin Feng, is it? Instead of blabbering, why not demonstrate your abilities? A young man stepped forward from the crowd, clad in white, gracefully waving his own feather fan with a finesse that surpassed Lin Feng's by leaps and bounds. In comparison, Lin Feng appeared rather unsophisticated. Li Xiaobai recognized this individual. He was his senior brother, the 4th disciple of Miao Peak, named Yangchen, whom he had encountered upon entering the sect. Let us see how this unfolds. What are you staring at? What is so captivating? Why are you all gathered here? Aren't you supposed to be training? The crowd jeered, and Lin Feng left in dismay. Junior brother, what brings you down the mountain? Yangchen approached with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Feng's words. Senior brother, I merely came down for a leisurely stroll, to unwind a bit, replied Li Xiaobai. Unwind? Upon hearing this, Yangchen's brows furrowed in disapproval, his expression turning serious. Once a person passes from this world, there will be ample opportunities to relax. Our priority is to cultivate tirelessly from dawn to dusk. The sect's grand competition is upon us. You must not bring shame to the misty peak. And thus, another fervent disciple of cultivation emerged. Here, junior brother, take these spirit stones. Tomorrow is the grand competition. Focus on your training and do not disgrace our misty peak. Yangchen's voice echoed from a distance. Regaining his composure, Li Xibai discerned several crucial pieces of information. Tomorrow marks the Sect's Grand Competition, during which the sect will select 10 outstanding disciples to enter the Sacred Demon Sect for further training. The Sacred Demon Sect is a prestigious sect, rumored to be led by a formidable master who has endured heavenly tribulations. Gaining entry into such a renowned sect for cultivation would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. However, being merely a weakling with all attribute points allocated to defense, he would likely only endure beatings in a confrontation. As he picked up a small pouch of spirit stones from the ground, the most commonly used and fundamental resource for cultivation, the system notification chimed once more. Host has acquired spirit stones. The system shop is now open. Currency, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai's expression radiated with joy as he discovered that the system's marketplace had been unlocked, revealing that the currency utilized was spirit stones. Upon opening the panel to explore the myriad of items available, he was presented with an array of goods categorized into 4 distinct types: equipment, mounts, talismans, and elixirs. To his astonishment, the mounts included extravagant options such as Maseratis, Lamborghinis, and even armored vehicles, with the most outrageous being models of robotic Gundams. However, a fleeting glance at the prices filled Li Xiaobai with despair. The costs for these mounts were exorbitantly high, often reaching tens of thousands of superior and exceptional spirit stones. Even the most modest of flying brooms commanded a staggering sum of 1,000 inferior spirit stones. It was evident that these luxuries were beyond his reach for the time being. As he scanned the offerings, he noted that the only items within his financial grasp were a few basic pieces of equipment. The not-so-reckless helmet promised a slight enhancement to his defense for 10 inferior spirit stones. The bronze sword would marginally increase his attack power, also for 10 inferior spirit stones, while the bronze boots would provide a modest boost to his speed, similarly priced. Without hesitation, he opted for the helmet, as it perfectly complemented a skill that was prone to public ridicule. Once adorned, he would no longer fear the embarrassment of being struck. With a decisive click, he confirmed his purchase. In a dazzling display of light, a grimy helmet materialized before him, its appearance far from impressive, looking rather tattered and shabby. Indeed, quite hasty in its design. With a gentle pat, Li Xiaobai found the helmet to possess commendable sturdiness. Upon donning it, he felt an invigorating sense of strength coursing through his being. Just as the introduction had promised, this helmet indeed augmented his capabilities. Splendid! With the grand competition looming tomorrow, there was no longer any fear of being struck down. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Xinyu sect, several elders were embroiled in a heated debate. Sect leader: this is absolutely unacceptable. The training slots at the Holy Demon Sect are exceedingly precious. How can we allocate 4 of them directly to the mysterious peak? I refuse to comply. I too am opposed. How can the sect leader act in such a manner, placing our true disciples in jeopardy? Regardless of favoritism, we must adhere to the established protocols. In my opinion, the mysterious peak should receive at most 1 slot, and no more. Indeed, Fenglingzi, it is either that your mysterious peak designates a disciple for the opportunity or participates in the competition fairly, where merit shall prevail. The elders expressed their profound dissatisfaction. Each of them had disciples, and the sect leader's blatant partiality in attempting to grant 4 slots directly to the mysterious peak was intolerable. Well, I have no objections, really. The sect leader's intentions are rooted in concern. You must understand. Fenglingzi sighed, recognizing the elder's apparent confusion. The sect leader's actions were, in fact, a subtle means of reducing the mysterious peak's slots for advancement. Should merit truly dictate the outcome, it was likely that, aside from the recently accepted newcomer, the rest would rank among the top 10. Alas, if that is the case, let everything rest upon the disciple's capabilities. However, I must state this clearly. No matter what results arise, you must all accept them without causing any disturbances. The master finds himself in a state of helplessness, his good intentions misconstrued as foolishness. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the elders. The disciples of Pyamiao Peak rarely venture beyond the confines of their abode, and only a few are aware of their true capabilities. One can only hope that these elders do not come to regret their judgments. On the following morning, Li Xiaobai sat anxiously upon his bed, scrutinizing the system panel before him. Host, Li Xiaobai. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Attribute points, 0. Skills, hatred 100. Muscle weakness. Items, not so reckless helmet shop, opened. Today marks the day of the grand competition, and he is uncertain if his mortal form can withstand the trials ahead. He fervently wishes not to be eliminated in the first round. After all, he is a disciple of Pyamiao Peak, and must not bring shame upon himself. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from outside the door belongs to his senior sister, Su Yunbing. Little junior brother, the competition is about to commence. Prepare yourself. Today, the top 10 positions will all belong to Pyongyang Peak. Li Xiaobai's expression soured as he donned the helmet. Upon opening the door, he found 6 individuals standing neatly outside, 4 men and 2 women, who appeared to have prepared well in advance. He respectfully greeted his senior brothers and sisters. "What is that hideous thing upon your head?" Su Yunbing exclaimed, her face contorted in disdain. Li Xiaobai felt quite embarrassed. Indeed, the appearance of the helmet left much to be desired. Today, the master seems to have vanished, leaving this junior sister to lead the team. We shall set forth immediately to seize the first place in the grand competition, heading to the sacred demon sect. Whoever dares to falter will find my wrath unforgiving. Su Yunbing is clad in a striking crimson garment, exuding a menacing aura. Take my flying sword. When venturing into the world, we must maintain an impressive presence. Yang Chun chuckled heartily, flicking his wrist to unleash a small sword that expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal blade several meters long, suspended majestically in the air, casting shadows over the surroundings. Li Xiaobai gazed enviously, aware that the mounts available in the marketplace bore similarities, yet felt unable to afford one at present. In comparison to his senior brother, he felt rather embarrassed to be traveling on foot. As they approached the arena, Yangchen deliberately slowed the speed of the celestial sword, intending to temper the enthusiasm of the disciples. This entrance was more dignified than that of the elders. Observing the displeased expressions of the elders, Li Xiaobai's heart raced. His senior brother's actions were bound to incite animosity. Would he become a target? However, reality proved that his imagination was limited by his abilities. As Su Yunbing leapt from the heights before the celestial sword even touched the ground, "The top 7 spots in this grand competition are ours at the Misty Peak." Her voice echoed throughout every corner of the arena, resonating with the disciples who listened intently, their expressions a tapestry of envy, despondency, resentment, and fury. The disciples of the Misty Peak are indeed self-assured. The vitality of youth is boundless. While their energy is commendable, it is unfortunate that their potential remains unfulfilled. Merely a half-filled vessel. Elder Chun, I hear your phone Wuxia has recently made another breakthrough? Merely a half-step golden core, hardly worthy of mention. However, I have heard that Elder Sun's disciples have successfully mastered the demon-subduing staff technique? Truly insignificant, truly insignificant. Observing the scene below, the elders exchanged glances, seemingly indifferent to Su Yunbing's arrogant words. Yet, their lack of concern did not reflect that of the disciples. The actions of Yangchen and Su Yunbing had nearly filled the air with animosity among the disciples present. The once timid disciples suddenly found their focus, their gazes towards the disciples of the mysterious peak igniting a newfound fervor. Li Xiaobai inwardly lamented, for heaven's sake. Are we not aiding the adversary in enhancing their combat prowess? With all the disciples gathered, the sect leader floated gracefully down to the center of the ring, exuding an ethereal aura that spoke volumes of his prowess. Damn it, the sect leader knows how to put on a show better than I do, Yangchen muttered softly. Esteemed disciples, you are the pillars of our sect. Today's grand competition serves 2 purposes, to select talent and to inspire each of you to forge ahead on your path of cultivation. The top 10 victors of this competition will earn the privilege of further training within the sacred demon sect, and our sect shall allocate resources in their favor. Now, let me explain the rules. We have a total of 108 arenas, divided into 11 groups. Shortly, you will draw lots in order. Those who draw the same number will be considered opponents. Is that clear? Understood. Excellent. Remember, this is a contest for skill. Strikes must be controlled, and life should not be endangered. Let us begin. A massive lottery box materialized from thin air, ready to distribute number tokens to the disciples. Li Xiaobai anxiously gazed at the number in his hand. Group 3, number 17, first match. This match was scheduled rather early. Did this mean it would soon be his turn? Junior brother, do not be overly anxious. After participating, you will realize that this competition is quite effortless. Securing a place in the top 10 is entirely achievable without undue pressure, said his senior brother, Ling Feng, typically cool and composed. It was surprising to see this playful side of him. The number plate was tampered with by our senior sister. None of US brothers are in the same group, so you need not worry. Senior brother Lu Jinshui echoed cheerfully, a robust figure whose jovial nature confirmed the adage that fat people are broad-minded. Is this what we are concerned about? Our worry lies in whether we can even pass the first round. Li Xiaobai was disinclined to engage with these individuals who seemed to dwell on a different wavelength, feeling as though they were unwittingly flaunting their superiority. Holding the number plate, he made his way to the 17th arena, where disciples were already in position, and the referee began to announce the rules. Both sides clasped their fists in greeting. Disciple Chun Tao from the inner sect, rank 271, please enlighten me. Disciple Li Xiaobai from the inner sect, unranked, please guide me. Look at that helmet the person on stage is wearing. It's utterly hideous. I just saw him. He asked from the mysterious peak. Chun. He asked from the mysterious peak. Let us give him a good beating. Before anything had even commenced on stage, the disciples below erupted in excitement, fueled by previous remarks from Su Yubing that had left them feeling quite embarrassed. The ethereal peak harbored ambitions of monopolizing the top 7 positions, showing utter disregard for their disciples, which was truly intolerable. Junior brotherly, you must be the recently accepted disciple of the ethereal peak. Although your flattering words are commendable, it is unfortunate for you that you have crossed paths with me. Rest assured, I shall not allow your defeat to be too humiliating. Chen Tao chuckled lightly, dismissing Li Xiaobai with an air of superiority. He sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from Li Xiaobai, indicating that the latter had yet to embark on his cultivation journey, likely merely seeking an experience of life. However, Li Xiaobai's words had left him momentarily speechless. Rank 227th? Such a lowly rank hardly warranted a duel with me. I advise you, senior brother, to refrain from seeking unnecessary hardships. Li Xiaobai maintained an air of arrogance, believing that only by luring his opponent in close could he seize the opportunity to vanquish him. Arrogance. Chen Tao, infuriated, drew his sword from his waist, brandishing it in the air. In an instant, the stage was alive with interwoven beams of light. Chen Tao wielded a low-grade spiritual weapon, specially prepared for him by his master for the competition. Coupled with his swordsmanship, it unleashed formidable power. It was the Xingye sword technique, a skill that Chen Tao had mastered, a legacy of the sword saint, rumored to cleave mountains and split seas when perfected. The surrounding disciples gasped, recognizing Chen Tao's sword technique. Li Xiaobai, utterly bewildered, lacked understanding of sword techniques. However, due to his proximity, he had just felt a blade of sword aura sweep past him. Attribute points too. What does it mean to gain 2 attribute points? Is this fellow's sword aura really so feeble? This sword technique has consumed countless efforts for me to master, and you may take your leave now. The Xingye sword technique, transformation of stars. In the arena, Chen Tao's figure became ethereal, vanishing from the stage as gusts of wind surged forth, leaving a myriad of sword marks in its wake. Remarkably, Chen Tao had attained this level, achieving true formlessness through the perfect integration of body technique and the Xingye sword. Moreover, observe how the sword marks on the steps align perfectly with the footwork. Senior brother Chen has mastered the ability to manipulate his sword technique at will, a realm scarcely inferior to the unity of man and sword. Another disciple analyzed from the sidelines. Li Xiaobai remained utterly bewildered, pondering the meaning of the unity of man and sword, formlessness and formlessness. Just moments ago, Chen Tao's sword aura had grazed him. Attribute points 5. He felt neither pain nor discomfort. Was this sword aura truly so formidable? Or was it that this sword aura concealed lethal intent, which he failed to perceive? Regardless, he decided to provoke. Hatred at 100%. Mere cowardice. I am a disciple of the Miao Miao Peak, a rare prodigy in cultivation, and this trivial sword technique is nothing but a small path. Li Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly. Chen Tao's speed was so rapid that his eyes could not keep pace with his movements, let alone evade them. He could only continue to taunt in hopes of drawing the opponent in for an attack. He fervently hoped that this helmet would prove useful. Truly preposterous. Li Xiaobai indeed resembled a disciple of Miao Miao Peak, his arrogant demeanor seemingly crafted from the same mold. Such arrogance. Senior brother Chun, please swiftly deal with him and let this lad experience a harsh dose of reality. The audience below was incensed. How could Li Xiaobai, who held no rank, dare to be so presumptuous? It was truly infuriating. Junior brother, your talent for boasting is remarkable. Yet I shall first reduce you to a cripple and see if you can still hold your ground at Misty Peak. The low murmur of Chen Tao reached Li Xiaobai's ears, revealing his fury as his mockery bore fruit. Muscle weakness. Li Xiaobai's expression brightened. This opportunity must be seized. With Chen Tao nearby, all he needed to do was delay, and victory would undoubtedly be his. Sword energy crisscrossed above, sparks flying like stars. His attire was slashed, leaving behind numerous sword marks, with droplets of blood drifting forth. Fortunately, his defense held strong, resulting in mere superficial wounds. Attribute points 5. Attribute points 5. Without a doubt, he would continue to invest in defense, The longer he could endure, the greater his chances of triumph. Senior brother, you are utterly weak. Li Xiaobai chose to shut his eyes, for he could not see his opponent anyway. This act of closing his eyes was far more insulting than words could convey. Veins bulged on Chun Tao's forehead as the sword energy swept across the arena, densely enveloping Li Xiaobai. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. The strength within him was rapidly depleting. Although his Dantian's spiritual energy remained abundant, he felt an overwhelming fatigue creeping in. The audience below watched in confusion. The situation had seemed so favorable moments ago, yet now it appeared that Chun Tao was swiftly retreating from the battleground. Could someone explain this? Huh? Did you not grasp the situation? In this battle, Brother Chen has emerged victorious, leaving the disciples of the mysterious peak with nothing but a hollow reputation. Faced with Brother Chen's swordsmanship, they were utterly defenseless. Brother Chen, with his benevolent heart, seeks to impart the wisdom that there are always greater forces beyond oneself, and that one should not be overly arrogant. After years of cultivation, can you truly not perceive the disparity in strength that lies between you? It becomes evident. One can see how effortlessly Brother Chen wields his prowess. How impressive he is. Following a brief silence, the disciples below erupted in unison, applauding with fervor. Typically, Chun Tao is unremarkable in appearance, yet his character shines brightly, establishing him as an outstanding disciple of the younger generation. However, Chun Tao paid little heed to the crowd's admiration. At this moment, cold sweat streamed down his brow, his calves cramped, and his limbs felt utterly weak. Had he not retreated from the fray just in time, he would surely have collapsed by now. What cursed technique is this? Just a brief contact has rendered him so feeble, and inexplicably, he feels an unsettling excitement coursing through him. Could it be poison? The sect does not shy away from the use of toxins, yet they typically pride themselves on their righteous ways, looking down upon such underhanded tactics. How insidious of the disciples from Mysterious Peak. Chun Tao's expression twisted in a grimace. Li Xiaobai maintained a placid demeanor, though his heart raced with unease. The opponent had chosen to withdraw, indicating they had not completely lost their fighting spirit. A strategy must be devised to inflict prolonged damage from this weakness. Mockery would be necessary. Brother Chen, your strength is mediocre. You are no match for me. It is time for you to depart. The disciples of the Mysterious Peak are invincible. I refrained from striking, not wishing for you to suffer a humiliating defeat. Yet can you truly not perceive the disparity in our strengths? Li Xiaobai, hands clasped behind his back, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, uttering these words with a hint of disdain. As soon as he spoke, a moment of silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by the eruption of voices from the gathered disciples, filled with vitriolic scorn. How shameless! You can barely graze the hem of their garment, and yet you dare to speak so boldly. You impudent wretch, Chun, swiftly subdue him. Such a person is unworthy of your restraint. The Mysterious Peak is filled with arrogant fools. Bring him down. Chun Tao's composure faltered, his fury igniting within him. To him, Li Xiaobai's weakness was akin to a poison. Relying on such underhanded tactics to gain even a slight advantage had rendered him utterly oblivious to his own limitations. He possessed an antidote, a precious elixir acquired during his earlier travels, crafted by a master alchemist, which he had yet to employ until now. With a determined tilt of his head, he swallowed 2 pills of the antidote, potent enough to counteract any poison known to man, rendering the mere fatigue-inducing toxin trivial. This arrogant lad, oblivious to his own insignificance, would soon experience the might of the starry sword technique, Transform Star. As Chun Tao's feet sank, he forcefully summoned the energy within, his figure vanishing instantaneously from the stage. A torrent of sword energy swiftly coalesced into an enormous net, gradually enveloping Li Xiaobai. Sensing the encroaching sword net, Li Xiaobai felt a surge of exhilaration, activating his weakness once more, as the attributes on the system interface fluctuated incessantly. Though Chun Tao's attacks each contribute a mere 5 attribute points, their rapid speed and multitude of sword energies allow him to amass over 100 points in a short span. All these points are allocated to defense, rendering Chun Tao impervious to his own sword energies. Ding. Skill acquired. Sword energy. Ding. Continuous damage detected. Sword energy upgraded. Sword piercing the rainbow. Sword piercing the rainbow. Upon drawing the sword, one can unleash intangible sword energy to vanquish the opponent. Meanwhile, the fluctuation of the attribute points on the system interface diminishes, clearly indicating the onset of muscle fatigue. Chun Tao is utterly exhausted. Attribute points 1. Chun Tao's figure wavers, his body succumbing to extreme fatigue. With a clang, his long sword clatters to the ground, and he collapses, prostrate. Senior brother Chun. Li Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly, I have long stated that you are no match for me, yet you refuse to believe. Li Xiaobai, unfazed, lifted Chen Tao and unceremoniously cast him off the stage. In this round, victory belongs to Li Xiaobai. The audience fell into a profound silence, with no cheers or applause. Each person stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief. The events unfolding before them surpassed their comprehension, had it not been for the judges monitoring the competition. They might have suspected the two participants were merely performing a play. The defeat was utterly abrupt, with no forewarning whatsoever. At that moment, Chen Tao's eyes were vacant as he was carried away, his body weakened to the point that recovery would require several days of rest. Thank you all for your support. I am Li Xiaobai from the mysterious peak, and I speak for myself. Li Xiaobai cheerfully navigated through the crowd. Having triumphed in the first round of the competition, he felt a sense of pride, at least having advanced one round without bringing shame to the mysterious peak. The system interface displayed, Defense, Mortal Body, 325-1000 can be upgraded. Skill, Sword Chi Traversing. Upon comprehending a new skill, Li Xiaobai was in high spirits and prepared to rendezvous with the senior sister. Junior brother, quite arrogant, aren't we? Senior brother, do you have any guidance? Chen Tao is my junior brother, Lin Feng remarked, lightly fanning himself, his tone nonchalant. Li Xiaobai, feeling perplexed, was unable to grasp the underlying implications. Scratching his head, he inquired, so what? Your next opponent is none other than me, Lin Feng. Surely you are aware of this? Lin Feng's brow furrowed. I'm not entirely sure, Li Xiaobai admitted honestly. Having just completed the first match, he had no knowledge of his subsequent opponent, and all his thoughts had been consumed with strategies to endure the blows he had just faced. Lin Feng's expression soured, akin to having swallowed a fly. He felt deeply insulted that his opponent hadn't even bothered to consider their matchup, and his rage simmered beneath the surface, erasing his refined demeanor. Very well. Truly deserving of the mysterious peak disciples, so brazen. My elder brother Lin Mang and I shall sweep away you rabble. The next time we meet, I shall ensure you kneel before me. Lin Feng, filled with arrogance, regarded Li Xiaobai with disdain. Li Xiaobai merely scratched his head, finding his opponent somewhat foolish. He decided to disregard him, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Gently caressing the spatial ring on his finger, Li Xiaobai flashed a cunning smile. Moments ago, after vanquishing Chen Tao, he had casually appropriated the opponent's treasured sword. According to the onlookers, this item is a low-grade spiritual weapon, quite valuable indeed. His own enhancement stemmed solely from attribute points. Lacking any cultivation, spiritual weapons bore no utility for him, yet they could fetch a handsome price. The Celestial Feather Sect, not being a major faction, possessed limited resources, and even a low-grade spiritual sword would incite fierce competition among disciples. Where could he sell it? Li Xiaobai scanned the surroundings, realizing that a densely populated yet relatively secure location would be ideal for the transaction. After some contemplation, he concluded that there was no place safer than near his senior brothers and sisters. Following Su Yunbing's clandestine maneuvering, the disciples of the mysterious peak had swiftly dispatched their opponents in the first round of matches. At present, only the sixth senior brother, Lu Jinxue, remained on the arena. It's decided, exclaimed Li Xiaobai, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as he swiftly made his way into the fray. The disciples surrounding the arena formed a tight barrier, making it an excellent venue for selling items, especially with senior brothers and judges present to ensure safety. Quickly setting up a stall in a vacant spot, he displayed Chen Tao's spiritual sword. Step aside. Are you still troubled by your inadequate strength? Are you in anguish over your ranking? Don't miss this opportunity. Today, the divine sword is unveiled, and it shall be bestowed upon the fortunate. With the grand sect competition approaching, those wishing to elevate their standing within the sect must act swiftly. Possessor of the divine sword shall conquer the world. An unparalleled sword. Yours for merely 20 low-grade spiritual stones. You deserve this. Li Xiaobai unsheathed his spiritual sword and raised his voice, drawing the attention of numerous disciples nearby. It was their first experience witnessing items being sold during the sect's grand competition, and the singular sword on display was indeed peculiar. However, upon closer inspection, the sword shimmered with a radiant glow and exuded an aura of divinity, clearly not an ordinary item. This was a low-grade spiritual weapon. I had seen one with my senior brother during his travels. The luster and divine essence were unmistakable indicators of its spiritual nature. A discerning disciple exclaimed in awe. More disciples gathered to observe, most of whom were outer sect members lacking a mentor and possessing scant resources. Upon learning that a low-grade spiritual sword was for sale, they were eager to partake in the excitement. While the sect did possess low-grade spiritual weapons, they were not for sale. Disciples had to complete tasks to earn contribution points for purchases, resources that were predominantly claimed by inner sect members. This is an extraordinary sword, truly genuine and reliable. I can see the heroic spirit in your eyes. You are perfectly suited for this sword. Li Xiaobai cheerfully introduced to the crowd. The onlookers were filled with desire. Yet none made a purchase, not from lack of interest, but rather because the price of 20 low-grade spiritual stones was somewhat daunting. Senior brother, could you possibly lower the price a bit? A female cultivator pleaded, adopting a pitiful demeanor. I could serve you as a personal maid. The male disciples gulped, marveling at their senior brother. Even the typically proud female cultivators were softening under his charm. Bah, shameless junior brother, how about 10 lower-grade spirit stones? The other female cultivators strongly disdained such a commodification of flesh. 20 lower-grade spirit stones, non-negotiable. You all can pool your resources. This is undeniably a divine sword. Possessing it would make sweeping through the younger generation nothing short of a dream. You must seize this opportunity well. Li Xiaobai remained unfazed amidst the multitude of potential clients present, confident in the sword sale. Several female cultivators were torn. They adored this spirit sword. Its pale blue aura radiating a dreamlike quality, yet the price was indeed rather steep. However, if they hesitated any longer, it was certain that someone else would snatch it away. Gritting her teeth, one of the female cultivators produced her spirit stones. I'll take it. Wait. I want that sword. A familiar voice echoed once more. Li Xiaobai turned towards the source, only to find Lin Feng once again. It seemed fate had conspired to reunite them despite the several arenas he had traversed. Lin Feng, equally perturbed, had initially approached the gathering of disciples out of curiosity, unaware that Li Xiaobai was orchestrating the event. Moreover, the sword being sold belonged to his junior brother, Qin Tao. Should it be purchased by another, his sect would be left with no face to show. Senior brother, did you not say that upon our next meeting, I would be kneeling at your feet? Li Xiaobai chuckled. Lin Feng's expression turned awkward. Senior brother was merely jesting. If you want this sword, I'll offer 30 lower-grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with interest as he glanced at the previously mentioned female cultivator, his intention clear. Would you raise the bid, or shall we sell it to him? The female cultivator, vexed, stamped her foot and departed in indignation. 30 low-grade spirit stones were beyond her means, and it seemed she was destined to be estranged from the spirit sword. But this is a top-tier item among low-grade spirit artifacts. Is 30 mere stones not too paltry a sum? I shall bid 40. A voice emerged from the crowd, that of a rotund fellow. Li Xiaobai was astonished to discover that it was none other than his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui, who had silently dispatched his opponent and blended into the throng to partake in the spectacle. Lu Jinshui blinked, and Li Xiaobai instantly grasped the implication. His senior brother was raising the stakes. What could this notion of a top-tier low-grade artifact entail? Observe this sword, its craftsmanship sublime. Within it, there is an elusive flow of Tao rhythm, indicative of its proximity to mid-grade spirit artifacts, rendering ordinary low-grade flying swords utterly inferior. Lu Jinshui elucidated. The two of them engaged in a spirited exchange, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Lin Feng, too, was taken aback. How was he unaware that his junior's sword was of such exceptional quality? However, if it truly was a top-tier item, it could not be overlooked. I shall offer 50 low-grade spirit stones. I shall bid 51. That is my utmost limit, for beyond that, I have nothing left, Lu Jinshui replied nonchalantly. 55. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, realizing this amount was also on the verge of his limit. Deal. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with glee. His senior brother's increase in price had effectively doubled the stakes. Lu Jinshui, who appeared so honest and simple in daily life, turned out to harbor a shrewd mind, which Li Xiaobai found rather appealing. With a swift exchange, the 55 low-grade spirit stones were promptly transferred. With a deft motion, he purchased a formidable talisman worth 10 inferior spirit stones from the marketplace. Under the incredulous gaze of Lin Feng, he gently placed it upon the stall. Do not miss this opportunity. As the sect competition unfolds, the divine talisman emerges today, awaiting the fortunate. Lu Jinshui chuckled slyly. Approaching once more, this talisman is remarkable. I shall take it. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He felt utterly swindled. Having just relinquished 55 inferior spirit stones, Li Xiaobai immediately produced yet another item for auction. The rhetoric seemed strikingly familiar. Junior brother, this rune is extraordinary. Its essence flows with profound rhythm. The strokes dance like dragons and serpents. Executed flawlessly, an opus of a master, Lu Jinshui employed his usual tactics, inflating the value of the talisman. Senior brother, your discerning eye is commendable, indeed. This is a divine talisman of immense power. Acquire it, and you shall secure first place in the competition. Li Xiaobai chimed in with equal fervor. Do not utter such nonsense. This rhetoric mirrors that of the previous spirit sword. Clearly, this rotund fellow is an accomplice of yours. Lin Feng's countenance twisted in frustration. His feather fan clenched tightly in his grasp. I'm not an accomplice. The quality of this rune is evident to all. Observe the strokes, the flow of the writing. A flicker of golden light subtly glimmers, undoubtedly a talisman of inferior grade. A few strokes, exuding the aura of a master, surely crafted by a renowned artist. Seeing Lin Feng so supportive, Lu Jinshui's laughter grew more exuberant. The onlookers, captivated by his words, now scrutinized the talisman on the stall, pondering its seemingly extraordinary nature. Indeed, what I possess is an authentic Vajra talisman, whose efficacy lies in significantly augmenting the defensive capabilities of the physical body, before its effects dissipate. Withstanding a low-grade spiritual artifact poses no challenge, rendering it an exceedingly practical ability. Just moments ago, Brother Lin clearly sought to monopolize this treasure, disparaging its value as utterly inconsequential. Li Xiaobai spoke slowly, unexpectedly elevating the worth of the Vajra talisman once more. Enough, junior brother. This talisman is truly remarkable. I shall purchase it. With that, Lu Jinshui tossed out 20 low-grade spirit stones, seized the talisman from the stall, and swiftly turned to leave, as if fearful of competition. This maneuver left Li Xiaobai somewhat perplexed. Was he not driving up the price? Why had he purchased it outright? However, he soon comprehended the situation as several well-dressed young gentlemen from the crowd immediately followed Lu Jinshui, their demeanor indicating abundant wealth. They engaged in jovial conversation, swiftly forming camaraderie. Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. Lu Jinshui evidently aimed to profit as a middleman. Given the recent transaction, it was likely he could resell it at 4 or 5 times the price. How cunning. Such treachery is profound. Perhaps it is best for me to engage in modest trades instead. With a flick of his wrist, he produced several more Vajra talismans and cheerfully inquired. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I have a few more Vajra talismans available for merely 20 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Half an hour later, Li Xiaobai beamed as he concluded his stall, this bout of street economy yielding an additional 300 low-grade spirit stones in profit. Were it not for the fear of drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives, he would have wished to amass a considerable fortune in one fell swoop. Junior brother, have you made quite a fortune this time? Lu Jinshui emerged from nowhere, his smile devious. Not at all, senior brother. I'm engaged in legitimate business, merely breaking even. Without any profits, Li Xiaobai replied earnestly. Lu Jinshui did not believe a word. Stop pretending. Can you truly conduct business with integrity? When deceiving others? You grin more widely than anyone else. Isn't it time to settle your brother's fee? Senior brother does not ask for much. Just a few more of those runes like the one you just provided. In return, I can share a secret with you. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaobai produced 5 golden runes and handed them to Lu Jinshui. Hiki, that individual named Lin Feng is your next opponent. Isn't he? His Danzhong acupoint conceals an ailment. In the forthcoming match, a gentle press on that acupoint will render him incapacitated. This is all the assistance I can offer. Make the most of it. Lu Jinshui departed, contented. Li Xiaobai felt elated. A weight lifted from his heart. His next adversary bore such a glaring flaw, suggesting an effortless victory was within reach. The second round of the competition was about to commence, structured in a series of eliminations, with subsequent rounds awaiting the emergence of all victors. Li Xiaobai ascended the stage numbered 17, recalling his newly acquired sword energy skill, to prepare for any eventuality. He casually retrieved a long sword from the weapons rack, a standard iron sword available for contestants. The expressions of the surrounding disciples were mixed. His previous victory had been shrouded in ambiguity, leaving the spectators utterly bewildered. At this moment, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, exuding an air of confidence. He had arrived at the venue well ahead of time. Junior brother, you certainly keep your senior waiting. Lin Feng sneered repeatedly. For in his eyes, Li Xiaobai was already as good as dead. He had conferred with Chen Tao and learned that Li Xiaobai possessed no understanding of cultivation, nor any martial prowess. His victories relied solely on a mysterious poison that drained one's vitality. Therefore, prior to this confrontation, he had specifically requested a water spirit pearl from his master, a gem capable of counteracting all forms of lethal toxins, even those of a higher grade. With this pearl in his possession, there was no need to fear his opponent's poison. Is my senior so eager to be defeated by me? He mused. We are all comrades, after all. I truly do not wish for my junior brother to suffer an embarrassing loss. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai entered his battle stance, determined to showcase his bravado the moment the match commenced, allowing his fervor to reach its peak for the ensuing maneuvers. The audience below erupted in excitement once more. This scene felt all too familiar. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he began to mock, earning the ire of the crowd. Go, Senior Lin. Defeat this arrogant fool. Teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Misty Peak are far too presumptuous. The spectators were incensed, wishing they could personally step onto the stage and vanquish Li Xiaobai. Yet, Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the audience might rush forward to strike him. Even he found himself somewhat shameless. However, there was no alternative. Everything was for the sake of victory. He then resumed his pose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the heavens at a 45-degree angle. You mere mortals do not comprehend my lofty ambitions. My aspirations reach for the stars and the vast sea. The top 10 in this grand competition is within my grasp. A wave of hatred surged forth, causing Lin Feng's eyes to redden instantly. Drawing his sword from his waist, he charged towards Li Xiaobai. The silver serpent danced wildly. In an instant, the arena was filled with a myriad of sword energies. Lin Feng wielded his sword with a cunning finesse, unlike Chen Tao. His swordplay was intricate and dazzling, striking directly at Li Xiaobai's forehead. It became evident that the quality of the helmet was exceptional, as it was produced by the system and undoubtedly a premium item. Regardless of how deviously Lin Feng attacked, his efforts were futile against the impenetrable defense. Observing the fluctuating values on his attribute panel, Li Xiaobai felt reassured, realizing that Lin Feng's strength was comparable to Chen Tao's. With this knowledge, the situation became manageable. Although Lin Feng's techniques were visually impressive, they lacked the force to breach Li Xiaobai's defenses. Seizing the rare opportunity to enhance his attributes, Li Xiaobai refrained from hastily activating his muscle weakness, opting instead to fortify his defenses first. Brother, I hail from the mysterious peak, and I possess 100 methods to ensure your descent from the arena, while you, alas, are helpless. Li Xiaobai maintained a tranquil demeanor, allowing the sword light to slash against him. No matter how enraged Lin Feng became, he eventually sensed something amiss. His opponent exhibited no fear of his onslaught, enduring the ethereal sword's assault with sheer flesh. Nevertheless, he still could not detect any trace of spiritual energy emanating from Li Xiaobai. It must be a magical artifact. Your master has truly invested significantly to ensure your victory in this contest. Given the strength of this defense, it must surely be a medium-grade defensive spiritual tool. However, today, Senior Brother must impart a profound truth. When the disparity in strength is too great, possessing a spiritual weapon proves futile. With that, Lin Feng flicked his wrist, and a multitude of sword lights manifested around him, hurtling straight towards him. This was the sword control technique, a skill that Senior Brother Lin had remarkably mastered. A total of 13 sword lights illuminated the arena, signifying that his swordsmanship had reached an impressive level. The disciples below erupted in applause, captivated by the splendid display of sword lights. Not only the disciples, but the elders also nodded in approval, acknowledging Lin Feng's swordplay. This young man demonstrates great potential. He has already cultivated the sword control technique to the 3rd tier. With a further advance, he will be able to wield his sword from afar. Indeed, he embodies the spirit of our Xianyu sect. The disciple opposite him, from the Miao Peak perhaps, seems to possess some protective artifact. Yet, confronted with the sword control technique, he is likely to falter. How amusing it is that the youth, rather than striving to enhance his own capabilities, relies on external aids. The misfortune he faces today will serve him better than the peril of being slain for treasures in the future. The elders engaged in fervent discussion, oblivious to Li Xiaobai, who was wholly absorbed in his attribute panel before him. Defense. Mortal body 600-1000 can be advanced. Detected continuous sword energy damage. Sword piercing the horizon upgraded. Sword shattering the void. Sword shattering the void. Upon drawing the blade, the sword energy sweeps in all directions, striking unseen and lethal. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that this wave would not only enhance his defensive capabilities but also elevate his skills. The sword energy skill had ascended 2 levels, now ranking as his highest skill. However, this was not the moment to employ it. As the ancients wisely stated, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It was prudent to reserve one's strength for future encounters, thereby significantly increasing the odds of victory. extending a hand. He forcefully jabbed at Lin Feng's Zhangcheng acupoint with the gleam of his sword. Li Xiaobai recalled his senior brother's words. Lin Feng's Zhangcheng acupoint harbored a hidden ailment, and a mere poke could conclude the match. As expected, the jab bore little force, yet Lin Feng's assault abruptly ceased. With a clang, his sword slipped from his grasp, and he lay on the arena, contorted in agony. You, how did you know of my injury? You despicable one. Referee, I refuse to accept this. Lin Feng's condition was dire. He could not rise, utterly incapacitated for further combat. Without hesitation, the referee declared the result. Were this a battlefield, you would be dead by now. Discovering your flow reveals your lack of cultivation. In this round, Li Xiaobai emerges victorious. A hush fell over the crowd. This time, everyone discerned the truth. Unlike the previous occasion, Li Xiaobai seemed not to have employed any poison. Yet, to defeat an opponent with merely a fingertip was astonishing. Had they misjudged him? Was Li Xiaobai truly a master? The elders were equally taken aback. This Li Xiaobai had managed to perceive his opponent's hidden ailment? Do you think it is possible? This Li Xiaobai possesses no cultivation whatsoever. He has evidently never engaged in any form of training. Perhaps that cunning old fellow, Feng Lingzi, bestowed upon him a protective artifact and offered him a few pieces of advice beforehand. This old wretch is truly sly. Does he intend to allow an untrained disciple to enter the sacred demon sect for further study? If he truly succeeds in doing so, the reputation of our Xianyu sect will be utterly tarnished. Just wait and see. How could one relying on external objects possibly secure a place among the top 10 in the grand competition? In the arena, Li Xiaobai swiftly collected Lin Feng's longsword, which appeared even more formidable than Chen Tao's. It would surely fetch a handsome price. The disciples watching from below stood in stunned silence as Li Xiaobai stuffed all of Lin Feng's equipment into his spatial ring before departing nonchalantly. Halt! A voice thundered from the crowd. It was a burly man, his physique brimming with muscle, exuding an intimidating aura, accompanied by a young man with a demeanor as gentle as jade. You have quite the audacity to injure my brother. Do you not know how to write the word death? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai comprehended that this man was Lin Feng's elder brother, Lin Mang, who had now come to confront him after he had bested his sibling. I merely gave him a slight poke. I had no idea he would fall to the ground. Li Xiaobai feigned innocence. Lin Mang, consumed with rage, raised his hand to strike, delivering a powerful blow to Li Xiaobai's shoulder. Attribute points 10. Lin Mang's strength was indeed formidable. Cease this at once. Xinyu sect forbids private fights. Any further violations will result in the disqualification of you all from the competition. An elder spoke up to intervene. Although he too disapproved of Li Xiaobai, the rules must not be broken. You would do well to pray for your defeat in the next match. Otherwise, should we meet on the arena, I shall surely incapacitate you. Lin Mang declared, his sleeves flaring as he stormed off. Beside him stood a handsome young man, whose smile radiated warmth. You must be Li Xiaobai, indeed a youthful prodigy. Lin Mang's outburst was but a momentary lapse. Do not take it to heart. Please accept this vial of healing elixir as a small token of goodwill, and I implore you not to refuse. I am Feng Wuxia, a true disciple of the Grand Elder. I eagerly anticipate our encounter on the stage. One does not strike a smiling face, especially one as gentle as this senior brother. Thus, the flicker of displeasure within Li Xiaobai vanished instantly. You are too kind, senior brother. I greatly appreciate your thoughtfulness. And I too look forward to sharing the same stage with you. Li Xiaobai accepted the healing elixir with delight, though he had no immediate use for it. He was certain there would be many willing to purchase it. Well then, senior brother, I shall not impose further. Please prepare well for the upcoming contest. Feng Wuxia smiled and took his leave. Li Xiaobai felt a sense of contentment. What a fine senior brother he was, so gentle and generous with gifts. He resolved to cultivate their friendship when the opportunity arose. Little did he realize, however, that as Feng Wuxia turned away, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Feng Wuxia had firmly etched Li Xiaobai's demeanor into his memory. He was utterly convinced that the opponent possessed no skill whatsoever, yet this seemingly unremarkable individual managed to secure victory time and again, displaying a remarkable indifference to the assaults of adversaries. The only plausible explanation for such an anomaly was that this person possessed a treasured artifact, one capable of withstanding the onslaughts of cultivators. It was worth noting that both of Li Xiaobai's previous opponents wielded inferior spirit swords. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Li Xiaobai bore no injuries, indicating that the treasure he possessed was likely of at least medium-grade spirit weapon caliber, if not high-grade. Such a remarkable item could easily incite thoughts of murder and thievery. Yet, before proceeding, it would be prudent to investigate Li Xiaobai's background. If he truly were an unremarkable disciple without significant connections, one could act with greater audacity. Outside the arena, Li Xiaobai, in high spirits, clutched Feng Wuxia's pills as he began to search for the figure of his sixth senior brother. He realized that his sixth senior brother was indeed a marketing genius, as long as he was around. The prices of the spirit swords and pills he sold could easily multiply several times over. At that moment, Lu Jinshui was still lingering by the arena. Having been assigned a later position in the competition, thus his turn had yet to arrive. Sixth senior brother, are we about to strike it rich? Li Xiaobai approached, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. What fortune? Upon hearing the word wealth, Lu Jinshui's eyes sparkled with ambition, fully aware that another opportunity for profit had presented itself. Junior brother, you've just acquired a divine sword and a bottle of miraculous pills. These must be exceptional goods. Li Xiaobai removed the cork from the bottle and discreetly offered Lu Jinshui a glimpse. Lu Jinshui, understanding the implication, began to rub his hands together. Displaying a look of mild apprehension, Li Xiaobai's expression darkened as he discerned the intentions of his sixth senior brother. Brother, how about a small business deal? Splitting profits 3-7? 40-60. It's a deal. With an air of nonchalance, Li Xiaobai departed from Lu Jinshui's side and set up his stall in the vacant space beside the arena. Due to the elimination of many disciples in the first round, the number of competitors had significantly dwindled. However, those who remained were the elite, most of whom possessed considerable financial means and were potential customers. With effective marketing, he could easily fill his pockets with their riches. Today's sect competition coincided with the emergence of the divine sword, heralding a double celebration. Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. Behold the divine sword and miraculous elixirs, all available. The elixirs can be purchased in whole bottles or individually, priced at 30 low-grade spirit stones. You will not regret this investment. It is a genuine treasure. Clearing his throat, Li Xiaobai began to call out, employing the same tactics in the same location. With the same advertising pitch, addressing a familiar crowd. Many disciples recognized him from a previous street market, and upon witnessing the scene, they quickly gathered around. Eager for the spectacle. How much for this sword? Someone from the crowd inquired. Starting at 30 low-grade spirit stones, the highest bidder wins. Li Xiaobai maintained his composure, confident that the low-grade spirit sword would attract buyers. This sword looks familiar. It resembles the one owned by the Lin brothers. Another remarked. Indeed. The design and patterns are strikingly identical. Someone recognized the original owner of the sword and was taken aback. For both Lin Feng and Lin Mang were disciples of the inner sect. Although Lin Feng's strength was merely average, Lin Mang was indeed a formidable character. These two brothers were known for their arrogance, instilling fear in the hearts of their fellow disciples who dared not voice their grievances. The audacity of someone selling their sword suggested that a spectacle was imminent. Numerous disciples eager to curry favor with the Lin brothers discreetly departed from the crowd to inform Lin Mang. Junior brother, how much for this miraculous elixir? Lu Jinshui approached with a cheerful demeanor. He was aware that someone had gone to alert Lin Mang and thus felt no urgency to sell the spiritual sword at that moment. Brother, you understand elixirs. This is undoubtedly a bottle of divine medicine. Li Xiaobai replied with a beaming smile. One elixir costs 2 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 30 elixirs. Let me have one first. Lu Jinshui readily tossed 2 low-grade spirit stones. After receiving the elixir, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, illuminating his dantian with resplendent radiance, overwhelming the surrounding disciples with its intensity. Lu Jinshui's face flushed with vitality, and he burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is an excellent elixir. After consuming just one, I have directly broken through. Junior brother, I shall pay double the price for the rest. I want them all. Li Xiaobai's heart swelled with admiration. His senior brother was indeed a master of performance. The fact that this robust senior brother could achieve a breakthrough after consuming just one elixir implied that they, after consuming several, would undoubtedly surpass the foundational stage and attain the golden core. Brother, that's a bit unfair. You've already had one. Let the remaining be my responsibility. Junior brother, grant me one. I am willing to pay double the price. Do not listen to him. I shall offer 3 times the amount. Bring me 2. In the distance, atop the high platform, the elders were visibly perturbed. Feng Lingzi, behold the fine disciple you have trained, shamelessly engaging in deceit rather than earnest cultivation. The rotund man over there, if memory serves me right, also belongs to your household. Truly a master of deception, remarkable indeed. The elder's sardonic remarks left Feng Lingzi feeling somewhat embarrassed, These rascals always caused trouble whenever they descended the mountain, offering no respite. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Feng Lingzi to make a hasty exit, unbeknownst to Li Xiaobai, who was blissfully counting his earnings. The recent performance by Lu Jinshui had catapulted the elixir into the limelight. In a mere minute, the price of the elixir skyrocketed to an astonishing 10 low-grade spirit stones each, selling out almost instantaneously. This venture netted a staggering 300 spirit stones, transforming an ordinary healing elixir into one priced like a second-tier pill. Truly, his senior brother was indeed a harbinger of fortune. With a gentle tap on the low-grade spirit sword before him, he signaled Lu Jinshui to continue. The latter responded with a gesture indicating patience, which left Li Xiaobai somewhat perplexed as he sensed his senior brother was awaiting something. At that moment, a familiar roar resounded once more. What audacity! How dare you privately auction my younger brother's low-grade spirit sword without consulting me? Lin Mang. Lin Mang was furious. He had not anticipated Li Xiaobai's brazen act of openly trading Lin Feng's low-grade spirit sword, treating him with utter disdain. The practitioner values reputation above all else. Although this spiritual sword may not be deemed a divine weapon, it certainly should not be sold to outsiders. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lu Jingshui and Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The main party had arrived, indicating that today's transaction was assured. Lin, you have misjudged. This is an unparalleled divine sword, not your brother's. Furthermore, this esteemed brother has already offered a high price for it. If you wish to acquire it, we can proceed with an auction format. Li Xiaobai stated with practiced ease, passing the responsibility onto Lu Jingshui. Lin Mang intended to make a bid, but a glance caught the watchful gaze of elder son from a distance. Given the prohibition against disturbances during the competition, he refrained from being too audacious and resolved to buy his way out of trouble. 50 low-grade spirit stones, that is the standard price for a low-grade spirit sword. Do not be excessive. That will not do. This esteemed brother has just offered 50 low-grade spirit stones, Li Xiaobai replied earnestly. These spirit stones have come to us freely. It would be a pity not to take advantage. Indeed, although it is merely a low-grade spirit sword, in terms of craftsmanship and quality, it is comparable to a medium-grade spirit sword. Perhaps today, I shall contest with you over it. 55 low-grade spirit stones, Lu Jingshui declared, displaying palpable enthusiasm. I offer 60 stones. Lin Mang gritted his teeth, vowing that should he encounter these two on the arena, he would ensure their downfall. Deal, Li Xiaobai exclaimed, swiftly accepting Lin Mang's pouch of coins and tossing the spiritual sword into his hands. You would do well to pray that we do not meet in the arena, for if we do, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Lin Mang, in a fit of rage, vented his frustrations by kicking over several disciples nearby before departing. Such harsh words did not weigh heavily on Li Xiaobai's mind. He had heard them before. Lin Mang's attacks merely added 10 points to the system's defense, indicating he was clearly not a worthy opponent. At present, accumulating spirit stones was of utmost importance. With a deft motion, he retrieved a collection of elixirs and talismans, neatly arranging them on his stall. Ahem, esteemed brothers. We are having a discount promotion. An hour later, at the entrance of the Misty Peak, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui clandestinely gathered to divide their spoils. Brother, here's your share. I am grateful for your assistance today, Li Xiaobai said, presenting a pouch of coins to Lu Jinshui. Not at all. This is merely what a senior brother ought to do. However, you are being somewhat dishonest, junior brother. You sold so many elixirs and talismans. Yet only share this little with me. Is that truly fair? Lu Jinshui replied with a grin. Brother, we agreed on a 60-40 split, with the portion going to you for the items you sold. The spirit swords and elixirs were indeed your sales, but the subsequent talismans and elixirs were sold by me alone, and that has nothing to do with you. Please do not try to be unreasonable, Li Xiaobai retorted dryly. Moreover, your competition is about to commence. You should hurry along, he added. Lu Jinshui, gazing at the pouch in his hand, wore a look of dismay, realizing he had been outwitted by his junior brother. In his cave dwelling, Li Xiaobai secured the door to prevent Six's senior brother from causing any disturbances. Today, he had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. Apart from the portion allocated to Lu Jinshui, the total amounted to over 1,000 inferior spirit stones. In the span of merely 1 hour, a destitute individual transformed into a wealthy magnate, a most exhilarating experience. Simultaneously, a system notification shined. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Daily wealth accumulation. Reward. First-class bathing technique. The first-class bathing technique is a divine method of soaking, capable of modestly enhancing attribute points post-bath. Note: this effect is only applicable when the host personally constructs the bathing pool. What a remarkable treasure! The ability to improve attributes simply through bathing is indeed a testament to the system's excellence. Upon reviewing the items available in the shop, the mounts could be disregarded for now, as they are prohibitively expensive and not yet essential. Among the shop's wares, there exists a golden silk armor priced at 500 inferior spirit stones. This is a defensive mid-tier spiritual artifact, styled as a lightweight vest that does not impede movement, making it perfectly suitable for oneself. After much deliberation, Li Xiaobai chose this exquisite golden armor, along with a dozen bottles of discarded elixirs. The discarded elixirs are all failures, containing toxins that, when consumed, can bolster defense. This ungraded poison is ideally suited for system cultivation. Once donned in full, Li Xiaobai wished to test the effects of the first-class bathing technique. If soaking could indeed enhance strength, then he could avoid beatings by indulging in daily baths. On the ethereal peak, there lies an arena that had fallen into disrepair, originally intended for the disciples of the ethereal peak to spar and compete. However, it seems that his senior brothers and sisters have little interest in such contests, preferring to remain secluded in their caves for cultivation. Consequently, the arena has become merely a relic of the past. This vacant lot is ideally suited for the construction of a bathhouse, as all the necessary materials for building a swimming pool can be found within the system's marketplace. With a single piece of spiritual stone, one can procure an abundance of construction materials. Given his current financial resources, erecting a bathhouse poses no challenge. The structure is quite simple. It merely requires surrounding the arena with stone blocks and filling it with water. However, if one desires to enjoy a hot bath, it becomes somewhat cumbersome, as hot water must be introduced. Li Xiaobai acted swiftly, using the exchanged bricks to enclose the arena to a height of approximately 1 meter. This height is sufficient for an experimental endeavor. If it proves effective, he can gradually construct a more lavish establishment later on. He filled the rudimentary bathhouse with all the water from his storage ring, then eagerly leapt inside. The moment his body made contact with the water's surface, the values on the system panel began to fluctuate. Attribute points 1. Attribute points 1. It truly works, and remarkably, immersion is not necessary. Simply touching the water's surface suffices to enhance attribute points. Li Xiaobai was elated. He had discovered a pathway to strength. The attribute points surged continuously, and if he were to soak for an entire day, he could potentially accumulate thousands of points. After soaking for a while longer, he increased his attribute points by several hundred, all of which were allocated to his defense. Defense, tough as leather, 700-1000 can be advanced. He found a piece of wood and inscribed the words Tangning E Pin alongside his name, placing it near the bathhouse. In the future, he could come here to soak whenever he pleased, undoubtedly a refreshing experience. Upon returning to the cave, Li Xiaobai meticulously organized the information regarding the upcoming 2 competitions. His opponents were of mediocre skill, rather obscure within the sect, thus posing little pressure. Following the enhancement of his defensive capabilities, ordinary disciples could no longer pose a threat to him. A flicker of ambition sparked within him regarding the coveted spots in the top 10. If circumstances permitted, he yearned to explore the magnificent landscapes of the world of cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rap on the door startled him. Could it be his 6th senior brother? The individual outside seemed utterly convinced that someone was present within, and spoke up directly. Li Shixiang, this is Yang Huan, an outer sect disciple. I wish to discuss some matters with you. The voice belonged to a woman, and Li Xiaobai's spirits lifted at the prospect of an alluring visitor seeking him out at Miao Peak. Could it be that she was captivated by his ethereal demeanor? Please, come in, junior sister. What brings you here? He welcomed the female disciple into his abode with a warm smile. She possessed an appealing countenance and a graceful figure, with a beauty mark at the center of her brow that lent her an air of elegance. Shixiang, I am here to discuss a business proposition with you. The female disciple gazed at him with a hint of caution, having gathered intelligence that suggested Li Xiaobai was not one to indulge in lecherous pursuits. Please, go on. I am aware that, given your prowess, the forthcoming 2 competitions pose little challenge for you. However, for the 5th match, I hope you might consider deliberately losing. Should you agree, I can offer you a price that would surely satisfy you. The female disciple remarked that this was a task entrusted to her by a true disciple, and upon successful completion, she would obtain a foundation establishment pill, thus ascending to the ranks of foundation establishment practitioners. Li Xiaobai pondered to himself that the fifth round was a competition to enter the top 10 finals, indicating that someone feared he might seize a spot among the top 10 and sought to leverage connections through monetary means. However, the spirit stones presented were an opportunity too good to pass up. What price would satisfy me? That would depend on your sincerity. How much can you offer? Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled as he tentatively inquired. 50 low-grade spirit stones, replied the female disciple. You think 50 stones could buy my defeat? Your vision is rather limited. It is insufficient, Li Xiaobai responded coolly, for he possessed over 1,000 spirit stones and found such a sum trivial. Brother, I am aware that you possess no cultivation. Your victories in previous competitions rely solely on your poison and defensive artifacts. Although the elders turn a blind eye, if I were to escalate this matter, you might find yourself disqualified from even stepping onto the arena, she retorted. Moreover, 50 spirit stones represent a considerable portion of an ordinary disciple's salary for half a year. The female disciple remained all smiles, holding leverage over him, completely unconcerned that Li Xiaobai might refuse her offer. What is the connection between your opponent in the third round and you? Did he send you? Li Xiaobai furrowed his brows, finding the negotiation unpalatable. This has nothing to do with my brother. You simply need to comply, she stated. Sister, your sword at your waist is quite impressive. It appears to be a divine sword. If you wish for it, I shall gladly bestow it upon you. Is that pendant hanging around your neck called a jade ornament? If my senior brother likes it, I shall gift it to him as well. Your earrings are quite exquisite. I shall also present them to my senior brother. Those shoes you wear are not ordinary, are they? I will give those to my senior brother too. A few minutes later, the female disciple departed with a sorrowful expression, barefoot, with a few trinkets and 50 inferior spirit stones in hand. Li Xiaobai understood well the principle that even the smallest ant is meat. Every little bit adds up. Valuable items in the marketplace awaited his unlocking, and he could not afford to overlook any opportunity to accumulate spirit stones. After bidding farewell to the female disciple, Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. This female disciple had the audacity to coerce him. She must receive a painful lesson. Spirit stones could be surrendered, but the task must not be fulfilled. He swallowed all the remaining useless elixirs in one go, and the system panel began to flicker. Attribute points 1. Defense, copper skin and iron bones, 5,000. A faint layer of bronze pattern spread across his body, and Li Xiaobai felt a warm sensation enveloping him, indescribably refreshing. His defense advanced once more. Those people would no longer be able to harm him. The following 2 matches posed little challenge, as his opponents were merely fortunate souls who had not encountered skilled fighters in the initial rounds. Through a combination of taunts and their own weakness, Li Xiaobai emerged victorious with ease, gaining an additional 100 attribute points. With his enhanced defense of copper skin and iron bones, being struck by these disciples felt akin to a mere tickle. Even if a few senior brothers and sisters were to challenge him, they would likely find themselves equally ineffective. The third round of the competition commenced swiftly, with the remaining disciples dwindling in number, leading to an accelerated pace of the contests, where 3 to 4 bouts in a day became commonplace. In this third match, Li Xiaobai faced a true disciple, Hao Jian. It was unfathomable that even a true disciple would resort to throwing a match. Li Xiaobai ascended the stage with an air of vengeance, intent on overwhelming his opponent to vent his frustrations. Hao Jian, a favored disciple of the instructor, presented a calm demeanor, unperturbed by accolades or insults, embodying the poise of a seasoned expert. Prior to the match, a female disciple had informed him that the arrangements had been settled. Li Xiaobai would deliberately lose this bout, thus securing his place among the top 10 of the competition. The weak were unworthy of knowing the name of this prodigy. Li Xiaobai immersed himself in the role, harboring an intense animosity. The judge, unable to tolerate the situation, announced Li Xiaobai's name. It turned out he was a disciple from the mysterious peak, which explained much. Hao Jian furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the situation was amiss, yet he continued his verbal sparring. However, he had never heard of this Li Xiaobai before. Li Xiaobai understood that his opponent, confident in his formidable strength and esteemed status, sought to engage in verbal banter before the match commenced. Yet, this played directly into Li Xiaobai's hands. How could he incite hatred without engaging in repartee? With a mere glance, he had bested Shen Tao. With a single gesture, he had defeated Lin Feng. A mere utterance compelled Lin Mang to dutifully offer up his spirit stones. Such was the brilliance of the prodigious cultivator, Li Xiaobai. He stood with arms crossed, his expression equally composed, unruffled by praise or disdain, as if merely recounting an inconsequential event. Indeed, relying on his enchanted artifact for protection, Brother Hao dealt a severe reprimand to him. How infuriating. This scoundrel must be punished severely. Feng Wuxia, concealed among the disciples, had become utterly convinced through the previous contests that Li Xiaobai possessed a protective artifact of considerable caliber. If he could seize this treasure, his position as senior brother would be assured, and succeeding the sect leader would not be an impossibility. Defeating the likes of Qin Tao and Lin Feng was hardly remarkable. How could one comprehend the vistas I behold without standing at my elevated vantage point? Li Xiaobai shook his head in lamentation, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Brother Hao's countenance darkened, as if he had sensed something amiss. He drew his longsword from his waist and thrust it at Li Xiaobai, eager to test his mettle. He wielded a mid-grade spirit sword. Even if his opponent possessed a protective artifact, it should be insufficient to withstand the attack. The sword's energy was restrained. Even before the tip reached him, the forceful wind had already sliced through Li Xiaobai's sleeve. The sensation on his skin was slightly itchy. His strength was commendable, surpassing Lin Meng, yet he was still no match for Li Xiaobai. In an instant, Li Xiaobai made his assessment and activated his muscular weakness. Brother Hao trembled, retreating several meters and collapsing, drenched in perspiration. Just moments ago, he had felt an inexplicable weakness overtaking his body. Had he not withdrawn promptly, he likely would have lost the match. Cursed be this fellow for accepting payment, yet failing to deliver. No wonder the disciples below lamented his treachery. Having taken his spirit stones, he had turned back on his word, an utterly despicable act. Moreover, this venom had inexplicably rendered him feeble in an instant, robbing him of the strength even to raise his hand. Truly bizarre. You dare to employ poison. Struggling to utter a few words, Hao Jian swallowed several detoxification pills, feeling both astonished and furious. How could he, despite his cultivation at the 10th level of the Foundation establishment stage, find himself in such a dire predicament at the hands of this obscure individual? The opponent's poison was exceedingly treacherous. It was utterly humiliating, regardless of the circumstances. He was determined to secure his qualification for the sacred demon sect. Meanwhile, the disciples below were equally incensed. The competition on the arena was meant to test strength and cultivation. How could one repeatedly resort to the use of poison? We demand a fair battle. We implore the elders to see reason. On the high platform, the elders exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with amusement. They had been awaiting such an opportunity to suppress the disciples of the mysterious peak. The Grand Elder rose to his feet, stating, "Master, let us not shield them any longer. This group of youngsters has gone too far." With that, he leaped onto the arena. The grand competition was primarily focused on assessing the disciples' cultivation levels and addressing any shortcomings, rather than ensuring that they must win the contest. Li Xiaobai, you are forbidden from using that debilitating poison again. Winning through such means does not reflect true capability. The Grand Elder spoke with righteous authority, garnering unanimous support from the disciples. Understood, Li Xiaobai replied, his expression one of resignation. He had indeed incurred the wrath of the disciples. Slowly, he drew the sword from his waist, a simple long sword gifted to him by a female disciple. He had initially wished to engage with them as an ordinary person, but instead, he was met with skepticism. No longer concealing his identity, he declared, "I am a swordsman. The truth is laid bare." Foolish clown, utterly ignorant. Hao Jian was consumed by a torrent of pent-up fury, feeling the urgent need for release. In his eyes, without the poison, Li Xiaobai was nothing. The Qingfeng sword. The sword's aura transformed into a gentle breeze, slicing towards Li Xiaobai. The Qingfeng sword was formless and intangible, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It was a lethal strike from the very outset, causing the disciples below to collectively hold their breath. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow in concentration, poised to intervene at a critical moment to save a life. The sword pierced the heavens. Li Xiaobai unsheathed the sword from his waist with effortless grace. And in an instant, the arena was enveloped in a cascade of dazzling light and shadow. The air was filled with an ear-splitting sound akin to a shattering eardrum. As the platform began to crack under the pressure, the Qingfeng sword was swiftly engulfed by the sword's aura, its target now fixed firmly on Hao Jian. Hao Jian was rendered dumbfounded. He realized that even 10 of him could not withstand such sword energy. His mind went blank as the medium-grade spirit sword in his hand was shattered in an instant, leaving multiple gashes across his body. The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. The force was so formidable that even he needed to take it seriously. He leaped into the fray, blocking the onslaught of sword energy and striking Hao Jian down to the ground with a palm, who appeared momentarily dazed. Had I not intervened just now, How Jian would have met a grim fate. In this match, Li Xiaobai is the victor. The Grand Elder concealed his blood-streaked hands within his sleeves, his heart tumultuous with shock. He could not discern Li Xiaobai's true cultivation level, but the sword energy just unleashed was undeniably genuine. A mere novice disciple capable of executing such a sophisticated sword technique. Could it be that Li Xiaobai is indeed a prodigious talent? The disciples below were equally astonished, questioning who had claimed that Li Xiaobai was devoid of cultivation, or that his victory relied solely on his magical artifacts. The truth stands before us. Anything can be fabricated. Yet the sword energy just unleashed is undeniably authentic. Li Xiaobai wields merely an ordinary long sword, devoid of even spiritual properties, indicating that his opponent summoned an overwhelming wave of sword energy purely through cultivation. Such prowess is truly unfathomable. The disciples silently affixed to Li Xiaobai the label of a wolf in sheep's clothing. If you possess such strength, why not reveal it? Instead of employing genuine cultivation, you resort to underhanded tactics. What manner of operation is this? Indeed, there seems to be no ordinary person among the ranks of Piamiao Peak. Amidst the crowd, Feng Wuxia's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. The treasures adorning Li Xiaobai further expanded his understanding of the extraordinary wonders that exist in this world. He must acquire them. Li Xiaobai remained composed. His skills, having been upgraded twice in succession, were undoubtedly formidable enough to vanquish a true disciple. "Haha, senior brother, I appreciate your grace," he remarked, bowing slightly to the dazed Hao Jian before departing with nonchalance. Following this battle, it is likely that all disciples of the sect will become aware of the notable figure of Li Xiaobai from Piamiao Peak. Henceforth, he would bear an additional title, the one who defeated the true disciple Hao Jian with a single stroke. This victory solidified his qualification to be among the top 10 in the sect's grand competition, paving the way for his further studies at the Holy Demon sect. Humming a cheerful tune, Li Xiaobai felt a sense of elation. In just a matter of days, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a superlative master. Such rapid advancement could only be attributed to genius. "Boy, halt. How did you acquire this level of cultivation?" The voice of Feng Lingzi echoed from behind, accompanied by several senior disciples who had all witnessed Li Xiaobai's recent performance. Feng Lingzi understood Li Xiaobai all too well. If others were oblivious, he certainly was not. Since entering the mysterious peak, his young apprentice had not practiced even a single day. Despite receiving a martial arts manual a few days ago, there had been no indication of his intent to cultivate. How then? Had he suddenly transformed into a master of the sword? The potency of that sword aura just now had even made him wary. Could it be that he could not surpass this newly accepted apprentice of his? Enlightenment. Do you comprehend the concept? The ancients spoke of achieving Buddhahood in a single thought. And now Li Xiaobai had become a master in an instant. Li Xiaobai felt a pang of insecurity. After all, he had not undergone any training, and his confidence wavered. A master indeed. Feng Lingzi was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration when Yang Chun interrupted him, saying, "Why bother? Everyone has their own opportunities. There's no need for you to be so sour, old man." Exactly. Today, our junior brother has successfully entered the top 10 of the competition, which is indeed a cause for celebration. No doubt about it. Let us have a barbecue tonight. Lu Jinshui exclaimed. "Your disciple has achieved success. You should be delighted." Su Yunbing added with a smile, pulling Li Xiaobai toward the mountain summit. At Mysterious Peak, it was quite normal for a master to be outshone by their disciple. Today, our junior brother has displayed great prowess and upheld the prestige of Mysterious Peak. Tonight, let us revel in the celebration. The banquet was set atop the mountain, where Lu Jinshui particularly enjoyed grilling wild delicacies. Upon seeing the arena transformed into a bathhouse, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. It was unexpected that their junior brother had such tastes. In the open air, there is indeed something intriguing. It possesses a unique character that I find appealing. Upon overhearing a few discussions, Li Xiaobai felt somewhat embarrassed. His senior brothers were rather frivolous, allowing their imaginations to wander even in a bathhouse. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Esteemed brothers, this bathhouse is meant for cultivation. Merely submerging oneself within can lead to a slight enhancement in one's abilities." Upon hearing this, the others expressed their astonishment. Could there truly be such a pool in the world? They inquired. "Junior brother, do not jest. Our senior sister, well-versed in pharmacology, has not detected anything unusual about this water." Yu Wushuang stepped forward, testing the water's temperature. In an instant, a refreshing sensation enveloped her entire being, and her mind became remarkably clear, resolving the cultivation dilemmas she had long grappled with. She found herself immersed in the experience. Su Yunbing, feeling somewhat perplexed, also reached out to touch the water's surface, her expression transforming dramatically. What has happened to you all? Does this pool truly yield results? The remaining companions, curious, followed suit and touched the water. Goodness, junior brother, you are quite inconsiderate. With such a remarkable technique, why keep it hidden? Without further ado, Lu Jishui disregarded his image and, fully clothed, plunged into the pool. The others quickly followed suit. Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang also dove into the water, comfortably reclining, leaving Li Xiaobai in a state of astonishment. The water is rather cool, fourth brother, please warm it up. In the same moment, within the confines of the Xinyu sect, furious roars echoed from various chambers. Damn it, this elixir is utterly useless. 10 low-grade spirit stones constitute my entire fortune. I had pinned my hopes on this breakthrough. That Li Xiaobai is truly insufferable. Let it be known, from this day forth, I shall have no peace with him. Li Xiaobai must perish. Such potions are typically commonplace. Sold at a mere pittance, they require no spirit stones for purchase. A few fragments of silver would suffice. Yet I have been deceived into parting with 10 low-grade spirit stones for this worthless concoction. This is intolerable. I must confront the individual responsible and demand an explanation. At the peak of Piaomiao Peak, 7 disciples were comfortably indulging in a bath, blissfully unaware of the commotion below. Li Xiaobai, oblivious to the fact that he had been placed on the blacklist of numerous disciples, was earnestly savoring a chicken leg. It was the culinary handiwork of the 6th elder brother, truly remarkable. You know, this pool is a tad small. Once we arrive at the sacred demon sect, I shall have my sister construct a larger one, and you will be in charge of preparing this exquisite water, remarked Su Yunbing. After just a brief soak, she felt a surge of spiritual energy within her. The benefits were ineffable. The others echoed her sentiments. Indeed, while the water temperature may be somewhat lacking, notice how much more comfortable it becomes when the 4th elder brother heats it up? Lu Jishui grinned as he spoke. Yang Chen's technique is incredibly vigorous and young. It is perfect for warming the water. At this moment, Yang Chen felt somewhat disheartened, sensing he was being treated as a mere laborer. Junior brother, what is the essence of this bathing water? Why did sister not inquire about the sin of any herbs? Yi Wushuang asked, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the water, devoid of any peculiar signs. Well, that is not to be disclosed, Li Xiaobai chuckled. Produced by the system, it naturally deviates from the conventional path. In reality, there exists a methodology to bathing. Merely achieving cleanliness is rather superficial, remarked the 3rd senior brother, Lin Yi. Does senior brother have insights regarding baths? Ling Feng inquired, astonished. For the 3rd senior brother was known for his enigmatic ways, often wandering afar, making their encounters rare. Bathing transcends mere removal of dirt. It encapsulates the intricacies of human relations. To imbue depth into one's bath, one must first master the aura. Speak less, make more sounds. Speaking less cultivates the aura, while making more sounds expresses one's innermost thoughts. In summary, the more profound the bath, the more stable one's persona becomes. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Li Xiaobai began to regard the mysterious 3rd senior brother with newfound respect. The seemingly mundane act of bathing could yield such profound reflections on life. The half-dead expression coupled with an abundance of eloquence showcased an impeccable grasp of aura. Yi Wushuang, feeling uncomfortable, wished to divert the conversation. The divine beast forest is restless. The demonic beasts are stirring, and it appears that a beast tide is imminent, Lin Yin stated. What is a beast tide? Li Xiaobai keenly picked up on the key term, realizing he had yet to venture beyond the sect. Perhaps the external environment would be more conducive for the system to accumulate attribute points. The beastly creatures have collectively gone berserk, and the ensuing tide of beasts will undoubtedly impact the surrounding towns and sections. The precise cause of this uprising remains shrouded in uncertainty. Should the beast tide truly erupt, it is likely that we will be promptly dispatched to the vicinity of the divine beast mountain range. Lin Yin provided a brief explanation. If that is indeed the case, it would be splendid, for I have been itching for a challenge lately, and there are no worthy opponents within the sect. Su Yunbing expressed her excitement at the mention of the beast uprising. Being a fervent enthusiast of violence, she seizes every opportunity for a brawl. This matter does not concern us greatly. Should a crisis arise, the sacred demon sect will take the lead, and our role will merely be to assist. Lu Jishui appeared unfazed. The uprising of the beast horde is a significant event, and as a prestigious sect, the sacred demon sect will undoubtedly send skilled practitioners to quell the chaos. leaving the smaller sects to contend with any stragglers. Li Xiaobai listened quietly to the conversation among his senior brothers and sisters, diligently recording the key information. The strength of the beasts varies, with those on the periphery of the divine beast mountain range possessing abilities akin to foundational period cultivators. The more formidable beasts reside deep within the mountains, potentially reaching the golden core or even the nascent soul stages. Li Xiaobai mused that a golden core beast might prove no challenge to his ironclad physique, and he felt a compelling urge to explore. The offensive capabilities of these beasts surpassed those of humans, promising an increase in attributes. The more he listened, the greater his astonishment grew, for he found himself in a realm known as the Immortal Spirit Continent, with the land beneath his feet referred to as the Northern Region, situated in a remote area of the continent's northern expanse. In this desolate land, only the sacred demon sect and the heavenly martial gate stand as significant sects, while the remaining numerous smaller factions exist merely as their affiliates. Though these two sects appear amicable on the surface, covert skirmishes ensue as they each aspire to annex the other and establish dominance. The internal affairs of the sacred demon sect remain shrouded in mystery, only to be unveiled upon attaining the qualifications for further training and venturing into the sect for cultivation. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that becoming part of a prominent sect offers a superior platform, granting opportunities to engage with a more expansive world. After a brief exchange of conversation, the group fell into a serious mode of cultivation, endeavoring to maximize the benefits of their bath. Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of embarrassment. His seniors were exceedingly diligent. The time spent soaking in the bath always seemed fleeting, and before long, the first light of dawn began to break. Li Xiaobai inspected his system panel. Attribute points, 1100. Without hesitation, he allocated all points to defense. Defense, copper skin and iron bones, 1105,000, can be upgraded. Remarkably, after just one night of soaking, he had gained 1,000 attribute points. Indeed, this system proved to be exceptional and user-friendly. Simultaneously, the others began to awaken leisurely. This bathhouse was commendable, rivaling the spiritual springs of the outside world. Indeed, the rate of cultivation had accelerated more than twofold, which was truly remarkable. From now on, I shall cultivate here. Junior brother, please change the bathwater tonight. Senior sister still wishes to soak, one remarked. As the competition approached, the group, having dried their clothes through their cultivation, began to descend the mountain one by one. As they drew closer, the clamor from the mountain below finally reached their ears. Upon discerning the raucous voices of the disciples outside the mountain gate, both Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting alarm. The matter concerning the elixirs had been exposed. The aggrieved parties had come to confront them. The remaining individuals, upon hearing the uproar from below, also wore expressions of concern. Junior brother, perhaps you should descend first? Lu Jinshui suggested. Senior brother, you are older than I, and as my senior, it is only fitting that you go first, replied Li Xiaobai. Stop hesitating. It's merely a couple of spirit stones. What's the big deal? Yang Chen declared arrogantly, striding out of the mountain gate to address the nearby unruly disciples. Look, that scoundrel Li Xiaobai is actually a disciple of that fat fool. Cursed be it. That fat fool is also from Yao Miao Peak. It turns out to be a scam. We have been thoroughly swindled. This matter must be addressed. Let us go to the arena and confront the elders. We need not fear his escape. As the disciples set their sights on the main culprit, their anger surged, and they followed closely behind Li Xiaobai, seeking retribution. Li Xiaobai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It was evident that they were coming for him, and it seemed that this matter would not be resolved easily today. There would certainly be no spirit stones left to offer. However, his life was still intact. At the arena, the forthcoming contest would merely be friendly matches with no stakes involved. What transpired over there? Besides those from Yumyu Peak, what other incidents could there be? They've brought their grievances to me. I have also heard from Wuxia that this Li Xiaobai has actually deceived his fellow disciples, which is indeed reprehensible. Enough, the sect leader pronounced with a stern countenance. The few hundred low-grade spirit stones dispatched by the sect shall serve as compensation for Li Xiaobai. Today is of paramount importance. Do not engage in petty squabbles over trivial matters. The elders inwardly grumbled, recognizing the irony in his words. Was it not merely a deduction from their own stipends? The situation at Piao Peak had escalated, and they were left to clean up the mess, while that old rascal Feng Lingzi had seemingly vanished. Their gazes toward Li Xiaobai grew increasingly hostile, with unspoken desires to reprimand him physically. as the gathered disciples settled down. The sect leader raised his hand to quell their restlessness. I am already aware of the disputes between you and Li Xiaobai. All deceived disciples may proceed to the stipend hall to receive compensation, with each individual entitled to 20 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the disciples fell silent. Many had lost nearly 10 or so spirit stones, and now the leader's pronouncement meant a net gain for them. However, the frustration lingered in their hearts. A bitterness they could not expel. Li Xiaobai sighed in relief, reassured by the sect leader's intervention. The outstanding disciples could utilize this competition to identify and rectify their shortcomings, enhancing their abilities. I hope you all can. The sect leader, along with the elders, shared some motivational words before passing the platform to the 10 participants of the upcoming contest. Su Yunbing, quite audacious, declared, Our Pyao Peak shall occupy a spot within the top 10 of this competition. Any objections? Unanimously agreed. Yangchen chimed in. I object. I have strong reservations regarding Li Xiaobai. A great contest may be lost, but Li Xiaobai must perish. Surrender Li Xiaobai. We demand a duel with him. The surrounding disciples were entirely unimpressed. Even though the sect leader expressed willingness to offer compensation, they were unwilling to easily let Li Xiaobai go. Only a select few had witnessed Li Xiaobai's true prowess. The majority still held on to a perception of him as someone who relished in deceit. What say you, Li Xiaobai? The elders bore smiles in their eyes, eagerly anticipating the moment they could witness Li Xiaobai's folly. The Grand Elder hesitated, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Some experiences must be personally endured to be truly appreciated. Li Xiaobai was indeed a prime example of a wolf in sheep's clothing. The sword energy was such that even he could not fully defend against it, and sending these disciples forth would merely serve as a sacrifice. Observing the fervent disciples, Li Xiaobai felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared his triumph over the true disciple, Hao Jian, had yet to spread. I have no qualms. If they wish to challenge me, let them come forth together. Li Xiaobai entered a state of readiness, stepping calmly onto the arena. The disciples erupted once more. How brazen of him to think he could face them all alone, a flagrant affront. Li Xiaobai, you are exceedingly arrogant. This first match is a duel between us. And I have vowed that upon our next meeting, I shall make you wish for death. Lin Mongfei leapt onto the stage, his tone icy, declaring his intent to cripple Li Xiaobai. In my eyes, true disciples are no different from outer disciples. Let you all come at once. I am not targeting anyone specifically. I merely wish to state that all present here are worthless. Li Xiaobai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and unperturbed. The emotions of the disciples below the stage were instantaneously ignited, their fury blazing intensely as dozens of individuals leapt onto the arena. Brother Lin, it is not my intention to cause trouble, but this fellow is insufferable. Today, he must bleed. Indeed, Brother Lin, this matter concerns more than just you. Today, Li Xiaobai shall surely perish. Lin Mang's expression was laden with mockery. Junior Brother Li, it is no small feat to reach your current state. You flatter me. Strike when ready. Li Xiaobai arched an eyebrow, his face adorned with a provocative demeanor, brimming with animosity. The disciples, incensed, launched their attacks in unison against Li Xiaobai. In an instant, the stage was a riot of colors, a dazzling display of ice and fire. Fireball technique. Skyward swordsmanship. Exorcising sword technique. A powerful wave of spiritual energy engulfed the arena, and as Li Xiaobai reveled in the impending onslaught, he felt a surge of exhilaration. A bounty of attribute points was soon to be his. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 5. Attribute point 10. Attribute point 30. The disciples' assaults were formidable, and almost instantaneously, he acquired 100 attribute points. However, he pondered the source of the additional 30 points. The 10-point increase was undoubtedly from Lin Feng, yet the other disciples could not possibly surpass Lin Feng's prowess. Could it be that unseen hands were aiding him? Nonetheless, even the 30-point boost would not breach his defenses. With determination, he allocated all attribute points to bolster his defense, prepared to endure the relentless barrage that approached. Below the stage, several senior brothers and sisters wore expressions of astonishment, utterly taken aback by Li Xiaobai's remarkable resilience in the face of such an onslaught. It was evident that this young disciple had encountered some extraordinary fortunes, Lu Jinshui mused. In the distance, amidst the crowd, Feng Wuxier appeared even more astonished. He had stealthily launched a poisoned needle amidst the distraction, aiming to severely wound Li Xiaobai. To his utter disbelief, the needle failed to even pierce the skin, shattering upon impact instead. It must be a magical artifact. He is undoubtedly wielding a protective treasure. Feng Wuxie's eyes gleamed with fervor. his desire to slay Li Xiaobai and seize the treasure intensifying. But no matter, you will eventually venture to the holy demon sect. Perishing in the wilderness would not be surprising. Among the crowd, thoughts varied, yet those on the stage, the disciples, were the most astounded. They had been battling for an extended period, their hands weary, while Li Xiaobai appeared utterly unfazed, still grinning cheerfully. Defense. Copper skin iron bones 2,300 5,000 can be upgraded. Quite impressive, indeed. These disciples had significantly bolstered his defensive power by 1,000 points. The frequency of fluctuations in the system panel's values diminished, as the disciples on stage began to tire from their exertions. Meanwhile, Lin Mang's face contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, relentlessly attacking from various angles, striving to breach Li Xiaobai's defenses. With a mocking smile, Li Xiaobai grasped the hilt of Lin Mang's sword, abruptly halting its energy with a gentle yet firm pressure. He crushed the blade to dust, leaving Lin Mang's eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. His physique surpassed that of a low-grade spiritual sword. What manner of sorcery is this? Originally, I presumed the opponent to be a mere pawn easily manipulated, yet I found myself unexpectedly confronting an iron wall, and it seems I am destined to falter this time. The sword cleaved through the sky. Li Xiaobai unsheathed the sword at his waist, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that fractured the arena, reducing dozens of long swords to mere dust. Numerous disciples were swept aside, Lin Mang among them. This is impossible. How could you possess such power? Judge, I contest this. Li Xiaobai must be cheating. Lin Mang's face flushed, a mixture of shock and rage consuming him. How could the opponent possess such prowess? Wasn't he merely a sly trickster? Silence. The sect leader, infuriated, expressed disappointment in the disciples' performances. Most critically, Li Xiaobai's recent strike had obliterated several longswords, including some spirit artifacts, which would incur substantial reparations. The elders whispered among themselves, astonished that this seemingly frivolous Li Xiaobai could wield such formidable strength, defeating dozens of disciples with a single sword, including the esteemed disciple Lin Feng, a true slap in the face. With one stroke, he vanquished all present disciples, declaring, "I am the prodigious cultivator, Li Xiaobai." Still enveloped in the momentum of battle, the atmosphere crackled with energy. Well said. The disciples of Piao Peak erupted in applause, as this victory significantly enhanced their sect's reputation. The competition continued. Let it be reiterated, friendship comes first. You are all exemplary disciples of Xin Yu sect. Victory and defeat are inconsequential. What truly matters is the wisdom gleaned from the experience. The sect leader signaled for the contest to proceed. The previous events were mere interludes. What follows will be the proper exchanges among the disciples. In the second match, Su Yunbing of Piao Peak faced off against Yi Wushuang of the same peak. The referee announced the commencement of the contest. Among the 10 participants, 7 were disciples of Piao Peak, which was quite natural for fellow apprentices to be grouped together. The spectators below gazed with wide eyes at the 2 contenders on stage. Su Yunbing, adorned in a striking crimson ensemble, exuded a spirited elegance, while Yi Wushuang remained clad in a soft green gown, embodying a serene detachment from worldly affairs. Typically, Piao Peak disciples swiftly vanquish their adversaries, making it difficult to discern the depths of their prowess. However, a duel between 2 disciples of the same peak promised to be a fierce contest. Neither of the 2 women made the first move. "Sister, it has been 3 years since our last encounter, hasn't it?" Su Yunbing remarked with a fierce expression, brimming with combativeness. "Indeed, how time flies. It seems my sister has acquired a few more crow's feet." Yi Wushuang responded with a light-hearted laugh, glancing at the male disciples below, who were visibly captivated. This caused Su Yunbing to bristle. She felt that her femininity was utterly lacking when compared to the gentle grace of Yi Wushuang. Although she believed her strength surpassed that of her opponent, she was often left feeling inadequate. "My dear sister, with your eloquence, today I shall teach you the principles of etiquette and propriety." In a flash of crimson light, Su Yunbing suddenly appeared behind Yi Wushuang, her palms striking downward with tremendous force. Before her hands could reach their target, the pressure of her strike shattered the arena, sending fragments of stone flying. Yi Wushuang gracefully evaded the attack with delicate steps, surrounded by layers of soft green mist. This was the manifestation of her unique technique, the Billion Sutra, which harmonized both healing and poison, allowing her to dispatch foes without them even realizing it. The elders swiftly ushered the disciples away from the arena, for the poison emanating from the stage was no ordinary toxin. Should a mere disciple come into contact with even a trace of it, they would likely face death or severe injury. The crowd scattered, evading the green mist with great haste, fearful of its repercussions. Moments later, only the 7 members of the Misty Peak, alongside the senior brother Feng Wuxie from the Xianyu sect, remained at the forefront of the platform. A wisp of green smoke brushed against Li Xiaobai. Attribute points, 100. Hiss. Merely being grazed by the smoke resulted in an astonishing increase of 100 attribute points. The second senior sister, who normally appeared amiable, revealed a surprisingly fierce side when she struck. However, Li Xiaobai felt not the slightest discomfort. In fact, he yearned to inhale more of it. It seemed that even when his senior sister was earnest in her efforts, he remained unperturbed. Once his defensive capabilities advanced further, it was likely that his seniors would be unable to harm him at all. He quietly took a deep breath, wishing to draw in more of the green mist. This scene did not escape the notice of Feng Wuxie, whose lips curved upwards involuntarily. The more he learned about Li Xiaobai, the more secrets seemed to surface. Wait a moment, Li Xiaobai was actively inhaling the toxic mist. Could it be that absorbing this toxin had beneficial effects on the body? Feng Wuxie discreetly inhaled a couple of breaths, only to be met with an intense burning sensation within his organs. He quickly harnessed his spiritual energy to heal his injuries, growing increasingly eager to uncover the treasures Li Xiaobai possessed. At this juncture, Li Xiaobai had completely cleared the surrounding poison. Defensive power, copper skin, and iron bone, 3,000, 5,000, ready for advancement. Just 2,000 more points were needed for his ascension. Li Xiaobai's heart raced with excitement. His senior sister's attacks were remarkably potent, and each breath increased his attribute points by 100. He longed to continue this process indefinitely. On the stage, the fierce confrontation between the two women reached an intense climax. The formidable Wei Yi dominated the arena, while Yi Wushuang displayed an agile grace, managing to evade peril at crucial moments. Xu Yubing, employing a straightforward approach, unleashed powerful strikes without any preliminary gestures. The arena bore the scars of their battle, with each step creating deep craters, and after several rounds of combat, it was nearly flattened. Observing the relentless exchange between the two, Li Xiaobai felt puzzled and discreetly nudged Lu Jinshui beside him. Senior brother, the two senior sisters are performing admirably, yet why do they not unleash their ultimate techniques? Indeed, the two senior sisters are engaging in genuine sparring, their techniques restrained, setting aside mystical arts to confront each other with the purest form of cultivation. They are assessing their weaknesses and addressing deficiencies. Junior brother, take note of this. Li Xiaobai lacked understanding of cultivation, apart from the cracks on the ground. He could discern no peculiarities in their techniques and could only watch in bewilderment. The toxic mist above the arena had completely dissipated, and the combat lacked even the most basic effects of the techniques. The other disciples were equally perplexed. The elders, however, wore solemn expressions as they attentively observed the battle. The prowess displayed could rival their own, and although their cultivation might be slightly inferior, their combat awareness and understanding of techniques were equally commendable. Indeed, Famiao Peak was a cradle of genius. The two combatants on stage remained undistracted, oblivious to the gasps from below, their focus solely on one another. Su Yunbing's eyes narrowed, a chilling light flashing within them as her wrist flicked, and a massive hammer materialized in her grasp. The hammer is astoundingly enormous, with its head measuring no less than 3 meters in width. The handle is excessively elongated, adorned with primal totemic engravings that captivate the onlooker's attention. It is difficult to fathom how such a seemingly delicate and petite figure could wield the might to swing such a colossal hammer. Junior sister. Enduring under the senior sister's prowess for this long is commendable. You may withdraw now. With that, a sudden surge of power emanated from her hand, radiating brilliance as the massive hammer transformed into a flurry of afterimages, hurtling towards Yi Wushuang. The hammer's head shimmered ominously, revealing the visage of a rare and exotic beast, while a faint sound of sonic boom reverberated through the air. Yi Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically as the formidable force of the hammer raised the hairs on her neck. Emerald smoke coalesced around her as her internal energy surged, desperately attempting to counter the impending strike. With a resounding thud, the hammer pierced through her defenses, striking her chest directly. Her internal energy became chaotic, and blood erupted from her mouth as she was sent sprawling backward. Su Yubing slammed the hammer onto the ground. Exhaling a deep breath of relief, having defeated Yi Wushuang brought her a sense of comfort and restored equilibrium to her state of mind. As she felt the vibrations and resonance of the ground, Li Xiaobai could not help but swallow hard, marveling at his senior sister's terrifying strength in wielding such a massive weapon. Gazing at the exaggeratedly designed hammer on the stage, Feng Wuxie's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "That is a life-bound spiritual treasure. What is a life-bound spiritual treasure? Li Xiaobai inquired. It is a magical artifact meticulously nurtured with one's own blood essence. Those who possess such a treasure are invariably invincible among their peers. To think Su Yunbing has reached this level. Her cultivation must be at least at the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage. Feng Wuxia was indeed taken aback. For he was merely at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. It was laughable that he had always considered himself the leading figure of the Xinyu sect. In the presence of Su Yunbing, he was nothing. It had been a long time since he had engaged in sparring. Yet his senior sister had advanced to such a level, evidently ahead of him by a considerable margin. Lu Jinshui murmured. 3rd senior brother. What are your chances against senior sister? Yangshan inquired, frowning, for the prowess exhibited by Su Yunbing was formidable. Do not speak foolishly. We are all too aware of senior sister's capabilities. If she employs her techniques, we would not stand a chance. Lin Yin replied calmly, unfazed by such an outcome. Will 2nd senior sister be all right? Li Xiaobai asked, glancing at the still fresh bloodstains on the stage, a sight that was quite distressing. Do not worry. For senior sister Yi, this is merely a minor injury. With a slight application of her techniques, she will recover swiftly, Lu Jinshui assured. In the 2nd match, Su Yunbing emerges victorious. The disciples below were astonished, the totemic imprints on the hammer exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that profoundly resonated within each heart. The disciples of Miao Miao Peak are truly terrifying. Su Yunbing laughed heartily, leisurely descending the stage with the hammer on her shoulder, her face brimming with pride. Haha, senior sister. Your teachings were invaluable. Yi Wushuang's complexion had notably improved, though still somewhat pale, showing no signs of having sustained severe injuries. Li Xiaobai was even more astonished. Having initially thought that the eldest senior sister was extraordinary, only to realize that the 2nd senior sister was even more remarkable. Able to recover from such grievous wounds in the blink of an eye, it was utterly unfathomable. In the 3rd match, the disciples of Piao Miao Peak Lin Yin faced off against Piao Miao Peak Ling Feng. The competition was set to continue, and the referee, trembling slightly, uttered a brief remark before hastily departing the stage, wary of standing too close to the disciples of Piao Miao Peak as they clashed. Come forth, 5th junior brother. Lin Yin said with ease, his figure flickering as he ascended the platform. Ling Feng appeared somewhat anxious, more reticent than usual. 5th senior brother. It's nothing to be ashamed of losing to 3rd senior brother, Lu Jinshui consoled, patting Ling Feng on the shoulder. Indeed. 3rd senior brother has engaged in countless battles and possesses a formidable aura. Losing is no disgrace, Yangshan chimed in nonchalantly. Ling Feng nodded, his form shimmering as he instantly appeared on stage. Li Xiaobai widened his eyes, observing the two on the platform. Why did it seem that Ling Feng was afraid of Lin Yin? Had something transpired in the past? On the stage, Ling Feng clasped his hands in a salute. I beseech my senior brother to show mercy. It is only to be expected, Lin Yin replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Then I must not hold back, Ling Feng declared, thrusting his palms forward as a blazing crimson light surged skyward, an intense heat emanating from him. The arena was instantly engulfed in a shroud of darkness, hints of melting becoming evident. Solar palm. Unlike the battle with his senior sister, Ling Feng commenced with a formidable move. The arena cloaked in overwhelming flames, obscuring the situation within. Li Xiaobai, employing his previous tactic, cautiously absorbed the surrounding flames, augmenting his attributes by several hundred points once more. Quite impressive. The combat within the arena was evidently fierce, the temperature in the air rising steadily, causing many disciples to perspire profusely. The flames on the arena transformed from a fiery red to a deep purple black, their temperatures soaring exponentially. And the center of the stage was directly scorched through. It is almost inconceivable that Lin Yin could engage in combat within such an environment. Moments later, the ground trembled violently, and the flames gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the two combatants. Lin Yin casually lifted Ling Feng with one hand and tossed him down from the stage. Ling Feng coughed up blood, his body ensconced in a layer of frost, writhing in agony, prompting Yi Wushuang to rush forward to administer aid. Floating mysterious peak, Lin Yin wins. The referee struggled to utter these words. The crowd was left in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the events that had unfolded on stage. The previously overwhelming flames had been terrifying enough. Yet it was Ling Feng who had been vanquished in an instant. What manner of prowess was this? Senior sister, did you see clearly? Lu Jinshui inquired of Su Yunbing. With a single strike, Ling Feng was defeated. The cultivation of junior brother Lin Yin is comparable to mine, save for the refinement of his innate spiritual treasure. Su Yunbing replied, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. Has the third senior brother reached this level as well? The innate spiritual treasure is regarded as an essential asset for high-ranking cultivators. One can begin its refinement upon reaching the golden core stage. But due to the relatively weak spiritual power of ordinary cultivators who have just entered this stage, nurturing it can be somewhat troublesome. Thus, most choose to commence the nurturing of their innate spiritual treasures at the 6th layer of the golden core stage. However, judging by Su Yunbing's observations, it is evident that Lin Yin did not begin nurturing at the 6th layer. He likely commenced right upon entering the golden core stage. Such audacity is indeed formidable. On the ground, Ling Feng appeared dazed and disheartened. He had been defeated with a single move. And the disparity in strength between him and the third senior brother was astonishingly vast. Su Yunbing spoke in a carefree manner. Indeed, junior brother. Your entry into the sect came later than Lin Yin's. A fleeting triumph or defeat holds little significance. Yu Wushuang offered words of consolation as well. Lin Yin descended the stage slowly, enveloped in silence, maintaining his lethargic demeanor. You have improved slightly. You are now akin to a larger variant of an ant. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound recognition. His spirit instantly rejuvenated. Li Sibai observed Ling Feng's unusual behavior. The gentle reassurances from the senior sisters failed to uplift him, yet the scorn from the third senior brother invigorated him. Could he possibly be a masochist? Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I comprehend now. Ling Feng resumed his cool, fade. Feng Wuxia fixated on the remnants of frost clinging to Ling Feng's hand, his expression darkening. Although the scene within the arena had been obscured to him moments ago, he sensed the underlying occurrences. Lin Yin's technique must embody a chilling aura. An exceedingly potent one at that. Both Lin Yin and Ling Feng's cultivation surpassed his own. Is the floating mist peak truly that extraordinary? In the 4th match, Yang Chen of the floating mist peak faced off against the true disciple Chen Ping. The referee announced the continuation of the contest. It's my turn, Yang Chen exclaimed with exuberance as he leaped onto the stage. Senior brother Yang. Chen Ping's gaze faltered, recalling how he had been mercilessly defeated by Yang Chen on this very platform 3 years prior. Now, he found himself increasingly unable to fathom his opponent's cultivation, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred him from engaging. Junior brother Chen, no need for formality. Let us commence. Allow me to see if you have made any progress over the past 3 years. Yang Chen exhibited an extraordinarily arrogant demeanor, utterly disregarding Chen Ping. Chen Ping, feeling a sense of humiliation, swiftly drew his long sword from his waist and thrust it towards Yang Chen, employing the Ling Snake sword technique. His body transformed into a brilliant silver streak, weaving through the arena in search of weaknesses in Yang Chen's defense. Amidst the chaos, Chen Ping's figure flickered as he unleashed a dazzling display of silver light, creating numerous afterimages that lunged towards Yang Chen from all directions, each wielding a long sword. The onlooking disciples held their breath, acutely aware that among the myriad of phantoms, only one was the true body. A misidentification would result in devastating consequences. They believed that had they been in Chen Ping's position, they would have been utterly incapable of defending against such an onslaught, certain to be defeated in an instant. Long time no see, yet you remain as predictable as ever. Even if you have conjured more clones, what purpose does it serve? Yang Chen laughed heartily. His arm twisted at an impossible angle, effortlessly grasping the sword tip that aimed for his neck from behind. With a gentle exertion of his fingers, the long sword shattered into fragments. He then turned and delivered a palm strike to Chen Ping's chest, causing Chen Ping to spew blood and collapse to the ground. Unconscious, with just 2 moves, Yang Chen had vanquished a true disciple, shattering the spirit sword with his bare hands, performing such feats with apparent ease. Leaving the audience in utter shock, many disciples realized they had been mistaken. They had long believed that the disciples of Pram Yao Peak had gained their superiority through favoritism and special treatment. Yet, Pram Yao Peak emerged victorious, with Yang Chen triumphing. The judge carried Chen Ping away, and the 4th match commenced, featuring Lu Jinshui against Feng Wuxia. Feng Wuxia approached with a courteous smile, greeting those present. Congratulations, junior brother Xiaobai, on successfully securing a place in the top 10 and obtaining the qualification for further training. Do not become complacent in your cultivation. Junior brother Lu, please proceed. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage with the disciples of Pam Yao Peak. Lu Jinshui's eyes darted as he sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Judge, I concede. Everyone has already entered the top 10, so there is no need for further competition. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can conclude this. Lu, the plump one, made a startling declaration, leaving Feng Wuxie and the other disciples in stunned silence. What logic dictated that securing a place in the top 10 rendered further contests unnecessary? What of your ambition? In the distance, the elders seethed with indignation. What did this insolent youth think of the tournament? Could he choose to participate or withdraw at will? Alas, he had directly conceded. There was no rule prohibiting participants from doing so. How infuriating. The sect leader felt helpless. Cao Miao Peak had a penchant for such antics. However, he discerned that this rotund fellow truly possessed no fighting spirit. It seemed his sole aim in participating was to secure a place for further training, and now that he had achieved it, not even the mightiest could compel him to continue. Truly a classic case of no profit, no effort. The judge hesitated momentarily. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. Lu Jinshui of Piao Miao Peak concedes, and Feng Wuxia, the true disciple, is declared the victor. The tournament concludes for today. The top 3 will be determined tomorrow. After delivering these remarks, the sect leader departed with the other elders. The disciples were engulfed in fervent discussions, as today's revelations were overwhelmingly astonishing. Why? Among fellow disciples of the Immortal Feather sect, did some exhibit such remarkable prowess? It was only now that they realized the existence of such formidable peers among them. Truly astonishing. Feng Wuxie approached Li Xiaobai with a chuckle, exclaiming, "Congratulations to all the brothers of the mysterious peak. From now on, as we venture to the sacred demon sect, let us support one another and foster mutual assistance." Indeed, indeed. As we enter the sacred demon sect, let us grow closer. Li Xiaobai responded with a warm smile, recognizing that he was unlike his senior brothers and sisters. He was but a fragile novice who did not require rigorous cultivation and was in need of friendships. Moreover, he found Feng Wuxie to possess an appealing demeanor, reminiscent of a charming neighbor. After all, it was thanks to this person's influence that he had managed to sell so many elixirs. Ah, indeed. I must make an effort to socialize more. Feng Wuxie had ulterior motives, yet Li Xiaobai remained blissfully unaware, his face radiant with joy. By the way, senior brother, do you enjoy taking baths? The scene was peculiar, as Feng Wuxie was scheming to eliminate Li Xiaobai and seize his treasures, while Li Xiaobai was entirely preoccupied with nurturing their relationship. For a moment, Feng Wuxie found himself at a loss. Ahem, perhaps another day, junior brother. I must devote myself to my cultivation in preparation for tomorrow's competition. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, senior brother. As Li Xiaobai gazed at the retreating figure of Feng Wuxie, a smile graced his lips. What a splendid senior brother he was, possessing a gentle temperament and treating others with kindness, devoid of any airs typical of a true disciple. In contrast, figures like Lin Meng and Hao Jian, who also belonged to the ranks of true disciples, exhibited a stark disparity in character. How could such differences exist? His absence is fortuitous. I find the pool rather cramped. Lu Jinshui harbored significant reservations regarding Feng Wuxie's demeanor, perceiving him as a duplicitous individual. How could his junior brother remain oblivious to such traits? Let us continue to soak, he declared. That bathhouse shall be our abode from now on. Atop the mountain, the group of 7 brothers and sisters luxuriated in the warm embrace of the water, shivering with comfort. Junior brother, what is this water made of? In such a brief span, you have conjured an entire pool, Yi Wushuang pondered, captivated by the mysterious substance within the water. As a medical practitioner, she felt an innate attraction to this wondrous liquid. Indescribable, indeed, she mused. Li Xiaobai nodded in agreement, relishing the increasingly pleasurable sensation of the water. What does it matter what it is made of? In the future, I shall seek my junior brother whenever I desire a soak. Surely he won't elude me. Yangchen, somewhat drowsy, remarked. This is merely an ordinary pool of water, yet it brings such joy and tranquility, lulling us into a state of blissful lethargy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the serenity. You little rascals! I have searched for you at the foot of the mountain for ages, only to find you here indulging in leisure. Who is responsible for this bathhouse? Is this the conduct befitting cultivators? Unbeknownst to them, Feng Lingzi had made his way up the hillside, instinctively guessing that several disciples were hiding there. Master, please keep your voice down. We are in the midst of our cultivation. Su Yibing expressed her discontent, nearly drifting into slumber, only to be abruptly roused by his loud call. The disturbance caused by Feng Lingzi left the others wide awake, their expressions filled with grievance. All of you, step forward and stand at attention. Your behavior is utterly disgraceful. Have you all grown so lethargic since joining the Holy Demon sect? You represent the dignity of the Xinyu sect. Do not allow yourself to become complacent. Feng Lingzi's face was a portrait of fury as he glared with indignation. Reluctantly, the few in the water rose to their feet, using their cultivation to dry their clothes, forming a line. Li Xiaobai, why are your garments still damp? Feng Lingzi furrowed his brow. Master, I do not know how to dry them, Li Xiaobai replied. Like your senior brothers and sisters, you should be able to dry your clothes with your cultivation. Are you not a prodigy? Should I really have to teach you such a trivial matter? Master, I have only grasped the method of rapidly increasing my strength. I have yet to comprehend the technique for quickly drying garments, Li Xiaobai retorted with a cheeky grin. Infuriating Feng Lingzi further. With an exasperated wave of his hand, a refreshing breeze swept through, instantly transforming the damp clothing into a crisp and clean state. Ah, delightful. I did not come here today out of sheer boredom. Significant events have recently transpired in the outside world, and I wonder if you are aware of them? Feng Lingzi composed himself and spoke slowly, indicating that he had important matters to attend to. Is it the Beast Riot? Inquired the third senior brother, Lin Yin. Indeed. It is the Beast Riot. The creatures within the Divine Beast Mountains have shown signs of unrest for the past 2 months, and today they have finally erupted. An envoy from the Town Yuan Kingdom has come to inform our sect of this matter. At this very moment, the sect leader is convening with several elders to discuss countermeasures. Feng Lingzi nodded, relieved to have a reliable disciple at last. Then why are you not participating in the strategy discussions, Master? What brings you here? Yang Chen asked in confusion. Feng Lingzi felt a vain throb at his temple. Reminding himself repeatedly that these were his cherished disciples, he must not strike or scold them, and he might not even be able to overpower them. I naturally have my own tasks to delegate. This incident is of great significance. I will first proceed to other villages and towns. Tomorrow, the sect leader will inform you to head to the Town Yuan Kingdom to exterminate the beasts. I suspect that the cause of the riot may be the emergence of a treasure. Otherwise, these beasts would not be so agitated and frenzied. On this expedition to the Divine Beast Mountains, in addition to slaying the beasts, you must also seek a treasure. The mountains are rich with rare resources, and whether you can obtain them will depend on your fortune. Be cautious while traveling. Avoid getting embroiled in matters that do not concern you. And ensure that you look after Xiaobai, your junior brother. With that, he concluded his words, urging them to prepare diligently and not to be careless. I take my leave now. Feng Lingzi turned and vanished from sight. Li Xiaobai pondered how to cope with the impending beast turmoil, only to see a few senior brothers and sisters drowsily immersing themselves in the bathhouse, leaving him quite speechless at their carefree demeanor. The group settled in the water once again. Senior brothers and sisters, is the beast turmoil that Master mentioned really dangerous? Li Xiaobai couldn't help but inquire. It's not dangerous. In the corners of the Divine Beast Mountains, the most formidable beasts are at most at the peak of the Golden Core stage. And whether there are any at the nascent soul stage is debatable. If we enter, we can simply slay them without hesitation. Lin Yin replied nonchalantly. Having traveled extensively, he possessed considerable knowledge about such matters. While others may view the Divine Beast Mountains as perilous, to him, it was nothing of concern. Listening to your third senior brother, who is well versed in such matters, if he says there's no problem, then there's essentially no problem at all, Su Yunbing remarked calmly. Exhibiting no apprehension regarding their expedition to the Divine Beast Mountains, firmly believing in her unparalleled prowess among her peers. Indeed, when the time comes, we shall sweep through the Divine Beast Mountains and seize every treasure. Lu Jinshui exclaimed with enthusiasm at the mention of treasures. His fervor for such riches was palpable. Any treasure capable of inciting a beast turmoil must be extraordinary. What kind of place is the town of Yuan? The town of Yuan? It is a realm filled with self-importance, where the inhabitants possess an innate sense of superiority. Every visit leaves me seething with frustration, Yang Chen replied. Indeed, I wish to have no association with them. These people lack any self-awareness, Lu Jinshui concurred. Just a bunch of bookworms, reading themselves into foolishness, perceiving everyone else as simpletons. Ling Feng spoke softly. Our journey takes us to the sacred Beast Mountain range, merely passing through the Jinyuan Kingdom, so our interactions shall be minimal. Yi Wushuang frowned, determined. No matter how high their tails are held, they must be brought low. Su Yubing exuded an aura of menace. Li Xiaobai felt an incessant sense of foreboding. It seemed his senior brothers and sisters had a knack for embroiling themselves in conflicts wherever they went. Even before their arrival, enmity had already been established, making it profoundly challenging to accompany his seniors. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the sect, the elders were embroiled in yet another heated debate. It is utterly impossible. The Jinyuan Kingdom approaches us. What good could possibly come of it? They are likely seeking to exploit smaller sects as mere cannon fodder, another elder retorted. However, with the recent upheaval of the demon beasts, there must be a significant treasure emerging. Shall we simply sit idly by? One elder exclaimed. Regardless of the circumstances, I am thoroughly displeased. We are all too familiar with the Jinyuan Kingdom's disposition. They have likely formed an alliance with major sects, relegating our role to that of mere expendables. The elders argued vehemently. The turmoil caused by the demon beasts had rendered most of them unwilling to assist the Jinyuan Kingdom. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that the Jinyuan Kingdom's reputation was exceedingly poor. They were not only arrogant but also selfish, centering all matters around themselves, which fostered a reluctance among others to collaborate with them. Although the Jinyuan Kingdom's conduct was deplorable, their strength was undeniable. While they lacked any Yuanying stage experts, they boasted over 100 gene and stage cultivators. The fact that they had sent a national master to make personal contact suggested they had uncovered something significant and sought a group of expendables to pave the way for them. We should not forfeit this opportunity. The Grand Elder remarked that he possessed profound insight regarding such matters, and it was not the first or second time that the minor sects of Jinyuan country had been ensnared. However, this also indicated that there was indeed a treasure emerging, presenting a rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent, contemplating the potential benefits involved. I have made my decision regarding this matter. Elder Sun shall lead the expedition. Besides the top 10 disciples from the grand competition, a few inner disciples will also accompany them to gain experience and broaden their horizons. The Grand Elder's assertion rings true. This situation is far more complex than mere rescue. The rampage of the demonic beasts undoubtedly has its roots, and if we can uncover it, we might seize a share of the spoils. The sect leader firmly stated. He held Jinyuan country in disdain, yet recognized the gravity of the situation. As the nation closest to the divine Beast Mountain range, various factions would inevitably send representatives to establish a presence. Should Xinyu sect remain indifferent, it would not escape public scrutiny. Moreover, he genuinely wished to ascertain if there were opportunities for profit in this affair. Very well, it is settled then. With that group of scamps from Piaomiao Peak around, should we fear that our subordinates might be bullied by Jinyuan country? Indeed, it is plausible that we could also lay claim to this treasure. With the discussions concluded, we shall pay a visit to the envoy from Jinyuan country. Let us not keep them waiting too long. The following morning, Li Sibai awoke to find himself still submerged in the pool, surrounded by several senior brothers and sisters. It appeared that everyone had grown accustomed to sleeping in the water. He then proceeded to examine the system panel before him. Defense, copper skin iron bones, for 5,000, can be upgraded. After soaking for an entire night, my attribute points increased by another 1,000, all of which were allocated to defense. The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger simply by bathing is truly a privilege of those who traverse realms. This system undeniably suits me well. According to Feng Lingzi, the sect leader will announce the expedition to Jinyuan Kingdom today, and I am quite eager to suppress the beasts there. With fewer eyes watching me while I am out, I can boldly accumulate attribute points. I exchanged several bottles of discarded elixirs and consumed them all at once, causing my attribute points to rise continuously. Li Xiaobai stood up and called out, "Senior brothers and sisters, it is time to depart. The joyous moments of bathing are always fleeting. Today's task is the grand competition." Coupled with listening to the sect leader's teachings, the group lazily got up, only to find the sky brilliantly bright. Without further ado, they pulled Li Xiaobai and hurried down the mountain. Today, the sect leader would discuss matters concerning the Beast Mountain range, a significant event that they could not afford to neglect. By the arena, the sect leader and the elders awaited their arrival, while the disciples of Piaomiao Peak arrived fashionably late, merging into the crowd. Upon seeing that all the disciples had gathered, the sect leader's expression turned solemn as he began to speak about the affairs of the divine Beast Mountain range. Dear disciples, a significant incident has recently occurred in our northern region. I believe those well-informed among you have already received the news. There has been a rampage of beasts in the divine Beast Mountain range. Many neighboring nations and villages have suffered severe incursions from these beasts, and our neighboring country, Jinyuan Kingdom, dispatched envoys yesterday to address this matter. In order to fortify the amicable relations between the two families, the Xinyu sect has resolved to dispatch Elder Sun as the leader, accompanied by the top 10 disciples from the grand competition and the top 20 from the inner sect, to the sacred Beast Mountain range to slay demonic beasts. The individual beside me is none other than the national master of Jinyuan, Li Shijin. The sect leader's formal introduction indeed conferred considerable respect upon Li Shijin. However, the latter showed not the slightest regard for the sect leader. With a disdainful huff, he waved his feather duster and swaggered forward a couple of steps, exuding an air of superiority. In the audience, Li Xiaobai wore an expression of bemusement. Li Shijin? Is that truly what they call him? Indeed. The vast world is filled with wonders. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. Li Shijin is a gaunt middle-aged man, his visage emaciated, with sunken eyes and a palpable lack of vitality, unmistakably a person of indulgent vices, a veritable vessel of excess. His haughty demeanor alone has already incited disdain among numerous disciples. The words of my seniors ring true. The people of Jinyuan indeed possess an inflated sense of self-worth, overflowing with superiority. It is utterly arrogant for someone who seeks favor from the Xinyu sect to adopt such a condescending posture. I am Li Shijin, the national master of Jinyuan. You may address me as Master Li. My cultivation level is at the 3rd tier of the Golden Core stage, he proclaimed. You, disciples who have seldom ventured far, ought to express gratitude towards me. Initially, I merely intended to inform you, yet your sect leader's fervent hospitality compelled me to oblige. This time, I shall guide you through the authentic world of cultivation, allowing you sheltered blooms to witness the shedding of blood. Li Shijin stood tall and proud, although his shrill and elongated voice was rather grating, discomforting to the ears. The expressions of those present were grim. The Grand Master of the Jinyuan Kingdom displayed such arrogance, clearly disregarding the Xianyu sect, and a raging fire of indignation burned within their hearts. Su Yubing, unable to contain herself any longer, opened her mouth to unleash a torrent of invective, but Yu Wushuang swiftly covered her lips. Sister, we are within the confines of our sect. It would be unwise to provoke unnecessary friction. Once we step outside, we shall make him aware of who truly flourishes in the greenhouse. Yu Wushuang's eyes glinted with icy resolve, revealing her own deep displeasure. Indeed, this fellow has likely grown accustomed to wielding his power, oblivious to the reality around him. Once we are outside, we shall ensure he feels the consequences. Lu Jinshui chuckled in agreement. Li Xiaobai gazed at the incessantly verbose Li Shijin on the stage, silently mourning for him for 3 minutes. This individual was blissfully unaware that the next few hours of his life had already been meticulously orchestrated by others. Li Shijin, oblivious to the reactions of the disciples, remained lost in his self-indulgent monologue, speaking with unrelenting fervor. His theoretical discourse was delivered with such eloquence that it turned the faces of the sect leader and the elders behind him a shade of green with rage. After all, they were part of a sect too. It had been a long time since they had suffered such humiliation, even in the face of larger sections. Here was a mere national master from the Jinyuan Kingdom, now adopting a superior demeanor, directing his condescension towards their disciples. Ah, master, with the chaos of the demon beasts, it is imperative that we act swiftly to suppress it. It is indeed a burden to trouble the national master to accompany these unworthy disciples of mine to the nation of Jinyuan to broaden their horizons. Hee. I have my own plans in mind. The disciples of your Xinyu sect all exhibit an air of having never encountered the world, and I merely wish to take precautions to prevent any unforeseen mishaps during their travels. The speech was interrupted, and the national master appeared somewhat displeased. Fear not, my esteemed national master, we have already imparted this counsel to them. Life and death are predestined, and these experiences are essential for their growth. This time, we shall indeed trouble you, national master, remarked the sect leader, clasping his fist in salute with a smile. Ah, rest assured. Which disciples shall accompany me to the nation of Jinyuan? Those of insufficient strength need not attend, Li Shijin said leisurely, his eyes darting around until they landed on several from the Piaomiao Peak. Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang are both exquisite beauties with an ethereal demeanor. Li Shijin's small eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed to the disciples of Piaomiao Peak. Those disciples over there shall suffice. I shall take them. At this declaration, the entire assembly fell into a moment of silence. The national master's intentions were glaringly obvious, devoid of any pretense. He actually harbored designs on the 2 senior sisters from Piaomiao Peak, which foretold a journey rife with turbulence. The sect leader beside him was also drenched in cold sweat, deeply fearful that the moment these ladies stepped beyond their mountain gate, they would swiftly eliminate the national master. His intuition warned him that such an act was entirely within the capabilities of those from Piaomiao Peak. Hiki, grateful for the national master's kind intentions. I shall defer to your wishes, replied the young lady with an unexpectedly radiant smile, causing Li Shijin to swallow hard in excitement. Jinyuan Kingdom has never faltered in its pursuits. However, it failed to perceive the subtle, eerie glimmer in the eyes of the people from Pyamyao Peak. Li Xibai felt a tremor of fear. These senior brothers and sisters were utterly unruly. If the national master were to be released, he would likely not survive for 5 seconds. The sect leader and the elders shared similar sentiments. While they all yearned to teach the national master a lesson, he was, after all, a practitioner from a powerful nation, and killing him would lead to significant trouble. This time, we must adopt an attitude of amicable cooperation and wholeheartedly assist Jinyuan Kingdom in eradicating the demonic beasts. The sect leader couldn't help but reiterate his instructions. Understood. The members of Pyamyao Peak displayed an unusually agreeable demeanor, obediently following the sect leader's words. Yet, this very compliance fueled the sect leader's anxiety. At this moment, there was little more to be said. They could only leave Li Shijin to his own devices. If he chose to play with fire, there was nothing they could do to stop him. His greasy exterior, coupled with his lecherous gaze, was truly repugnant. Li Xiaobai remained perplexed. This Li Shijin did not appear particularly powerful, so why did he exhibit such arrogant behavior? Could it be that Jinyuan Kingdom possessed formidable strength? He quietly approached Lu Jinshui, who seemed well informed about many matters. Sixth senior brother, do you know why that national master is so arrogant? His strength seems rather lacking, Li Xiaobai inquired. Well, that's a lengthy tale, involving numerous historical issues. The origins of Jinyuan Kingdom can indeed be traced back to a certain individual. Over a millennium ago, on the enchanting spirit realm, there existed an individual who transcended the realm of transformation and ascended to a higher plane. This remarkable figure was known as the Great Immortal Jinyuan, born in a nation called Daiyuan. Upon his ascension, Daiyuan was henceforth renamed Jinyuan Kingdom. The Great Immortal Jinyuan had embarked on the Confucian path, embodying the spirit of righteousness, which imbued him with an air of scholarly elegance. The people of Jinyuan Kingdom, although lacking in formidable cultivation, exhibited a commendable scholarly demeanor, often presenting themselves with an air of superiority. Furthermore, it is said that Jinyuan Kingdom shares connections with certain forces in the central continent, a matter they remain reticent about, yet it is evident to all, as they boast hundreds of golden core cultivators, a fact universally acknowledged. This very reputation is why others afford them a degree of respect. Lu Jinshui elucidated this point, and Li Xibai comprehended the underlying implications. This was a realm that had once produced an immortal, and its ties to the central continent's powers fostered an undeniable arrogance. Indeed, in this world, strength speaks volumes. However, the assertion that the hundreds of golden core cultivators in Jinyuan Kingdom were utterly ineffectual, as claimed by his senior brother, seemed audaciously arrogant. In contrast, Li Shijin, who had irked the senior sister, was doomed. Her temperament was such that she would not be swayed by their affiliations. Wielding her hammer with resolute intent, Li Xiaobai wholeheartedly agreed, finding the senior sister's behavior peculiar, clearly indicative of impending turmoil. As he had surmised, it seemed that before they even set foot in Jinyuan Kingdom, they were already on the precipice of inciting enmity. Upon returning to the cave, Li Xiaobai swiftly examined his system panel, as he was about to venture out to confront the demonic beasts. He took a moment to seek any resources that might prove beneficial. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, Copper Skin Iron Bones 4,200 5,000. Skills, Hatred 100, Muscle Weakness, Sword Piercing the Heavens. Items, Not So Reckless Helmet, Golden Thread Soft Armor. Attribute Points, 0, Store, Opened. As he perused the store, Li Xiaobai was acutely aware of his own limitations. Lacking any offensive capabilities, his only means to vanquish adversaries lay in skills and items. Acquiring skills depended on chance, leaving him with only the store's items under his control. Although he possessed over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the store's pricing, rendering him unable to make purchases at will. After some deliberation, Li Xiaobai identified several promising items. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Upon activation, it allows instant movement to a location 1,000 miles away, with the destination being random. Price, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Flying broomstick, a flying mount that permits the rider to traverse the heavens. It requires spirit stones for energy, with 1 low-grade spirit stone sustaining flight for an hour. Price, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Golden body talisman. Upon usage, it can withstand a single strike from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Price, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. These items were all life-preserving artifacts, and their prices coincidentally matched Li Xiaobai's entire fortune at that moment. For the time being, let us jot down these items and procure them when necessary. At this moment, The sounds of a heated argument amongst several senior disciples drifted in from outside. This bathhouse must be taken along. Li Xiaobai's expression darkened, evidently. The seniors were at an impasse regarding the bathhouse. Indeed, these individuals were perpetually so offbeat. Senior sister, this is truly unnecessary. Our junior brother is still around. If you wish to bathe, you can simply ask him, Lu Jinshui said with a bitter smile. His senior sister was wonderful in many ways. Yet her reasoning was somewhat rigid. No, when we venture out, unforeseen circumstances abound. Perhaps as soon as we arrive, we will need to engage in battle. Our junior brother will hardly have the time to construct a bathhouse for us. We must bring it along just in case. Su Yunbing was resolute, wishing to employ her formidable abilities to transport a simplified version of the bathhouse. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, and webs of energy spread forth, severing the surrounding trees with alarming ease, causing Li Xiaobai to wave his hands in protest. Senior sister, this is truly unnecessary. The water for bathing is already stored by our junior brother. Upon our arrival, we merely need to construct a reservoir. There is no need for such complications. The bathhouse was a product of the system, requiring no preparations, only a suitable location for a simple reservoir. Upon hearing this, Su Yunbing's expression softened considerably. All right, we shall heed our junior brother's advice. At the foot of the mountain, numerous disciples had already gathered, and though Li Xiaobai and his companions arrived fashionably late, the Grandmaster bore no trace of displeasure. On the contrary, upon seeing Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang, his face lit up with a beaming smile, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. Elder son of the criminal law hall led the group, standing at the forefront, reciting incantations as he conveyed something to Li Shijin. This outing weighed heavily upon him, for he was unequivocally certain that the individuals from Piaomiao Peak would not let Li Shijin escape unscathed. It was not merely the disciples of Piaomiao Peak. Even the gaze of Feng Wuxia, the senior brother of the Xinyu sect, felt somewhat unsettling. The situation was likely to unfold in the direction he dreaded most. These disciples were not the type to suffer losses easily, and should Li Shijin act recklessly, there would be little he could do to intervene. He could only resign himself to fate. Behind Li Shijin rested a magnificent vessel, constructed of wood, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur. The bow was adorned with dragon carvings, and the hull shimmered with ethereal patterns. The words Xinyuan were inscribed upon the bow, enhancing its distinguished presence. This was the first time Li Xiaobai beheld such a design. Could a ship truly navigate the land? Senior brother, what purpose does the ship serve? Can it really sail on the ground? Li Xiaobai nudged Lu Jinshui beside him. Junior brother, this is called a warship, a plaything for the affluent. A flying vessel that allows one to soar through the skies. However, its fuel is spirit stones, which can be quite costly, Lu Jinshui elucidated. Li Xiaobai was enlightened. It seemed the national teacher possessed quite an impressive status, commanding such a lavish mode of transport. You disciples have likely never encountered such a high-grade magical artifact in your lifetimes. Let me inform you, this is a warship, a treasure of our Xinyuan kingdom. Today, you are indeed fortunate to have the opportunity to board such a remarkable vessel. This magnificent vessel, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, stands as a treasure gem of our Xinyuan kingdom. You shall encounter even more wonders upon your arrival. Come aboard. Li Shijin's golden, enigmatic gaze swept over Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang, as if plotting some inscrutable scheme. One by one, the guests boarded the grand ship, which boasted ample space, complete with elegantly furnished rooms, exuding opulence. The two female disciples from Piaomiao Peak were invited to rest in the chambers, while the rest of the company would remain on deck for the time being. Li Shijin, believing himself to be quite the gentleman, gestured invitingly. Yi Wushuang smiled softly, covering her face as she and Su Yunbing gracefully entered the room. Masterly, what is your intention? At this juncture, Elder Son was all too aware of Li Shijin's ulterior motives. Elder Son, simply attend to your responsibilities. I merely wish to care for the delicate health of the two female disciples from Piaomiao Peak, who may find themselves overexerted. I trust you will maintain decorum among your Xinyu sect disciples. Upon our arrival in Xinyuan Kingdom, let us avoid any indiscreet remarks. Li Shijin said coolly, with a dismissive huff, before turning to enter the ship's interior. Once he departed, the disciples from Piaomiao Peak could no longer contain their mirth and erupted into laughter. Feng Wuxia's expression also eased, as it became evident to all that the national master was in grave peril. With a roar, Li Shijin activated the ship's engine, causing it to hum and the air to tremble as it reverberated with sound. The currents swirled, lifting the vessel gracefully into the air. which then accelerated smoothly along a straight trajectory unimpeded in its ascent. Li Xiaobai leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at the enchanting scenery beyond, filled with envy for the affluent lifestyle. The lives of the wealthy were truly splendid, even their flights appeared so ostentatious. He pondered whether there were similar flying contraptions available in the marketplace, for when he acquired spiritual stones in the future, he too would procure a set for himself. Most disciples of the Xinyu sect were experiencing a voyage for the first time, displaying a sense of wonder as they busily explored the ship's structure on the deck. In a secluded corner, Lin Mang and Hao Jian whispered to each other, their expressions somber, casting furtive glances toward Li Xiaobai in the distance. It was evident that the two harbored ulterior motives. Are you two devising strategies to deal with Li Xiaobai? Feng Wuxia inquired with a smile as he took a seat. Brother, this is a personal matter between Li Xiaobai and me. It must be resolved without your interference, Lin Mang replied in a low voice, determined to assert himself. Ah. No matter. If you wish to confront Li Xiaobai, I can assist you, Feng Wuxia said, causing Lin Mang and Hao Jian to exchange surprised glances. On the surface, it seemed that Feng Wuxia had little connection with Li Xiaobai. Why would he contemplate opposing him? Brother, what is your reasoning? They asked. The reasons are not for you to know. You need only understand that Li Xiaobai's strength has surpassed yours. To confront him, you must leverage the situation. How do we leverage it? Lin Mang inquired, his mind rather simplistic. The entrance to the divine Beast Mountain range presents the perfect opportunity for us to act. With the multitude of demonic beasts within, the demise of one or two disciples would be deemed quite normal. If we strike there, it would be foolproof. As long as you heed my guidance, I shall ensure you achieve your vengeance. As for the present, it would be prudent for you to tread carefully and avoid revealing any weaknesses. Feng Wuxia maintained an air of indifference. Flanked by two fools who required no direct intervention from him, they could serve as a buffer when necessary, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Lin Mang and his companion exchanged glances, nodding in unison, united by a common adversary, thus paving the way for collaboration. At that moment, Li Shijin emerged, seeking out Elder Sun to convey a few words, and then approached the room where Su Yunbing resided with a beaming smile. Elder Sun appeared troubled, attempting to explain something to Li Shijin, but the latter was unwilling to listen. Eventually, his expression hardened, and he grew stern. Elder Sun, feeling helpless, had no choice but to relent. It seemed he was apprehensive about any potential disruption to his plans, unaware that what awaited him was a veritable nightmare. Li Shijin's spirits were high, his gait somewhat buoyant. To be candid, he had initially held a disdainful view of the disciples of the Xinyu sect, regarding it as a minor establishment, with its leader merely a peak Golden Core practitioner, far inferior to the larger sections. Yet, unexpectedly, amidst this humble abode, he had encountered two exquisite beauties, akin to rare phoenixes. Heaven had certainly not shortchanged him. The mere thought of the two women joining him in a tempestuous dalliance stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. He pushed open the door to the room, exclaiming, "Ah, my lovely beauties, I have arrived." After toying with the vessel for a while, Li Xiaobai lost interest in the ship. While it appeared quite imposing, its size rendered it a prime target. Should an enemy attack, escape would be nearly impossible. Junior brother, how long do you think that National Master can endure inside? Yangchen sneered as he gazed at the cabin. I hope he can muster the strength of a true man for 5 seconds, Lu Jinshui chuckled. This National Master truly is a specimen of arrogance. So egotistical and dismissive that it is only fitting he be stripped bare and displayed like a trophy. As they spoke, Li Shijin had already pushed open the door and entered, locking it behind him. It's like searching for a lantern in a restroom, Li Xiaobai sighed. There is no stopping someone who is eager to court disaster. Elder Sun, meanwhile, leaned against the bow of the boat, observing the scenery while allowing events to unfold as they might, his face darkened by the earlier conversation. What a so-called noble lineage. Had it not been for the ties between Jinyuan Nation and Zhangzhou, I would have sent him to his demise long ago. Inside the room, Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang wore icy expressions, astonished that Li Shijin had the audacity to enter. Gazing at the two delicate beauties seated upon the bed, Li Shijin felt a surge of heat rising within him. Ladies, are you satisfied with your accommodations? Li Shijin attempted to suppress his excitement, striving to appear composed. Quite satisfied. Yi Wushuang replied with a light laugh. That is splendid. We are about to enter Jinyuan Nation. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Should anyone mistreat you, I will ensure they are dealt with. Remember, I am a formidable cultivator at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, while your elder son barely reaches this threshold. In the entire Xinyu sect, only the sect leader can rival me. Well then, I thank the National Master, she replied graciously. Indeed, to speak candidly, I harbor quite a favorable impression of you sisters. If only. Li Shijin, in a moment of impulsiveness, settled himself at the head of the bed, babbling inanely, his hand instinctively encircling Yi Wuxuang's slender waist. Noticing her lack of resistance, Li Shijin's smile broadened, emboldening his actions further, seeking to explore a bit more. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. The delicate, almost ethereal sensation he had been enjoying began to dissipate, replaced by a rigidity as unyielding as stone. Lowering his gaze, he found that the hand clasping Yi Wuxuang's waist had, unbeknownst to him, transformed entirely into a deep shade of green. Ah, what is this? You wretched creature, dare you conspire against me? Do you have any notion of my identity? No one has ever dared to treat the subjects of Jinyuan Kingdom in such a manner. Hand over the antidote at once, and I may grant you mercy. Li Shijin's expression contorted with rage, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and trepidation. The greenish toxin was swiftly coursing through their palms, ascending their arms, until in but a brief moment, his entire limb had taken on that ghastly hue. As his body gradually succumbed to numbness, Li Shijin's terror intensified, compelling him to call for Elder Sunday. Damn it. How cowardly and verbose. How does one survive in such a manner? Su Yunbing, already exasperated, delivered a sharp slap, sending Li Shijin flying, crashing to the ground, his teeth scattered and blood spilling from his mouth. How could this be? How could a mere disciple of the Xianling sect possess such formidable prowess? At this moment, he finally comprehended that these two individuals were far from ordinary disciples. Their cultivation far surpassed his own. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they had no intention of allowing him to leave unscathed. In this insignificant town of Jinyuan, did he truly believe he could stir up trouble under the nose of these formidable women? Su Yubing wore a disdainful expression as she grasped Li Shijin's chin. A sharp crack resonated as his jaw was dislocated, rendering his mouth immobile. Unable to articulate, Li Shijin could only emit incoherent sounds, his face betraying sheer terror. Ah, Li Shijin, the National Master, is it? Do not fret. My sister and I are here to provide you with a full suite of services. Yi Wuxuang maintained a smile that belied the gravity of the situation. The poison coursing through your veins will not claim your life. Rather, it will rob you of sensation while your mind remains acutely aware. Why waste words with him, junior sister? Just pour the poison directly down his throat. If he survives, it will be sheer luck. If not, so be it. Su Yubing blocked the door to prevent Li Shijin's escape. The hem of his trousers betrayed him, becoming damp, and a metallic scent filled the air. This wretched man had been frightened to the point of losing control. National Master, did you not profess a fondness for my sister and me? Drink this, and we shall become the best of friends. Yi Wuxuang produced a small vial and forcefully poured its contents into Li Shijin's mouth. The Xingtian sect will not overlook your actions. Li Shijin's pupils contracted, his gaze gradually fading into a vacant stare. On the deck, the disciples remained utterly focused, acutely attuned to the commotion within the room. Within less than 5 seconds of entering, the piercing scream of Li Shijin shattered the silence, only for an eerie calm to envelop the room, signaling the approach of even more terrifying events. Elder Son, feeling a twinge of regret, lamented his stubbornness had he intervened to stop Li Shijin. Despite the scorn he would have faced, he might have preserved the man's life. Alas, it was too late for any words of consolation. The National Master. Surely he must be dead? One disciple could not contain their curiosity. It goes without saying, he is undoubtedly dead, likely being dismembered as we speak, Yangchen chuckled, taking great satisfaction in the thought of punishing the National Master. The door creaked open. They emerged. Moments later, the door to the cabin swung open, revealing an unexpected sight. Li Shijin stepped out unscathed, flanked by Su Yubing and Yi Wuxuang. Confusion rippled through the disciples. The earlier scream had been anything but feigned. How could these three exit in such amiable spirits? Li Xiaobai, too, was puzzled, sensing something amiss with the National Master, yet unable to pinpoint the specific anomaly. Seeing Li Shijin emerge in one piece brought a profound sense of relief to Elder Son. Regardless of the circumstances, the man was alive. However, his relief was short-lived as he noticed a peculiar change in Li Shijin. Clearing his throat, Elder Son cautiously inquired, National Master, has my disciple caused you any trouble? Haha, not at all. Your disciple is exceptionally talented, and I would relish the opportunity to engage in a heartfelt conversation with her for an entire night and freely explore our ideals. Upon hearing Elder Son's inquiry, Li Shijin seemed to regain a flicker of vitality, though his gaze remained somewhat vacant. Witnessing this demeanor, Elder Sun felt a chill grip his heart. Although Li typically displayed an unremarkable demeanor, his fervor would ignite whenever matters concerning his master arose. If this were to be discovered, it could escalate into a diplomatic issue between the Xianyu sect and the Jinyuan kingdom. In a grave sense, it could be interpreted as the Xianyu sect attempting to pilfer the secrets of the Jinyuan kingdom. By heavens, it would be better to eliminate the threat altogether. Li Xiaobai was also aware of the national master's peculiarities. In this vast world brimming with wonders, it was evident that this master was of dubious character. His current predicament could be seen as a stroke of fortune. Given his dubious appearance, it was likely that his family harbored numerous alluring beauties. Aside from a select few, the majority remained oblivious to the national master's abnormalities, perceiving him as unchanged, albeit finding it strange that he could emerge from the chamber unscathed. Gradually, the ship fell into a hush. In the distance, occasional rumblings echoed, emanating from various factions navigating their warships, all seemingly destined for the Jinyuan kingdom. Each vessel bore unique insignias of their respective powers, which Li Xiaobai could not identify, leaving him merely to gaze in wonder. These warships not only possessed the ability to soar, but also featured several gun ports along their edges, intended for combat. In comparison to the other vessels, the ship he was aboard appeared somewhat inferior. A middle-aged man aboard a nearby warship noticed Li Xiaobai's gaze, nodded slightly, and remarked with a smile, "Are you also headed to the Divine Beast Mountain Range to exterminate the demon beasts? Indeed, as cultivators, it is our duty to draw our swords and assist when we encounter injustice," Li Xiaobai remarked. "Truly, a heroic youth with ambition. I am Lei Wu of the Yuntian sect. May I inquire your name, young brother?" The middle-aged man exuded an air of righteousness, clearly a man of integrity, one who would not tolerate deceit. "I am Li Xiaobai from the Piaomiao Peak." Li Xiaobai was straightforward and candid. Elder Sun swiftly restrained him, hastily explaining, "We are disciples of the Xianyu sect, and our purpose here is twofold: to broaden our horizons and to lend our modest assistance. The Yuntian sect is a prominent sect, considerably superior to the Xianyu sect in status, and Lei Wu is notably a renowned and formidable elder. We must not allow Li Xiaobai to speak carelessly. In that case, let us meet at the Jinyuan kingdom." Lei Wu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and the vessel accelerated, vanishing from sight. "Elder, how is it that their ship travels so swiftly? Cannot we increase our speed?" Li Xiaobai inquired. "It is already a privilege to possess a warship. Do not voice excessive demands. We shall soon arrive at the Jinyuan kingdom, but do not cause any disturbances. In the presence of a major sect, we must maintain a low profile." "Higi, understood." Li Xiaobai nodded, looking around only to discover that several senior brothers and sisters had vanished. Upon entering the cabin, he was taken aback to find that it had been transformed into a pool, where several senior brothers were soaking. "Junior brother, come join us." The water is brought down from the mountain by senior sister, possessing the same beneficial effects. Su Yibing has indeed managed to set up a bathhouse. "No. Senior brothers and sisters, please take your time to relax." Li Xiaobai's expression was peculiar as he casually closed the door behind him and stepped out. It seemed that, almost unconsciously, he had transformed his senior brothers and sisters from fervent cultivators into indolent souls who spent their days merely soaking in baths. However, it appeared that he had not exerted much influence. It was solely their own initiative. Indeed, it was certainly not his fault. The Jinyuan kingdom and the Xianyu sect were neighbors, not far apart, and the warship soon reached its destination. Li Shijin deftly maneuvered the vessel to a gentle landing, and Li Xiaobai observed that the area below was densely packed with warships, creating a dizzying spectacle. It seemed that the number of individuals and factions traveling to Jinyuan kingdom exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. On the ground, there were personnel designated for reception duties. Once the ship was docked, Li Shijin disembarked first, revealing his prominent status as a national master within Jinyuan kingdom. After exchanging a few words, a designated official approached to facilitate the proceedings, leading the disciples of Xianyu sect to their accommodations in Jinyuan kingdom. The matter of subduing the monstrous beast required the attendance of representatives from various sects to convene and deliberate. Compared to before, Li Shijin now appeared quite ordinary, the slightest hint of rigidity having vanished entirely. At the behest of Yi Wushuang, the national master departed with several attendants. "Please, follow me," the attendant said calmly, showing no signs of the chaos triggered by the rampaging beasts. "The rampage of the beasts has not yet affected Jinyuan kingdom, has it?" Li Xiaobai inquired, as he sensed an unusual tranquility in the surroundings, which did not resemble a place that had endured devastation. "This is only natural." With the divine power of the great immortal of Jinyuan safeguarding our nation, how could we possibly be disturbed by mere demonic beasts? It is merely the outermost villages that occasionally fall prey to their attacks, remarked the attendants. Their haughty demeanor mirrored that of the Grand Master. Truly a reflection of their esteemed nation. Li Xiaobai wished to engage them further, but it was evident that they had no desire to converse with him. After leading everyone into a grand hall, the attendants took their leave. This hall was astonishingly vast, nearly the size of a football field, where disciples from various factions gathered, engrossed in discussions regarding the matters of the Divine Beast mountain range. Esteemed colleagues, let us secure a location for ourselves and strive to avoid any conflicts with the surrounding disciples. Our priority should be to enter the Divine Beast mountain range early in search of opportunities, declared Feng Wuxia, leading the group to find a vacant area for the disciples of Xianyu sect to rest. This desolate place offers little in the way of opportunities. Lin muttered under his breath. Li Xiaobai felt helpless. His senior brother was remarkably strong, while the Divine Beast mountain range loomed as a perilous domain in the eyes of many disciples. Yet, his brother seemed utterly unfazed, highlighting the stark disparity between them. Nevertheless, he wholeheartedly agreed with Feng Wuxia's sentiments, finding him to be a far more reasonable senior brother, gentle in temperament, formidable in strength, and always considerate of the disciples' perspectives. The Xianyu sect settled in the hall. "Attendant, bring us some tea. I am parched," Lu Jinshui exclaimed boisterously. Soon, the attendant responsible for hospitality approached to take note. "Which faction do you disciples belong to?" "Xianyu sect." The wind, unperturbed, reported the name of the Xianyu sect. The attendant shook his head, stowing away his pen and paper, preparing to depart. "What do you mean by this?" Feng Wuxia furrowed his brow. Although the Xianyu sect was not a prominent faction, it hardly warranted such neglect. "Small sects need not register, nor do they provide tea," the attendant replied indifferently. "We have come alongside your national master to eradicate the demon beasts." "Is this how the kingdom of Jinyuan treats its guests?" Feng Wuxia was incensed, as the senior brother of the Xianyu sect. He felt deeply humiliated by the disrespect shown to his sect. Moreover, he could not fathom why the kingdom of Jinyuan exhibited such arrogance. Their arrival had been too hasty, and he had yet to engage in a proper conversation with his master. If they held small sects in such low regard, then why send an envoy to notify them? Was there some hidden agenda at play? The national master? Anyone who achieves the golden core stage may be appointed as a national master. Our kingdom of Jinyuan has countless such individuals. I wonder which one you were referring to? The attendant spoke with a hint of amusement. Li Shijin, the national masterly. Feng Wuxia's expression darkened completely, as a number of disciples from various sects began to observe the unfolding drama. "Hey, stop your shouting. We are all invited here by the national masters of Jinyuan. Here, the title of national master holds little worth." A disciple laughed heartily, seemingly finding the situation amusing. "It seems we have yet another group of unsophisticated bumpkins who have never seen the world." Feng Wuxia was rendered speechless, while the attendant sneered and turned to leave. "Isn't that the one who had his hand severed by me? And now it seems he has reattached it? In our esteemed Xianyu sect. When did it become the prerogative of you wretches to make such a ruckus?" Yangchen, unable to tolerate the disturbance, pointed at a particularly boisterous disciple. Although Xianyu sect is a minor faction, it boasts a number of disciples who venture into the world. During the earlier turmoil, when Pyamiao Peak was embroiled in conflict, they did not disclose their affiliation, thus remaining unrecognized among the crowd. Yang Chen's words immediately captured the attention of the surrounding disciples, many of whom recognized a few familiar faces. "It is you. So you belong to this sect." The disciple who was singled out felt a mix of shock and fury. 2 years prior, during his tyrannical exploits, Yang Chen had shattered his arm. "Look over there at those few. The treasures we contested last time were ensnared by their devious schemes. It is indeed them. I would recognize that rotund fellow even in ashes. Curse it. I had thought I was confronting a prestigious sect. Fate has conspired against us, lacking any backing. I shall relish watching what you will use to contend with me this time." The atmosphere in the arena grew tense as numerous disciples from various sects rose, eager to seek retribution against the denizens of Pyamiao Peak. Yet, they overlooked the fact that while everyone was accompanied by their elders, those present were merely the younger generation of disciples, as the elders had departed to attend a meeting. "Do you wish to engage me in combat?" Su Yunbing raised her brows, her aura pulsating with energy, casting a knowing smile at the gathering crowd. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Su Yunbing, the surrounding disciples turned pale. Among them, the most skilled had barely reached the golden core stage, and they were vastly inferior when confronted with the monsters of Pyamiao Peak. Such overwhelming might could rival that of elders from some mid-tier powers. Many disciples from formidable sects cast curious glances at the members of Piao Peak. Astonished that disciples from such a small sect could possess such profound foundations in cultivation, it was truly remarkable. Several esteemed ones. We are here to assist the Town Yuan Kingdom in overcoming its difficulties. Let us reserve our strength for battling the demon beasts instead. For Zhang Rui's sake. Shall we not take a step back and put aside our grievances? He was a direct disciple of Tian Wuzong, boasting a cultivation level just shy of the nascent soul stage, and was indeed distinguished among the younger generation. With Tian Wuzong's representative having spoken, the surrounding disciples fell silent. Such respect must be accorded. Now that the air had cleared, the attendant over there should promptly record the name of Xianyu sect. Would Zhang Rui's standing not warrant recognition? A man in black robes interjected with a sarcastic tone. He was a true disciple of Shengma sect. In this gathering, only he dared to challenge Tian Wuzong's words. The Shengma sect and Tian women were in a constant shadow play of rivalry, and they spared no effort in taking advantage of any opportunity to undermine Tian women. Come over here. It would have been better had we done this sooner. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Your Town Yuan Kingdom lacks even a transcendent being of the tribulation stage. I fail to comprehend what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant. Lu Jinshui spat in disdain. In his view, despite the abundance of golden core practitioners in the Jinyuan Kingdom, their prowess is rather mediocre, predominantly remaining at the initial stages of the golden core realm. With perhaps only a handful of advanced cultivators, they may intimidate the uninformed, but against those well-versed in the arts, they are rather unimpressive. As for the nascent soul stage, those are treasures that seldom make an appearance. Upon this declaration, the countenance of the Jinyuan Kingdom's attendant noticeably shifted. Even Zhang Rui appeared somewhat taken aback, astonished at how the Xianyu sect displayed such a blatant disregard, lacking any semblance of humility befitting a lesser sect. Conversely, the man in the black robe laughed heartily, expressing great admiration for the attitude of the Piao Peak disciples. Well said. I have long been disenchanted with the ways of the Jinyuan Kingdom. Only certain hypocrites would associate with them. Li Sibai felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed that all present were disciples from major sects and mid-level forces. His own senior brothers and sisters had managed to offend them all, and judging by their remarks, the rift had widened significantly. He wondered if they would face an onslaught when entering the divine Beast Mountains. It appeared prudent to refrain from accompanying his senior siblings in the future. Being discovered could easily lead to targeted hostility. The previously reluctant attendant approached, beginning to serve tea. Feng Wuxia maintained a calm demeanor. After all, they had managed to uphold their dignity. However, he truly did not anticipate that Piao Peak had antagonized so many sect disciples. It seemed that the Xianyu sect would need to establish a clear boundary with them to avoid being besieged. Elder Sun appeared somewhat anxious, evidently aware of certain hidden matters. Gathering all the disciples in a secluded corner, he solemnly advised, "Listen carefully. This incident bears significant implications. Great events are likely to unfold within the Divine Beast Mountains. As an elder of the sect, I have been summoned to provide assistance on the other side, necessitating our separation for this endeavor. Upon your entry into the mountain range, your task is to eliminate the demon beasts at the periphery. You must not venture too deeply within, for that realm is beyond your capability to influence. Do not travel alone. It is advisable to move in pairs. Furthermore, exercise caution regarding the individuals from Tianwu Gate. Do not heed their commands. I have conveyed my warnings. You must not be overly ambitious." Elder Sun cautioned, especially addressing the disciples from Piao Peak, who were visibly shaken by the exchanges among the prominent figures during the meeting. They had not anticipated that the turmoil among the demon beasts was instigated by such treasures. This conflict is one among the Yuanying masters, and we, as lesser factions, are but cannon fodder. To involve ourselves is to court certain death. May I inquire, Elder, what exactly lies within the Divine Beast Mountain range? Feng Wuxi asked. A question that piqued the interest of all present. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental to you. Your focus should be on hunting demon beasts at the periphery and collecting their materials, Elder Sun replied cryptically, choosing not to engage further with the questions posed by his disciples. Li Xiaobai pondered internally, realizing that the treasures hidden within the mountains must indeed be of considerable value. Otherwise, the esteemed figures would not be vying for them. Moreover, the marketplace offered several life-saving artifacts, suggesting that safety should not be a significant concern. The elders and their respective disciples were engaged in discussions regarding the situation. Clearly, each elder had their own plans and intended to act independently. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair yet a youthful appearance stepped forward. Esteemed colleagues, I shall lead this operation. Let us depart immediately for the Divine Beast Mountain Range. The venerable elder, a master of the Tianwu sect, exuded an aura as sharp as a blade being unsheathed, instilling an acute discomfort in the eyes of any ordinary disciple who dared to meet his gaze. His strength was unfathomable. This operation was indeed spearheaded by him. And aside from the disgruntled elder from the sacred demon sect, none others voiced dissent. This is the rescue token, one allocated to each sect, in times of peril. It serves as a call for immediate assistance, summoning nearby teams to their aid. The token for the Xianyu sect was entrusted to Feng Wuxie. Furthermore, Elder Sun distributed the Sacred Demon Sect's disciple tokens to the top 10 participants of the competition. These were provided by the Elder of the Sacred Demon Sect during the recent assembly. With this token, one may directly access the Sacred Demon Sect. The token is entirely black, adorned with the 3 prominent characters of the Sacred Demon Sect on one side, while the reverse bears inscriptions signifying advanced disciples, indicating that this token is custom-made and does not represent a true disciple of the Sacred Demon Sect. Time is of the essence. We must embark without delay. The Divine Beast Mountain Range is fraught with peril, teeming with gold core stage beasts, and even the presence of Yuanying stage creatures is not uncommon. Everyone must exercise heightened caution. The elder in white led his disciples away first. A congregation of hypocrites, feigning concern while secretly desiring to use the smaller sects as mere fodder. I am aware that many here aspire to ally themselves with the formidable Tianwu sect, but let me caution you, collaborating with the Tianwu sect is akin to courting disaster. Be wary, or you may find yourselves in a most dire predicament. The elder in gray scoffed disdainfully, also leading his group away. The remaining sects exchanged glances and hastily followed suit. Although the elder from the Holy Demon sect's words were somewhat intimidating, a considerable number of individuals still sought to seize the opportunity to draw closer to the Heavenly Martial sect. While the Holy Demon sect held a name comparable to that of the Heavenly Martial sect, its stringent requirements for accepting disciples rendered its numbers scarce. Out of 1,000 candidates who participated in the entrance examination, merely a few dozen would succeed, which was considered commendable. In contrast, the Heavenly Martial sect's criteria for discipleship were notably more lenient. Those from the inner sect could easily qualify for the outer sect, and if all else failed, they could serve as attendants. In essence, as long as one could infiltrate a prestigious sect, even as a mere attendant, one would still hold an elevated status. Furthermore, there was a chance that some esteemed master within the sect might take a liking to them, potentially leading to a meteoric rise in fortune. Given the rare opportunity to engage closely with the formidable figures of the Heavenly Martial sect, it was only natural that the various factions would seize this chance with both hands. Junior brother, would you like to accompany me to the mountains for some fun? Su Yubing inquired. No. Elder Sun instructed me to remain at the periphery and keep to myself, so I shall not join in the revelry, Li Xiaobai replied, retracting his neck and shaking his head vigorously. It would be foolish. Those few have just aroused a significant amount of animosity. If I were to follow them, I fear for my life before we even take a few steps. He resolved to focus on accumulating attribute points instead. What a pity. Just moments ago, news from Li Shijin indicated that there are treasures deep within the mountains, which would yield boundless benefits if obtained, Yi Wushuang remarked. My humble abilities are insufficient to partake in such excitement, he responded. The Divine Beast Mountain Range, one of the prominent mountain ranges in the northern region, is known for its congregation of monstrous beasts. It is said that within lies a formidable demon beast at the nascent soul stage, yet none have ever laid eyes upon it. Disciples from various sects typically frequent this place as a trial ground, slaying demonic beasts to hone their skills. The materials harvested from these creatures can be exchanged for spirit stones, thus serving multiple purposes. Li Xiaobai followed the group into the mountains, where the number of demonic beasts was sparse and their strength rather mediocre. With many disciples competing for limited prey, they naturally formed small teams of 3 or 5 to disperse and hunt. Observing the clusters of cultivators around him, Li Xiaobai felt somewhat bewildered. He had never seen such camaraderie among them before, yet they quickly formed teams. Meanwhile, Feng Wuxie and his companions regarded Li Xiaobai's solitary figure with a glimmer of coldness in their eyes. After waiting so long, the opportunity had finally arrived. In this region, murder and treasure theft were commonplace. Even if Li Xiaobai's corpse were discovered later, it would likely only elicit a few words of remembrance. No one would waste time on a dead man. Let us follow him. In the jungle, Li Xiaobai searched for traces of demonic beasts. After wandering for a considerable time, He encountered numerous beast carcasses, yet none alive. The disciples from the sects were too swift in their actions. After rummaging through the remains, he found that all valuable items had already been taken. Suddenly, Li Xiaobai's eyes brightened. He had finally come under attack. However, the increase in attribute points was minimal. And still, no living demonic beasts were in sight. He was enveloped by a layer of hazy toxic mist, enduring continuous damage to his body. Before he could take a few more steps, the ground trembled ominously beneath him. Ahead, clouds of smoke billowed as a throng of ferocious beasts charged towards Li Xiaobai's direction. Two figures leading the charge. "Junior brother, please save us." Li Xiaobai focused his gaze and was astonished to see Lin Mang and Hao Jian. Remarkably, these two had barely entered the forest for a few minutes before encountering such a multitude of beasts, a stroke of luck indeed. He hurried forward to meet them. "Elder brother, do not panic. I am here to assist you." "Haha, thank you, junior brother." Lin Mang's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he suddenly lowered his stance, delivering a sweeping kick that destabilized Li Xiaobai's balance. Simultaneously, Hao Jian unleashed a surge of formidable spiritual energy, propelling Li Xiaobai towards the oncoming horde of beasts. Li Xiaobai cursed inwardly. Having just entered the mountains, he found himself betrayed, and by his own companions no less. "Junior brother, when venturing outside, one must remain vigilant. Today, I shall impart a lesson, though regrettably, you shall not have the opportunity to validate it." Ha 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 ha. Hao Jian felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched the beastly army come to a halt, engulfing Li Xiaobai. These creatures were all at the foundation establishment stage, with two having just entered the core formation stage. Caught within, even a deity could not save him. Finally, the pent-up frustration within him was released. The beasts had indeed been lured there by them, a scheme devised among the group. Feng Wuxie had promised each of them a breakthrough pill, which would aid them in swiftly advancing to the core formation stage, on the condition that they would lead a horde of beasts towards Li Xiaobai. The beasts, now a writhing mass, were clearly feasting upon Li Xiaobai's body. "Hee, you have done well. This is your reward." Feng Wuxie emerged from the shadows, a radiant smile gracing his face. He presented a small box to the two individuals, unexpectedly finding it remarkably easy to dispose of Li Xiaobai. Initially, he had prepared an array of contingency plans, but now it seemed unnecessary. "Haha, many thanks. The demise of Li Xiaobai was owing to the brilliant strategy of my senior brother." At this moment, heaven and earth bore witness, as did we. But no other soul was privy to this knowledge. Lin Mang, grinning broadly, accepted the box. As he opened it, a wave of shock coursed through him as dozens of poison needles shot forth, targeting the pair. With his pupils rapidly constricting, Lin Mang narrowly evaded the lethal projectiles. However, Hao Jian was caught off guard, and the multitude of needles pierced his body in unison. With a swift motion, Feng Wuxie unleashed a powerful strike, causing Lin Mang's chest to cave in, blood gushing from his mouth. Grasping the wrists of both individuals, he exerted his strength, hurling them into the midst of the monstrous horde. "No, Feng Wuxie, may you meet a gruesome end." He chuckled. "Do you truly believe you can extract benefits from me? This matter is mine alone to bear. You shall forever guard this secret for me." Feng Wuxie let out a light laugh, dismissing Lin Mang's curses with indifference. Lin Mang attempted to utter further words, but alas, after a few futile movements of his lips, he was torn asunder by a charging brown bear. Feng Wuxie once more concealed himself, biding his time until the beasts departed, intending to approach the remains thereafter. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai lay comfortably buried among the creatures. The strength of these demon beasts generally lies below the golden core stage, posing no real threat to oneself. However, it was unexpected that Lin Mang and Hao Jian would stoop to such despicable acts. With good intentions, I endeavored to assist, only to find these two treacherous individuals shoving me into the midst of the demon beasts. Should I encounter you again, I shall certainly bind you and offer you as sustenance to the beasts." Li Xiaobai felt a wave of frustration. A brown bear gnawed his head, while both arms were being torn at by two fierce tigers, and several wild boars relentlessly charged at his calves. Countless small demon beasts were incessantly biting at various parts of his body. The system panel attributes surged rapidly. Attribute points 10. Attribute points 30. Attribute points 50. All points allocated to defense. Defense. First transformation of the 9-turn indestructible golden body. 0-10,000. Eligible for advancement. Goodness. The 9-turn indestructible golden body. What a name that promises greatness. It feels as though my status has elevated beyond measure. It seems I am destined for ascension. Li Xiaobai was immensely exhilarated. As his defense advanced, mysterious ancient totems manifested upon his skin, cloaked in a faint golden hue. This design bore a striking resemblance to a divine beast, though he could not identify it. His eyes were also enveloped in a delicate golden glow, albeit faint, barely perceptible upon closer inspection. Li Xiaobai was thoroughly pleased with his new appearance, exuding a distinct masculinity. Meanwhile, two anguished cries echoed, and around. Plump head rolled to his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Mang's severed head. It appears that even when serving as bait, these two individuals were unable to evade the onslaught of the demonic beast and ultimately fell prey to them. This may be considered a manifestation of poetic justice. Stretching languidly, Li Xiaobai realized that the demonic beasts had completely ceased their futile attempts to bite him. Previously, he had felt a hint of discomfort, but after advancing his defensive capabilities, he now felt virtually nothing. Beep. Detecting sustained attacks from a brown bear. Skill acquired. Bear Paw Impact. Bear Paw Impact, a powerful strike that can unleash a torrent. Beep. Detecting sustained attacks from a wild boar. Skill acquired. Retaliation. Retaliation, a passive skill that reflects a portion of damage. Beep. Detecting sustained attacks from a striped tiger. Skill acquired. Bite. Bite. Increased chewing force capable of crushing very hard objects. Beep. Detecting sustained attacks from a mammoth. Skill acquired. Super Abs. Super Abs, a passive skill that doubles defense when muscles are tensed seriously. Li Xiaobai was filled with joy at the realization that enduring continuous attacks would allow him to acquire skills. The Divine Beast Forest could truly be regarded as his paradise. He resolved to seek out a variety of demonic beasts to endure their bites. Not only could he accumulate attribute points, but he could also gain a plethora of skills, which was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, venturing out into the world for training was the most astute choice. With his defensive capabilities having ascended to the 9-turn indestructible golden body, it was time to delve deeper into the Divine Beast Mountains to orchestrate a new wave of endeavors, dragging along the demonic beasts that continued their relentless gnawing. Li Xiaobai ambled deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows, a figure intently observed him, witnessing the entire process of the monstrous beast feasting. Indeed, Li Xiaobai was not so easily dispatched. It was my naivety to consider eliminating these two fools so prematurely. Feng Wuxia murmured to himself, astonished by the formidable nature of Li Xiaobai's treasure, which seemed impervious to the onslaught of the entire horde of beasts. The more resilient Li Xiaobai appeared, the more determined Feng Wuxia became to acquire that treasure, especially since it seemed the latter was unconcerned about the potential harm the beast could inflict upon it. This only served to highlight the issue further. A mere golden core stage beast was insufficient to damage Li Xiaobai's artifact, suggesting that the item in his possession must be at least of the nascent soul level. Earlier, he had speculated it to be a mid-grade spiritual tool, but it now became clear that poverty had constrained his imagination. Stepping lightly, Feng Wuxia stealthily followed, seeking another opportunity to eliminate Li Xiaobai. In the thicket, Li Xiaobai hummed a cheerful tune, embarking on yet another quest to hunt beasts. It was his first venture into such perilous territory, and he was utterly unaware of where the beasts were most abundant, thus floundering aimlessly in search. Behind him, Feng Wuxia felt a throbbing headache. Despite numerous occasions where he could have approached the beast's domain, Li Xiaobai consistently chose the unconventional path, narrowly missing encounters with the monsters. As a result, they ventured deeper without encountering any immediate danger. Feng Wuxia's heart raced with anxiety. Should a beast emerge from the shadows, he might not be able to withstand the onslaught. He was merely a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Golden Elixir stage. With full exertion, he might transcend his realm. Yet the demonic beasts in this jungle appeared in droves. It was imperative to swiftly find an opportunity to eliminate Li Xiaobai. At that moment, faint voices echoed in the air. Hee, little sister, hand over the Linglong herb, and I might spare you. Indeed. Do not refuse a toast only to be punished with a penalty drink. No. This herb was discovered by our sacred demon sect. You cannot take it. Is someone speaking? Li Xiaobai also heard the commotion, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he hurried towards the source of the sound. Here he was, merely a novice. Unable to find any demonic beasts, perhaps joining forces with others would prevent him from taking unnecessary detours. However, as he dashed forward, he created quite a stir. Attracting a horde of demonic beasts that relentlessly pursued him, the ground trembling beneath him, and the beasts roaring, sending dust swirling into the air. In the thicket, 5 young men and women encircled a small girl, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old. her youthful face displaying innocence as she clutched a precious spiritual herb tightly. Sensing the tremors beneath their feet, the expressions of the youths shifted dramatically. Oh no! It's a horde of demonic beasts. How could such a large group be charging towards us? I have no idea. We haven't done anything. Run quickly. We cannot contend with this swarm of demonic creatures. But the Ling Long herb. Take her with us. If the sacred demon sect learns that we neglected their disciple, we would be in grave trouble. The young men and women, now in a state of panic, drew forth their respective magical artifacts, preparing to flee for their lives. At that moment, amidst the thick, swirling smoke, a roar echoed. Damn it, you fools have frightened them away. How am I supposed to find companions to form a team now? Get lost. Li Xiaobai was furious as a horde of demonic beasts pursued him, nearly scaring off the cultivators before him. He turned and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at the beasts, but alas, without utilizing skills. He found himself unable to harm them. Using skills would sever his source of attribute points. He had hoped these beasts would assist him in leveling up. The young men and women around him were drenched in cold sweat, astonished by the level of cultivation displayed. How could they endure the bites of demonic beasts as if it were nothing? Such strength and peculiar tendencies undoubtedly indicated a master. Could this be a powerful elder? Meanwhile, a little girl, undeterred by the chaos, seized the opportunity to sprint towards Li Xiaobai, clinging tightly to his leg. Big shot, help me. They want to steal my spirit herbs. I am from the sacred demon sect, and my master, Ayazi, is my mentor. If you help me deal with them, my master will reward you. This clever little girl was quite astute. Li Xiaobai scrutinized the spirit herb in her hands for a moment, then shook his head in disappointment. He had no need for cultivation, and such herbs that boosted cultivation were of no use to him. Upon noticing Li Xiaobai's expression, the little girl felt relieved. It seemed her gamble had paid off. The big shot had no interest in her exquisite herbs and would not contest her for them. Shifting his gaze to the few disciples before him, Li Xiaobai hesitated, for the petite girl appeared utterly unreliable. If he wished to swiftly locate the demon beasts, he might have to rely on the more seasoned disciples. The young men and women stared blankly at the ferocious creature relentlessly tearing at Li Xiaobai, their calves cramping and cold sweat pouring down their brows. Senior, we acknowledge our mistake. We should not have bullied the weak and snatched this young lady's spiritual medicine. We shall take our leave now. One young man, under immense pressure, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Wait, no one is permitted to leave. Seeing them attempt to depart, Li Xiaobai grew anxious. It was not easy to encounter a group of individuals, and he was not about to let them slip away so easily. What guidance do you have, senior? The young man's heart raced to the point of desperation, already calculating his escape. He still had a few explosive talismans in his spatial ring, but he was uncertain of their effectiveness. The others were solemn expressions, akin to facing a formidable foe. I have no particular advice. The journey can be lonely. Might I have the pleasure of your company? Li Xiaobai's demeanor transformed in an instant, a cheerful smile gracing his face. The group was taken aback, not expecting such a request from this esteemed figure. Certainly, if the senior does not mind our presence, it would be splendid to explore the Divine Beast mountain range together. The young man, Ouyang Feng, appeared exceedingly respectful. My name is Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai felt a sense of novelty. How had he, a mere novice, become regarded as a senior expert? Big shot. You can't associate with them. They just tried to seize the spiritual medicine I toiled to unearth. Upon hearing that she was to team up with this group, the little girl immediately let out a series of cries, filled with reluctance. Ouyang Feng's expression grew awkward. None had anticipated that within a mere minute, the dynamics among them would shift from adversaries to allies. You don't wish to accompany them? Li Xiaobai inquired. Indeed, they are not good people. The little girl saw a glimmer of hope. Then you may go on your own. I traversed this path and encountered no beasts along the way. Li Xiaobai compassionately nudged the little girl aside and pointed in the direction from which he had come. The little girl was taken aback. She had never imagined that this would be the response given to her. Wasn't this esteemed individual meant to rescue her? How could he bear to let such a charming girl venture alone? Perhaps he simply did not fancy her? Yes, that must be it. After a brief internal struggle, the little girl hastily stepped forward once more, wrapping her arms around Li Xiaobai's leg. In her eyes, only by staying close to this esteemed figure could she ensure her safety, and perhaps even acquire a bit of fortune. Esteemed one, upon reflection, these individuals are not so terrible after all. They merely seek to seize the spiritual herbs, without any murderous intent. They are rather decent. The group was momentarily speechless, taken aback by how swiftly the little girl had changed her stance, leaving them at a loss for words. What is your name? Is the leader of the Holy Demon Sect your master? Li Xiaobai asked, his curiosity about the Holy Demon Sect piqued. I am Chu Xiaoxiao, and I am the beloved disciple of the leader of the Holy Demon Sect. Among the disciples, he treats me the best, Chu Xiaoxiao proclaimed with great pride. Why are you so incompetent? Li Xiaobai pondered, perplexed by how a true disciple of the sacred demon sect could be bullied by these individuals who appeared to be less than golden core cultivators. Upon uttering these words, an awkward silence enveloped the crowd. There was no remedy. The esteemed one was always right, and if disdain was to be faced, then so be it. There was no shame in that. I merely sought harmony. If I were to intervene, it would surely result in either death or injury. Chu Xiaoxiao spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Li Xiaobai shrugged, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Ouyang Feng seized the opportunity to inquire, Elder, which direction shall we proceed? Upon hearing Ouyang Feng's question, Li Xiaobai recollected his purpose. He had come in search of demonic beasts. Wherever the demonic beasts abound, that is where we shall venture. Ouyang Feng then pointed to the ferocious tiger gnawing at Li Xiaobai's shoulder, inquiring, what about this creature you bear? The fierce tiger seemed to sense Ouyang Feng's intentions, baring its teeth menacingly, causing Ouyang Feng to retreat in fright. This is of no concern. Let it remain as it is, Li Xiaobai chuckled, patting the tiger's head. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. The tiger's teeth shattered, its head a mangled mess, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, the porcupine behind them, which had been relentlessly charging, fell at that very moment as well. This was the result of his passive skill reflecting damage. Although these demonic beasts had been incessantly attacking him, they too were suffering continuous harm. Now, having reached a critical threshold, they succumbed, perishing from their own reflected injuries. Esteemed one, allow me to assist you. The young girl, Chu Xiaoxiao, was swift and nimble, unexpectedly producing a dagger from her possession. With deft movements, she slashed at the fallen demon beast on the ground, extracting a substantial collection of materials. The others, eager to partake in the spoils, hesitated to approach, aware of the formidable presence of their superior, and could only watch with envy. Those with connections were indeed distinct. Backed by the formidable Holy Demon Sect, they dared to claim even the materials from senior demon beasts. Truly, this world was one where strength reigned supreme. Hey, esteemed one, these materials are merely from Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Stage beasts. Surely, with your boundless powers, you wouldn't find them worthy. Why not bestow them upon me? Chu Xiaoxiao suggested, attempting to tuck the materials into her pocket. Wait, Li Xiaobai, quick as a flash, claimed all the materials into his spatial ring. These were treasures of true value, convertible to spirit stones. He could not afford to relinquish them to the young girl. Great one, you surely have no use for these materials, Chu Xiaoxiao said, her voice laced with feigned innocence. I have grand designs for them, Li Xiaobai replied coolly, nonchalantly retrieving a demon beast's core and swallowing it whole. As the core entered his body, a wave of warmth surged through his dantian. The aura of the ferocious beast enveloping him, accompanied by a thunderous explosion within his abdomen that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Li Xiaobai's complexion flushed, a look of sheer ecstasy upon his face as he exhaled a deep breath of satisfaction. Delightful. Attribute points, 200. The effects were remarkable. He had long heard tales of the violent energy contained within the demon beast cores, which could spell doom for ordinary individuals. Today, he witnessed firsthand the sheer ferocity of that energy. Yet he felt at ease, while the others were utterly dumbfounded. The beasts capable of condensing inner elixirs were all formidable creatures of the Golden Core stage. Typically, they would flee at the mere sight of such a beast, but today, witnessing someone audacious enough to consume a monster's inner elixir instilled a sense of awe regarding the confidence and strength displayed. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaobai, in the eyes of the young men and women, he had transformed into an ancient demon, a creature rivaling the legendary beast of yore. Li Ruojuan, pale as a ghost, nearly lost her composure. As the sole female in the group, her capacity to endure such a violent scene was minimal, leaving her momentarily immobilized. Li Xiaobai, having indulged in a hearty meal, savored the moment before extracting the remaining inner elixirs of the beasts and consuming them. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of explosions echoed within his dantian, resonating like thunder, as the overwhelming aura of the beast surged forth, startling the little girl into a fit of exclamation. Master, your prowess is astounding. You dare to consume inner elixirs raw. You surpass even the freshest youths in our sect. You are the most formidable individual I have ever encountered. Bar none. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Li Xiaobai. Truly, the predecessors are extraordinary. Such cultivation is beyond the reach of us practitioners. Ouyang Feng's face bore a bitter expression, realizing that the chasm of disparity was something he would spend a lifetime trying to bridge. Oh, it's merely a routine feat. Nothing to remark upon. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling everyone to proceed forward. With the ferocious beasts dispatched, it was imperative to find fresh blood to replenish the deficiency in attribute points. Now, the group finds themselves within the inner sanctum of the divine Beast Mountain range, where the beasts encountered are predominantly at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, with Golden Core beasts roaming freely. Ouyang Feng led the party to a marshy expanse. Esteemed seniors, this is the Cloud Mist Marsh, home to a Golden Core devouring python, which should certainly appeal to your tastes. Ouyang Feng had ulterior motives in selecting this particular area. The marsh is abundant with spiritual herbs, nurtured by the aura of the beasts over the years, now ripe for harvest. Unfortunately, their limited strength renders them akin to attempting to snatch food from a tiger's jaws. Should they manage to slay the python, they could indeed gather a bounty. Even a mere 10% of the spoils would constitute a significant gain. Golden Core, splendid, exclaimed Li Xiaobai, his eyes gleaming with excitement. For the Golden Core signifies the potential for inner cores to be acquired, thus enhancing one's attributes. Go for it, big shot, cheered the little girl behind him. However, Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. Despite her bravado, her body was quite honest, keeping a safe distance, evidently fearing the repercussions. Such timidity is hardly befitting of a true adventurer. Stretching his limbs, he had little more to say and stepped directly into the marsh. Upon contact with the mire, his attribute panel began to fluctuate, revealing the toxic nature of the swamp. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. Ding. Continuous toxic damage detected on host. Skill upgraded. Muscle weakness. Muscle weakness. When activated, it engulfs a 2-meter radius around the user in a state of muscle weakness, with prolonged exposure intensifying the symptoms. This toxic brew unexpectedly exacerbated the weakness, yet the name remained unchanged, with its application range extending to 2 meters, allowing for a greater degree of mobility in its usage. The marshland was eerily quiet, devoid of any thunderous roars, enveloped instead in an uncanny stillness. Li Xiaobai understood that this tranquility heralded the storm, for serpents are insidiously cunning, perhaps at this very moment seeking the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. Sure enough, a sudden chill swept through his feet, as if something had licked him. Attribute points, 30. Hiss. What sort of tongue is this, that a mere lick can bestow such a bounty of attribute points, far surpassing those of previous beasts? Without further ado, Li Xiaobai bent down, his hands tirelessly rummaging through the marsh in an attempt to retrieve the devouring python. Ouyang Feng and the others recoiled in fear, recognizing this provocative act as tantamount to courting death, should the devouring python become enraged. They would be ill-equipped to withstand its wrath, and thus prudently retreated to a safer distance. Roar. As Li Xiaobai stirred the waters, the devouring python, concealed beneath the marshy depths, erupted in fury, sensing a profound affront to its dignity. The roar reverberated, deafening and resounding, as an overwhelming aura of terror swept through the area in an instant. It is often said that serpents carry a trace of draconic blood, and this assertion held true. The marshland erupted as the devouring python ascended, its maw agape, aiming to strike at Li Xiaobai. This colossal serpent, stretching dozens of meters in length, wore scales that glimmered with a frigid sheen, akin to armor. Yet, despite its fearsome appearance, it was merely at the Golden Core stage of cultivation, and thus could not pose a significant threat to him. With a single bite, Li Xiaobai emerged unscathed, while the giant python's teeth shattered, splattering venom all over itself, resulting in a surge of attribute points. In a swift motion, the serpent coiled itself around Li Xiaobai's waist, showcasing the innate talent of snakes, constriction. The serpent tightened its grip, causing Li Xiaobai's veins to bulge ominously. Attribute points surged once more, as the constriction inflicted continuous damage, indicating that the python was exerting its full strength. Li Xiaobai experienced a paradox of pain and pleasure. The attribute points offered by the python were exceedingly generous, and he secretly wished for the constriction to continue. Alas, the reflective damage was a passive skill, perpetually activated. Once initiated, it offered no respite. The greater the python's force, the more damage it sustained. Soon, its scales began to shatter, with droplets of blood cascading from its body. Roaring with fury, the giant python, not possessing great intelligence, refused to release its grip once it ensnared its opponent, resulting in its own demise due to the immense self-inflicted damage. After a prolonged roar, silence ensued, and the overwhelming sense of confinement abruptly vanished. Li Xiaobai felt a sudden release, as the python collapsed lifelessly into the marsh, having succumbed to its own strength. What a pity it was to encounter such a formidable opponent only to lose it. Observers hiding at a distance finally grasped the reason behind the elder's pursuit of the magical beast. If their conjectures were correct, the elder undoubtedly harbored some peculiar proclivities, for such actions could hardly be justified otherwise. Just moments ago, as the devouring python was being strangled, they distinctly noticed the expression of enjoyment on the elder's face. This was a secret of the elder's formidable power, one that must be kept confidential, otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. The group swiftly reached a consensus and chose to selectively forget what they had just witnessed. With the demise of the devouring python, tranquility once again enveloped the swamp. Li Xiaobai gazed at the system panel before him, a smile blossoming on his lips. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense. First transformation of the undying golden body, 10,000 can be upgraded. Attribute points, 7,000. All points allocated to defense. Defense. First transformation of the undying golden body, 9,000 can be upgraded. The devouring python had generously bestowed upon him over 7,000 attribute points. Truly, it was worthy of its status as a golden core stage beast. Behind him, the little girl, ever astute, rushed forward with a dagger in hand, swiftly dismantling the valuable components from the devouring python's body. She presented them with both hands, her expression one of eager supplication. Elder, there are many rare spiritual herbs in this swamp. Shall we gather them together? Ouyang Feng, fearing that the little girl might seize the opportunity once more, hurriedly interjected. Then let us extract them all. Li Xiaobai agreed, and the group efficiently began foraging in the swamp. The herbs here were nearly all fully matured spiritual medicines. Each one could significantly enhance their spiritual energy, yet they dared not hoard them with the elder watching nearby. Soon, dozens of rare herbs were laid out before Li Xiaobai. Gazing at the resplendent elixirs before him, Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Despite his lack of knowledge in herbalism and alchemy, it was evident that these herbs, though beneficial to the human body, could not provide him with any attribute points. They belonged to the category of being aesthetically pleasing yet practically useless, though they could later be exchanged for spirit stones. With a sweeping gesture, disregarding the hopeful expressions of those around him, he collected all the herbs into his spatial ring. Esteemed seniors, this wealth is but an external possession. One cannot take it with them in life or death. Moreover, I do this for your own good. These spirit herbs, left in your possession, would only incite conflict and lead to unnecessary sacrifices. As the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? I am willing to bear the burden of this suffering alone, Li Xiaobai declared, hands clasped behind his back, inadvertently falling back into his habit of ostentation. Ouyang Feng began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that this elder, despite his formidable cultivation, lacked the wisdom typically expected of one in such a position. He would not spare anything that could be seized. It appeared they had no chance of sharing in the spoils. Master, you are incredibly strong from now on. We shall follow your lead. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration, viewing Li Xiaobai as a veritable mobile treasury. Onward. Li Xiaobai laughed heartily, leading the group further into the depths. Their gains were substantial, and their defensive capabilities were rapidly increasing. Even against a nascent soul cultivator, they might stand a fighting chance. As they ventured deeper, the sight of beast corpses diminished, while the remains of human cultivators became increasingly prevalent. The further they progressed, the more bodies they encountered, clearly indicative of a fierce battle that had taken place in this area. Li Xiaobai found himself amidst a heap of corpses, recognizing several familiar faces, those of the inner disciples from the Xinyu sect. Most were severed at the waist, appearing as if they had fallen victim to some ferocious beast's onslaught. The jungle was eerily tranquil. This time, Ouyang Feng seemed to be favored by fortune, as they encountered no demonic beasts, regardless of the path he chose. Ouyang Feng wore a puzzled expression, firmly believing he traversed the territory of the demon race. Typically, these beasts exhibited a strong sense of territoriality. Logically, if humans intruded upon their domain, they would launch an immediate and violent assault. The unsettling silence was undeniably peculiar. Chu Xiaoxiao. A sudden exclamation from the shadows startled Li Xiaobai, causing him to flinch. The voice belonged to a female cultivator clad in a white battle skirt, wielding a long sword with an air of elegance, accompanied by several others. A young man with small eyes and a buzz cut appeared wary, fixating his gaze on Li Xiaobai and his companions. Sister Susu. The little girl's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomers, and she rushed towards them. Sister Susu, the outside world is terrifying. I barely managed to dig up a ling-long herb before someone almost snatched it away. Thankfully, I encountered a powerful ally. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to see you. Tears welled in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes, painting a picture of innocence and vulnerability. Hearing this, the female cultivator named Susu's brows furrowed with intensity. Who dares to steal from my sister? I shall obliterate them. It's all right now, Sister Susu. With my powerful ally protecting me, no one dares to seize my spiritual herbs, Chu Xiaoxiao reassured her. In Susu scrutinized Li Xiaobai from head to toe. As a true disciple of the sacred demon sect, she had initially intended to embark on this mission without the company of Chu Xiaoxiao. However, the young girl insisted on joining, and as a result, they became separated after encountering a wave of demonic beasts. At this moment, seeing Chu Xiaoxiao unscathed filled her with joy, and her gaze toward Li Xiaobai softened considerably. Thank you for your assistance. I am In Susu of the Sacred Demon Sect. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Sister Susu, the esteemed one does not require your assistance. He is exceptionally powerful. Chu Xiaoxiao remarked mischievously, eager to discern who among her invincible sister and this esteemed individual was truly stronger. In Susu, while being courteous, harbored a sense of confusion. No matter how she assessed the situation, Li Xiaobai appeared to be an individual devoid of cultivation. Why, then, did Chu Xiaoxiao refer to him as esteemed? Could it be that his strength vastly exceeded her own, eluding her perception? Such a notion seemed implausible. She was on the brink of the nascent soul stage. Merely a step away from that realm. How could there exist a member of the younger generation whose cultivation surpassed hers so significantly? I am Li Xiaobai, a wandering cultivator. I am uncertain about the events that have transpired here. Why have I encountered nothing but the corpses of cultivators along the way? Li Xiaobai inquired, intent on maintaining his anonymity while engaging in his affairs within the mountains. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Let us converse as we proceed. In Susu responded warmly, recognizing that her younger sister had become thoroughly enamored with Li Xiaobai. Without hesitation, she extended an invitation for them to explore the divine Beast Mountain range together. Susu, this matter is not suitable for outsiders to know. Simply offering him some remuneration will suffice. What if his presence disrupts our plans? An unharmonious voice interjected. The speaker was a young man with a buzz cut, his eyes slithering like a serpent, creating an unsettling impression. Indeed, senior sister, let us not forget our mission. Not just anyone can join our ranks. Several other young cultivators echoed this sentiment, clearly dismissive of Li Xiaobai. What are you saying? The esteemed one is my savior. His powers are boundless. Collectively, you wouldn't even match the strength of his little finger. The young girl, Chu Xiaoxiao, expressed her discontent immediately. Brother Li's ability to escort Xiaoxiao is already a great favor. Our undertaking is arduous, and having a master join us would be of immense benefit. In Susu furrowed her brows, sensing that her junior disciples were being somewhat discourteous. However, the buzz-cut youth was about to voice another objection when In Susu raised her hand to silence him. I have already made a decision on this matter. There is no need for further discussion. Li Xiaobai found the atmosphere rather peculiar, sensing inexplicable hostility from the buzz-cut youth. Had he inadvertently offended him at some point? Then we, Ouyang Feng and the others, recognizing the situation, prepared to leave. Let us go together, Li Xiaobai casually suggested. After all, we are acquaintances, and parting ways in such a manner feels rather inappropriate. Upon hearing this, everyone present paused in surprise, taken aback by Li Xiaobai's inability to grasp the tension in the air. In Susu was equally astonished. She perceived Li Xiaobai as rather extraordinary, his demeanor utterly dissimilar to that of a cultivator. It was not that she feared the presence of others competing for treasures, but rather that they were situated within the perilous confines of the mountains. Should any of her fellow practitioners encounter misfortune, it would indeed be regrettable. These individuals possessed merely foundational cultivation, so how could they be permitted to join? However, Chu Xiaoxiao remained unfazed by such concerns. To her, whatever the authority dictated was absolute. She nodded vigorously, taking charge and gesturing for Ouyang Feng and the others to follow. Reluctantly, In Susu and the others acquiesced. Young Master Li, the beasts within this area have been nearly eradicated by the disciples of Tianwu's sect. As for the corpses, they are the handiwork of Tianwu's members, who have employed the forces of smaller sects to pave the way, thereby forging a path into the core of the divine Beast Mountain range. Our purpose here is also to seek the remaining treasures of heaven and earth. In Susu recounted the actions of Tianwu's sect, leaving Li Xiaobai in a state of shock. What lies within the mountains? He inquired. A mature dragon snake fruit tree, In Susu explained. The dragon snake fruit is a rare treasure. Consuming one not only reconstructs one's foundation, but also significantly enhances physical strength and fortitude. What does the dragon snake fruit look like? It is entirely crimson, resembling flames, making it easily identifiable, typically bearing 9 fruits on a single tree. Are we now venturing deep into the mountains in search of the dragon snake fruit? Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing at the prospect. If he could obtain the dragon snake fruit, his defensive capabilities would surely elevate considerably. The fruit that can enhance the physical body is indeed perfectly suited for me. What are you thinking? The dragon snake fruit is a treasure fiercely contested by the powerful. We lack the qualifications to interfere. However, with the elder of our sacred demon sect taking action this time, the dragon snake fruit is bound to fall into our hands. The young man with a flat head scoffed, completely disbelieving that Li Xiaobai was anything of significance, merely someone who had sweet-talked Chu Xiaoxiao. Hey, little Li. How can you speak to a big shot like that? A mere flick of their finger could crush you. Why shouldn't we compete for it? Big shot. Let us seek the dragon snake fruit. I wholeheartedly support you. The little loli sought to ingratiate herself with the big shot, speaking without restraint, which incensed the flat-headed youth, turning his expression a deep shade of anger. The flat-headed youth's countenance darkened further. Xiao, stop messing around. The inner sanctum is fraught with peril. Many golden core stage beasts could easily overpower even me, so we must tread carefully with every action we take, In Susu remarked. She too doubted that Li Xiaobai was a formidable expert, believing that Chu Xiaoxiao's mischievous nature meant her words were often exaggerated. Moreover, she was known for her fleeting enthusiasm. Perhaps her current attachment would wane, and she would no longer cling to Li Xiaobai. Indeed, the Divine Beast mountain range is perilous. We must proceed with caution. Li Xiaobai firmly agreed, as he intended to methodically seek suitable beasts, gradually enhancing his defenses, prioritizing safety above all else. Ouyang Feng and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Are you certain that the Divine Beast mountain range is dangerous? You devoured the inner core of the demon beast without even a blink. Yet you seem more formidable than the beasts themselves. When the esteemed one spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao fell silent. In Susu appeared astonished. It was rather peculiar that this little girl became so obedient merely upon hearing a single utterance. Brotherly, we have discovered a treasure in the periphery. That region is suffused with spiritual energy, indicating that a rare celestial treasure is about to manifest. Our objective is to secure this treasure. As for the core area of the mountain range, it is beyond our reach, In Susu elaborated. I see. Pray tell, where is this treasure located? Inquired Li Xiaobai. It lies to the northeast. We must traverse several territories inhabited by demon beasts, so we must remain vigilant, In Susu replied. Naturally. Unbeknownst to the group, a figure hung in the distance within the thicket. Feng Wuxia's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he overheard several significant secrets. The dragon snake fruit, an extraordinary treasure from this mountain range, is indeed one of the rarest fruits of heaven and earth. Fortune smiles upon me. If I could procure even one fruit, my foundation would solidify 100-fold. At that point, how could I not aspire to become a master in the yuaning stage? However, Li Xiaobai is indeed fortunate. Entangled with the little demoness of the holy demon sect and having garnered In Susu's favor, it would be difficult to move against him now. Yet, I have already received intelligence and may venture ahead to seek out other treasures within the mountain range. Although experts from various sects have gathered here, I am not without my own opportunities. With a swift motion, Feng Wuxia vanished from sight. The journey proceeded in silence, with an air of tension enveloping the group. Li Xiaobai sensed that the disciples of the holy demon sect were not particularly amiable. Apart from In Susu and the little girl, the rest regarded him with palpable hostility. What had he done to merit such disdain? Ouyang Feng and the others were equally perturbed, having been inexplicably whisked away by their formidable leader, leaving them in a state of bewildered anxiety. Everyone, ahead lies an area frequented by demonic beasts. Though the creatures in this vicinity have been eradicated by the heavenly martial sect, we must remain vigilant, as there could still be stragglers, In Susu cautioned. Li Xiaobai observed no signs of danger. The forest remained desolate and eerily quiet. Yet, the members of the holy demon sect appeared on high alert, leaving him perplexed by their apparent overreaction. Indeed, he lamented internally the disadvantages of lacking cultivation. Leader, do you think there are demonic beasts lurking in this forest? Chu Xiaoxiao inquired, walking alongside Li Xiaobai, her demeanor untroubled by the surrounding stillness. Li Xiaobai was uncertain. Be quiet. If you do not understand, refrain from speaking. The buzz-cut youth barked in frustration, his voice low yet intense. The last thing they needed was to provoke the beasts into a fierce confrontation. Li Xiaobai promptly fell silent, recognizing the wisdom of his companions. Not only had they discerned the potential presence of demonic beasts in the woods, but they had also prevented any actions that might disturb them. Truly a display of expertise. After a brief exploration of the thicket, In Susu's expression softened, revealing relief. There are no demonic beasts here. They have likely been exterminated by the Heavenly Martial sect. Huh. The esteemed elder has long declared that no demon beast reside here. Yet you refuse to believe it. The young girl exclaimed, visibly angered. That was merely his good fortune, Xiao Xiao. Do not let this fellow deceive you, remarked the youth with a crude cut. How dare you speak to your senior in such a manner? Literally. When addressing elders, one ought to employ respectful language. I am a direct disciple of the sect leader, far your senior in lineage. How can you address me so informally? What of etiquette and propriety? Chu Xiaoxiao retorted. Hands on her hips, fuming. Let us pause here for a moment to regain our composure before we embark, she suggested. Sisterine, please have some water. The remaining disciples of the Holy Demon sect immediately stepped forward to serve tea and water to In Susu. There's no need. In Susu dismissed their attentions, striding purposefully towards Li Xiaobai. Young Master Li, may I inquire about your esteemed lineage? I am self-taught, Li Xiaobai replied, instantly recognizing her intent to probe into his background. And what of your cultivation? I sense no trace of spiritual energy emanating from you. One thought can forge a master. True talent is rare in this world. And I count myself among such few, Li Xiaobai stated, maintaining an air of calmness, his gaze steady and unwavering. Pray tell, did you receive an invitation from the kingdom of Zhenyuan to enter the sacred beast mountains? It was not an invitation per se. The kingdom of Zhenyuan, beset by calamity, was in dire straits and dispatched its elite forces to seek my assistance. Being deeply concerned for the well-being of the populace, I felt compelled to come, Li Xiaobai explained. In Susu stood speechless, her gaze fixed intently upon Li Xiaobai, an instinctive sense informing her that he was no ordinary individual. After a brief stalemate, In Susu found herself at a disadvantage, still oblivious to the fluctuations of spiritual energy within her opponent. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that her adversary was truly a master? In the distance, a young man with a buzz cut observed the amiable exchange between Li Xiaobai and In Susu, his heart ablaze with fury. The other disciples of the sacred demon sect were increasingly displeased with Li Xiaobai. Sisterine was a celestial being, ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. How could she associate with such a wild cultivator, thus diminishing her own worth? Sister Susu, there's a spiritual herb here. The voice of the little girl Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly rang out, revealing that she had wandered off without anyone noticing. In Susu's heart sank. The Beastmaster Mountains were not her home, and such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. The elder had previously stated that no demonic beast roamed this area. What danger could there possibly be? Unfazed, the little girl succumbed to her innate greed, beginning to unearth the spiritual herb from the ground. However, at that moment, several beams of sword light shot up from the earth, aimed directly at the engrossed little girl. Xiao Xiao, be careful, In Susu exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward. It was a grave oversight that she had failed to detect an ambush in this place. Yet, it was too late. It was evident that the assailants had been lying in wait for quite some time. Ha ha ha, look what I have captured today, exclaimed the leader. A man clad in white robes, laughter echoing as he hoisted Chu Xiaoxiao into the air. This was the beloved jewel of the sacred demon sect's master, now fallen into his grasp. Recently, the Tianwu Gate and the sacred demon sect have been vying for a coveted spot leading to Zhangzhou, with Chu Xiaoxiao in hand. The competition has become significantly easier. You, In Susu exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury. Li Xiaobai also recognized the individual. They had encountered one another in the Grand Hall of Zhenyuan Kingdom. The person was a true disciple of Tianwu Gate, seemingly named Zhang Rui. At that time, the true disciple of the sacred demon sect had exchanged sharp words with him, leaving a lasting impression. However, he never anticipated that a disciple from such a prestigious sect would resort to such underhanded tactics. It was rather disheartening. Those from Tianwu Gate, if you know what is good for you, release me at once. I have powerful allies backing me, so let go of me immediately, and I shall spare your lives. The petite girl protested vehemently, struggling against her captor. In Susu was incensed. The actions of the Tianwu Gate disciples were a disgrace. Indulging in such treachery was truly contemptible. Li, it is you who caused Xiao Xiao to be captured. If you had deceived her, she would not have fallen into the enemy's trap. The young man with a buzz cut flashed a mocking glint in his eyes, seizing every opportunity to deride Li Xiaobai. He cared not for Chu Xiaoxiao's fate. His sole intent was to alter Yin Susu's perception of Li Xiaobai. Indeed, you are to blame for senior sister Chu's capture. What punishment do you deserve? The other disciples echoed his sentiments. Enough of this bickering. Zhang Rui, as a true disciple of Tianwu Gate, do you not fear retribution from the sacred demon sect for such actions? Yin Susu furrowed her brow. Once you are all dead, who would dare lodge a complaint? Zhang Rui replied, his eyes narrowing with a hint of amusement. A chill ran through Yin Susu. The audacity of the opponent suggested they possessed some form of assurance. Or perhaps Zhang Rui had surpassed her in cultivation. It is impossible. The primordial spirit cannot simply be condensed at will. In a moment, I will entangle Zhang Rui, and you shall take the opportunity to rescue Xiao Xiao, then flee immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Li Xiaobai also wished to partake in the rescue. However, the members of the sacred demon sect disregarded him. After a brief allocation of tasks, several beams of sword light surged forth, rapidly shooting towards Zhang Rui. Ouyang Feng and others wore peculiar expressions, perplexed as to why such formidable prowess was invisible to the disciples of the sacred demon sect. A number of young men in white similarly brandished their longswords, the beams of light intertwining as they advanced toward Yin Susu and her companions. The atmosphere was charged. With no combatants present below the Golden Core stage, numerous flying sands and stones struck Li Xiaobai. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 100. Defense. First phase of the 9-turn indestructible golden body, 9,210,000, can be advanced. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement. Indeed. It was through external training that one could rapidly grow stronger. Having only ventured out for 2 days, his defense was skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. He took a couple of steps forward. The battle around him was intense, with waves of energy surging and fluctuations of spiritual essence resonating. The values on his attribute panel fluctuated continuously. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 100. Ding. Detecting that the host is continuously under attack by sword energy, skill upgraded. First phase of the 9-turn indestructible sword intent. The first phase of the 9-turn indestructible sword intent, the lifelong pursuit of sword cultivators, merging one's will with the sword. Allowing the wielder to unleash sword intent to shatter adversaries upon drawing the sword. The battle had reached a fever pitch on both sides. Yin Susu sensed that something was amiss. Her opponent was not as formidable as she had envisioned. Although their strength surpassed hers by a narrow margin, it was evident that they were not yet capable of taking her life. What, then, was the source of their confidence? Did they possess some hidden trump card? Oh. The disciples of the holy demon sect indeed possess remarkable skills, yet alas, today they shall all meet their demise here. Zhang Rui unleashed a palm strike from midair. Retreating from the battlefield, with a flick of his wrist, he produced a blood-red orb. The blood spirit pearl. Yin Susu gasped, and the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Judging by the size of the orb, it likely required the sacrifice of thousands of lives. Should this come to the attention of their peers? Not even the heavenly martial sect could shield him from retribution. The young man with the buzz cut was utterly horrified. The emergence of the blood spirit pearl meant they were indeed facing imminent death. Zhang had previously declared that with their demise, there would be no one left to betray him. Calm and collected, Zhang Rui held the blood spirit pearl confidently. Surround them, not a single one shall escape. Execute them. The techniques of the 5-8 sect surged forth. The great thousand-leaf hand, the falling sword technique, and the starry point. Li Xiaobai remained unscathed. His attribute points surged once more. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 100. Defense, 9-turn indestructible golden body. Second turn, 0-20,000, eligible for advancement. At last, he had leveled up. Li Xiaobai's countenance brightened with joy. It appeared that with each turn, the required attribute points increased by 10,000. His journey was still far from over. At this moment, the disciples of Taiyan women were visibly alarmed. They had just exerted their utmost efforts. Yet their opponent had not sustained even a single wound. Such prowess was truly astonishing. This is dire. There is a master among us. We must withdraw. Brother. There is a formidable expert opposite us. The situation has changed. Zhang Rui squinted slightly, recognizing Li Xiaobai's extraordinary capabilities. To withstand a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator with mere flesh and scathed was indeed remarkable. The words of the little lowly were true. It turns out this individual is indeed a big shot. Senior, we have been quite disrespectful before. I humbly request that you overlook our previous offenses and lend us your support. Yin Susu clasped her hands in a respectful gesture. her gaze towards Li Xiaobai growing increasingly complex. The flat-headed youth shrank back, hesitant to approach, having previously been the most vocal in deriding Li Xiaobai. Is that orb in his hand truly formidable? Li Xiaobai instantly entered a combat-ready state, instinctively drawing aggro from the enemy. That is the blood spirit pearl. Forged through the blood sacrifice of thousands, it is a nefarious artifact with unmatched power. How powerful is it? Equivalent to a strike from a nascent soul expert. Just SOSO. Li Xiaobai maintained a calm demeanor, slowly advancing towards Zhang Rui, calculating how many attribute points he could gain by consuming the blood spirit pearl. With his defense having advanced once more, he believed he could withstand an attack from a nascent soul practitioner without issue, hoping the pearl would prove beneficial. If my conjecture is correct, you are a body refinement cultivator, aspiring to emulate the ancient deities and attain sanctity through the physical form, Zhang Rui remarked nonchalantly. Since you are recognized, you may kneel and depart. Li Xiaobai stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of dominance. How audacious. While you, a mere cultivator of physical strength, focus solely on the corporeal, my blood spirit pearl is specifically designed to target the spiritual sea of consciousness. If you wish to avoid descending into madness, I advise you to depart at once. I am a prodigious talent, favored by countless fortunes. The trifling machinations of malevolent forces pose no threat to me. Li Xiaobai, unabashedly flaunting his arrogance, incited enmity. With a sharp tongue, he had initially considered sparing his adversary. But upon witnessing such blatant ignorance of caution, he resolved to accompany them to their doom. Zhang Rui's gaze turned fierce as he swiftly activated his technique, propelling the blood spirit pearl towards Li Xiaobai and his companions. Most cultivators of physical strength possess a lineage, and even Zhang Rui was reluctant to offend these sects lightly. However, seeing that the other party insisted on meddling, he had no qualms about delivering them to their fate. The blood spirit pearl hovered ominously in the air, radiating a crimson glow, enveloping all in a thick, sanguine aura replete with a pungent scent of blood. Simultaneously, Zhang Rui and several other cultivators channeled the power of the blood spirit pearl, causing the sky to churn with ominous clouds, malevolent energy swirling, and ghostly winds howling. Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow. The odor emanating from the pearl was unbearable, yet his attribute points continued to fluctuate, indicating that this blood essence was indeed toxic. Behind him, Susu and the others faltered as they encountered the crimson aura, their cultivation at the golden core stage proving insufficient to withstand the pearl's might. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 100. Assessing his physical condition, he found no significant issues. The attacks of the nascent soul stage were rather manageable. Without further hesitation, he strode directly towards the blood spirit pearl. In the midst of Zhang Rui's astonished gaze, Li Xiaobai slowly extended a hand and plucked the blood spirit pearl from its place, subsequently opening his mouth wide and swallowing it whole. Once the blood spirit pearl settled in his stomach, a chaotic crimson radiance danced across his body, and the formidable spiritual energy clashed violently within him, causing his blood to surge and a muffled groan to escape his lips. Fortunately, several passive skills had fortified his physique, preventing the pearl from inciting too much turmoil. After allowing the ferocious blood energy to rampage within him for a time, the blood spirit pearl was utterly transformed into attribute points. Attribute points, 1100. Attribute points, 1000. Attribute points, 12,000. All points allocated to defense. Defense, second transformation of the 9-turn indestructible golden body 12000-20000 is eligible for advancement. Hehehe, thank you for the hospitality. Li Xiaobai patted his belly and let out a satisfied belch, leaving the onlookers utterly petrified. You actually consumed it? To devour the blood spirit pearl whole? What kind of audacity is this? Zhang Rui was terrified to the core. The blood spirit pearl had been gifted by a master of a sinister cult and was crafted right before his eyes, forged through the sacrifice of thousands of lives. He was well aware of its potency. Even a mid-grade spiritual treasure could not compare to the might of this blood spirit pearl. Once the blood energy was unleashed, even a nascent soul expert would hesitate to confront its brilliance head-on. Yet, Li Xiaobai had brazenly swallowed it whole, without suffering any repercussions. How could this be possible? It has a slightly fishy taste, not particularly pleasant, but the quantity is quite substantial. A single blood spirit pearl can bestow over 10,000 contribution points. If one were to acquire several, one could almost ascend to the heavens. Do you have any more of such pearls? The crowd stood in stunned silence once again. Susu gazed blankly at the unfolding scene, realizing the immense power of this man. She regretted not having discerned his true nature sooner. Cultivators of such caliber, if befriended, would undoubtedly bring great benefit to the sect. Fortunately, she still had the young girl Chu Xiaoxiao on her side. As long as the girl remained close to Li Xiaobai, they could surely find a way to foster goodwill between them. The buzz-cut youth's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, his thoughts unknown. Ouyang Feng and the others exhaled in relief. Their senior had intervened, ensuring their safety. The boss is incredible. Quickly eliminate these foes. The little lowly Chu Xiaoxiao cheered enthusiastically, her excitement mirroring that of someone who had ingested a blood spirit pearl herself. This little girl is under my protection. I kindly ask you to remain still. I am a true disciple of the Tianwu sect, and should you spare us, I assure you, there will be ample rewards in the future. Zhang Rui's complexion paled. The girl in his grasp was his last bargaining chip. Hee, no problem, I one-team move. You may leave, Li Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, his fingers subtly resting on the hilt of his sword. Zhang Rui's pupils constricted. His opponent was about to strike. He hurled the little lowly toward Li Xiaobai and swiftly retreated, his form flickering as he vanished from sight. There was no escape. With one hand grasping the lowly, Li Xiaobai drew his sword with a flourish. 9 turns indestructible sword intent. Willpower melded with the blade, and the air resonated with the clash of metal. A golden pressure enveloped the surroundings, immortal and unyielding. A colossal projection of a golden sword emerged in the void, ominously pointing towards a group of individuals frantically fleeing. Li Xiaobai felt his consciousness extend over 1,000 miles, piercing directly into the brow of a disciple from Tianwu sect. A few gentle breezes swept by, leaving several Tianwu disciples momentarily entranced, while Zhang Rui, in his desperate retreat, found his entire left arm severed without a sound as he fled. So this is the sensation of sword intent, Li Xiaobai realized. It is formless and intangible, capable of cleaving both the spirit and the flesh. No wonder so many choose the path of the sword. This art is indeed formidable. The esteemed master is truly remarkable. I knew that he would save me. Oh, master, you are so powerful. I wish to be your disciple. The little girl gazed at the dissipating sword intent in the sky, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Li Xiaobai's prowess shattered her previous understanding. That display just now felt even stronger than her own master. Insusu and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Not only was his physical strength unparalleled, but his sword intent was also remarkably refined. Who could this venerable figure be? Among those they knew, none seemed to match this extraordinary individual. Could it be that some reclusive master had descended into the world? Merely a routine display of power. Li Xiaobai had not anticipated the sword intent to be so potent. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, considering it was a skill that had surged several levels in power. Alas, Zhang Rui managed to escape. Although he had severed the opponent's arm, such an injury could easily be mended with some secret techniques and elixirs. As I approached several disciples of the Tianwu sect, I waved my hand, and their expressions were blank, their gazes vacant. The sword intent had pierced their brows, utterly shattering their consciousness. They had become mindless beings devoid of any wisdom. How do you feel? I remarked. I told you the master would rescue me. Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed with great excitement. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. Earlier, I was blind to your true worth. I hope you will not hold it against me. Insusu, feeling utterly limp and powerless, struggled to rise and express her profound gratitude. The others echoed their heartfelt thanks, realizing that had it not been for the presence of a master among them, they would have surely met their demise. There is no need for such formality. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of us cultivators, Li Xiaobai chuckled, relishing the sensation of being the center of admiration. Just as Insusu wished to say more, a small token at her waist suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance. This was the distress signal given by a master of the Tianwu sect before their departure. Using this token, nearby cultivators could receive news and rush to provide assistance. Someone is in trouble, northeast of here. It appears to be the precious land I mentioned earlier, Insusu informed. It seems that the precious land harbors danger. Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow momentarily, then his expression relaxed. Danger was a good sign, as it indicated the presence of attribute points, prompting him to investigate. You all stay here and rest. I shall go to the precious land to render aid. Master, I want to go with you. The little girl eagerly chimed in. Xiao, do not be troublesome. The elder is on an important mission and cannot take you along. Insusu glared fiercely, while Chu Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Li Xiaobai's leg. Refusing to let go, she was convinced that as long as she followed the formidable figure, she would surely enjoy abundant feasts and fine wines. Indeed, the interior of the mountain was fraught with peril. I can no longer escort you. Moreover, your senior brothers and sisters are currently incapacitated and require someone to watch over them. If you were to abandon them, well, what would happen should they encounter danger? Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow and remarked that throughout their journey, the little girl had contributed little aside from extracting the inner cores of magical beasts. Why should he risk his safety to save her? He would be better off exploring the mountains alone. With his current level of defense, he was capable of navigating the treacherous terrain. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiaoxiao realized she could not say more. It would be irresponsible to leave her senior brothers and sisters in jeopardy. I understand, esteemed one. I will protect my seniors, she declared. Then you shall remain here, awaiting rescue. With that, Li Xiaobai made his way towards the signal for help and departed. The members of the Holy Demon sect were merely experiencing temporary weakness. After consuming some medicinal pills and resting for a while, they would recover fully. Thus, Li Xiaobai was not concerned that In Susu and the others would face further dangers. Meanwhile, in the jungle, a small river suddenly erupted with golden light, accompanied by a resounding thunderous roar that echoed into the sky. The nearby disciples felt a surge of excitement, their expressions filled with greed. A rare treasure had emerged. Figures darted through the forest, swiftly rushing towards the source of the golden radiance. As he observed the fleeting silhouettes around him, Li Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of envy. The ability to soar through the skies or vanish at will was undeniably practical. Unlike himself, who had to rely on his two legs to run, albeit at a speed inferior to that of an ordinary person. Fortunately, the treasure was not far off, and the demonic beasts along the way had been cleared away by others long before. He ambled to the edge of the forest, where a small river lay before him, its golden radiance emanating from the riverbed. The water was murky, concealing whatever treasures it might hold beneath its surface. Countless cultivators had gathered here, waiting with bated breath. At the riverbank, a rotund man sat weeping loudly, with several corpses laid out before him, a sight that was truly tragic. Upon witnessing this, the crowd hesitated to vie for the treasures within the river. Li Xiaobai recognized the weeping figure as his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui. Treasures emerged from the river, and as we ventured to explore, we encountered a demonic beast. In a moment of desperation, several of my brothers managed to push me to safety, but they themselves will never awaken. Lu Jinshui spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his tears flowing freely once more. Some female cultivators nearby cast sympathetic glances, their hearts softened. Having lived in a world rife with treachery and deceit, they had long been estranged from such blood ties. The cultivators engaging in conversation were, however, rather insidious. Despite their intentions to seize the treasures, they feigned a sense of righteousness. Yet, this was indeed a matter of concern for many cultivators. What level of power did the demonic beast lurking beneath the water possess? If it were at the Golden Core stage, they might still have a chance to confront it directly. Beneath lies an ancient dragon turtle of a millennium, whose power is not formidable, merely at the Golden Core stage. Its movements are sluggish, yet it possesses the ability to expel toxic liquid, which caught my elder brothers off guard, as Lu Jinshui remarked. Now I understand. Rest assured, junior brother, with so many of us here, we shall certainly assist you in retrieving the treasure and slaying the beast to avenge our brave comrades. The conversing cultivator boasted with grandiosity. The other cultivators felt reassured. A golden core dragon turtle, while possessing formidable defenses and sluggish in movement, could indeed release venom. Though it exhibited a degree of aggression, it was not insurmountable. As long as they exercised caution underwater, acquiring the treasure was feasible. Thank you, my friend. You must ensure that the treasure is retrieved. It cost my elder brother his life. Lu Jinshui lamented. Understood. A flicker of impatience crossed the conversing cultivator's eyes. Having acquired precise intelligence about the underwater situation, Lu Jinshui had become of no further use to him. The others regarded Lu Jinshui with disdain, noting his foolish demeanor. This portly fellow naively believed that they were genuinely offering him assistance. It seemed he was still quite inexperienced in the ways of the world. Li Xiaobai, concealed at a distance, observed everything unfolding before him. He discerned that the previous distress signal had indeed originated from sixth brother Lu Jinshui. He had deliberately gathered the crowd here and feigned sorrow, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Ah, my brother is stirring up trouble. As a junior, I must also partake in the spoils. Cultivators nearby began to cluster in small groups, strategizing over the acquisition of the treasure. These cultivators, many of whom have reached the Golden Core stage, each belong to their own small factions. For them, The most perilous aspect of treasure hunting is not the aquatic beasts lurking beneath the surface, but rather the other cultivators surrounding them. Acts of murder and thievery are commonplace in the realm of cultivation. In a moment of stalemate, the practitioners hesitated, none daring to be the first to plunge into the river in search of treasure. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Jinshui had quietly slipped away from the riverbank, retreating into the depths of the forest. Li Xiaobai hurriedly followed, maintaining a distance while observing Lu Jinshui's every move. His intuition warned him that this plump fellow was certainly up to something significant. On the riverbank, the cultivators remained in a deadlock. Esteemed colleagues, it is unwise for us to remain on guard against one another here. Instead, let us dive into the depths together. Whoever secures the treasure shall rely upon their own capabilities, suggested one of the cultivators who had previously conversed with Lu Jinshui. I concur. Let us first ascertain the nature of the treasure, another replied. I have no objections. Very well, since there are no dissenting voices, I shall count to 3. And we shall all enter the water together, the conversing cultivator continued. 1, 2, 3. Silence ensued, as none of the gathered individuals moved. An unspoken understanding passed among them, eliciting shared laughter. Ha ha ha. It appears we cultivators are in perfect harmony. However, waiting idly is not a solution. To quell any suspicions, I shall set an example and be the first to dive in. With a hearty laugh, the speaker leaped into the water. The remaining cultivators suddenly appeared to realize something, their expression shifting dramatically. Alas, this fellow is deliberately leading us astray, keeping us on the shore while he seizes the treasure beneath the waters. We must hasten. This river stretches long and narrow, and if he manages to escape with the spoils from the depths, our prized catch will elude us. Goodness. I thought I was cunning enough, yet this man named you proves to be even more devious. Such intricate schemes. Truly a master at play. At this moment, the other cultivators, no longer hesitating, plunged into the river. Beneath the surface lurked only a dragon turtle. As long as they approached it with caution, it posed no significant threat. Yet, none noticed that the instigator of this event had quietly vanished. Nor did they suspect that the rotund man might not be speaking the truth. Greed clouded the eyes of the cultivators, and in this tense atmosphere, each was consumed by a singular thought: to find the treasure, seize it, and carry it away. On the shore, a portly man emerged from the thicket, grinning as he beheld the tumultuous waves above. He laughed heartily. Huh? These fools, so eager to dive into my trap, truly make things easy for me. I shall gladly accept your spiritual artifacts and elixirs. Just imagining the wealth of these several golden core experts excites me. A substantial influx of riches is soon to be mine. Lu Jinshui's complexion grew flushed with exhilaration, but soon his expression stiffened as a familiar voice rang out behind him. Senior brother, you certainly know how to play the game. What a deep strategy you've employed. Junior brother, what brings you here? Upon noticing Li Xiaobai behind him, Lu Jinshui felt an acute sense of embarrassment. After all, he had managed to deceive someone for once, only to inadvertently draw in his junior disciple. It was, of course, the signal of distress from his senior brother that summoned the younger disciple. Li Xiaobai chuckled and inquired, when did you arrive, junior? Why didn't you give your senior brother a heads up? My esteemed senior is preoccupied with affairs of great importance, Lu Jinshui replied. I did not wish to disturb the commendable endeavors of my senior brother. I simply observed from the beginning to the end. I must say, your talent is truly rare in this world. Li Xiaobai praised. Indeed, sixth senior brother is exceptionally gifted. Such cunning strategies are hard to conceive. Your junior speaks too highly of me. The world is replete with wonders and marvels, yet regrettably, they exist only in perilous and forbidden realms, always just out of reach. Senior brother, you are aiding them in realizing their dream of treasure hunting, Lu Jinshui asserted confidently. My senior brother possesses a magnanimous heart. I too wish to contribute in a modest way to humanity's aspirations, Li Xiaobai remarked, gazing eagerly at Lu Jinshui. How much of a modest contribution are you contemplating? 50-50, 80-20, 70-30? It's a deal. Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. Damn, I said too little. Indeed, his senior brother's skills surpassed his own, and he still had much to learn. Following Lu Jinshui to the riverbank, they beheld the tumultuous waters, suggesting fierce battles were transpiring beneath the surface. Senior brother, is there truly treasure below the water? Heh. Beneath lies merely a mesmerizing illusion crafted by my senior brother, a maze of confusion. The so-called golden radiance is nothing but a ruse, Lu Jinshui replied with a knowing smile. Brilliant. Meanwhile, in the underwater realm, the situation had escalated into chaos. Upon entering the depths of the water, the crowd found no trace of the so-called beast, the dragon tortoise, but instead immediately laid eyes on a golden array resting on the seabed. This array shimmered with radiant light, its golden brilliance illuminating the surface of the water, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. At the very center of the array lay a treasure chest, unmistakably the coveted prize. The cultivator who had previously engaged in conversation with the portly figure appeared flushed, his breath quickening. He was the first to plunge to the bottom. With the treasure so tantalizingly close, the chest seemed to possess an irresistible allure, drawing his gaze as his hand instinctively reached out. The moment he made contact with the chest, a sudden splash ensued. The world around him spun violently, and he beheld his own headless corpse collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Beneath the water, the gathered cultivators confirmed two crucial points. First, the dragon tortoise was indeed absent from the depths. Second, the array surrounding the treasure posed no threat, refraining from attacking those who entered its confines. This implied that anyone could venture forth to claim the chest. The matter of the dragon tortoise was temporarily set aside. Now, the priority for the crowd was not to contest for the treasure, but to prevent anyone from seizing it first. Thus, an intense battle erupted beneath the waves. Golden core cultivators unleashed their fury, engaging in frenzied slaughter, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Various techniques and spells were indiscriminately hurled forth, leading to a swift accumulation of corpses littering the seabed, the waters saturated in crimson. Minutes later, only a handful of golden core experts remained alive, all severely wounded, having engaged in a reckless strategy that claimed 1,000 lives while sacrificing 800 of their own. At this very moment, an unexpected anomaly arose. The golden array beneath the water suddenly trembled, and layers of pale yellow radiance began to emanate from it. A faint golden illusion enveloped the underwater realm. What could this be? The remaining masters sensed the ripples with a mix of curiosity and unease, yet they discerned no threat emanating from the array's undulations. It must merely be a manifestation of the formation, devoid of any offensive capability. Wait, why do I feel a bit dizzy? Do you feel it too? Damn it, I've felt dizzy since early this morning. It seems I am not the only one afflicted. No, it's this array that is playing tricks on us. It's a hypnotic formation. Curse it, we've fallen into a trap. It must be that fat man from earlier. He is undoubtedly behind this. Without a doubt. This treasure is also a counterfeit. We must hasten to the surface. As a sense of alarm washed over the group, they attempted to swim upwards. Alas, the more they struggled, the heavier their bodies felt, as if they were laden with lead. The harder they exerted themselves, the faster they sank. In no time at all, the remaining 10 or so golden core masters found themselves in a dazed stupor, collapsing in the underwater world. In a hazy vision, they perceived two figures approaching slowly, one stout and one slender. Brother, your skill is truly remarkable. I am deeply impressed. However, this method is rather nefarious. So many have perished beneath the water. Surely, no one will hold us accountable afterward, right? Li Sibai observed the underwater scene with a heart full of trepidation. He had long been told that when a person dies underwater, they do not sink, but instead float upside down, head down and feet up. Today he witnessed it firsthand, and it was indeed as eerie as the tale suggested. What a pity. These individuals have been ensnared by their own avarice. Had they not been so fixated on their greed for treasures, how could they have fallen into such a simple trap? Fear not, junior brother. This line of work is one in which I am quite adept, and there will be no issues. Lu Jinshui said cheerfully as he began to search the bodies underwater. The treasure chest was utterly empty. Had anyone dared to look inside, the ruse would have been immediately exposed. Yet, these cultivators insisted on outsmarting themselves, engaging in mutual destruction, a truly foolish endeavor. Li Xiaobai hurried to catch up, methodically examining each corpse. One must admit that the disciples from the inner circle possessed considerable wealth. Merely in spirit stones, he had already gathered thousands. Among them were also several mid-grade spirit stones, while the number of spirit weapons and elixirs was countless. Regrettably, he failed to discover any higher-grade spirit treasures. If he could acquire one akin to that of the senior sister, it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. The golden core cultivators, now deeply unconscious, were like ripe fruit. Their entire fortune lay within their spatial rings. Lu Jinshui swiftly collected the rings without any intention of resorting to violence. As he would say, he only sought to deceive others of their treasures, not their lives. The two laid out their underwater bounty, preparing to divide the spoils. Junior brother, you are not being honest. I distinctly saw you search 11 corpses. Yet you present only this meager amount? Senior brother, you two are not entirely truthful. Nearly all the rings of the Golden Core cultivators were taken by you. How is it that your haul is even less than mine? Haha. Senior brother was momentarily confused. Do not hold it against me, junior brother. The junior disciple inadvertently left behind a few rings. Please take a look, senior brother. After a brief inventory, both Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui were filled with astonishment, as their gains far exceeded their expectations. More than 110 spiritual herbs. Over 300 vials of elixirs, 70 or so inner cores of demonic beasts, 21 low-grade spirit stones, and 5 medium-grade spiritual artifacts. Junior brother, have we struck it rich? Senior brother, indeed, we have. Let us divide the spoils 7-3. In an instant, Li Xiaobai transformed into a little tycoon. Spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, and elixirs piled up like a mountain in his spatial ring, and once they exchanged them for spirit stones upon their return, they would certainly exceed 10,000. At that point, he could indulge in the luxury items within his own marketplace. Gleefully gathering all the resources, Li Xiaobai patted his backside, ready to depart. Junior brother, do you wish to amass great wealth? Senior brother, guide me. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled, for he followed his senior brother to share in the bounty. There are still numerous disciples from various sects within the inner circle. We can undertake another venture. This time, let us coordinate our efforts to secure a comprehensive victory. No problem. After tidying up, Li Xiaobai swiftly followed Lu Jinshui's lead, making his way upstream along the river. Junior brother, how do you usually practice? Why is your speed so slow? Lu Jinshui glanced back at the drenched in sweat Li Xiaobai, feeling somewhat perplexed. Senior brother, my physical strength may be formidable, but in other aspects, I am no different from an ordinary person. Li Xiaobai replied helplessly, lamenting that the system had unfortunately allocated all attribute points to defense, leaving his speed unimproved. I see. No matter. Senior brother will help you soar. Lu Jinshui placed a hand on Li Xiaobai's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from their original location. Atop a mountain peak, where once resided a golden-winged rock, an inexplicable absence left the creature's domain unguarded. This vantage point was strikingly conspicuous, an ideal setting for ensnaring unsuspecting cultivators. Junior brother, manifesting a divine spectacle in this spot will surely help fulfill the treasure-seeking dreams of many cultivators, Lu Jinshui mused. Senior brother, your unwavering dedication to realizing the aspirations of all cultivators is commendable. I believe that one day we will grasp the profound intent behind your noble actions. Li Xiaobai replied, if only everyone possessed the same insight as you, junior brother, the world would witness a significant reduction in conflict and strife. Your senior brother's compassion for all living beings indeed serves as a paragon for our fellow cultivators, Lu Jinshui said. He then retrieved a small array plate, placing it atop the mountain. With a series of intricate gestures and incantations, the plate shimmered with radiant light, its patterns glowing vibrantly, coalescing into a magnificent purple totem resembling a grand tree. Lu Jinshui continued to infuse the array with spiritual energy as the violet radiance surged skyward, materializing a towering purple dead tree totem, striking in its impact. The brilliance of the totem was so overwhelming that any observer would immediately perceive the presence of treasures nearby. All done. The task is complete, he declared, placing a treasure chest at the center of the array. With a sigh of relief, he continued, Junior brother, I have made quite a few enemies. This time, more than half of the cultivators in the inner circle will be drawn here. If I show my face, I may be recognized, so it will be up to you to play the part. 6455. Deal. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of delight within, resolutely aspiring to become a wealthy magnate from the division of resources. Lu Jinshui wore a pained expression, realizing that his junior brother had a knack for seizing opportunities. After handing Li Xiaobai a token for assistance, Lu Jinshui vanished into the thicket, surveying his surroundings. Li Xiaobai concluded that the performance his senior brother had showcased by the river was no longer applicable. The treasure chest awaited atop the mountain, easily visible upon ascent, which diminished its air of mystery. The same old tactics would hardly intimidate the numerous cultivators gathered. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a dozen or so beast inner cores from his spatial ring and placed them within the formation. He activated the rescue token to send out a distress signal. Subsequently, Li Xiaobai found a clear patch at the edge of the formation, reclined flat, and slowly closed his eyes. In the shadows, concealed among the foliage, Lu Jinshui observed this series of actions and could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. His junior brother had indeed surpassed him with such finesse. The mountain breeze wafted gently, and the summit radiated tranquility, save for the enormous purple phantom proclaiming the extraordinary nature of the place. Approximately half an hour later, several figures cautiously emerged at the peak. It was evident that they were wary, unwilling to tread lightly on the summit. After thorough reconnaissance, confirming the area posed no danger, they began to ascend slowly. If Li Xiaobai were to open his eyes at that moment, he would recognize the familiar faces before him. Leading the group were none other than Zhang Ruwei, the true disciple of Tianwu sect who had previously lost an arm, and the young man in a black robe from the Holy Demon sect, with whom he had crossed paths before, accompanied by several other cultivators and disciples. Zhang Ruwei had initially resolved to depart from the mountains and refrain from meddling in turbulent affairs. However, unexpectedly, after taking but a few steps, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted from a nearby peak. The immense, purple, withered tree was a clear omen of a significant treasure emerging into the world. This rekindled his spirits, leading him to believe that fate still favored him. The young man in the black robe, having received a distress signal, realized the unusual occurrences in this vicinity. The emergence of a great treasure belongs to those capable of claiming it. I am a true disciple of the Tianwu sect. I implore you all to grant me this favor, and the Tianwu sect shall surely repay you handsomely in the future, Zhang Ruwei stated with a calm demeanor. The Tianwu sect and our Holy Demon sect have maintained a cordial relationship for generations. I, as a sworn enemy of the heavens, am willing to extend this courtesy to you. No one else is permitted to act. The black-clad man replied with a cheerful smile, gesturing for Zhang Ruwei to proceed. Zhang Ruwei's expression turned somewhat perplexed. He had never gotten along well with the sworn enemy, yet today he seemed unusually accommodating. However, upon noticing the several beast inner cores within the formation, as well as the lifeless body of Li Xiaobai sprawled before the array, his pupils constricted sharply. There was something peculiar about this formation. In his haste upon arrival, he had not thoroughly observed the surroundings. He had not anticipated that Li Xiaobai, such a formidable cultivator, would also fall victim. Damn it, I almost fell into a trap. The people from the Holy Demon sect are truly insidious, leaving me in an awkward predicament. Zhang Ruwei chuckled to himself. In truth, I came here to render aid. Obtaining treasures is of secondary importance. The rescue of lives takes precedence. With a grin, Zhang Ruwei approached the lifeless form of Li Xiaobai, slightly crouching to examine the injuries sustained by him. To my astonishment, even a senior with such formidable cultivation has succumbed to this formation. What a pity indeed. Fear not, esteemed elder, for I shall diligently carry on your legacy. You severed one of my arms, and I have taken your spatial ring. Is that too much to ask? The possessions of the elder shall flourish in my hands. Zhang Ruwei murmured to himself, subtly removing the spatial ring from Li Xiaobai's grasp. The moment he laid eyes upon Li Xiaobai's corpse, he had already abandoned the notion of seizing the treasures within the formation. The elder's immense power was indelibly etched in his mind. Faced with a formation that even such strength could hardly contend with, he knew he stood no chance. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle twitch of the finger from which the ring had been taken. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of indignation. He never anticipated encountering an old acquaintance in such a place. Even more surprising was Zhang Ruwei's unabashed audacity in stealthily appropriating his spatial ring. He vowed to concoct a fitting retribution for the other, making him acutely aware of the treachery of the world. The man in the black robe cast a scornful glance in his direction. How disgraceful it is for a disciple of the illustrious Tianwu sect to engage in such shameful conduct. One wonders how your elders have guided you. Zhang Ruwei's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, yet he refrained from further comment, intent on discerning the enigmatic nature of the formation. Why did I not perceive any hint of danger from this formation? It appears to be nothing more than a mere facade. However, if you observe closely, the numerous demon-beast inner cores within the formation, along with the distress signals emitted by the cultivators before their demise, clearly indicate that this is a perilous area. Indeed, it seems that this formation has likely claimed the lives of many Golden Core stage demon beasts, rendering it beyond our capacity to unravel. Yet, fortune often favors the bold. Perhaps we may be fortunate. Many disciples began to murmur in animated discussion. The emergence of rare treasures inevitably entails danger. Years of cultivation experience have taught them that no treasure is easily acquired. It is not merely about treasures. Even plucking a spirit herb at the mountain's edge could lead to unimaginable peril. Thus, the more tranquil the mountaintop appeared, the more unsettled the crowd felt. There is undoubtedly something amiss with this formation, yet no one could discern the precise nature of the issue, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Is there anyone familiar with formations among us? Let us analyze this formation together. Should we succeed in unraveling it, I shall offer 3/10 of any treasure found, declared Xiang Tiandi. I shall take on the task. A white-clad female cultivator stepped forward from the crowd. It was Yun Mingqing of the Minor Ascension sect. Indeed, it is said that she is wholly devoted to her cultivation, having severed all mundane thoughts. Upon seeing her today, it is truly evident. With her involvement, success seems promising. Xiang Tiandi was taken aback, not expecting that even the celestial maiden of the Minor Ascension sect would partake in this endeavor. Yet, with her possession of the Minor Ascension Buddhist teachings and her extensive reading from a young age, she is well versed in various disciplines. Perhaps she can discern the key to this formation. The ethereal figure of Yunming approached the formation with measured steps, her expression calm despite the gravity of the situation. She first examined Li Xiaobai's condition, her brow furrowing in concern. Remarkably, she detected no signs of injury on him. He appeared as if merely in slumber. Could it be a psychological affliction? Yunming understood that the most insidious attacks are not aimed at the flesh, but rather strike at the very essence of one's spirit. The obliteration of the sea of consciousness renders even the most profound magical prowess futile. Caution was imperative. Seated upon the ground, she began to weave the formation in the air with her hands, striving to unveil the essence of the array before her. Subtle traces of the Tao materialized in the void, intertwining and pulsating with rhythm, leaving the onlookers in awe. It was remarkable that Yunming, merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, could attain such an understanding of the natural world. Her potential for invincibility was becoming evident. The array's patterns resonated with her dantian, and a celestial sound akin to the murmurs of deities filled the air. This formation indeed possessed some profundity. A soft laugh escaped Yunming's lips as radiant light emanated from her dantian. In the void, a golden image of a Buddha materialized, holding a sacred text. Its gaze deep and contemplative, as if whispering ancient truths. In this realm, numerous cultivators felt their spiritual clarity sharpen, gaining fresh insights into their own practices. The long-standing barriers of their realms began to show signs of loosening. They were struck with astonishment. Merely the manifestation of Yunming's dantian could inspire those around her to break through. Was it truly the case that a cultivator with lineage could wield such terrifying power? Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of anxiety as the attribute points oscillated before him. The woman known as Yunmaking had created quite a stir, and her cultivation technique was impressively potent. Could she truly discern the essence of this formation? If that were the case, he would inevitably become a target of public ire. However, at this juncture, he could only muster the courage to maintain his faade, hoping that his senior brother's formation was not of the common variety. To his surprise, the situation proved to be far more favorable than anticipated. Even though the Yunmings had been evolving in the void for an extended period, her brow remained furrowed in concentration, indicating the complexity of the matter at hand. She had performed countless simulations, yet each yielded different results, as if the formation were a living entity, perpetually in flux. It was no wonder that many cultivators deemed this formation ineffective, nor that it had claimed the lives of numerous Golden Core stage beasts, or that this unidentified cultivator met such a mysterious demise. This formation was unlike anything she had ever encountered, leaving her utterly astounded. Rising to her feet, she casually picked up a stone and tossed it into the formation. Nothing occurred. She then retrieved a spirit stone and threw it in as well, yet still, nothing happened. What do you think? She inquired of her adversary. This formation possesses depth, he replied. I have discerned that it shifts continuously. Whether it transforms into a lethal array or a harmless illusion is entirely random. As it stands, this formation exhibits no offensive capabilities, allowing for free passage. Then what are we waiting for? Let us promptly retrieve the treasure chest and discuss the distribution later, Yunmaking declared. Upon speaking to his adversary, he could hardly contain his eagerness to charge forth. At that very moment, a fleeting white figure darted past, heading straight for the treasure chest within the formation. It was none other than Zhang Rui, who had been waiting patiently. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Xiang Tiandi's eyes. He was merely feigning an attempt to lure someone into testing the formation, never expecting Zhang Rui to actually take the bait. Even if he secured the treasure chest, what could he possibly achieve? They stood atop a precipice. The only path down the mountain was singular and perilous, and he would inevitably have to surrender the chest. However, Few could discern the true nature of the situation. Most cultivators, upon witnessing Zhang Rui boldly seizing the treasure without incurring any harm from the formation, felt their envy ignite. They hastily mobilized their powers and surged toward his position in a fervent attempt to claim the chest for themselves. As more and more cultivators rushed forward, a chaotic scramble ensued, compelling a handful of elites, including Xiang Tiandi, to join the fray. With only one road leading down the mountain and little chance of interception, whoever managed to seize the treasure would undoubtedly possess it. The mountaintop was engulfed in tumultuous winds and shattering rocks as vibrant techniques collided. Yet, amidst the frenzy, no one seemed to notice that the body lying at the edge of the formation had mysteriously vanished. In the depths of the forest, Lu Jishui was in fits of laughter. He had never anticipated the astounding capacity for imagination displayed by this group. Particularly notable was the young disciple of the small sect, Yun Mengqing, who remained seated on the ground, conjuring illusions of the formation in the void, utterly bewildering those around him, ultimately leading to a rather unfortunate conclusion. This is merely an ordinary array of special effects, concealing a mesmerizing illusion within, intricately intertwined with the mountains and flora. As the mountain winds blow, the rocks and vegetation shift continuously, and naturally, this formation will also fluctuate in response. Such a straightforward matter, yet Yun Mengqing, with her advanced techniques, meticulously deduced it from multiple perspectives. One could hardly suppress a laugh at her folly. Truly, having a disciple with a legacy is a terrifying prospect. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, Li Xiaobai stealthily slipped into the thicket, his expression equally peculiar. Senior brother, I nearly thought we were compromised. Junior brother, it was the young lady Yun Mingze from the Minor Ascension sect who lent us a hand. We must remember her kindness. Miss Yun is indeed a remarkable benefactor. Li Xiaobai could not help but chuckle, recalling Yun Mingqing's incanatory demeanor. In the arena, the cultivators engaged in fierce combat once more, a familiar scene unfolding repeatedly. The gathering here comprised nearly all the elites from various sects. After a brief clash, many were injured, yet none were eliminated. They were significantly stronger than the previous batch of disciples. Xiang Tiandi, are you certain you wish to contest with me? Zhang Rui's countenance darkened, with only one hand. His strength was somewhat compromised, making it difficult to contend with his opponent. Treasures belong to the capable. Is that not what you yourself proclaimed? Xiang Tiandi sneered. It appeared that Yun Mengqing from the Minor Ascension sect was inclined to ally with him. The intent was clear. First, to eliminate Zhang Rui from Tianwu's sect, and then to continue the contest for the treasure chest. Very well, I shall remember this grievance, Tianwu Gate, and as for Miss Yun, I never anticipated that the minor sect would be so closely aligned with the Holy Demon sect. It appears that the collaboration between the two factions necessitates further consideration. Zhang Rui's temples throbbed with anger. Our minor sect does not rely on any other, and our actions are guided solely by our conscience, Yun Mengqing remarked coolly. Excellent. The treasure chest belongs to you. Contend for it amongst yourselves. Zhang will not indulge you any longer. However, Xiang Tiandi and Yun Mengqing had no intention of relinquishing their pursuit of one another. In a swift motion, they obstructed Zhang Rui's path, launching a fierce assault with a mere gesture. The fluctuations of spiritual energy reverberated, causing Zhang Rui to stagger backward, his blood surging with each retreat. What is the meaning of this? I have relinquished the treasure chest to you. Why do you relentlessly pursue me? Zhang Rui exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. The treasure chest pales in comparison to your very existence. To eliminate you and weaken the Tianwu Gate's power is far more gratifying than seizing a mere chest. Xiang Tiandi laughed heartily. Indeed, in the interest of preserving the friendship between the minor sect and Tianwu Gate, I implore you, senior brother, to perish here. Yun Mengqing proclaimed as her dantian radiated with golden light. A spectral figure of a Buddha materialized behind her, and her hands transformed into cascading scriptures, sending Zhang Rui flying. With a taste of blood in his throat, Zhang Rui collapsed to the ground, coughing profusely. Tianwu Gate will not spare you. His eyes brimmed with malice. He possessed a life-saving artifact, but its use could very well cost him his own life. At that moment, an inexplicable dizziness swept over everyone, and the tumultuous flow of spiritual energy within them gradually began to stabilize. Their physical strength continued to wane, and their minds grew increasingly muddled. Unbeknownst to them, a circle of pale yellow halos emanated from the formation surrounding the treasure chest, enveloping everyone within its grasp. This is bad. It is an enchanting array. Yun Mingqing's expression changed dramatically as she leaped, attempting to escape. The other cultivators, witnessing this, similarly endeavored to redirect their internal energies forcefully, striving to break free from the confines of the formation. A thunderous roar reverberated, and an overwhelming pressure descended from above, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Although his cultivation was inferior to that of several prodigies, the effects of the enchanting array had rendered everyone somewhat weary, unable to withstand Lu Jinshui's onslaught. How is this possible? How could such a master exist? Which sect does he belong to? How can a Golden Core practitioner possess such power? In the center of the array, Xiang Tian opened his eyes wide in desperation, striving to discern the visage of the newcomer, but his mind grew increasingly muddled, and his vision blurred. Faintly, he could hear the terms of senior brother and junior brother. What a formidable talent from wherever this person hails. They are undeniably too powerful. This time, they have met their match. Li Xiaobai gazed at the multitude of cultivators on the ground, his heart swelling with excitement. His senior brother was magnificent. He never anticipated such a domineering side of him. He, junior brother, as the saying goes, when it is time to act, one must act decisively. Hesitation leads to defeat. And decisiveness is a gift, Lu Jinshui remarked, stroking his smooth chin, his face brimming with pride. Clearly, having turned the tide single-handedly at the last moment had made him a touch euphoric. However, this also serves as a reminder to oneself. Those who often tread by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet eventually. For instance, in this instance, relying solely on the effects of an illusionary maze would likely not suffice to deal with these cultivators. It appears that one must proceed with greater caution and prudence in the future. My senior possesses boundless magical prowess. I am in admiration. Li Xiaobai swiftly began to collect the spatial rings from the numerous cultivators. His primary target was Zhang Rui, who had audaciously taken his spatial ring. Li Xiaobai vowed to relieve Zhang Rui of all his valuable possessions, leaving him with nothing, not even a single hair. He meticulously searched Zhang Rui, seizing everything of worth, leaving not a shred of clothing behind. Junior brother, what enmity, what grievance? He has just stolen my spatial ring. Let us take him down. Lu Jishui was equally relentless, skillfully pilfering the rings from the others. Not only rings, but some disciples' shoes and garments were also treasures, all of which he collected without hesitation. Upon encountering the spatial rings of Yun Mingzi and Xiang Tiandi, his breath hitched abruptly. Lu Jinshui's hands trembled with excitement, his complexion flushed. By heavens! This time we have struck it rich. Simultaneously, Li Xiaobai examined Zhang Rui's spatial ring, and upon his first glance, his heart raced, his eyes widened, and his breath quickened. The ring contained heaps of spirit stones, elixirs, and countless spiritual herbs. Most importantly, there were several blood spirit pearls inside, each comparable in size to the one Zhang Rui had previously utilized. By heavens, this time we have truly struck it rich. This is a veritable treasure trove of attribute points. Consuming these will surely allow my defense to ascend once more. Silently and discreetly, they stealthily removed the valuable treasures from Zhang Rui's ring, ensuring that these precious items would not fall into the hands of their senior. The two locked eyes, both expressions marred by frustration and dismay. Brother, these are nothing but trash, remarked the senior. Junior, these are mere scraps, the junior retorted. Alas, as disciples of a prestigious sect, we carry nothing but inferior goods. Lu Jishui scoffed, shaking his head in dismay. Truly, the world is in decline. Li Xiaobai adopted a similarly mournful demeanor. Junior, are you ready? I am prepared. Shall we divide the spoils? Indeed. Lu Jinshui clasped Li Xiaobai's shoulder, and the two vanished from the scene, feeling somewhat guilty about splitting the loot at the crime scene. Such a significant affair certainly warranted a more secluded location for their operations. In a certain thicket within the inner circle, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui laid out their respective acquisitions. The ground was adorned with an array of rare herbs, glimmering jewels, and spirit stones piled high. Brother, is this truly all? Junior, they are merely inferior goods. Li Xiaobai's countenance darkened. He realized he had been deceived by his senior. It was inconceivable that this rotund figure would sincerely present all his treasures. Lu Jinshui's ability to display such a plethora of rare items without batting an eye indicated that he was concealing even more valuable treasures. Regrettably, in his eagerness during the raid, Li Xiaobai had hastily accepted Lu Jinshui's characterization of the items as inferior. Now, the prospect of obtaining something truly valuable had slipped away. Then let us divide them, he conceded. Li Xiaobai sighed as the two of them split their possessions in half. Although there were not many high-end items, it could still be considered a substantial sum. After calculating his savings, Li Xiaobai was astonished to discover that the inferior spirit stones he currently possessed amounted to over 10,000. If he were to sell off the miscellaneous spirit tools and medicinal herbs, he would undoubtedly become wealthy. The thought of indulging in luxury goods at the marketplace filled him with excitement. Just imagining those flashy mounts made a smile creep upon his lips. A Lamborghini. A Gundam. Such are the dreams of every man. Brother, do you think we might get caught doing this? Li Xiaobai inquired, aware that this could be a matter of life and death. While the thrill of receiving money was exhilarating, he feared the consequences if someone were to come seeking retribution later. He could lose his head for it. Fear not. We only entered after the illusion array took effect, so no one saw our faces. Rest assured, Lu Jinshui replied nonchalantly. Besides, cultivators generally care about their reputation. If their spatial rings are stolen, they can only blame their own lack of skill, and they won't dare openly pursue us. Lu Jinshui was unfazed. He had engaged in such dealings numerous times and was quite adept at it. Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. While they might not openly call for retribution, it implied that they would privately hunt him down. Indeed, his senior brother was rather unreliable. Are you specialized in physical cultivation? Lu Jinshui suddenly asked, squeezing Li Xiaobai's muscles. How much force can you withstand? Infant transformation stage is no problem, Li Xiaobai confidently replied. Blow as much as you wish. Lu Jinshui held 100 doubts. Li Xiaobai immediately retrieved a demon beast core from his spatial ring and swallowed it whole, summoning forth a tempest of thunder and enveloping himself in a mist of smoke. Moments later, Li Xiaobai let out a satisfied belch, expelling a cloud of turbid air. Lu Jinshui stared in astonishment. Good heavens, how have you cultivated so rapidly, junior brother? In less than a month since your initiation, how have you become this formidable? Lu Jinshui was both shocked and awed. It was common knowledge that one's internal constitution is fragile, yet his junior brother had managed to consume a demon beast's core, allowing the wild spiritual energy to rampage within his body. Such a level of physical prowess could likely withstand even the nascent soul stage. Junior brother, your physical capabilities are truly underutilized in petty thievery. Do you have any interest in embarking on a grand venture? Lu Jinshui inquired with an air of mystery. Please, brother, teach me. Li Xiaobai recognized that an opportunity for profit had presented itself once again. Are you aware of the true reason why the various sects have gathered here? The dragon snake fruit deep within the mountains? Li Xiaobai recalled the words spoken by Yin Susu earlier. Junior brother, your information is quite astute. You know about the dragon snake fruit. Indeed, the recent turmoil caused by the demon beasts was instigated by the ripening of a dragon snake fruit tree. The various factions have come ostensibly to eradicate the demon beasts and quell the chaos, but in truth, they seek to claim a share of the bounty hidden deep within the mountains. Lu Jinshui remarked with a hint of surprise. The dragon snake fruit is a closely guarded secret. I never expected you to be aware of it. Could it be that elder brother also desires to partake in this venture? Indeed. The second senior sister had already manipulated the national master to ascertain the general location of the dragon snake fruit before entering the mountain range. At this moment, numerous masters from various sects were diligently purging the demonic beasts, and their pace into the core area of the mountains was rather slow. We could easily take the lead and procure the dragon snake fruit before the other sections. Have you found the senior brother? Indeed, only I am privy to its whereabouts. The vicinity of the dragon snake fruit must be exceptionally perilous, remarked Li Xiaobai dryly. But isn't that why we have you, junior brother? Lu Jinshui chuckled lightly. 70-30? More like 60-40. Let us leave a portion for our senior brothers and sisters as well. Deal. Let us proceed. Simultaneously, deep within the sacred Beast Mountain range. By the riverside, numerous cultivators entrapped in the bewitching array gradually regained their senses. After floundering underwater a few times, they all managed to reach the shore. Damn it. That wretched fatso has deceived us. The treasure must have been taken by him. Yet, if he possessed the ability to seize the treasure, why would he ensnare us into the water? This is obvious. He certainly intended for us to trigger the array first so that he could reap the benefits. Wait, have you all noticed something missing from our persons? My spatial ring is gone. Mine too. Could it have fallen into the water? Impossible. The rings are quite secure. Unless someone removed them, they could not have simply fallen off. It must be that damn fatso. He tricked us into the water just to steal our rings. On a mountaintop, a familiar scene unfolded once more. After the illusion dissipated, everyone regained their senses, and the first instinct was to assess their injuries. Upon discovering no significant harm, they collectively sighed with relief. However, it was not long before they sensed something amiss. Their hands were empty, Their spatial rings had vanished. Curse it. Someone has stolen my spatial ring. Mine is gone too. My Hunyuan armor has been stripped away. This is a mid-grade spiritual artifact. This is my livelihood. The lamentations of the cultivators echoed, and Tian Di, upon checking his fingers, also realized with dismay that his ring was missing. It was not just his. Yun Mingqing of the Xiaochang sect wore a similarly astonished expression as she discovered not only her ring had been pilfered, but also a piece of soft armor she wore closely. Her face flushed crimson in embarrassment. Yet, the most unfortunate among them was undoubtedly Zhang Rui. He had been thoroughly stripped, devoid of any belongings. Not only was his spatial ring gone, but even his undergarments had been taken, leaving him truly exposed to nature. Who was the despicable scoundrel behind this? Zhang Rui shall not rest until I have my vengeance. The furious exclamations from the outside world reached no ears. At that moment, Li Xiaobai was wandering along the edge of a thicket with Lu Jinshui. Before them lay a barren expanse, specifically, a stark piece of land upon which stood an unusual tree. This tree was peculiar in shape, with its branches arranged in a zigzag pattern. Its entire form of vivid crimson hue, rendering it an odd spectacle. The tree stood bereft of leaves, adorned solely with 9 silver fruits, dangling straight from its branches. The tree itself posed no inherent danger. However, beneath it lay a lethal array, pulsating with a crimson glow. The scent of blood wafting through the air from a considerable distance. The metallic clamor within resonated sharply, sending tremors through one's eardrums. Countless souls had undoubtedly perished within this formation. Li Xiaobai felt goosebumps erupt all over, pondering if this was indeed the dragon snake fruit. Indeed, the tree bore 9 fruits. Consuming just one would not only solidify one's foundation, facilitating a smoother journey in cultivation, but also rapidly enhance one's physical form, making it an exquisite complement to your training. Dear junior brother, Lu Jinshui remarked with a grin. Then how shall we breach the array to obtain the fruits? You never mentioned that our purpose was to gather the fruits. Does that imply? Junior brother, you specialize in physical cultivation. You should be able to traverse the array with ease, right? Could it be that you wish to? Hiki, junior brother, you know me best. The dragon snake fruit is of little interest. If we are to act, let us aim for something grand. Lu Jinshui chuckled. Splendid. Simultaneously, in the core region of the sacred beast mountains, several elders, utilizing their formidable powers, had thoroughly cleared the surrounding beasts. Windmaster, an expert from the heavenly martial sect, had already set forth towards the heart of the mountains. The Saint Demon sect had dispatched a skilled individual to report to the gray-clad elder. These rascals must have colluded with the people of Jinyuan country long ago. They are likely already aware of the precise location of the dragon snake fruit. We should cease our futile search and simply follow them. The gray-clad elder's expression darkened. It was agreed that we would first eliminate the demonic beasts before jointly entering the heart of the mountain. It is truly infuriating that the heavenly martial sect has chosen to disregard the rules. With a swift motion, several figures vanished deep into the dense forest. Almost simultaneously, masters from various sects hurried towards the core area of the mountain. The dragon snake fruit is a heavenly treasure, meant for all who behold it. It must not be monopolized by the heavenly martial sect and Jinyuan country. At that moment, the small tokens in their possession began to glow. Is this a distress signal? This location is within the core area. Damn it, someone has already reached it before us, yet it seems that this individual has encountered considerable trouble. It is likely that the position of this distress signal is near the dragon snake fruit tree. Let us follow the signal directly. The group flickered and swiftly maneuvered through the thicket. After a short while, they gathered in a desolate land, exchanging glances filled with confusion and anger. The faces of the experts from the heavenly martial sect and Jinyuan country were etched with disbelief and fury. They had not anticipated that even having arrived first, they were still overtaken by the larger group. To their astonishment, someone had already reached the location of the dragon snake fruit tree and sent out a distress signal, drawing numerous cultivators to their side. Damn it, who is behind this chaos? Chen Kuan, while everyone is preoccupied with clearing the beasts, you and the people from Jinyuan Nation have stealthily infiltrated the core area. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Fengbo remarked indifferently. You misunderstand. Our two factions merely coincidentally converged here while pursuing the beasts, the elder in white from Tianwu's sect replied, gesturing towards the several beast carcasses on the ground. If you doubt my words, observe for yourselves. These beasts appear to be a few nearby beast kings, one of which astonishingly possesses the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. evidently drawn here by the allure of the dragon snake fruit tree. Indeed, we initially aimed merely to slay the beasts, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon the dragon snake fruit tree. Life can be quite remarkable at times, explained the expert from Jinyuan Nation. Naturally, the crowd was skeptical of their claims, but the pressing matter at hand was to secure the dragon snake fruits. That was the ultimate objective of their expedition. This nascent soul stage beast's core will be taken by me, if there are no objections, Feng Bo stated nonchalantly. Feng Bo is rather indifferent. Chen Kuan replied dismissively. Shall we now deliberate on the distribution of the dragon snake fruits? Inquired the other experts. That is a matter for later. The priority lies in deciphering the formation first. Oh, my Shaocheng sect has some insights regarding formations. Observe this array. Wait, is there a person inside? The elder from Shaocheng sect rubbed her eyes, her face a picture of astonishment. My goodness, there truly is a figure. I hadn't noticed earlier. What a peculiar situation this is. The others only just realized that a figure stood motionless within the ironclad formation, an unsettling sight indeed. This must be the cultivator who had called for help moments ago. Having recklessly ventured into the array, he is surely beyond salvation. Chen Kuan furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Setting that aside for now, we must delve deeper into the intricacies of this formation, which is known as the gunmetal formation, primarily designed for slaughter. The metallic sounds emanating from it are manifestations of the gunmetal energy. At first glance, it appears as mere wisps of pale golden smoke. However, each strand possesses immense power, a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, the blood essence swirling within the formation indicates that numerous lives have perished here. The blood sacrifice ritual amplifies its potency significantly. The elder from the Shaocheng sect spoke of the formation with great authority. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, within the formation, a young man observed them with a look of sheer delight. Li Xiaobai felt an overwhelming urge to break into song. The formation's power was simply exquisite. The formidable gunmetal energy relentlessly slicing through his flesh, while the attribute values before him fluctuated wildly. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 100. Ding. Continuous damage from gunmetal energy detected. Skill upgraded. 9-turn indestructible sword intent. Second turn. Ding. Detection. Skill upgraded. 9-turn indestructible sword intent. Third turn. Ding. Detection. Skill upgraded. Super abs. Super abs. When I tense my abdominal muscles earnestly, even a Deluo Golden Immortal cannot lay a finger on me. Attribute points. 20,000. Allocate all points to defense. Defense power. 9 turns indestructible golden body. Third turn. 2,000 30,000. Hee. This formation is truly a natural paradise. I am grateful to my 6th senior brother for the idea. The continuous damage from this formation surpasses that of any beast attack. My attribute points are steadily increasing, and Li Xiaobai feels an urge to reside here permanently. Though these are merely fleeting thoughts. At this moment, Lu Jinshui has quietly blended into the crowd, preparing to showcase his skills. It is said that the Xiaoqing sect has some connections with a certain power in the Western Desert, a region renowned for its Buddhist presence and profound teachings. The Xiaoqing sect emerged as a faction from one of the sects there. Although it possesses only a fraction of the heritage, it is sufficient to establish a foothold in the northern domain. Even if it is not a prestigious sect, its knowledge and foundation are far from trivial. Everyone attentively listened to the elderly woman's analysis of the formation before them. The old woman spoke with clarity, and the crowd nodded in agreement. This formation was clearly formidable, imbued with a fierce and bloody aura, with only the cultivation levels of the transformation stage and nascent soul stage present. Attempting to forcefully breach it would likely prove challenging. It is wiser to sit down and ponder. Esteemed elders, our goal is to obtain the dragon snake fruit. I have a method that can allow the fruit to emerge without breaking the formation. Just as the crowd was deep in thought, a hearty and honest voice shattered the silence. It belonged to a stout man, with a simple and sincere appearance. Oh, pray tell, what ingenious strategy do you propose? The elder in gray from the sacred demon sect, Feng Bo, inquired. I wonder if the esteemed seniors have noticed that the figures within this formation have not perished. Furthermore, they appear entirely devoid of clothing. I speculate they are not cultivators. The honest and straightforward portly man remarked. Hiss, that figure is indeed in motion. Acknowledging her previous oversight, the elder continued, although this figure stands still, it is not entirely immobile. It is a living being. It can traverse the formation at will and shows no intent of taking the dragon snake fruit. Could it be? the assembly of individuals. All elite masters from various sects quickly grasped the potential implications of the portly man's words. This was indeed a treasured rarity. It is said that when extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth emerge, they possess the chance to transform into human form, and acquiring one could yield boundless benefits. Indeed, it was rumored that 3 years prior, the leader of the Spirit Sword sect had obtained a pill capable of transformation within a hidden realm, propelling him to the pinnacle of his life. The fact that the dragon snake fruit tree bore a fruit that could take on human form is nothing short of a celestial treasure, certainly beyond ordinary comprehension. Just then, a few exclamations arose from the back of the crowd, clarifying the speculations swirling in their minds. It was the remaining brothers and sisters from the mysterious peak, who had also rushed over upon receiving the distress signal. They immediately spotted the pretentious Lu Jinshui and the little junior brother ensconced within the heart of the formation. Although there had not been much communication previously, they were remarkably familiar with Lu Jinshui, naturally deducing that the two individuals likely intended to conspire against the influential figures present. Upon spotting several familiar faces within the crowd, Li Sibai felt a surge of calmness. The presence of a few allies among a multitude of powerful figures provided him with considerable reassurance. It seems that everyone shares the same thought as Feng. The number of dragon serpent fruits is not 9, but rather 10. The dragon serpent fruit itself is an extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth. And now one of its fruits has transformed into human form, suggesting its rank has ascended significantly. Feng Bull chuckled. So what? Without the ability to break the formation, these are merely illusions, visible yet intangible. Chen Kuan from Tianwu sect snorted coldly, already envisioning the fierce competition that lay ahead. A fruit capable of transformation. It would benefit not only those at the God transformation stage, but even those at the tribulation transcendence stage could gain immeasurable advantages from it. Today, it seems, one must fight with all their might. Esteemed seniors, please do not rush. As I mentioned earlier, we can allow the dragon serpent fruit to come forth on its own. Lu Jinshui reiterated. Pray tell, young friend, what ingenious method do you propose? The more Feng Bull observed this plump fellow, the more he found him agreeable, honest, and meticulous. The fruit's transformation into human form indicates it has awakened some intelligence. However, at this moment, the dragon serpent fruit's intellect should be rather limited. We can certainly employ a transactional approach to encourage this transformed fruit to willingly present itself. An enigmatic glint sparkled in Lu Jinshui's eyes, while his expression remained one of earnest sincerity. A transaction? The meaning of the young friend is that we should exchange resources for the dragon and serpent fruit? The Wind Elder felt a stir in his heart. This could indeed be a viable solution. The dragon and serpent fruit, capable of transformation, is a genuine treasure of heaven and earth, worth any amount of resources in exchange. If this matter can truly be resolved through trade, it would be a boon for all involved. Indeed, I, the junior, dare to take the bold step of trying this for the esteemed elders. Lu Jinshui's expression was resolute, his words resonating with strength, earning frequent nods of agreement from those present. A smile graced the lips of the Wind Elder. This young man was commendable, bold yet meticulous, unafraid to offer counsel, and always considering the needs of his elders with remarkable thoughtfulness. The other masters from various sects regarded Lu Jinshui with kind eyes, their expressions filled with admiration. Indeed, I have yet to inquire about the young friend's name and which sect you hail from. The Wind Elder inquired with a smile. I am merely a rogue cultivator, not worthy of mention, Lu Jinshui replied humbly. We appreciate your assistance, young friend. Here is the token of our sacred demon sect. Should you require anything in the future, you may visit our sect at any time, the Wind Elder said, tossing a token into Lu Jinshui's hands. This is the token of my heavenly martial sect. I would also like to invite you, young friend, to visit my humble abode, Chen Kuan remarked, refusing to be outdone. As he too tossed a token. This is the token of my lesser vehicle sect. With this token, you may access our scripture repository for half a day. Though it may not compare to the larger sects, our foundation is profound, and we possess countless tomes. Consider this a token of gratitude to you, young friend. An elderly matron, not to be outdone, also threw forth a token. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your kindness. I am truly overwhelmed. Lu Jinshui was overwhelmed with joy, his heart racing with delight. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions those esteemed seniors would wear upon discovering the truth of the matter. He was genuinely eager to see. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of earnestness, feigning trepidation. The crowd seemed quite pleased with his demeanor. Behind him, a few individuals from the Misty Peak wore peculiar expressions. It appeared that these high-ranking figures were not merely jesting, but rather, they had been duped yet continued to count the spoils. The effort to suppress laughter was nearly unbearable. Their cheeks flushed with suppressed mirth. Within the formation, Li Xiaobai kept a vigilant eye on Lu Jinshui's movements, observing every word and action from the crowd. Upon witnessing Lu Jinshui approach, he realized that his moment to perform had arrived. At that moment, Lu Jinshui cautiously edged towards the perimeter of the formation, retrieving a mid-grade spirit stone and beckoning to Li Xiaobai. "Brother Fruit, I invite you to partake in this mid-grade spirit stone." How dare he present such a paltry mid-grade spirit stone? What about a superior-grade spirit stone? Presented forth. Lu Jinshui exaggeratedly tossed the spirit stone into the formation. "Ah, splendid. A superior-grade spirit stone." Li Xiaobai gleefully accepted the stone into his possession. "Brother Fruit, are those dragon and snake fruits behind you for sale?" "Not for sale. 10 superior-grade spirit stones. What are you thinking? 100 stones? Are you dreaming? How about 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones? Deal." Lu Jinshui theatrically retrieved a spatial ring and handed it to Li Xiaobai. "Junior brother, be mindful of the timing. Although these individuals may be simple-minded and wealthy, exploiting them too severely could provoke a backlash. Rest assured, my senior brother, I am well aware of my limits." Lowering his gaze, he noticed a fragment, crystalline and translucent, emanating a deep crimson glow. It had evidently grown beneath the dragon snake fruit tree, suggesting it was no ordinary item. Bending down to retrieve it, the fragment transformed into a fleeting glimmer, vanishing into the center of Li Xiaobai's forehead. Simultaneously, the attributes panel stirred once more. Attribute points. 10,000. What is this? An instantaneous increase of 10,000 attribute points. Li Xiaobai's face reflected astonishment. Merely a small shard, yet it contained such profound power. And it had willingly merged with his being. Would this lead to any complications? He fumbled about his body, but found no unusual sensations. Lacking knowledge of cultivation, he could not introspect to examine his internal state. However, at present, it seemed this fragment was indeed a valuable treasure. Should he encounter any other shards in the future, he must not let them slip away. Suddenly, as Li Xiaobai prepared to turn away, a series of barks erupted behind him, right where he had stumbled earlier. Beneath the fragment lay a small pit, within which rested a tiny white dog, no larger than a palm. This little creature was entirely snow-white and fluffy, struggling to open its large, dark eyes, as though it had only recently been born. After the fragment's disappearance, it appeared somewhat anxious, starting to kick and punch the ground in its small pit, sniffing curiously at the surrounding scents. Drawn by Li Xiaobai's scent, it scurried over on its short legs, desperately attempting to burrow into his clothing. "Who are you?" Li Xiaobai inquired, pulling the little dog from his pant leg. "What woof?" The little dog persistently burrowed into Li Xiaobai's pant leg, as if something alluring resided within. "What brings you here?" "What woof? What was that fragment?" "What woof? Can you speak human language?" "Woof woof." Li Xiaobai was at a loss for words. Had it not been said that ethereal beasts possessed the ability to converse? Yet, this one seemed somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, this little dog appeared to be a treasure, especially since it was associated with that enigmatic fragment. Contemplating this, he tucked the little dog into the folds of his clothing and approached Lu Jinshui, clutching the dragon snake fruit he had just plucked. The fruit, though modest in size, was surprisingly hefty, akin to a small lead ball. He raised the dragon snake fruit high, presenting it openly to Lu Jinshui in front of numerous esteemed figures, while discreetly handing over the remaining 5 fruits as well. These were for the senior brothers and sisters of the mysterious peak, 1 for each. "Thank you for the fruits, my brother." "Ah, no trouble at all." Their transaction, conducted with utmost transparency, was clearly observed by the elder experts. They were astonished to discover that the dragon snake fruit exhibited such intelligence, even engaging in haggling. Its value likely exceeded their expectations. However, this also affirmed that exchanging for the dragon snake fruits through trade was indeed a feasible approach. "Esteemed seniors, I have successfully acquired 1 fruit at the cost of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. I leave the distribution of the remaining fruits to you. With that, I take my leave." Lu Jinshui held the fruit in his hand and performed a respectful bow to the numerous elders of the various sections. Then, with a light step, he vanished in a flash, swiftly retreating. It seems this lad is not truly foolish. It is improbable for one to reach the golden core stage without some wit. Nevertheless, To attain the 6th level of the Golden Core stage at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. What a pity about my token. After Lu Jinshui departed, many within the sects immediately began to secretly follow him, evidently intent on pursuing him to kill and seize the treasure. Such occurrences are commonplace in the world of cultivation. An innocent man suffers for possessing wealth. The elders understood that this simple-minded fellow would likely not survive. Among the pursuers were the disciples of Miao Peak. Although these sects also boasted elite experts, they would likely struggle against the seasoned seniors of Miao Peak. Li Xiaobai took a deep breath. The stage was now solely his. He unconsciously touched his chest, where his small, well-behaved dog remained quiet and still. Ahem, young friend, may I approach to speak? Chen Kuan of Tianwu sect could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his urgency for the dragon and serpent fruit palpable. Once this fruit is consumed, he might very well break through his current realm. It was imperative that he acquire it. Who are you? If you wish to speak, come forth. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, harboring no fondness for Tianwu sect. Chen Kuan was momentarily speechless. Yet he needed the other's assistance and had to suppress his anger for the time being. I wish to propose a transaction with you, young friend. What do you have in mind? The old man is willing to offer 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for the dragon snake fruit behind the young friend. You wish to purchase my brother? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai erupted in fury, directing a barrage of insults towards Chen Kuan. The Windmaster and others behind them erupted in laughter, relishing the sight of the Tianwu sect facing humiliation. They were in no rush to intervene, eager to observe how much further Chen Kuan would embarrass himself. Chen Kuan was taken aback. This was not how he anticipated the encounter to unfold. His approach mirrored that of the earlier rotund individual, yet the response he received was starkly different. Shouldn't the other party greet him with smiles and eager agreement? Why was it so dissimilar in his case? Could it be that the funds were insufficient? Indeed, that must be the reason. The transformation fruit was rather coveted. How about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, along with 50 low-grade spirit herbs? Chen Kuan maintained a smile, his eyes glinting with cold determination. No one in this world dared to swindle him, nor could anyone succeed in doing so. Whatever he offered for the transformation fruit would ultimately be returned with interest. Yet, in the next moment, his smile faded. Are you attempting to sow discord between me and my brother? For such a paltry sum, you wish to engage in underhanded schemes? Eat dirt. Li Xiaobai entered a state of fierce indignation. Now he was the one in charge, and a lord ought to display the demeanor befitting his stature. Acting overly cautious would only arouse suspicion among these cunning individuals. Indeed, as Li Xiaobai exhibited a lack of cunning, the doubts in the hearts of the onlookers began to diminish. Having navigated the realm of immortality for several centuries, deceiving a newly awakened child of intellect is but a trivial task. Haha, dear brother, do not be enraged. This old fellow is simply ignorant and lacks the ability to articulate his thoughts. Do not stoop to his level, Windmaster said with a smile as he stepped forward. Chen Kuan's expression oscillated between shades of blue and red, his countenance darkening to the point of resembling a storm cloud. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the moment, he chose to endure in silence. You possess quite the silver tongue, old man. Do you wish to procure the dragon snake fruit as well? Li Xiaobai inquired with a beaming smile, his demeanor a stark contrast to moments prior. Indeed, how much must one part with to obtain it? Windmaster asked with cautious curiosity. How much do you have? 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 50 medium-grade spirit herbs, Windmaster asserted, offering a slightly more favorable deal than Chen Kuan's. These are all my brothers. Li Xiaobai retorted with indignation. And then? The price must be increased. Li Xiaobai's tone was sharp yet restrained, his gaze fixed intently on Windmaster. Ah, so the funds are insufficient. That is easily rectifiable. These are mere trifles. Windmaster breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously cursing under his breath, realizing that he nearly fell for the ruse of fraternal affection. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 medium-grade spirit herbs. It is a deal. Li Xiaobai extended his hand to receive Windmaster's spatial ring, slipping it onto his finger, yet he refrained from immediately presenting the fruit. I have 7 brothers, and as the eldest, I desire for my younger siblings to find a suitable haven. The old man has already reserved one of my brothers. Is there anyone else who wishes to take my brother away? Ignoring the astonished gaze of Feng Bo, Li Xiaobai began to shout. Feng Bo's expression changed. He instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He had offered resources but had not received any fruits in return. Could there be a deception at play? Meanwhile, Chen Kuan's demeanor turned somewhat playful. Fortunately, He had refrained from providing resources in advance. Given the current situation, even if he were to pay, there was no guarantee that the goods would arrive. Brother Fruit, I too wish to reserve one. However, I possess neither the ample spiritual herbs nor the spiritual stones. Could we perhaps engage in a barter? An elderly woman from the Shaocheng sect also approached. What do you have to offer? I possess a copper mirror that reflects the hearts of heaven and earth. This mirror was crafted by a disciple of the venerable Tianji elder from the central continent. Regardless of any facade, once illuminated by it, one cannot hide. It is truly remarkable. The old woman appeared quite confident about the mirror. Unfortunately, she overestimated her offering. What Li Xiaobai required were items that could enhance defense, and this object was of no use to him whatsoever. This is mere refuse, worthless trash. It cannot procure my brother. The old woman gasped, taken aback by Li Xiaobai's blatant disregard. It seemed this unfortunate object only recognized spiritual stones and herbs. To think such a precious copper mirror could be dismissed as garbage. Clearly, the fault lay with her for being so lowly, yet she blamed the mirror. Little did she know, Li Xiaobai's marketplace brimmed with treasures. He merely lacked spiritual stones. I shall offer 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones along with 100 mid-grade spiritual herbs. Your perspective is rather limited. With such a meager sum, it is hardly sufficient for beggary. Li Xiaobai's expression was one of disdain, inciting the elderly woman to the brink of fury. The price she offered was identical to that of Feng Bo, yet she found herself scorned. This commotion, however, enlightened the onlookers, revealing that every price Li Xiaobai quoted was significantly higher than the previous one. How absurd. It was merely a dragon snake fruit, yet such avarice was displayed. One wonders from whom this behavior was learned. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, in addition to 100 commercial spirit herbs. Deal. Wait. As the elderly woman prepared to hand over the resources to Li Xiaobai, Feng Bo halted her movements. I have already presented a vast array of resources, yet have received no fruit in return. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Fruit brother, might I inquire whether the fruit that Feng just acquired can be relinquished? Feng Bo inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Why the urgency? I must first confirm the buyer, and then I shall present the fruit to you all at once. As if I, the esteemed dragon snake fruit, would renege on my word. Li Xiaobai's countenance darkened. Feng Bo clarified, that was not my intention. It is merely that your reluctance to surrender the dragon snake fruit leaves us in a state of unease. What unease? That ignorant old man and this elderly woman made their offers without a hint of hesitation, yet it is you who continues to whine and fuss. It seems your feigned concern is but a guise for your true desire, to monopolize all my brothers. Upon hearing this, Feng Bo's expression shifted. This was a matter touching upon the interest of all, making it a delicate subject to navigate. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You seek to tarnish my reputation, to thwart my business endeavors, thereby compelling me to sell to you. Li Xiaobai had fully entered a confrontational state. The moment these words escaped his lips, not only did Feng Bo's expression shift, but the countenances of the other prominent figures also became peculiarly strained. Although the sacred demon sect generally treated others with a degree of cordiality and maintained amicable relations with several factions, those who reached such heights were far from benevolent. They all understood that the kind of maneuver Li Xiaobai spoke of was entirely within the realm of possibility for the members of the sacred demon sect. At that juncture, the elderly matron ceased her hesitance and directly extended the ring in her possession to Li Xiaobai. Fruits brothers, I am Yunmingza. I request a reserved spot. Please remember me. Rest assured, you may stand by. I shall contact you shortly, Li Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, with his hands clasped behind his back. The remaining experts promptly advanced, each eager to present their spatial rings to Li Xiaobai, fearful of being outbid. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, 200 high-grade spirit herbs, 5 pounds of profound iron. How about 3 stalks of Tianshan snow lotus? I also possess a batch of Tianjia horses. What began as a mere transaction gradually evolved into a competitive bidding war. Chen Kuan from the Tianwu sect once again entered the fray of bidding. The collective sentiment among the crowd was remarkably uniform. It was inconceivable to genuinely engage in a transaction with Li Xiaobai. Resources were merely temporarily entrusted to him. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaobai, a young man clad in white stood at the rear of the gathering, coldly observing the entire scene unfold. In this intricate scheme, Li Xiaobai adeptly navigates the formation, utilizing his treasured possessions to engage in transactions with numerous influential figures, achieving considerable success. The mere thought of Li Xiaobai's bulging spatial ring ignites a fervent desire within Feng Wuxia. He must devise a cunning plan to eliminate him. Not only would he acquire that extraordinary treasure, but all of his resources would also become his own. However, at present, opportunities are scarce. Once they venture out and head towards the sacred demon sect, there will be ample time to dispatch his rival. This expedition into the mountains has proven immensely fruitful, with reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage being well within reach. Should fortune smile upon him, he might even touch the threshold of the nascent soul stage. A glimmer of cold light flickers in Feng Wuxie's eyes as he swiftly vanishes into the forest. Before the formation, Li Xiaobai, radiating exuberance, graciously accepts the spatial rings offered by the crowd. These prominent figures are quite astute. Not only do they provide generous enhancements, but they also exhibit remarkable decisiveness, promptly handing over their spatial rings without hesitation. Li Xiaobai muses that if he were to expend such resources himself, it would be more prudent to eliminate the source altogether. True to their stature, these elites possess a boldness and composure beyond his comparison. After meticulously collecting all 8 spatial rings and counting their contents, Li Xiaobai's heart races with exhilaration. The high-grade spirit stones exceed 10,000. Mid-grade spirit stones also surpass 10,000, while the low-grade spirit stones are countless. Additionally, he possesses over 1,000 spirit herbs and an array of exquisite treasures, all of which are genuine wealth. This venture has proven to be remarkably lucrative. To his astonishment, the profits from deceiving others were quite substantial, and the influx of spiritual stones was remarkably swift. Li Xiaobai experienced an uncanny sensation, and in a moment of distraction, he perceived the Mount, Godzilla, in the marketplace beckoning him. With a heart full of joy, he pocketed the spatial ring and subsequently turned to sit cross-legged beneath the dragon and serpent fruit tree at the center of the formation, disregarding the crowd around him. Brother Fruit, what is your intention? We have already presented the resources, may we now engage in trade? Inquired Feng Bo, who had sensed something amiss since parting with the spiritual stones. Trade what? Li Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, his face a mask of confusion. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Their worst fears had materialized. This fellow had consumed everything yet intended to shirk his obligations. We have already surrendered the rare treasures to you. Do you mean to go back on your word, Brother Fruit? Chen Kuan spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, Brother Fruit. Let us not jest. Let us proceed with the transaction, others echoed. The reason they had so readily entrusted the rings was their belief that Li Xiaobai could only remain within the formation, as long as the formation was intact. Both the fruits and the rings would eventually revert to their rightful owners. Thus they harbored no concerns. Do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. You clearly intend to use these resources to lure both me and my brother out, only to ensnare us all at once. Am I correct? My dragon and serpent fruit is the essence of heaven and earth. Your petty thoughts are transparent to me. Li Xiaobai's countenance grew stern, and he spoke with unwavering resolve. Now, with my pockets filled and an abundance of spirit stones at my disposal, I can effortlessly unlock life-saving artifacts from the marketplace, rendering these so-called elites insignificant. A mere teleportation talisman can allow me to vanish without a trace in an instant. Brother Gua, one cannot speak in such a manner. We are all bound by a spirit of contract. As long as you engage in earnest trade with us, once we obtain the fruits, we shall depart immediately without delay. What do you say? Feng Bo continued. Why bother conversing with this fellow? He clearly seeks to gain without giving. A quintessential example of someone who takes money without delivering results. Let us break this formation directly and see how he remains so arrogant. Chen Kuan, lacking patience, summon the others to forcefully breach the array. Then go ahead and break the formation. Stop your incessant chatter. If you truly possess the capability, let us clash within the killing array. Li Xiaobai retorted with a dismissive gesture. Enraged, Chen Kuan's face flushed with fury. As the leader of his sect, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. Step aside. I shall confront this dragon serpent fruit. Chen Kuan shouted, launching himself into the air. Radiant light emanated from his dantian, revealing his formidable power at the transformation stage. He intended to confront the formation head-on and test its strength. Bone transformation palm. His hands morphed into 2 skeletal claws, imbued with a chilling aura, reaching toward the array surrounding Li Xiaobai. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Li Xiaobai, in a moment of daze, heard the piercing wails and lamentations echoing in his ears, causing a flicker of trepidation within him. The old man's techniques were visually striking and intimidating. Could it be that he could truly shatter the formation? Feeling uncertain, he stealthily exchanged for a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in the marketplace. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, an ancient rune that allows instantaneous travel across vast distances, with the destination being random. Price: 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The cost was somewhat steep. Yet to Li Xiaobai, it was merely a trifling sum. The resonant clang of the talisman pierced the heavens, as a pair of enormous skeletal hands pressed firmly against the array above, releasing wisps of energy that hinted at a breakthrough. The formation seemed to sense the provocation, and an abundance of gung metal chi began to gather, swiftly retaliating. Golden light cascaded brilliantly as the gung metal chi surged within the array, shredding the skeletal hands to pieces. Chen Kuan let out a muffled groan, his complexion slightly flushed as he was forced to retreat. The gung metal chi was more formidable than he had anticipated. It truly embodied the essence of slaughter. Feng Bo observed Chen Kuan with a smirk, his words dripping with mockery. If you think you can handle it, why not give it a try? Chen Kuan rolled his eyes and silently focused on regulating his breath. The formation proved to be quite formidable. Just a brush with the gung metal chi sent his internal energy into turmoil. Even with his 6th layer of the transformation stage, he could not completely withstand the assault of the formation. Feng Bo shook his head. Brute force would not suffice to break this array. At least not for those in the transformation stage. To dismantle it, they would need to rely on the skills of the Shaocheng sect. Within the array, Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This killing formation was indeed impressive, capable of thwarting even the adept practitioners of the transformation stage. It was truly worthy of enhancing his defenses. Since the opponent is unable to break the formation, he does not feel the urgency to leave. This formation can significantly augment attribute points. Lingering for just another second could yield an additional second of attributes. Attribute points: 30,000. All points allocated to defense. Defense: 9th turn of the indestructible golden body. 4th turn: 040,000. Available for advancement. Detected that the host is continuously under the assault of the gung metal chi. Skill upgrade. 4th turn of the indestructible sword intent. Both defense and skill are advancing simultaneously, and a mysterious pale golden totem once again manifests. In the void, a massive golden totem contracts, forming a gigantic visage that slowly imprints itself upon Li Xiaobai's flesh, radiating divine brilliance. The golden light surrounding his body intensifies, and Li Xiaobai feels every pore greedily inhaling the air. He senses his physical form has become extraordinarily resilient. At such a level of corporeal strength, he should be impervious even to those at the nascent soul stage. He pinches his own skin. Indeed, it feels remarkably firm. Truly, a real man must possess strength. On the periphery of the formation, the masters from various sects are astonished by Li Xiaobai's current appearance. They have never witnessed such a totem before. It resembles a human face, albeit faintly, making it difficult to discern clearly. Moreover, a fruit that has already transformed into humanoid form suddenly bursts forth with radiance, bathed in divine light. The significance of this is apparent even to those unversed in cultivation. This dragon snake fruit has undergone a breakthrough. Such a celestial treasure breaking through is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Its original grade is likely to ascend to an even higher echelon, and at this moment, even the most composed Feng Bo cannot maintain his tranquility. The gaze betrayed a glimmer of avarice, after all. Such fruits were exceedingly rare and must be wielded by the holy demon sect. Should the sect fail to seize them, no one else would dare to claim them. In a fleeting moment, Feng Bo resolved that if he could not obtain the transformative dragon serpent fruit, he would annihilate the opposition, even at the cost of his treasures. Such a fruit transcended the reach of those in the nascent soul and god transformation stages. Even those in the tribulation stage would likely be driven to madness. It was an unanimous sentiment among the esteemed figures present that the dragon serpent fruit must not fall into the hands of rival sections. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Li Xiaobai suddenly sensed an inexplicable unity among these powerful figures, as though he were the target of their collective focus. Are you truly unwilling to part with the dragon serpent fruit? Feng Bo inquired with a smile, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. This is my brother. In our line of work, loyalty is paramount. Without it, one invites death, Li Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Chen Kuan's nostrils flared in frustration. Loyalty? By heavens! How does your demeanor even remotely align with that notion? Can you even comprehend the meaning of loyalty? Where was your sense of it when you were scheming and deceiving? The others shared his discontent, fully aware that the dragon serpent fruit was intended as a trap for them. The facade of camaraderie had been shattered, and there was no pretense left to uphold. I possess a formation-breaking talisman capable of dismantling any array. Though the essence of metal is potent, it can be temporarily disrupted for a few breaths. The elderly matron of the small Ascension sect spoke slowly. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly break the formation. I, the old man, shall personally eliminate this scoundrel. A dangerous glint flickered in Chen Kuen's eyes. Li Xiaobai felt a tightening in his chest, despite his formidable defenses. The sight of Chen Kuen in his current state was indeed quite terrifying. Yet, he could not afford to show weakness. "Ha! You frightened me to death. Go on. Break the formation and come forth to slay me. I, Li Xiaobai, declare here and now that if you do not take my life today, you shall not leave this valley." This is not directed at anyone in particular. I merely wish to state that all present are nothing but trash. I demand 2 dragon snake fruits. The remainder you may divide among yourselves. Should you agree, I shall immediately dismantle this formation. The old woman, filled with indignation, set forth her terms. The audacity of the transformation fruit must be properly addressed. Deal. No problem. Let us break the formation without delay. Very well, please step aside. I shall now demonstrate my prowess. The old woman advanced slowly, retrieving a dark, seemingly all-black formation plate from her bosom. Within its depths, several orbs appeared to be in motion. This formation plate was crafted by the disciple of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, consisting of both a master and a subordinate plate. The subordinate plate was already placed in the spatial ring during our transaction, by activating the master plate. The two shall work in concert to breach the killing formation and create a passage. The old woman sneered ominously, truly believing she had no defenses in place. Ever since Feng Bo intervened, she had remained vigilant, and now her caution proved invaluable. Li Xiaobai was equally startled to realize that they had indeed been infiltrated by the enemy. With a hasty movement, fingers fumbled over several rings, intent on discarding the small formation disc, but alas, it was too late. A jet-black formation disc abruptly emerged from one of the spatial rings, hovering in the air and gradually emanating a glow. Qiankuan formation, activate. Yin-yang escape. The old woman intoned incantations while forming hand seals. And the 2 formation discs suddenly fused tightly together, unleashing a primordial chaotic energy that seemed to possess immense force, staunchly resisting the relentless onslaught of the gung metal energy. Li Xiaobai felt a constriction in his chest, the aura emanating from the formation disc causing instability in his internal energy and blood. Naturally, the treasures summoned by a master of the transformation stage were not of mundane quality. The disc radiated devastating starlight, and within its inky depths, it seemed as though countless stars were in motion. This formation disc appeared to be a microcosm of the universe, undeniably extraordinary. It became evident that his strategies were still lacking depth, and his awareness of counter-strategies was insufficiently acute. In the future, he must seek more guidance from his 6th senior brother. Small Zhou Tian microdust restriction. Great Zhou Tian celestial rotation. Open, the old woman shouted. And the 2 formation discs shimmered in concert, their starry brilliance intensifying, forcefully halting the continuously swirling gung metal energy and carving out a passageway. In 3 breaths, act swiftly. Do not engage within the formation, draw him out. Navigate to the rear, be wary of the gung metal energy, position yourselves. Heavenly Net. Bone transformation soft palm. Pure yang sword formation. Li Xiaobai was astonished that the formation was indeed breached by the group. Though the assaults from the nascent soul and transformation stage seemed not so insurmountable. Perhaps it was the envy of numerous skilled individuals that led them to deliberately hold back against the dragon snake fruit, enduring a strike from Chen Kuen's bone-melting palm. The afflicted area rapidly decayed, and the muscle withered. Yet, almost instantaneously, the mysterious symbols on the surface of his body began to glow, restoring the injured region to its former state. This was the effect of the indestructible golden body, as long as one was not obliterated in a single blow. Any physical injury could be healed. Attribute points, 1,000. Hiss. The strength of a god transformation expert is indeed terrifying. However, my defensive capabilities have also seen considerable improvement, enabling me to withstand such attacks. The system proves to be quite formidable. You, little one, for a mere dragon snake fruit, exhibit some prowess. As for the dragon snake fruit, you are commendable. Enough of the chatter. Extract him. We have but 3 breaths of time. Feng Bo furrowed his brow, unhesitatingly interrupting Chen Kuen's incessant boasting. For this fellow always relished in silent arrogance, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With a flicker, he appeared behind Li Xiaobai in an instant. You. Li Xiaobai felt the scenery before him shift. Before he could react, he found himself hundreds of meters away. Little one, were you not quite audacious just a moment ago? Show me that bravado once more. Chen Kuen remarked with a sinister grin, his expression brimming with malice. Hee weakling. Li Xiaobai once again raised his middle finger in disdain. Through their prior encounter, he had come to understand that the 9-transformation golden body likely corresponded to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Though amidst these powerful figures were several god transformation experts, his fully allocated defensive capabilities should allow him to contend with at least a few of them. In the 4th transformation of my 9-turn golden body, I possess strength equivalent to that of a 4th-layer Yuan-ing stage cultivator. However, having allocated all my points to defense, my defensive capability should far surpass those of a 4th-layer Yuan-ing practitioner. Moreover, given my identity as a transformed dragon and serpent, these individuals would refrain from resorting to lethal measures against me unless absolutely necessary. I can boldly indulge in a bit of recklessness. Come at me. Li Xiaobai beckoned to the crowd, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Do not hinder me. This fellow is provoking me, and I shall face him alone. None of you are permitted to interfere. Shen Kuan's expression twisted with rage as he swiftly advanced towards Li Xiaobai. The old man still excels at theatrics. Feng Bo remarked, striking the ear several times to send Shen Kuan crashing down. What do you mean by that? Shen Kuan's countenance darkened, his fury evident. Stop pretending. We all know who you are. You didn't even flinch when your son was slain. The performance is commendable. But you aim to use this duel as an excuse to monopolize all the dragon and serpent fruits, don't you? Dream on. Feng Bo retorted lightly. Upon hearing this, Shen Kuan's expression suddenly shifted to one of calm, even revealing a faint smile. I have never harbored intentions of monopolizing. I merely wish to secure this transformed fruit first. And we can deliberate on the ensuing matters later. The distribution of these dragon and serpent fruits shall adhere to our previous agreement. No one is to take more. Indeed. Anyone who dares to take more shall face dire consequences. I have 2 dragon and serpent fruits, as previously agreed. As Li Xiaobai observed the remarkable ability of the esteemed figures to alter their expressions in an instant, he felt a profound admiration. Truly, they were masters of cultivation, exhibiting exceptional acting prowess. Had it not been for Feng Bo's revelation, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Kuan's fury was merely feigned. These individuals possessed deep cunning. Those who had reached the nascent soul and core formation stages were certainly not to be underestimated. Li Xiaobai resolved to incite another wave of enmity, augmenting his attribute points before making his escape, for the opposing numbers were formidable, and his 9 transformations golden body was only at the 4th transformation, making direct confrontation perilous. At that moment, the heavens darkened, and a palpable aura of malevolence, visible to the naked eye, surged towards them from afar. A figure materialized, donned in a bamboo hat and a straw cloak, appearing before the crowd in an instant. The fierce winds whipped around, stinging Li Xiaobai's face. Attribute points 100. Hiss. Who is this distinguished personage? The sensation was more formidable than that of a core formation master. Even a gust of wind from this individual could inflict harm. Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of trepidation. Dealing with a core formation expert was already challenging, and this enigmatic figure in the straw cloak and bamboo hat clearly belonged to a different echelon of power. It seemed prudent to make his exit. Who has disturbed my formation? The voice of the cloaked figure was hoarse, sounding almost like a murmur to himself or perhaps an inquiry. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. It became evident that the formation had been deliberately set by this mysterious figure, adding an intriguing layer to the situation. This indicated that the treasures within the mountains were not merely common property. The current circumstances could not be clearer. The original master had discovered the disruption of his formation and had come to confront them. Senior, it is that elderly lady who has forcefully breached your formation. She intends to abscond with the dragon and serpent fruit tree within. You must stop her. Li Xiaobai interjected, pointing toward the old woman from the minor Qing sect. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically, for the strength of this newcomer was vastly superior to her own, rendering her unable to discern any depths of power. Offending such a formidable senior was indeed a grave misstep. Transformation fruit? The figure in the raincoat mused in confusion. It is this young man. He is formed from the essence of the dragon and serpent fruit. Are you unaware, esteemed elder? She cautiously inquired. How foolish of you. Despite being of the transformation stage, to have lived so long only to be reduced to such ignorance. This is clearly a person. Where could a transformation fruit possibly originate? The elder retorted. Moreover, this dragon and serpent fruit was planted by me. Do you think I lack knowledge of its appearance? But just a moment. The old woman's face was a canvas of disbelief, still wishing to protest. A bunch of gluttons, seeking to covet my dragon and serpent fruit. How utterly laughable. Had you been my disciples, I would have long sent you to your demise. The figure in the raincoat scoffed, striding directly towards the formation to examine it. Upon hearing these words, the remaining experts were engulfed in a mix of anger and astonishment. They had been deceived by a mere human lad. It was inconceivable that the figure in the raincoat could have misled them. There was no such thing as a transformation fruit. It was all an illusion crafted by this young man, employing some unknown method. He had managed to navigate freely within the formation, masquerading as the transformed dragon and serpent fruit, and thus tricked them into relinquishing their resources. Upon grasping the crux of the situation, their faces flushed with a blend of rage and embarrassment. It is utterly absurd that they believed Li Xiaobai to be of low intelligence, attempting to deceive him, unaware that in the end, they would be the ones deceived. Their eyes fixed on Li Xiaobai, seething with a desire to tear him to shreds. Indeed, young man, your demise is inevitable. When I declared that your entire family would perish, it was a vow that must be fulfilled. Why bother with so much dialogue? He dares to swindle even our spirit stones. He must be dealt with. The prominent figures clamored, each one seething with rage. Had it not been for the presence of the figure in the straw cloak, they would have already acted. Li Xiaobai swallowed hard. The situation had taken a turn. This dragon and snake fruit tree had an owner, something he had not been informed of previously. Cursed be it. Yet again he had been ensnared by his sixth senior brother. He was mentally cursing Lu Jinshui, while discreetly retrieving a teleportation talisman, ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger. The figure in the straw cloak was shrouded in mystery, with an unfathomable level of cultivation, if angered. Even with a system, it would be difficult to withstand, not to mention the group of nascent soul and transformation stage experts lurking nearby. At that moment, the figure in the straw cloak was diligently probing within the formation, seemingly searching for something. After a moment of careful perception, his expression changed dramatically. This is the yin-yang escape technique. Who has meddled with my fragments? Who has practiced Tai Chi? The figure in the straw cloak howled, his overwhelming aura surging violently, and the malevolent energy in the arena churned anew. The gung-metal energy enveloping the dragon and snake fruit tree shattered piece by piece, and the formation collapsed in an instant, causing everyone present to break out in a cold sweat. Li Xiaobai's heart stirred. It turned out that both the fruit and the fragments had been placed there by the figure in the straw cloak. However, the opponent had not mentioned the existence of the little broken dog. Could it be that the little broken dog had ventured in on its own? Senior. It was only this young rascal who moved freely within the formation just now. Allow me to apprehend him for you. How audacious, daring to seize your treasure, esteemed one. I shall ensure that you face your reckoning today. Youngster, prepare to pay with your life. As Li Xiaobai sensed the overwhelming aura before him, his expression shifted drastically.